This guy was completely out of it when a huge book suddenly hit him right on the head. Instinct, he jumped up, and in front of Vassal was a face filled with anger. Vassal, you idiot. I know dogs score high, but can a dog really fall asleep in my class? You have got some nerve. Vassal had been sleeping so deeply he was drooling, and after getting hit on the head, he looked completely dazed. The person standing in front of him was Professor who had passed away long ago. How could he be here? Vassal fused around and realized he was surrounded by faces he had not seen in a long time. He looked down at himself, and then suddenly realized the terrifying truth. He had gone back in time. Time seemed to stand still. Vassal could not believe he had time traveled past. Professor Hubert watched the whole range of emotions on his face, wondering what he was thinking and only able to sigh. But you still get punished. Go outside. Having just time traveled, Vassal was unceremoniously kicked out of class. He had never really thought about the day he would time travel, and could this be considered magic? He remembered the last moment from his previous life, where a strange voice said that when the other eyes open, one would become the foundation for a new mythology. To be worthy for the future of that new mythology, I will grant you another chance. Vassal did not know who the owner of that voice was, but he was sure this power was what brought him back to the past. Speaking of which, Vassal looked down at his left hand and noticed that his dragon eye ring was gone. This ring was left by his mother. Could it be that she manifested to help as Vassal was lost? Professor Hubert pushed the door open and walked outside. Class was over. He felt that the action of dozing off during class did not seem like Vassal at all, so he wanted to talk privately and asked him to come to his office at lunch. Vassal bowed his head and said he remembered. Then he sneakily watched Professor's back, a strange feeling rising within him. Vassal could not remember the last time he got caught in such a situation at school, but it felt really nice compared to being a washed-up noble struggling to survive. Life at school was truly a paradise. Just as he thought this, someone hit him hard on the head. Reflexively, he rubbed his head and yelled out loud, "What the hell was that for? What the hell?" Vassal turned around to see three jerks laughing at them. One of the fat ones even tried to slap him again. "You seem pretty relaxed, jerk." But before he could strike, he was stopped by his own friend. "Because the professors are still here. Publicly bullying a classmate like this will get them in big trouble." Then, this guy turned to the ghost and coldly questioned him. "I am sure I told you to take notes for me, and yet you dared to doze off in class." Vassal widened his eye, realizing this was the ghost Frederick. "It has been a long time. This jerk is just as annoying as he was in my memories. Alright, if you do not want to die, come with me to the bathroom now," he threatened. Then the three thugs walked ahead. Vassal laughed. "Yeah, it has been so long that I almost forgot these things happen. However, since I have crossed over, my fate will also change." With that situation, Vassal received the system. At that moment, the system window appeared before him again. Vassal remembered that before he lost consciousness, this had also appeared, but he still did not know exactly what it was. On the status window, there were a few lines of text announcing a new mission: escape from bullying and teach those three school thugs a lesson. The reward for the mission is a low-level mana crystal. Vassal looked confused at the thing floating in front of him. It looked like an illusion, as his hand could pass through that screen. Also, what is a low-level mana crystal? Besides the ghost, it seemed no one else could see this. Ghosts were really annoyed to see him standing there in a daze. "What are you doing? Aren't you following her? You know running away one T-word, right? We are in the school now, but if you are scared, go ahead and try to run," the ghost said with a wicked smile. At that moment, Vassal made up his mind. Forget about figuring out what that system window is. I need to teach these school bullies a lesson first. Even though I am back in the body of a teenager, Vassal's soul is still that of a man who has gone countless lives as a mercenary. With the experiences I have gained from monsters in my past life, these three are just a bunch of snot-nosed kids. When Vassal entered the bath, all three were already waiting. Their eyes eagerly looked at him like he was a toy, and it felt like they would pounce on him at any moment. "Finally, you decided to come in here, you little larva." The ghost lifted the drug and took a hit, then asked, but he did not expect Vassal to immediately fire back. "Yeah, you Danis." All three of them were taken aback by his word. They thought Vassal was either still sleepy or had lost his mind to dare talk back like that. It is still that fat guy with white hair who acted first. He seems to be a loyal underling of that witch. However, when this guy rushed at Vassal, he used a speed so incredible that he dodged the punch and delivered a stunning counterattack. One punch from Vassal hit straight into the opponent's stomach, causing him to gasp and fall backward. The jerk, the other underling of the witch, screamed out, "This guy is even worse off than his friend," as he was defeated by Vassal before he could even strike. Moreover, this time he punched straight in the now. Only the witch and Vassal are left standing, but he not only is not afraid but also mocks Vassal. "Honestly, since I can't use magic, I have learned a few moves from martial art. You can't expect much from a fallen magic family. Even though we can't use magic in the academy, it seems you do not know that we can use a few small artifacts." Speaking of artifacts, the witch threw away the smoke bomb in her hand and equipped something on her right hand. Next, he aggressively charged at Vassal, thinking his artifact was really something. However, in the end, the witch's fist was still blocked by Vassal. Clearly, Vassal is much smaller than, but at this moment, his hand firmly held the guy's hand, even bending it back. The pain made this jerk unable to move, let alone pull his hand away. The witch Frederick, who has been overshadowed by her brothers on the leaderboard. "Even your family has given up on a fool like you. When facing a strong opponent, you will slowly dodge, but when facing a weak opponent, you won't hesitate to bully them. A pathetic jerk like you dares to mention my family." The witch knelt down, partly from pain, partly due to the unbelievable pressure from Vassal. Panic clearly appeared on his face as he saw Vassal's other hand curled into a fist. "Wait, Vassal, listen to me." He tried to negotiate, also struggling, but could not stop Vassal's action. In the end, all three of them were flattened on the ground by the one they always looked down on and bullied. Before leaving the bathroom, Vassal also did not forget to leave them with a warning that from now on they should behave properly. They still wanted their life. However, after leaving the bath, Vassal quietly found a corner to crouch down. It seems that in the body of a teenager, he has just been overexerted. Right at this moment, the system window popped in front of him, notifying Vassal that he had completed the quest and received a low-level magic stone. A magic stone bounced out of it, landing in the palm of his hand. The system window also emphasized that this item could be consumed, making Vassal extremely suspicious. Is the system trying trying to make him eat this magic stone. Vassal looked at the magic stone with suspicion. Anyway, if even the forest people do not eat stone, why would you have to eat? But do not you see the system window is still hanging there? The appearance of this strange thing just for you is fate's arrangement. So the system is also a guidance from destiny. After some hesitation, Vassal put the stone in his mouth. The writing on the system window immediately changed, this time announcing that Vassal had successfully absorbed the low-level magic stone. Right after that, his body also reacted. A hot sensation spread throughout his body, and Vassal clearly feel his heart beating. The system announced that he had received the mana from the magic stone, causing the mana in his spell to increase. He did not even need to read the announcement. He had never felt mana flowing out like this before. It was continuously being absorbed by the magic circle surrounding his heart. After about a minute, that chaotic feeling finally settled down. Vassal seemed to see a glimmer of hope through this. It seems that if he keeps following the system's guidance, he will be able to break through the curse of his narrow mana flow, then the downfall of his family, being expelled from the academy, or becoming a third-rate mercenary. He could completely change that tragic fate. Thinking of this, Vassal felt a surge of enthusiasm. He stood up and headed straight to Professor Hubert's office. He was already sitting on the sofa, the tea brewing, looking like he was waiting for him. As soon as Vassal sat down, Professor spoke up. Vassal, today you are different than usual. Are you facing some difficulty? I heard that your classmates are picking on you. First, Vassal seemed tense, but after the professor said that, feeling disappeared. In his past life, he had always helped, and it seemed this life was no exception. And Vassal had always regretted not saying these words in time. You do not need to worry. Thank you so much, Professor. As a professor, I must take care of my student. Not, it would be fine, but you will still be punished for dozing off in my class. Hubert sighed in relief seeing that he was still okay, but the punishment the professor gave Vassal was to write an analysis report, page 62 to page 74 of the Advanced Elemental Research. This is the part that even the older boys struggle with, so Professor Hubert had warned him beforehand that this was not easy at all. When he pushed the Advanced Elemental Research book in front of Vassal, the system window appeared again. It automatically turned the professor's request into a new, and the reward for successfully completing this quest would depend on the quality of the report and the professor's satisfaction. Specifically, it is low-level magic stone along with an undisclosed item. Seeing Vassal's confused expression, Professor Hubert thought his punishment was too hard and could not help but smile slyly. What is wrong? Is it too hard? Vassal immediately replied, then took the Advanced Elemental Research book back to his dorm. In reality, this assignment is not hard for him at all. It is just that in his previous life, due to his limited mana flow, he had to dive into theoretical studies to come. Even after becoming a mercenary, he continued to learn, and that knowledge is still fresh in his mind. It is just that in this life, a new path has opened up, and there is something equally important as theoretical learning. That is practicing mana flow. Mana flow is the pathway through which mana circulate throughout the body. It is absorbed through respiration, flows through the mana stream, and gathers in the heart. From there, a mage can release mana to cast spell. In other words, the stronger the mana flow, the more you can gather and the faster you can release mana. As mentioned, Vassal was born with an extremely narrow and weak mana flow. This caused him a lot of difficulties in combat and led to a messy life in his previous life. Even now, having been reborn, he still can't forget those experiences, and he genuinely wonders if returning to the past is because heaven sympathized with his unfortunate fate, or just pure luck. No matter the reason, Vassal is determined to seize this chance to change his fate. Following that, he relied on memories from his previous life to find a historically ambiguous ruin, which contained traces of two magic flourishing mana flow and the mage's body. The flourishing mana flow helped strengthen the body and amplify the mana flow, while the mage's body replaces muscle fiber and integrates them into the mana flow. In other words, the healthier the body, the more solid the mana flow. In his previous memory, he discovered these two books when his body was already an adult, so no matter how hard he tried to practice, it did not change much. But in this memory, since the body belongs to a growing teenager, the effects will definitely be more pronounced. That is why Vassal began a series of frenzied training days. Every day he forced himself to train until sunset, or until he was completely exhausted. During this process, that mysterious system accompanied him by issuing like running 5 kilometers to practice the magic flourishing mana flow. Vassal obediently followed its instruction. Even though it was tough, you worked hard to get this opportunity, so you absolutely can't miss it. Vassal started running again, running until his legs felt weak and he was out of breath. But since he had not reached the 5 kilometers mark yet, he kept going. It was only when it got late the mission was finally successful. Vassal was so exhausted he could not move anymore, just lying flat on the grass like that, and he had no idea that while he was training, a pair of eyes was quietly watching, and this mysterious person was smiling with a devious grin. It was all in vain. A few days later, Vassal submitted his report to Professor Hubert. He was very surprised that Vassal could draw such profound conclusions just based on the academic material provided. Are you sure you prepared this report yourself? Hubert even had some doubt. I can swear on my mana to guarantee it, Vassal confidently replied. His attitude was very confident, and the way Vassal mentioned that oath was very straightforward, which finally reassured Professor Hubert about the authenticity of this report. He was also very satisfied, so the reward Vassal received was quite generous. Specifically, in addition to low-level magic stone, Vassal also received a supporting gem of the same size, along with knowledge about monster summoning art. Thanks to that knowledge, he gained effects that enhanced magical power, reduced mana consumption, and shortened spell casting time. Vassal was very happy. This also meant that the more extensive his knowledge, the stronger he would become. Right, that is the thinking about this. Thought suddenly flashed in Vassal's mind. He seized the opportunity to meet with Professor Hubert to ask him for one thing, to let him use the faculty's library. May I ask, the student library already has enough books to meet your need? Hubert cautiously asked again, but Vassal said he had read all the books in the student library. This answer left Professor Hubert in disbelief, but even if that were true, using the faculty's library was a story, and Professor Hubert had to consider whether Vassal qualified for this privilege. So he immediately assigned Vassal's 17 report, and of course, they were also digitized into the system's tab. Vassal was a bit overwhelmed by the amount of work Professor assigned him, but it completely matched Hubert's style. After all, he was known for being strict. The deeper one understands theory, the more powerful their magic, so this little challenge could not stump Vassal. He had to complete them to gain advanced knowledge in the professor's library necessary at any cost. Moreover, since the reward for completing the mission is a magic crystal that helps you improve your mana flow, Vassal has to strive even harder, and so Vassal diligently practiced 2 ancient spells, Mana Flow and Body of a Mage, while seriously carrying out the reports assigned to him, Professor Hubert. But living peacefully is indeed very, as the very next day someone came to make things hard for Vassal. Vassal Raymond, I heard you have the mana of divine punishment, but you seem to be just another trainee. My friend has suffered a lot because of you. Vassal recognized this guy. He was Anton Frederick, and it was easy to guess why he was here. Are you guys here for revenge? Anton burst out laughing at this question. Take revenge on you. Don't kid yourself. Who would want to take revenge on a useless jerk like you? Just trampling you underfoot is enough. See you in class. Seems like everyone with the last name Frederick has this annoying personality. Anton had no intention of giving Vassal a beating right here because he thought this place had no audience. Instead, this jerk wanted to humiliate in front of a lot of, and Vassal quickly guessed the class he just mentioned was the combat magic class, where students are graded based on their performance in sparring match, and that was also the place where he was looked down upon and bullied the most last time. For a moment, Vassal forgot these painful memories, and Anton reminded him to remember them, but this time, he had changed and was ready for that challenge. At this moment, the system window popped up again. The new task it demanded was for Vassal to achieve the second magic circle while expanding his understanding of the skills he possessed. Time was running out, so he continued to practice like crazy, training for 3 days, and at night he would go back to write. Even Professor Hubert was shocked to see the report completed in such a short time. However, thanks to the knowledge accumulated from the last time, all of these reports pleased him. Looking at the task completion notification and the rewards popping up in front of Vassal was extremely happy. Now, he had obtained 10 low-level magic stone. However, Vassal felt a bit overwhelmed. The last time he barely absorbed 1 stone and struggled that much. Would his mana flow be strong enough to control all these magic stones? Vassal was afraid his body would explode, but after thinking for a while, he felt he should trust the results of his hard training, so he swallowed all 10 stones at once. The reaction happened and it was completely different from the last time. Vassal felt like his body was thrown into a furnace. The heat radiating from his skin felt like it was going to burn him alive, but that did not make Vassal lose his sanity, because he knew what he needed to do right now was to quickly create a new flow of mana. Vassal struggles to suppress the pain to determine the flow of mana. Next, he twists it around and tries to create a new spell circle. Vassal poured all his strength into this, because if he failed, his heart might not survive. It was clearly a dangerous gamble, but this time Vassal was determined not to play it safe, and the sweet reward for someone who risked his life like him was the second mana spell circle. As Vassal's body gradually stabilized, his strength was completely drained. He tiredly collapsed on the floor, lacking the strength to read the new notification from the system. But after completing this mission, Vassal gained quite a bit of knowledge about his elemental magic, and the mana of those spells was also enhanced. After dawn, Vassal dragged his tired body to meet Professor Hubert, finalize his last report for him. He had completed all the exercise, making him very pleased. This strict professor still wanted to ask one last question. Among the 4 structures that make up magic, which one is the most important? Hubert thought this question was much more basic than the previous exercise because it was a sharp question about reality. But Vassal's expression suddenly froze. Professor Hubert immediately felt he had put him in a tough spot. After all, this was a question he had only recently found the answer to himself. Therefore, this professor had originally planned to ask Vassal another question, but just then, Vassal confidently blurted out the answer. The most important thing is the mental image. This time, even Professor Hubert had to pause for a few seconds. Why do you think that? Vassal calmly but confidently explained his answer. To him, magic is something that can materialize the unimaginable into the real world using mana. The world classifies this process into 4 levels. Synchronization, where we learn the laws of natural phenomena. Mental image, where we reimagine what we have learned in our mind. Construction, the formulas to develop visual imagery. Finally, manifestation, where magic is realized. Formula, understanding, construction, and manifestation can all be learned through effort. But mental imagery is not something we can achieve just through effort. Breaking through personal limits to reach free imagination. That is what determines the level of mental imagery for each. For example, Vassal can use magic to create a small flame. If he considers this flame as an arrow, it will become a magic spell called progression. Next, if he imagines something else, that flame can transform into something completely different. It is also about talk. If your imagination is not limited, you could even create things that do not exist in this world, like a dragon. Just like how shadows are cast where the sun shines or how hot ice exists. Everything starts from understanding the world, but ends up overturning its rule. For Vassal, that is the essence of magic. He spoke at length, confident, which only amazed Professor Hubert more. Just as he thought, the student library was too narrow a world for Vassal, especially for a professor. How could he stifle a young talent by confining him to such a limited world? The mission to gain access to the first floor of Professor's library was accomplished. Vassal had just received recognition from Professor Hubert and 2 low-level magic stones. It was a well-deserved result for his relentless efforts over the past few days. As soon as he got permission from the professor, Vassal quickly made his way to the faculty library. Even though he had only entered the first floor, the vast space and the number of books were enough to overwhelm him. It was completely different from the student library. Vassal quickly found practice such as 3-dimensional ballistics magic or advanced herbalism magic. Of course, Vassal also did not neglect to continuously review the basic theories of magic. After all, that is the foundation of a powerful magician. Because he was so absorbed in the knowledge within the book, Vassal did not notice someone approaching from behind. It was not until this person's voice rang out that he startled and turned around. "You are reading a pretty interesting there." Vassal jumped, but there was no one behind him. "It is over here." The owner of that voice was actually behind him, yet they could move so fast the eye could not catch it. And now they were casually appearing right in front of him. Vassal turned again and saw a middle-aged woman with an incredibly elegant and confident demeanor. She was Lady Daria, and Vassal immediately stood up, bowing respect. "It is an honor to meet the master of the Harmony Tower. I am Vassal Raymond." Standing before someone like Daria, Vassal could not help feel a sense of breathless, because she was a magician with 8 circles of magic. There are hardly any people in this world compared to her. Even though she was over 80 years old, Daria used used a massive amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. Just this alone was enough to understand how abundant Darius' mana lineage was. He just did not understand why she was here. So the kid knows me. Don TB210. I am just a fellow traveler on the same path as you. After a moment, Daria pulled out a lollipop. This action left Rassel stunned for a moment, realizing Daria was treating him like a child. But it makes sense. After all, Rassel was currently in the body of a child. He obediently accepted candy and started eating it. Daria began strolling through the science library, and Rassel followed her. But how could a little student get into the professor's library? After a few steps, Daria asked, "Professor Hubert let me in." Rassel replied honestly. A smile of excitement appeared on Daria's face. "Is that stubborn guy? Forget it. What you are learning is quite interesting. Pure mana, and the mana distribution is very stable too. How rare is that?" Daria's gaze seemed to see through Rassel's seek, making him tense up again. But she quickly reassured him, saying she was not here to teach or lecture. "Just try to maximize your ability. We will meet again soon." Daria left a vague remark, and after tapping her magic staff on the ground a few times, a flash of red light appeared, and Daria's figure quickly disappeared. "Master of the Fire Tower," Vassal replied, somewhat confused, and he did not know how long it took to calm down. He never thought he would meet a legendary figure like White Snow Daria here. It truly was an unexpected fortune. He returned to his studies until it got late, then left the science library, and this was seen by a group. This group of classmates thought that to have access to the science library, Vassal must have latched onto some professor, but even so, it would not change his unfortunate. Vassal was already used to these jabs, so he had no intention of retorting. After all, whether his efforts would pay off or not, he would find out later when the opportunity arose. And that opportunity came quickly when a few days later, practical magic class was held. As usual, first student called by the professor would go down to the arena and choose another student to be their opponent. Professors usually select the weakest student first, so that they can choose a peer of similar skill level. In his previous life, Vassal was always the first to be called, but the result was still a dismal defeat. In this class, his classmates also bet that Vassal would be called again, and some clueless mages in class started saying he should pick them as opponent to have a chance to improve their score. Clearly, even the weakest student in the class looked down on him, seeing him merely as a stepping stone to boost their own score. However, this time, something unbelievable happened. When all the students thought that the name Rassel Raymond called for professor in charge of this practical lesson called out Anton Frederick instead. Everyone froze, and only Anton and the professor understood what was going on. After all, he was benefiting quite a bit from the Frederick Association that had set him up to choose the first opponent. Vassal did not seem surprised by the situation. Ever since Anton said he would see him in class, he had guessed that he would use every trick to humiliate him in front of the whole class. And just as Rassel predicted, Anton stood in the arena, his eyes locked onto him, and shouted loudly, "What are you still sitting there for? Come on, Rassel Raymond." Meanwhile, Darius had arrived at his private office to meet Hubert. Through their conversation, it turned out that Hubert was actually Darius's student. After finishing their small talk, she directly brought up Rassel. "So you let a kid named Rassel into the professor's library?" Hearing his former teacher ask that, Hubert became tense. Did he do something wrong? "It is just that I have not seen something like that in a long time." "You are right." Hubert sighed heavily. Rassel's mana flow is narrow, creating an unusual condition. Even on this no one can heal him. Based on Hubert's expression, it is hard not to see how much he regrets Rassel's talent. However, after hearing this, Darius burst out laughing and called him an idiot because Rassel had already healed himself. From their brief meeting in the library, she had discovered that and also realized that he had completed opening the second magic circle. Back in the practical magic class, in response to Anton's provocation, Rassel had no reason to stay sitting in the stands any longer. Moreover, the system task had been released. He wins this practical magic battle, he will receive 2 low-level magic stones and unlock a storage space of 40 pounds. Storage space is a type of magic that only the wealthiest wizards can use. Using it to store magic stones would be incredibly convenient. Thinking about this, Vassal unconsciously smiled, and that smile of his irritated Anton on the other side. "Bug, do not you realize what situation you are in? Do you want to live? Beg me." Vassal felt like he had just heard a joke. "Beg me." As his mana surged and flowed out, the energy swirling around him made Anton on the opposite side feel something was off. Professor in charge of the match signaled for the two to take their position, and the match would begin shortly. At this moment, Anton was ready to fire, as he felt that the trash had successfully opened the second magic circle. The fact that someone always considered trash, like you could open the second magic circle, was an insult to him. Therefore, Anton was extremely eager. The whistle signaling the start of the match had just blown, and he quickly unleashed the second magic circle, a fire attack. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, faced with this storm of fire, the trash remained completely calm. You waved your hand, using magic to create a shield. The important thing was that the shield was tilted, effectively wearing down the opponent's flame and protecting yourself from the heat. This neat action by the trash made several professors in the stands unable to hold back their amazement, while others were so shocked they broke into a sweat, wondering if the trash had always been hiding their talent. Anton had expended a large amount of mana for this fire attack. When he saw the trash able to withstand, his right arm could not help but tremble uncontrollably. The amount of mana was not strong enough for him to maintain the firepower for too long. The trash cautiously used the shield, and then at the right moment, when Anton's firepower weak, counterattacked with the second magic circle, a fire missile. Your fire arrow shot fiercely, piercing through Anton's flame and heading straight for him. Once the fire missile was unleashed, the fact that the trash had opened the second magic circle was revealed to everyone, and ironic, Anton, who always confidently believed crush, was struggling to withstand this attack. However, as he barely resisted the first fire missile, the trash already had the second fire missile in hand. The speed of casting was astonishingly fast, and even more surprising, when the trash launched their missile, it transformed into 4 arrows at once. Professors in the stands were even more astonished at this sight. Was that dual cast? I'm not sure, but I do not think it was dual cast. Maybe the speed of his spellcasting was so fast, we thought it was dual cast. You did not try to hold your shield tight. The continuous missiles from the trash left him blinded. Seeing the opponent continuously using fire, he thought of a way to turn his shield into a special fire-resistant material. This was also one of the second magic circle spells, but unfortunately, this action by Anton was completely within the trash's calculations. While this fool thought that way waiting until the trash ran out of mana from the fire missile to counterattack would guarantee his victory. You dealt him a fatal blow, which was a wind arrow. Each giant wind magic arrow came straight down from the sky, aiming to destroy the shield Anton had painstakingly created. Look, he identified the type of shield and its weakness and switched his attack spell type. So, is this really the trash I know? The professors in the stands are so amazed they can't even speak. After that near fatal blow, Anton has been drained of his strength. His tall body is like a dried fish, struggling to get up, and just then, Trash comes rushing in. He has his fists clenched, coordinating with lightning magic to hit Anton hard in the stomach. His arms tremble, still wanting to cast a spell to counteract the Trash 1T give him that chance. Both of his hands are focused on magic, continuously throwing punches directly at the opponent's weak. What kind of magic is that? Stop the match immediately. This can't be magic. Professor overseeing Anton can no longer sit still, but his request to stop the match denied by a newcomer, Professor Hubert, who says this is not magic. Take a good look. What is protecting that trash? Following Hubert's word, he shifted his gaze, and just as Professor Hubert said, the trash is using mana like a knight's magical shield. Hubert's eyes are filled with pride. He never taught the trash, nor does he know where he learned. Clearly, he is using it very well today. Down in the arena, Anton has no ability to counterattack. This match has clearly determined the winner. After taking a series of punches from the trash, Anton finally could not take it anymore and collapsed unconscious on the ground. The stand seemed to explode. The bribed professor looked so scared his face turns ashen. Knowing full well he colluded with Anton, Professor Hubert could not help tease him a bit. Why are you spacing out? Hurry up, announced the winner. Although he was very unhappy, denying the situation any longer was impossible. Professor was forced to announce that the winner of this match is Trash. Well done. Now you can go rest. He subtly urged the trash to leave, but he still did not want to end it. According to the rule, if the winner does not want to stop, they can choose their next opponent. Moreover, the mission clearly states that Vassal will receive extra rewards for consecutive wins in this, so he does not just want to win against Anton. Later, Vassal demanded that his underlings come down to challenge him and set a record with a streak of 14 consecutive wins. Professor Hubert sat in his office, sipping tea and enjoying the pleasure of this news. He just could not understand why the trash could develop so. That night, after beating Anton and his underling, Vassal happily returned to the dormitory. After washing up, he began to check the rewards he received today. The best prize was still the space bag, while the rest were mostly low-level magic stones, which were automatically transferred into the bag. However, among the numerous notifications, Vassal noticed a message about a mysterious reward he had just received. He reached into his spatial bag and pulled out a scroll, which had a map drawn on it. Right after Vassal discovered this map, a new quest in the quest chain was set up, where he had to go to the location marked on that map and complete the assigned task. Once he reaches the location, Sang will guide him on what to do next. The reward for completing the quest includes 5 common magical stones and a mysterious reward. The common mana stones can be used after he unlocked third spell circle. Speaking of the third spell circle, Vassal felt a bit complicated before returning to the path. He had tried countless times but had never reached this stage. Vassal was not sure if he could do it this time either. Not to mention, even though the location was clearly marked on the map, Vassal had no idea where it was. Therefore, he decided to look for information in the library professors the next day. However, this time Vassal really faced a tough challenge. As he flipped through dozens of could not find any place that matched the location on the map. He spent too much time searching for this location without any result. So Vassal decided to focus on unlocking the third spell circle first. While thinking, Vassal returned to the lecture hall area. When he looked up, he saw many frightened eyes directed at him. After the practical session the day before, Vassal was no longer bullied by his classmates, but he still felt lonely. This made Vassal feel quite ironic. Just then, Professor Hubert appeared. He wanted to speak with him privately. Professor Hubert was the light in Vassal's dark time at the academy, so he was always very happy to talk. The summer vacation is about to end. Do you have any plans yet? Professor Hubert took him to his office. As usual, brewed a cup of tea for Vassal and then started asking questions. Not yet. Vassal replied casually. Do you want to work on a research project? Based on your contribution, your name would even be right after mine in the authorship. What do you think? Professor Hubert's proposition left Vassal unable to hide his surprise. Moreover, key point was that among the 2 magazines he had left on the table, it seemed he had seen the location he needed to find. Thus, although a bit embarrassed, Vassal had to decline the professor's invitation, citing that he needed to go to that place, and then returned the magazine to her. Are you planning to go on vacation in Mandeva? It truly is a fortunate coincidence. When Vassal entered the professor's office, he accidentally found the location he had spent so much effort searching for in the library, could not find. So as soon as summer break started, you hopped on the carriage straight to Mandeva. The journey is quite far. Vassal should eat something to be sure, and your food is really unusual. Just a single magic jelly. Although the taste is a bit strange, this will fill Vassal's stomach. It is really hot. The driver outside suddenly felt a wave of heat and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, but he had no idea that it was Vassal's mana flowing in the carriage. You plan to reach the third magic circle right in this carriage before getting to Mandeva. Meanwhile, Professor Hubert in his office had spent half a day staring at that magazine, pondering, that is strange. Kid is also going to Mandeva. Must be a good thing. Right, she is probably in Mandeva by now. Person Professor Hubert was thinking of is none other than the master of fire magic, Snow White Dariet. This place is Dariet's hometown. It has been a long time since she had a proper vacation, constantly protecting the empire, then giving lectures on magic research and mentoring students. It is truly exhausting. Dariet recalled that in her most recent lecture, she talked about the numbers 3 and 6, which hold tremendous significance for a magic master. Specifically, the number 9 represents the end point of a magical path that a person pursues in their life. The number 6 signifies completion of the 6th magic circle and the hardships one must endure to become a great magic master. And the number 3 marks the turning of the first page, when a person begins to walk alone on the magical path. Thinking of loneliness, Dariet remembered Rastal and wondered if that kid was doing well now. His hardworking demeanor in the library still impressed Dariet to this day. She had no idea that Rastal's carriage had also arrived in Manhwa, the driver just calling out, but got no response when he opened the carriage door. The scene before him left Foreman in shock. Rastal pushed himself too hard to open the 3rd magic circle, and used too much power to stabilize the chaotic man, so he collapsed and passed out. After the driver took him into town, first thing he did upon waking was to eat eat like a warship to regain his strength. Looking back now, he was still scared. But anyway, he achieved his goal, which was to open the third magic circle. Rastal did not dare to break his limit just a few months after returning to the path. But just this is not enough for him. Rastal reminded himself that he must continue to push further, and the immediate task to help him do that is to complete the mission. Find the marked location on that map. It is just that Mandava is too big. Although he has seen the marked locations on the map, Rastal still does not know how to start. Just then, he heard a loud voice. The Volcano Pompeo tour, with the most professional guides and gigantic discounts, is only available today. Without thinking much, Rastal immediately paid to join this tour, and was led to the Volcano Pompeo. According to the guide, this place was originally just a regular mountain. It turned into a volcano because one day, a special creature came here. After hearing that, Rastal could not help feel astonished. The thing only stayed for a short while but changed the natural conditions of the entire region. An image appeared in his mind. Perhaps there is only one creature in this world capable of that. The fire dragon. The knowledge the guide provided seemed enough by now. Taking advantage of their distraction, Rastal quickly jumped down from the cliff. By the time the guide realized a guest was missing, Rastal had already reached the waterfall area. He disregarded the reward and the great potential for growth from completing the mission to get to this place, just because it was related to the creature. However, it seemed like this was a stroke because the map in Rastal's hand suddenly reacted. A beam of golden light radiated, focused together, forming a round shape like a dragon's eye, then shot off. Rastal silently wondered. This was the guiding light the system mentioned in the mission. He saw it dart through the water and disappear. It seemed that what was waiting for Rastal was on the other side of the waterfall. For an ordinary person, this would be a tough challenge. For Rastal, it was different. He swiftly used wine magic, turning it into a giant arrow shot straight toward the waterfall. The wind tore through the water, creating a gap, and Rastal seized the opportunity to dart through. Who would have thought behind the rushing waterfall was a cave formed from lava? Rastal continued deeper inside and discovered a ruin. He did not know how long this place had existed, but it bore the marks of time. But there were no monsters or beasts here. This made Rastal inadvertently let his guard down. After wandering around, he accidentally discovered a door. The entrance was guarded by two stone statues. Rastal guessed this was the place he needed to find. Without thinking much, he immediately moved toward it. But just then, a chilling sensation ran down his spine, causing him to freeze. Oh no, Rastal thought to himself. Have I forgotten all my survival instincts from the time I was a mercenary and let my guard down? I should have realized by now that if there is no monster beast, or even any sound around, it means this area is being suppressed by an extremely powerful creature. Rastal mustered all his courage to turn around. Facing him now was the piercing gaze of a massive Kodomo dragon. As soon as it spotted Vastal, it frantically attacked, swinging its tail viciously. Vastal tried to dodge, but deep down, he was trembling with fear, because a Kodomo dragon is a monster that requires at least 2 teams of mercenary handle. The only thing he could do now was run away, and if he wanted to escape, he had to buy time effect. That in mind, Vastal used lightning magic to form an arrow, the same old trick, and shot it straight at the enemy. The arrow struck the Kodomo, causing its whole body to convulse violently. The monster let out a painful and furious roar, but Vastal knew that this damage was not enough to take it down. Taking advantage of this moment, he tucked his legs and ran straight toward the stone gate. But when he reached the gate, the 2 stone statues that were standing still suddenly came to life. They raised their arms, crossing the weapons they held to block Vastal from approaching the gate. Prove that you deserve to enter the gate with your mana. A mystical voice echoed. What the hell? Vastal shouted. Talk about bad luck. Who would have thought there was this twist? Behind him, the Kodomo dragon had escaped from the attack, and without needing to say, it was clear how terrifying its anger was now. If Vastal could not dodge, he would be dead for sure. But he had just fought hard for a chance to turn his life around. There was no way he would accept dying here. Vastal turned around to face the rampaging monster and created a fire missile with all his mana. He had put everything he had into this move, believing it would take down the monster. Little did he know, when Vastal used the fire missile spell, the red stone embedded in the stone wall suddenly reacted. Kodomo dragon widened its eye, then suddenly stopped. It halted right in front of Vastal, then cautiously knelt down and bowed its head before him. Vastal was bewildered, completely not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, behind him, the 2 stone statues had returned to their original, and the seal of the gate had been lifted. That voice indicated that he had proven himself and was worthy to pass through this gate. The red stone continued to shine, its light bright enough to blind Vastal. He temporarily lost his sight, and it took a while before he could see again. The first thing that struck Vastal's eyes was his own face. To be more precise, you are seeing yourself through a reflective layer of ice. Vastal looked bewildered as he found himself in a cold room, far from home, with thick snow all around and a few stone statues standing guard. Could that light earlier have been a high-level teleportation spell? He was just in the wilderness. As Vastal was confused, a huge object appeared in the middle of the room, emitting a similar mysterious red light. At the same time, a new quest window appeared. It was Chapter 2's quest, requiring him to defeat all the ice golems in the area and overcome the trial of deception. The reward for this challenge is 5 common mana stone and 1 mysterious prize. Ice golem, he muttered. Just then, he heard a loud rumbling sound. The stone statues surrounding him suddenly opened their eyes from ordinary stone. They all transformed into ice and approached him. Quest demands that he defeat all of them. This seems a bit too hard. Vastal fired a missile to take down the first golem. With extensive combat experience, he knew that to take down a golem, he had to destroy its core. However, that missile, which seemed to have hit the golem, only left a wet mark on its back. The type of ice it was made of was indeed tougher than Vastal could imagine. Since fire had little effect, he tried using wind magic. Unfortunately, Vastal could not cast wind magic. Even lightning magic was completely ineffective. It seems this challenge can only be overcome with fire magic. No wonder the quest mentioned a trial by fire. It also means that right now, Vastal can't use any magic other than this property. The situation quickly worsened as he was knocked down by a golem. Dozens of fierce golems pushed Vastal against the wall. In this crowd, if he did nothing, he would definitely be crushed. Vastal's right arm moved slightly as he continued to use missiles for his attack. The golems in front of him were truly terrifying, but he would fight until he could no longer. With a dizzying speed of casting, Vastal launched missiles targeting the swarm of golems. The effect of continuing continuous attack be more significant than a single strike. Even so, Vastal was still at a disadvantage against those monsters, as he was exhausted and had only managed to take down 2. Following this crowd, he would run out of mana before defeating them all. Vastal was desperately fighting back, while starting to look for another solution. To break the solid ice like their armor immediately, Vastal needed to concentrate all his power at one point. In the end, the answer was still 1 degree. Vastal kept looking for a chance to run far away to cast his magic. When he reached the desired distance, he created a missile and then charged it up. Not stopping there, Vastal also added the Fire Thunder spell formula and finally merged all of these together. Power began to be compressed, but just then, a golem ran up in front of him and swung its ice axe. Vastal's heart rate and he shouted loudly, merged together. A blinding explosion and a brilliant flash of light appeared. The golem in front of Vastal was torn apart, and in his hands was a flaming scythe. Although very tired, it seemed he had found the break. The evidence was the new notification from the system, reminding him that his understanding of the fire element had exceeded the limit. Vastal himself feel it. This power was at least on par with the 5th magic circle, and maintaining this flaming scythe had already consumed a large amount of his energy. Therefore, Vastal had no reason to hold back. He gripped his new weapon tightly and charged golem fight for his life. The golems were big and heavy but slow, while Vastal was small and agile, plus his battlefield experience from his past life. He zipped past several golems like an arrow. In an instant, he took down 2, then another one. At this point, Vastal's opponent was left with only 1 golem, but he encountered a lot of difficulty in taking down this last artifact, because right after Vastal took out another golem, this last one hit him from behind, pushing him against the wall. Vastal used the flaming scythe to block that blow. Otherwise, he would have been done for, but the price of staying alive in that situation was that his mana drained. The scythe in his hand was also about to lose its shape. With Vastal's calculation, could only launch 1 final strike. Facing the raging golem charging it, he decided to take a step back to gather strength, then threw his weapon like a spear. Along with the loud crash of the monster, his scythe managed to carve a large hole in the body of the ice golem before completely disappearing. Only when he saw that scene with his own eyes did Vastal feel the burden lift, and that is when he collapsed in the ruins from exhaustion. Thanks to completing the mission on time, Vastal received a reward of 5 magic stones, and the mysterious reward was the Horn of the Forgotten Fire attribute. Your life is now guaranteed as well. The giant horn hanging in the air starts to shake violently. Pressure on each chain begins to snap, fall to the ground. A red flame bursts forth, a brilliant red. The reward notification system. The Horn of the Forgotten King. Fire attribute. A blinding light obscuring everything around. Vastal, lying motionless on the ground, is gradually covered by the light. Entering the subconscious Forgotten King to receive the reward, he slowly opens his eyes, his face covered in blood. Right now, Vastal is hanging suspended by golden chains in an endless space with a ring screen in front of him. Where is this place? A series of notifications pop up. You have received a reward. The Horn of the Forgotten King. Fire attribute. Entering the subconscious of the Forgotten King to receive the reward. Vastal wonders. The Forgotten is not Horn of the Fire Dragon. He voices his discomfort and doubt. But is this really the reward? I feel like I am being tortured. Deep, strange voice resonates in Vastal's head. The one who endures the trials of fire and reaches the subconscious of a supernatural being. He painfully gasps in horror. Are these the remnants of thought? I feel like my head is about to burst. The giant horn, burning bright, appears with that deep voice, telling him, I grant you the fragments of the king. Vastal panics. He can only watch as the sharp horn rushes toward him. He exclaims in terror, what? Without giving Vastal time to react, it decisively pierces through his body. Vastal cries out in pain, his eyes rolling back as the sharp end of the horn embeds into him. Shortly after, Vastal's body seems to explode, unleashing an incredible surge of energy, and the voice of the horn resounds again. Use this power. He painfully endures the powerful energy surging within him. The enormous silhouette of a dragon appears behind Vastal, his whole body radiating blinding light along with immense power. The scene shifts to a peaceful beach filled with sunlight and the sound of waves crash. A frail figure lying on the sandy shore. Vastal struggles to open his eye, groaning in pain. He stands up, bewildered, asking, what, where? Looking at the dilapidated castle before him, Vastal now realizes in astonishment. Manhwa. He scratches his head in confusion, asks, what happened there? The system announces again, you have absorbed the Horn of the Forgotten King and reached your limit. The amount of mana you can absorb has exceeded the limit, which is a potential. Intermediate understanding of fire attributes has reached its limit and will become advanced understanding of fire. After reading the announcement, Vastal clenched his fist and began to channel his power, and immediately a massive surge of energy erupted. You are amazed and think, is this my mana? I can almost see how close I am to reaching level 4 of magic. Vastal was so happy he almost cried. He placed his hand on his chest and said, compared to what I went through there, this reward is the pinnacle. A familiar voice called out, catching your attention. So happy to see you here. Vastal was stunned. Darius smiled at Vastal, who was in shock, and said, Lady Darius Snow White. The two stood talking in front of a drink stall. Darius spoke up, I sensed a sudden surge of mana, so I came to check it out. She handed you a cup and said she was surprised to find you here. Vastal, with a bright smile on his face, thank madam. I did not think I would see you here. Power Master. Darius's eyes lit up as she quietly said, the boy is almost at level 4 of magic in such a short time. She glanced at you and could not help but exclaim, his mana is even purer. The boy is basically a genius. Vastal set the cup down and asked, so what brings you to Manhwa? Power Master. Darius looked at the beautiful scenery and replied soft, not many people know. This is my hometown. You were surprised and turned to ask, your hometown? She replied calmly, that is why I come back here every time. Vastal, what brings you here? You looked at her and thought, I guess it is too soon to tell her the truth. Vastal scratched his head, feeling awkward, and replied. After a moment of thought, he confidently patted his chest and said, I came here to learn more about the world. Darius smiled and said, I see. And deep down she was quietly wondering if she should test this ability. Suddenly, she made a suggestion. Would you mind if I tested you a bit? Darius snapped her fingers and used her power. Immediately, flame erupted around Vastal, and a robe appeared draped over. Vastal looked at the design on the robe in shock and thought, this is the robe of the Tower of Harmony. Darius calmly answered the question he had not voiced. Do not worry, it is something you can handle. The system reminded, mission notification. Darius Snow White's test. Her against the human trafficking ship. There are pirates at Manhwa port, and complete her test for a common level mana stone reward. Vastal thought in amaze. Pirates. Remembering the ongoing prison situation, Darius spoke up, blank. I guess you have realized realized it too, but Endymion forbids slavery. The current situation is giving her a headache, which is why we can allow human trafficking ship to dock at our port. On the docks as night fell, the group continued to load. Darius said slowly, but unfortunately, the coastal cliff, an unknown fleet was approaching. She said seriously, and a few guys are trying to anchor near Mandiva. The two sat in a small boat, heading out to sea. Darius calmly said from the front, of course, I can handle this myself. She continued seriously explaining, but the goal of this plan is to rescue the Vic, seize the ship. It requires a detailed plan. Vassal behind began to suspect of being there, so we need to launch an attack. Darius prayed, the kid is catching on. You started to fall into deep thought. The tower master asked for help. Then hundreds of mages would rush in, even the barefooted. At this moment, the small boat had approached the human larger ship. Vassal observed Darius' use of power, silently considering how she specifically asked for my help. The sudden fog rolled in, obscuring the night vision. At this point, Vassal quietly confirmed his suspicion. This must be a test. The small boat neared the target, and Darius called out, Vassal. She turned her head to remind him, what happens from now on might be a bit much for you. You wore a stunned expression listening to Darius' advice, but a guardian's path won't always be smooth and easy. She continued calmly, this is just another fate of our mages. Darius stepped onto the edge of the boat. She jumped up, turning to say, now I will draw their attention, and you will go save the people in the meantime. Immediately after, Darius disappeared from your sight. Vassal pondered over her earlier word, path of a guardian. Darius hovered in the air, looking down to observe the overall situation in the fog. After grasping the situation, she smiled and said, okay, let us tune around here. Darius's eyes glimmered with light. Instant, a massive surge of power erupted, enveloping the sky. She shouted the command. The sound of shouting echoed throughout the night sky. She is attacking it. The people on the ship hurriedly prepared their crossbows aimed at the huge energy field in the sky. Hurry up. The pirate, weapons in hand, nervously looked up at the sky. The captain raised his sword and commanded, fire. A rain of arrows shot up from the ground directly toward Darius. She looked at the clowns with a disdainful smile. One pirate exclaimed in horror, damn it, can T reach her? Darius, enraged, summoned a dark flame and shouted, you bastard, daring to hide in my territory. She gently blew the flame in her hand away. Small flames began to fall onto the pirate's ship, and they looked on in confusion at what was happening. Darius said, let us see if you can handle this as well as your courage claim. Seeing the flames burning on their ship, they panicked. What the hell? One tried to stomp out the fire and angrily shouted, what did you do? Before he could lower his foot, fire, as if having a mind of its own, flared up and grabbed the pirate. He was gradually engulfed by the flame, screaming in pain. Why is it burning like this? The fire gathered together, starting to take on a fixed shape. It glanced around, observing the pirates on the ship. They flickered like flame, illuminating the entire ship. A hand emerged from the sea, grabbing onto the side of the ship. Vassal deftly jumped onto the deck. Soon after, a shout rang out, catching his attention. Move quick. Vassal looked up in silent amazement. Chaotic scene before him. He thought about how the flaming figure was facing the pirate, and Darius' magic covered the entire area. The pirate angrily lunged at it. The flaming figure regained its original form. Vassal silently marveled. I can see it taking the shape human. Its fiery tongue decisively slashed at the pirate's leg. With his wailing scream, the pirate was burned alive in an instant. Vassal looked on in horror at what had just happened. Startled, what is going on? It happened in the blink of an eye. The other pirates fearfully exclaimed. It turned into that form. He regained his composure and turned to look into the ship's hatch. Think, well, now is not the time to be shocked. Vassal opened the hatch, cautiously observing his surroundings as he stepped in. I need to rescue those under Darius' control first. The dark basement echoed, creaking sounds of metal, making one shiver. The guarding pirate heard the loud noises on deck and frowned in confusion. What is going on up there? The captured people joyfully gasped. The navy has arrived. We are saved. The pirate with a sword struck the iron bars loudly, creating a deafening noise. He sounded like a demon threatening the frightened captain, saying that no matter what happened, they should not even think about escape. The aggressive pirate spoke without noticing what was behind him. Remember that. A hand appeared, gripping tightly at the back of his neck. Vassal ordered in a low voice, pull him. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck, paralyzing the pirate's body. He was shocked by your electric shock, burning and smoking. Vassal threw him to the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was no one above. The person who was imprisoned hurriedly stood up, clinging to the bars and asked, are you here to save? You were drawn in by the sound and glanced over. Vassal nodded affirmatively with a reassuring smile, said they had to wait until the pirates left. It would be safer here now. Upon hearing this, the person immediately knelt down and bowed his head, exclaiming, O divine spirit, you have heard my prayer. You looked around silently, wondering how many people were locked up in this tiny place. Vassal stared in shock. He looked at the child huddled in the corner and involuntarily gasped. Are they really selling this kid into slavery? Vassal gritted his teeth in anger and curse. He looked at the lifeless body of a guard lying on the ground and exclaimed in shock, what the hell? A leading thug suddenly shouted angrily, get that bastard. The thug, fierce and determined, quickly charged toward Vassal. He raised an eyebrow, annoyed, and raised his hand to use magic as a serious warning. I am the one who is capturing. Chains covered with bolts of lightning moved swiftly through the pirate, quickly collapsed from the electric shock, and Vassal calmly closer. One of them, still barely alive, weakly asked, are you a wizard? He stubbornly maintained a condescending attitude. If the commander comes. Before the pirate could finish, Vassal issued a command. Drag him. He continued walking toward the room deeper inside. Vassal stood in front of a dark, ominous room and said, this prison. Shortly after, a voice asked, are you the wizard of the Harmony Tower? Vassal used magic to conjure a glowing orb. Drag him. When he saw them clearly, he was shocked and thought they were elves. An elf suddenly stood up again and asked Vassal, so you are the wizard of the Harmony Tower? He remembered the flower on his robe and realized, so that is why they recognized this symbol. Vassal calmly replied, I am not a member of the Harmony Tower. But a cold voice interrupted, anyone will do. The voice commanded, open this door. Vassal forced a smile while silently judging. I do want to open the door for them, but this guy's voice is really annoying. Looking at the arrogant face of the intruder, he thought, even in this situation, he is still like that. It is enough to make me want to leave. A serious tone rang out. Stop. Sitting inside. Called out to remind him, careful with your behavior. Seeing her sitting there, questioned. The elves next to her helped her stand up, and Elo calmly explained, he is not an ordinary person. She stepped forward to stand in front of him, and despite Vassal's frown, she continued, possesses a pure mana like a bolt of lightning at dawn. Elo gently smiled and affirmed, I can sense the essence of the spirit from him. Staring at Ilo, he asked in confusion, not an ordinary person. What do you mean? She pondered for a moment and replied, I can smell the spirit's essence within him. Vassal thought to himself, is it the spirit? Another elf exclaimed in shock, no way could it be? Is the spirit scent coming from a person? He instinctively brought his arm up to his nose, wondering, do I smell like some? A voice called out, pulling Rasol out of his thought. The wizard of the Harmony Tower. Dam stepped forward with a forced expression, silently looking at him. Right after that, he bowed his head and pleaded to Rasol, please save us. Then all the elves inside simultaneously bowed their heads and cried out, we beg you. Rasol was taken aback by this unbelievable scene and thought, elves are known for their pride, yet they changed because of her words. He looked at Ilo, who was calmly bowing, and could not help but think, could she be a high elf, or even more? Rasol used magic to melt the lock. At that moment Ilo spoke, the guard. She looked at him and calmly asked, have you defeated all the pirates? And the worm, Rasol, with a confused and bewildered expression, replied, worm. Now a figure appeared, looking at the pirates he had just defeated. Ilo said seriously, they are still strong. Captor scanned the ship's hull, searching for targets. She asserted, even more than the skilled magic warrior. The next prison door opened, and on the ground were the defeated pirate. Captor smiled a peculiar, delighted smile. On the ship's deck, John Click was leisurely observing the chaotic scene of fire and fighting before continuous screams, damn it. He leaned against the helm and said, what a fiery battle. What a show. John Click reached behind him to pull out his massive blade. Right after that, he jumped and vanished from his original position. John Click appeared like a reap, striking both of the Hellfire dwarfs. He vanished. He growled angrily, are you all really still worried about a few attacks like this? Pirates saw who had arrived and cheered. It is the leader. The ship erupted with excited cheers, reaching Daria, who was hovering in midair. The leader is here. She is finished. We will tear her apart. She looked at the monkeys below her and smiled. Interest. Immediate. Darius dove down to join the fray, feet landing firmly on the railing near the helm. John Click and the pirates immediately turned to look. Daria, like a queen, down from above, leaning on her staff. John Click scoffed and asked angrily, are you closing the distance between us? She did not answer directly but calmly replied, it seems you are the leader. Proudly declared with calm, that is right. I am the captain of this ship. John Click. Darius assessed him with a glance and remarked, look at how you wield your aura. John Click stayed silent, listening to her question. He must have been a knight. What are you doing? He began to let out a self-satisfied laugh, covering his face and roaring with accusation. Does the title of knight really bring in money to eat? John Click raised his head proudly and said, the Click brothers made a fortune from the slave trade. Darius frowned and asked, brothers. He started to quietly use his power, taking advantage of her distraction, quickly lunged forward. This was the moment. A powerful strike aimed directly at Darius. At the same time, below the prison, the wall behind Gyazot suddenly shifted, causing it to start cracking. An urgent alert rang out, helping him notice something unusual. It was too dangerous. The wooden wall burst apart, creating a cloud of dust. Gyazot quickly dodged the attack, but he coughed violently due to the dust. He erected a protective barrier around himself, exclaiming, what is this? Looking at the debris at his feet, he thought, the hell. Captor watched Gyazot's move amusement, saying, you managed to block up. He released energy and drew his sword, stepping closer to guess, you must also be a mage. Gyazot assessed the source of power within him. Silent aura from that sword. Is he a knight? A system notification popped. Tough battle ahead. First fight against a sword. The situation is very difficult, but defeat your opponent. What is the reward? Intermediate mana stone times 5. Illo reminded him from behind. Guard. Careful. She looked at Cap, who was approaching with an imposing aura, explaining, he is the vice captain on this ship. He scoffed and said, even if you are a mage, you are just a kid with a runny nose. Saying that, Captor pirate lying motionless on the floor with disdain. You did not kill him, but you kicked him out. He bluntly said something unexpected. If you have won, you should finish them off. Captor sneered, pointing his sword at Wrath. I will show you. He also would not back down and unleashed his own power. Lightning bolts surrounded Wrath. In his heart, calculated, fire magic has a very wide area of effect. If so, Ratzel jumped to the side, launching a lightning bolt at Captor. Dragged his sword that was stuck in the ground and said, use lightning to fight back against the sword. He swung down, causing wooden planks to erupt directly in front of the incoming lightning strike. The wooden plank, being insulated, successfully blocked this attack. Captor mocked, you really have lost your mind. The moment after, he stomped down hard and rushed toward you, gasping and stuttering. Ratzel 10 struggled to use lightning magic to hold Captor back. You gritted your teeth, finding it hard to think, why was not my attack working on? Captor faced the barrage of wild lightning bolts without fear, smugly saying, can't do anything. He raised his sword in front of, easily blocking your magic. This sword is special. It can withstand light. Ratzel, astonished, could not help but exclaim, he is not affected by the lightning magic. Cap, with his bright red eyes like a demon, closed in and swung down at you. The blade of the sword clapped protective shield, creating a deafening sound. His sword seemed to be gradually absorbing and wearing down Ratzel's shield. You were horrified, staring wide-eyed, unable to believe it. My shield. Ratzel desperately braced against the shield, which was beginning to crack. But just seconds later, the shield was destroyed, and the strike aimed straight at you left Ratzel in shock. Powerful slash aimed at Darius. John Click was stunned to find that what he attacked was just an illusion created by thought fire. John Click turned his head, clicking his tongue in annoyance, looking toward Darius. He scoffed, saying, a mate. You sure know how to run away. She maintained a calm expression and replied, let me ask you a question. Is your brother a knight too? John Click, please, raised his sword to answer. That is right. But of course, he is not as good as. He casually slashed at the air, saying, are you going to summon fire again? Darius slowly responded, this time it will be a bit different. John Click was taken aback by this ambiguous answer. Immediately after, the two summoned hellfire in strange. He looked at the two flame figures before him, silently assessing two of. John frantically attacked, but soon noticed something strange. The more he slapped, the more they multiplied. In just a short time, he found himself surrounded by a horde of hellfire figures. Darius stood above, looking down with a bewitching smile. The hellfire figures quickly rushed past, leaving him no time to react. John Click, now afraid, turned to look at her, panicking. No way. That moment, he realized what kind of level the person for him was. John Click exclaimed in shock, why is the fire witch appearing here? The scene shifted down to the ship, where pieces of the shield and blood were splattered everywhere. Captor looked surprised at the emptiness before him. He turned to see Razzle had moved to the side at some point. This left Captor wide-eyed in shock. He looked at you, still standing firm after that deadly attack. Astonished, did it avoid that blow? Remembering the moment when Captor broke through your protective shield, he frowned in doubt. It should have been sliced in half by now. Observing the energy surrounding Razzle's body, he began to speculate. Is it surrounding itself with defensive magic to enhance body? Captor smirked with an excited, twisted smile. Think, whatever it is useless. It is just like a rat caught in a trap. Elo anxiously watched the battle, could not help but call out, guard. Razzle again, clutching his chest in tension, thinking, knight. You recalled the memories that felt buried, remembering the face that haunted, the one you had met before. before. Rassel feared reflecting on that bloody scene. He had killed an entire group of innocent mercenaries, just bumping into. Just as you were about to collapse, a savior appeared. Alan stood in front, protecting Rassel behind him. The two faced each other, both wielding immense power. You thought the only one who could stop him was a mage. Both charged into battle, almost evenly matched. Rassel thought of Alan while fighting, calculating and observing how that person fought. Back in reality, you had summoned a new protective shield. Facing the crazy attack of Cap, Rassel quickly calculated and looked for a shield. One of his strikes powerfully struck down on your defense. Immediately, the shield shattered, creating a deafening sound. To his surprise, right under that layer of protection was another shield, which was Rassel's calculation for a different shield. Captor was astonished, thinking, can it block that? Just when he was distracted, Rassel quickly concentrated energy in his palm, ready to counterattack. You struck hard in the stomach, catching Captor off guard. He received this blow and flew far away, creating a cloud of dust. Captor slammed painfully against the wall, letting out a cry. Rassel was also heavily injured, while Cao Dao struggled to hold himself. You hit out, your body shaking, wondering if you have lost too much blood. Then you reached out to break the lock on the cell door. Rassel released the elves that were being held captive and said, everyone, leave. Elo gratefully bowed his head and spoke, thank you, Guardian, while he also added, thanks. You extended your hand and suggested, if you feel okay, follow me. When suddenly a gloomy voice echoed, this little brat. Captor unexpectedly stood up after taking Rassel's direct attack, astonishing everyone there. He was so furious that his eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his head, thinking he should have been the one to chop my head off. You were shocked to see Captor still able to stand, silently questioning, I did everything right. Rassel immediately raised his hand to shield Ilo and ordered, please take the captives upstairs. Dang protested in dissatisfaction. You want us to release those humans? Another elf chimed, you want to? But Elo interrupted this discontent, agreeing with Rassel. Alright, Guardian. Captor stood up, twisted his neck, and mockingly said, is there still time to save this? He lunged to the side, escaping from his original position. Cap, full of fierce energy like a raging demon, wildly attacked Rassel's defense, excitedly reminding, take care of yourself first. Each swing of his blade easily shattered a layer of defense. As soon as he broke through the first layer, Captor anticipated your move, not giving Rassel a chance to counterattack. Think I won't give it a chance to fight back. He wore a smug smile at your struggle during the fight. Under such overwhelming power, Rassel could only frantically use magic. Shielding. Seeing the elves trying to escape, you told yourself, I have to hold on. The group of elves got the key from the body of the jailer. They swiftly rescued those who were captured by the pirate, and Rassel silently vowed, just a little more to get everyone out of here. Soon after, an announcement sounded as if unlocking this dangerous situation. Guardian, everyone is safe. Captor remained very confident in his ability, derisively taunting you. You think this will work? A gentle voice rang out, accompanied by bright red flames spreading throughout the cell. Of course it will. He was stunned by this unexpected turn of event, unable to dodge in time. Rassel changed his demeanor, smiling calmly, flaring, and now I will eliminate. The flames grew large, spreading throughout the ship. Captor started to feel, what is this? Rassel's eyes had changed, sharp like a prowling leopard. He sensed the danger and immediately stepped back, contemplating. The atmosphere around him was changing. The expression on Captor, combined with an indescribable excitement, made him think. Finally, he was ready to strike. Captor harnessed the energy within his body and then aimed it directly at Rassel. He confidently declared, then I will stab both you and your shield. Suddenly, you started to use your magic, catching Captor off guard. Rassel conjured a spear made of bright red fire. You fiercely pointed the spear at, unafraid and ready to face the fiery spear. Cap, with a fierce expression, swung his sword forward. Assess fiery spear. Seeing Rassel's imposing demeanor, he immediately doubted. This is completely different. This spear, flash of two attacks, created a deafening sound and blinding light, and Captor quietly wondered, it must be at least several levels higher than the magic he cast before. At this moment, on the ship's deck, the situation was unfavorable for John Click. Cursed angrily. Damn it. John Click watched the growing horde of hellfire closing in on, frantically calculating his options. The more I kill, the more they come, but I can't wipe them all out. He cursed silently, greeting, what the hell is my stupid brother doing? Observing Darius still standing there calm, John Click grew more frustrated. Think if he were here, I would have caught up with that witch by now. The horde did not give him a moment's rest and charged at him again. John Click only used one slash to hold them back, telling himself, just a little longer. Suddenly, the wooden planks beneath his feet started to glow with light. The ship shook violently, making John Click, who was already anxious, even more panicked. Watching the light growing larger beneath his, he became increasingly suspicious of this precarious situation. A massive beam of light pierced through the ship and shot straight up into the sky, causing the night to briefly vanish. The sea trembled. John Click stood right in the center of that enormous energy, immediately feeling pain and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He could not believe he had been defeated. He could only helplessly shout in anger, no way. Darius was also shocked by the scene unfolding. He covered his mouth, exclaiming, what is happening? She heard the noise and turned to look. Upon seeing Ilo and the elves rescuing the prisoner, she thought, I was too careless. Then looking at Ratso lying in the ship's hold, she blamed herself, leaving Ratso to handle everything. In the flickering firelight surrounding, you lay silently in motion. The system displayed a notification. You have completed the mission and received a reward. You have obtained a medium mana stone. Below the ship, pirates were still aggressively boarding the small boat, continuously shouting, the leader is down. Surround them. Focus on defense. Hearing those chaotic sounds, Darius just laughed mockingly, then gently raised his staff. She used magic to control the group of hellish dwarves and said, we should think carefully about. Darius decisively slammed the staff down on the deck, causing a loud noise. That sound was like a signal, making the dry dwarves hesitate before jumping into the sea to attack the pirates' small boat. The large ship began to move, leaving behind the dazzling light of the recently ended battle. The healing magic is being used by Ilo on Zaso, injured all over, struggled to sit up and ask, what happened? She gently reminded, do not move. Zaso, always warm from the magic, still radiate. Ilo spoke, my mana has not recovered yet, so healing will be a bit slow. Darius saw Zaso wake up, could not help praise, good job. You defeated 2 knights by yourself. Zaso still looked used and exclaimed, vassal question, I thought I only fought one. She calmly explained, actually, 2 was. The 2 leaders of the pirate gang are tied to the mast, unconscious and silent. Ilo gratefully said. She seriously revealed before Zaso's confusion, it is a huge debt, although I can repay it right away, but Ilo proudly declared, daughter of the White Fur tribe, swearing in my ancestor's name, I will one day repay this favor. He humbly replied, I am Zaso Rima. I am just doing my duty as a bodyguard. Miss Ilo. Just as he was bowing, Darius suddenly interrupted and said, do not forget about it. From the fire tower, the call rang out clearly. Power Master. Dam and his companions appeared seriously and reported. We have finished checking the prisoner's condition. She contentedly replied. Good. Darius turned to look at Ilo and prayed. Your subordinates are very. Zaso unexpectedly thought. They have behaved completely differently than before. He turned to her and asked, Miss Ilo, what did you mean back in the ship's cabin? Ilo calmly replied, you are asking about. Darius was startled and turned his head when he heard her question. When I mentioned the soul, she began to show concern. Zaso replied, that is right. Ilo probed. Do you have mixed blood with the dragon race? Zaso wondered. Dragon race. He recalled the image of a giant dragon hiding in the forest and replied pensive. That is right. Actually, I have the blood of an azure dragon, but only like a drop in the ocean. She gently lifted his hand, slowly inhaling the faint fragrance and said, but even a little dragon blood is enough to attract spirit. Ilo calmly explained the reason before Zaso's confusion. I can smell the very strong spirit scent from anyone. That is why I wondered if you also had mixed dragon blood like me. Darius quietly speculated as he witnessed the entire conversation. Could the chaos blood be the reason Zaso has developed so quick? She looked towards the distant horizon and thought, could become someone. Under the sunlight, Zaso's face became clear. Darius pondered, causing a stir throughout the Endymion kingdom. It is the whole continent that is right. When the sun was fully up, the ship docked. The group of elves safely disembarked, and the soldiers helped those who were captured out. A familiar call caught Ilo's attention. Miss Ilo. Darius smiled warmly and asked, I am sure you will be in hiding until you regain all your mana. Right. She confirmed with a nod. That is right. Looking at the impressive mansion in the bustling city, she made a suggestion. My estate is not far from here. If you do not mind, you can stay there. I think you could help with Zaso's training. Pointed at himself. Used an app. Training. Ilo smiled brightly and replied, if I can return the favor that I am more than willing. Darius put his arm around Zaso's shoulder and asked, you do not want to? He happily replied, of course I do. I really want to. Zaso at that moment felt a thrill thinking about the special training from the tower, Master of Harmony. She gestured to the group of elves and said, then please follow this way. Your luggage will be brought here soon. Ilo replied, thank you, madam. Vaso walked ahead, worried and asked, Power Master, is that okay? The new semester is about to start. Darius winked reassuring. Do not worry. Hubert will handle it. He could not help but feel speech, silently empathizing with Professor. On the trail leading up the high mountain, the waves below crashed loud. The caravan moved forward in a line. The coachman drove very steadily, and the carriages smoothly passed through the forest and over the mountain. Throughout the journey, the sound of the carriage echoed in the mountain. Finally, carriages stopped in front of a mansion as large as a castle. Darius announced, we have arrived. Vaso got out of the carriage, looking up in awe. It is so. Darius pushed open the gate to the mansion, smiling at everyone behind him. Feel free to go ahead. Do not be shy. She led the way through the flower garden, showcasing its vibrant colors. Ilo was captivated by the flower, expressing her gratitude. It truly is a beautiful place. Thank you for your kindness. Power Master. As Vaso was walking, something caught her eye. Seeing the fountain not far away, he was startled. Wait, this place. A memory was triggered. Vaso was sure he had been here with Heron before. He then called out to Darius, Power Master, I have something to ask. She politely turned back. What is it? Vaso stepped forward and gently asked, this villa was not yours before, was it? Darius T. If you heard that, you would think I stole it. He awkwardly chuckled. I am sorry, but she honestly shared. You are right. Its former owner was some trading company. We just bought it a few years ago. Vaso looked on it. Memories and familiar feelings came flooding back. Just as you thought. This place is one of your family's assets. Darius was concerned. Do you want to ask anything else? Vaso smiled. You glanced around the large mansion. After the family fell, you heard it was sold for a low price. As you were about to step inside, Vaso could not help but exclaim, I never thought I would come back here one day. A week later, a figure quietly walked into the room. A gentle voice rang out. Here she is. The elf girl from the White Leaf clan appeared. Respectfully speaking, I am sorry for calling you. The lady sipped her tea, her eyes bright. How relieving. It seems most of her mana has recovered. In Darius's eyes, faint green glow enveloped Ilo's body. She smiled. Just like you, Tower Master. Since we talked earlier, can you help Vaso with soul training? Ilo used her magic. Water danced around. You meant soul training, right? Darius nodded. Exact. Ilo looked around and wondered. But whereas Vaso? She smiled mysterious. I told him to go do something else. The river flowed through the valley. A desperate cry echoed. A figure fell freely into the water. With a splash, water sprayed into the air. Shortly after, Vaso floated to the surface and took a deep breath. You swam to the shore, brushed your hair back, and sighed. Failed again. Vaso recalled the earlier conversation between you and Darius. She asked, what did you learn from the fight with those pirates? I mean, what do you think you need? That time, the opponent had closed in on you. Luckily you had a shield. You hesitated. Then, looking at the cliff on the other side, you replied, distance. Darius prayed, right. Distance is very important for a mage in battle. You turned around, flashed a confident smile, and instructed, focus on the sign. Standing on the cliff, Darius boldly into the air. Flames flickered beneath feet. Think about closing the gap. Body disappeared, leaving only a faint flame in place. With a whoosh, Darius landed on the opposite rocklet. Vaso was astonished. That was time-space teleportation. Blink. She turned to look at you. From now on, you should practice jumping across this cliff. Blink. Vaso listened intently to her words. Later, it would become a powerful tool for you. At the same time, the system appeared, announcing the mission. Learn time-space teleportation. Reward. Intermediate mana stone. Back in the present, Vaso warily dragged his soaked body up to the surface. You climbed the cliff with determination not to give up. Blink. Whether the spell circle is small or large does not matter. Sitting on the cliff, Vaso tried to analyze. You could only learn this magic by understanding its rules. Standing on the cliff looking down, you seemed somewhat worried. Vaso focused and took a step into the void. As expected, the sound of the freefall game rang out right after. Time passed. The sunset fell. You tiredly climbed the cliff, drenched. Is this learning magic or just exercise? Vaso closed his eyes, searching for the feeling of the magical flow. Focus now. Think about closing the gap. This time, beneath your feet, there was a fiery magical vortex, just like when Darius demonstrated. Vaso lifted his other foot off the cliff, fire enveloping both legs. It seemed he was about to succeed. Just when you thought you could teleport to the other side of the cliff, right now, a voice called out from behind. Vaso, so you ended up falling into the river. Darius was the culprit. She smiled widely as she watched you fall. And once again, panic of losing gravity, and the loud sound rang out. That night, by the campfire, Darius stroked your hair. From today, you will learn about soul consciousness. Vaso warmed himself by the fire, listening to her instruction. Ilo will help you. Ilo expressed her gratitude. I am glad I can help you. You bowed appreciative. Thanking her, Vaso sat by the fire. The elf girl began to guide. Now slowly close your eyes. Darius sat on a rock observing the situation. Ilo's soothing voice echoed as she imagined something related to fire. Firecraft. She suggested morning, the midday, or a campfire. Anything is fine. Shortly after, powerful flame erupted within Vaso's body. Fire. Elo was very surprised. Amazing to have such pure mana in a human's body. Then she closed her eye. I will enter your subconscious and guide you. Elo walked behind Vaso, placing a hand on his back. I led the boy forward. Most people do not know that anyone can enter the soul door, whether human or any other being. We are all born into nature. Purpose of all exist is to connect with each other, and the doors will open. Sitting outside observing, Darius was a bit surprised when he sensed a magical flow. Elo was also curious. What is this flow in his heart? What is this? A blurry image appeared. Is it someone stabbing someone else? Is it hatred? Elo felt a painful spirit ache in her head when she saw that image of her mother. Then she gradually became sober, seeking the way to continue, wondering what this flow in the heart is. They stood before the soul gate, but what they had to cross was a rushing river. Elo looked at Vaso beside her. Is it hatred? She immediately denied it. Maybe it is. Outside, Vaso lost control of his mana. An extremely hot flame exploded out. Darius was startled but did not have time to react to stop. Everything happened too quick. The person closest to Vaso was the most effective. Elo could not escape right away, so she could only unleash her mana to resist. After an unknown amount of time, Vaso slowly opened his eyes and saw Darius looking worried beside him. She asked with concern, "You are awake?" Vaso tried to sit up and looked at her. The Tower Master. He held his aching head, not remembering anything what happened. Vaso asked vaguely, "I feel like my mana just exploded." At that moment, Elo opened the door and walked. He tilted his head. "Miss Ilo." He noticed her arm was bandaged. Elo smiled reassuringly at Vaso. "Really?" Vaso asked everyone in a low voice, also questioning himself. "Is it my fault?" Without waiting for an answer, covered his face in self-blame. "I am really sorry." That night, to clear his muddled mind, Vaso went out Flower Garden to look at the stars. Inside the room, Darius observed him from the window and spoke up. "Miss Ilo." She turned around. What exactly happened? Ilo recounted what had happened. It was truly horrifying. At the core of Lord Vaso's conscience, when we reached the path leading to the soul gate, we could not go any further because suddenly there was a very intense flow of emotion. Darius rested his chin and thought. Flow of emotion. Ilo confirmed. Felt like a flow of hatred. She added, but it also felt like a deeper sorrow. That sorrow was so overwhelming that I wondered how he could hide it for so long. The next morning, right at the edge of the forest by the mansion, Darius called Vaso, who turned his head and replied, "Tower Master." She smiled and said, "Today we begin a new training session." Vaso respectfully bowed. "If you say so," Darius declared. "Get everything cleaned up." He was so surprised that he had to stop and look up. "Wait, you are assigning me work. You will have to help the servants in the mansion for a week. Clean every nook and cranny." Vaso thought in shock. Clean the mansion. Darius continued. "Meanwhile, Elo and I will take a trip capital." Elo politely bowed and said, "See you next week." Vaso shyly bowed back. "Okay, take care you too." Before leaving, Darius did not forget to clarify, "This is not a punishment." Vaso obediently bowed his head. "All right, I will plan to clean up and practice my refracting spells during the remaining time." Then, her next words made his plans go down the drain. "Just so you know, this week I forbid you to use magic." Vaso felt disheartened. After Darius left, he rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning the mansion. First, he picked up a broom and began sweeping the hallway with the clumsiness of a teenager. Grabbed the spear and charged. Then, pushing forward with determination in his voice, "I will work out while cleaning." Vaso thought to himself, he just can't use magic, but the consequences were indeed unpredictable. As the spear was still wet, he moved forward, leaving a wet trail behind, and then he slipped. Vaso fell back. The spear flew up, taking down a vase nearby in the process, and with a thud, he landed on the floor. The vase shattered. A maid came up from behind. "Who charges like that with a spear?" Vaso looked up, hearing the other person say that meant Daria cherished that vase. In his head, he recalled the Tower Master's instruction, and Vaso, cleaning, just follow what the head maid. At that moment, head maid Gia was respectfully leading a group of maids waiting to send Daria off. Gia was a middle-aged woman with a serious, sharp eyes that seemed strict, and right now, the one who spoke was her. Looking at the shattered vase beside him, Vaso finally came to his senses. Gia put on gloves and casually said, "I know you can't use magic for a week." She handed Vaso a cloth. "So from now on, clean according to my instruction." Thus, Vaso's experience as a trainee maid began. When he picked up the vase to clean the base, Gia stood by observing. "You have to support the bottom of the vase with your hand when cleaning the floor." She scolded him. "Did not you think the area behind the door needed cleaning too?" Vaso turned pale. Gia continued to knit. "But it seems you did not see the dirt on the floor." And then came a series of unpleasant criticisms and observations from head maid Gia's position. After a cleaning session, he tiredly sat down on the floor inside. Vaso was sweating, his eyes losing focus. Like this, his mind still buzzing with Gia's stern words. He thought about the rug, the window, feeling like there was nothing worth holding onto in life. Was this a kind of mental training? Without letting him rest, she continued directing, "What time is it? Let us go eat." He sat too exhausted to move, just muttering, "Aha, I will eat later." Gia turned her head, her voice cold and not allowing for objection. "Come with." Vaso stayed, mumbling back, "Okay." In the kitchen for the maid, the dishes were laid out on the table. Laughter and chatter filled the room. Vaso looked around and quietly asked, "There are a lot of people working here." Suddenly someone spoke up. "What is your name?" It was an elderly man with gray hair, looking quite kind. Politely replied, "I am Raymond." He was a bit surprised when he heard your last name. Raymond. Vaso stiffened, and in the moment, he wondered if he knew me. Would have thought. He suddenly prayed, "You look handsome, with black hair and even red eyes." The maid sitting across from you also clapped in agreement. "Right, you look so cool." Suddenly, a strong, muscular young man slapped Vaso on the shoulder. "You look pretty fit too. Give me some of that strength." "You startled." The young man's name was Lucian. He laughed loudly, gave you a friendly slap on the back. "Just kidding." And everyone burst into laughter again. Vaso hugged his shoulder, smiling on the outside, but inside he felt the pain of collapse and tears flowed. "Just endure for a week. This must be the training." It definitely is training. On a beautiful sunset afternoon, with an orange hue painting the sky, Vaso was carrying wood with some of the household staff. Carrying wood is a heavy job. You were sweating, wishing for your magic power. If you could use the wizard's body, you could finish it right away. After finishing the work, Vaso and everyone sat down at the wooden table by the stream, chatting animated. "Here, take." Everyone did a great job. Everyone took their large mugs of beer, excitedly clinking glass. Then Lucian glanced over and saw Vaso chugging beer. He did not hesitate to give you a playful slap that startled you and made you spit out the beer you just drank. Vaso, not pleased, turned to question, "Why did you hit me?" Lucian shot you a warning glance. "You are still a student. Drinking beer is not for you." Vaso suddenly realized, oh my, he forgot he was still a student, thinking he was still a mercenary. The old servant chuckled. It is, poured some beer from his mug for Vaso. "You should learn to drink slowly." He looked at the warm sunset, and sitting in front of such such beautiful scenery without drinking would be a sin. At this moment, as the sun gradually dipped behind the mountain, the warm rays stretched over the tree, draping them in a light golden veil. Behind, someone's voice called out, making Vaso turn around to look. There was another sin. Gia came holding a basket of food. There is beer but no snack. She set the food on the table. The old man with gray hair smiled. Alright, congratulations on the new member. Gia looked at Vaso. You were blending in with Lucian's group. She remained silent, not saying a word, lost in her thoughts. Lucian threw his arm over Vaso's shoulder. They chatted and laughed joyfully. In the following day, as usual, Gia supervised Vaso cleaning. At mealtime, you would happily mingle with Lucian's group. In the evening, sometimes you would lay down to rest beside the fountain. In the morning, you and the maids would take care of the flowers in the garden. Even eating bread, Vaso would be cheerful without complaint. In the evening, you would sit absent-mindedly by the fountain. Tomorrow will mark a whole week. What is this feeling of dissatisfaction? I was lost in thought when someone approached from behind, and you seem to really like this. Seeing Gia, Vaso instinctively stood up and bowed. Hello. Gia pushed up his glass. How many times are you planning to greet me today? You smiled and said, haha, do I do that a lot? I did not even notice. She asked with concern. What brings you out here? Vaso hesitated slightly. You looked up at the bright, starry sky. I remembered someone while standing here. Gia curiously asked, I heard that mages can teleport. Can't you go meet them? Vaso replied, but teleporting is really difficult, and even if I could, right now, they are in a place I can't reach. She understood. I thought mages would not worry about anything. You laughed and said, it is not like that. Gia turned to leave, returning to her cold demeanor. Tomorrow is your final cleanup day. Make sure to do well. Vaso smiled. Before leaving, she turned. I do not know much about magic, but I think you are a good person. Vaso, this surprised you, leaving you momentarily speechless. Gia ran her fingers through her hair and smiled confident. Even if you do not become a great, you can still be a good servant under my watch. Hearing this, Vaso started to feel a headache. Okay, I will remember that. Finally, the day came for Darius and Ilo to return to the mansion. You are back, right? Tower Master. Vaso went to the gate to welcome them. The Tower Master spoke. How are you? Ilo also asked. How are you doing? Vaso, you smiled excitedly. I am doing great. Darius called Vaso to follow her. Come with me for a bit. The two of them strolled through the vibrant flower garden. Darius spoke first. You have had a rough week. Vaso replied. Not really. She shared. Finding medicine to restore Ilo's mana took quite a bit of time. The mana of elves is very special. Suddenly Darius stopped, and I need to check something in the storage cellar. Vaso remarked. You are really busy. She abruptly turned and changed the subject. This place once belonged to the Vemel family. Vaso fell silent, lowering his head and not continuing the conversation. Darius continued. Ilo said that there is a very strong resentment in your heart, and that is why you can reach your soul. Vaso clenched his fist, his hands trembling. Her voice echoed in his ear. That resentment. Do you feel offended? Darius pressed. Is it anger, or is it sadness? Vaso looked down at the ground, faintly replied. All of it. She continued. It reminds me of the first time I met. A memory surfaced. You fought alone to learn magic, but looking back now, you were just a lonely family member trying to rebuild your clan. Darius looked towards the large mansion. Then let us take this place. Vaso jumped. What do you mean by that? She is not sharing for free. Darius gave you hope. Become the battle mage of Ho-Tha and a warrior to protect this country. The next words were a bit hard. Earn a lot of money and buy this place back from me. She smiled encouraging. Do you understand, young man? Vaso was a bit stunned. He silently repeated, young man. Darius' advice was bright as a flower, sincerely suggesting not to struggle alone. That day, in the forest, sitting across from Vaso by the fire, Ilo guided me the last time I approached the soul door. I did not awaken your subconscious. I just guided you with my mana. This time let us go to the door together. You nodded gloomily, still not confident in yourself. What if I hurt her again? The girl smiled innocently to reassure. I have brought a lot of potion. Do not worry. Vaso scratched his head. That is not what I meant. Ilo ignored his unstable mindset and began to guide. Then close your eye. Think of the fire like last time. I will awaken you in your mind. In Vaso's mind appeared a pure white figure. He softly called. Is that you? She gently spoke. Can you see me? Vaso looked down at his pale hand and murmured. So this is your divine mana, leading the way. Just like last time. Everything was calm until they reached a rocky outcrop. Below was a rushing stream. Ilo whispered. This waterfall is still here. Her voice was gentle but full of regret. Still very difficult to approach the entrance to the soul door. He stepped forward a few steps. This water. Ilo tried hard to stop. Vaso, if you are afraid to get closer. The waterfall seemed to have a self-defense mechanism, not allowing anyone to approach. Force like a waterfall pushed Vaso back. He fell and sat on the ground. Ilo sighed. Just looking is already dangerous enough. Overwhelmed by the water, countless thoughts flooded Vaso's mind. Graduating from the academy, choosing to enter the tower, restoring the family, avenging his father. This is... He held his head. I can let this happen. Ilo stood behind comforting Vaso. Just when he was confused, a voice rang in his mind. What is wrong, Vaso? He recognized the owner of this voice. Darius. Immediately after was a warm voice. He is a good person. How could Vaso forget this voice? The maid. Darius crossed his arms and smiled. You are not going to let him off the hook, right? Gia also smiled and replied. That is right. Jiaxo's mind gradually calmed down. Some fragmented memories surfaced. Was Hubert gently patting his shoulder. Come with me for a bit. There was an image of him happily drinking beer with Lucian's group. Alright, let us welcome the new member. There were warm encouraging words from Gia. I do not know much about magic, but I think you are a good person. Vaso. There were sincere comforting words from Darius. Do not struggle alone. He could not help but shed tears. That is right. He could not let it disappear, but Vaso stood up, determined to look at the spiritual door. We can jump through it. In his mind were Darius's teeth. Think about narrowing space-time. Ilo hurriedly interrupted. Do not get any closer. He gritted his teeth and endured the negative flow, overwhelming his body with his mental power. Vaso stepped 1 foot off the stone slab. Fire erupted beneath. Firm confident, even if he fell, he would not be alone. Ilo stared blankly at the figure before him, and the dust of fire swirling in the air. Vaso's body transformed into a faint flame, disappearing from the stone slab, teleporting. His feet, still glowing with fire magic, had stepped onto the other shore. Seeing Vaso successfully standing before the spiritual door, Ilo was delighted. Old man, you did it. The system promptly announced. You have completed the mission. You have received a reward of a common mana stone. Looking at the bright golden spiritual door in front of Vaso hesitated. He had crossed over. Now what should he do? Ilo spoke, startling him a bit. Go into the light door in front of you. Vaso confirmed. As Ilo suggested, the elf girl smiled and explained. You did not expect, did you? We can still communicate because of the mana link. Just then, the system appeared again, announcing a mission. Form a bond with a spirit. Summon a spirit following the elf Ilo's guidance. Create a bond with that spirit. Reward. Common mana stone. Ilo instructed. Put your hand through that portal. Vaso followed but anxiously asked, what will happen? His spirit quietly reached forward. With Ilo's Ilo's word. Now it is up to the spirit. Vasso's spirit fell into dark, surrounded by watching eyes. Could still hear Ilo's voice. No one knows what kind of spirit will come. The eyes blinked and then disappeared. It is possible you want to be chosen. Ilo stood, praying for him. So just reach out and wait. Outside, Darius stood serious, observing Vasso, with Ilo's voice lingering around. That was all we could do. Not knowing how long his spirit had been waiting, Vasso thought, if it is too hard, it is okay if no spirit. His outstretched hand grew wary, but he would not give up. He would not let that make him sad. A powerful spell emerged. A massive red dragon wrapped around Vasso's spirit. He was grateful for every moment that brought him here. The dragon bowed its head and touched his hand. A soul contract was formed from here. Moments later, Vasso struggled to open his eyes, discovering a small red dragon lying in his arm. Looking at the small red dragon with big, sparkling eyes clinging to his shirt, he was slightly surprised. Is this a spirit? Ilo was tearfully happy. Thank congratulations, Darius shouted, not forgetting to remind him, we have more than one thing to celebrate. Hearing that, Vasso also noticed the state of his body. On his chest was a spinning spell. Fourth spell. Vasso recalled the moment he learned teleportation. Darius smiled widely, not holding back his praise. You have overcome your own barriers. The system appeared before him, announcing, you have gained new knowledge about summoning spirit and achieved fourth spell. You will receive an additional reward. Continued, though details were unclear. Vasso was curious. An extra reward. The little dragon unexpectedly had wings. It chirped a few times and flew up. Then it landed perfectly on his head, seeming very satisfied. New perk. Vasso looked up and saw it happily nibbling his hair. Ilo approached to touch it. I do not think this is an ordinary spirit. Girl took it down from his head. Are you going to name it? Ilo brought the dragon in front of Vasso. Give it a name, and I will complete the bond. Darius waited nearby. Sure, so give it a really nice name. Vasso looked at the small red dragon before him. Thought for a moment. Red. Then let us go with that. You say a name that leaves Darius and Ilo stunned, like they have been struck by light. Vasso chuckled. Haha, I was just joking. Even the little dragon breathed a sigh of relief. You shyly think their reaction is really something. You look at the little red dragon and softly ask, can we name it Pepper? The little dragon seems to really like this name. Nodding and happily roaring. Ilo feels like he has come back to life. It sounds so cute. Darius is satisfied. Not bad at all. Vasso laughs along, thinking to himself, Pepper is just a short form of pepperoni. And pepperoni is also a type of meat. Darius speaks up. So to celebrate, tomorrow we will officially start the special training session. Ilo assured, I will teach you about the situation. He lifts Pepper up and down in his hand. Vasso smiled. I am really looking forward to tomorrow. You look at the adorable little red dragon and officially greet it. Nice to meet you, Pepper. A month later, at the academy, it is finally time for the selection towers to choose students. A professor pondered. I wonder how many students will graduate and be selected this year. Bald-headed professor chuckled. It is basically predetermined anyway. Outside, a white carriage stops. A silver-haired woman steps out. The judge of the white tower has arrived. Each tower will select individuals to train this semester. Then, the second carriage stops. A man in a yellow coat steps out. The judge of the black tower has arrived. They are not chosen. Then who else? Next, a man with blonde hair and a blue coat down. The judge of the commercial tower has arrived. He is right. So a professor from the academy laughs and said, we need to recruit more students. The bald-headed professor nods in agreement. Sure. The other person continued. For our benefit. I mean for the benefit of this. The bald-headed professor chuckled. Aha, right. For this school. Their conversation was overheard by Hubert. Clicks his tongue. Who would dare to claim themselves as students? Well, they only like a few talented students anyway. Just then, a strong hand carriage door. The judge of the fire tower has arrived. The students turn pale at the sight of this person, fearfully taking a deep breath. The representative of the fire tower is a muscular man, quite fierce, long wine red hair, cold, vermilion eyebrow. Hubert glances over, unable to suppress a gulp. Why is he here? Yuzen steps out of the carriage and looks around. Then he smiles slightly. Probably not here yet. Hubert nervously thinks to himself. Sending him as a judge means she does not want to choose too many students. Right. At this moment, in the sky over the town, a shadow flickers like a spark, beating up to get there. As Hubert nervously thinks, the students have not shown up yet. He suddenly appears right above Yuzen. As the judge of the fire tower, Yuzen is very sharp with fire magic. He is on alert. He quickly turns around and looks up. On the other side, he let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his brow. You stood on the machine in front of the academy, almost breaking out inane. But before he could celebrate, his gaze collided with someone's silhouette below. He saw a man frowning at him, looking astonished. Vermilion Yuzen. Not wanting to look long, Yuzen turned and walked into the academy. Fierce smile spread across his face. This would be interesting. Beating that guy would surely be a blast. Going back a little in time, in front of the Dariat mansion, Vasso spoke, thanking everyone very much. He looked at Ilo, sincerely wishing her well, hoping she would return home safe. Ilo smiled and nodded, thanking you, my benefactor. Then, Vasso looked at Sangjia and the maid. She was a bit surprised to be called out and heard him say, I will definitely come back. He confidently declared, until then, I will be the master of, so take good care of it. Raya pushed her glasses up, smiling knowingly. We know. I hope so. Vasso said goodbye to everyone. Although it was a short time, he truly thanked them very much. Dariat confirmed once again, you do not need a ride down. Vasso started his body. I do not want to be late, so I will run faster. So she spoke up, then on your way back, I have a request to ask of you, young man. Dariat handed him a carefully sealed letter. Can you deliver this letter to Hubert? Vasso nodded. I will definitely deliver it. He noticed Dariat's expression did not seem too happy. Okay, thank you. Back to the present. In Hubert's sun lit off. He received the letter, gravely saying, fortunate, the student returned just in time. Hubert opened the letter to read, but started talking about something unrelated to it. However, this selection process to help the student will be quite difficult. Placed the letter down on the table, as there were new things that needed to be completed quick. Vasso smiled great. It is, Professor. Hubert looked troubled, furrowing his brow, clasping his hand. All I can tell you is, remembering the judge representing Peace Tower, he advised, don't underestimate Brother Hudson. Hubert slowly stood up. This selection process. He walked over and patted Vasso on the shoulder. It does not have to be the strongest. Just do your best. You are the student. You can do that. He flashed a confident smile. Oh, do not worry, teacher. This moment, the system sent a new mission notification. Mission Tower Selection. Show the overwhelming difference between rank and gain recognition from the selection committee. Recognition from the selection committee. 0 out of 10. Reward. Mana stone of the appropriate level. The next day, in the focused exam room, round 1 of the selection began with the written test. Vassal focused on the exam. The written test was not too hard since he had asked it in his past life. After finishing the essay, his mind wandered a bit, thinking about what he had to worry about. Vassal thought about Darius's letter, the letter from the teacher. After this, Professor Hubert's visits would become more almost to the point where he could not teach Vassal's class at the academy anymore. And not long after that, the year he took leave, Professor Hubert. Vassal stepped out of the exam room, still thinking about, unsure of what exactly had happened. He saw a green snake on a tree approaching its prey, which could be a dangerous mission. Watching the snake catch the bird, Vassal hesitated, thinking of a high-level mage in the fire tower. One day after the first round of exam, the results were in, and Vassal had the highest score in the written test. Seeing him get recognized in front of the whole school, the students buzzed. He got the highest score. No way. He really studies hard. I am so jealous. Receiving recognition for the first round achievement. Thought to himself, could he hold it back? The death of the professor. Vassal and the other students waited in the hallway as the professors announced the exam rule. To enter when their names were called. Not waiting long, the professor called his name. Vassal stood up, silently encouraging himself. He needed to hold it back. He could do it. Then, quickly stepped into the interview exam room, as the evidence for that was right before his eyes. Vassal stopped in the middle of the room. In his past life, he did not remember that Unsen would be on the selection committee. He confidently placed his hands behind his back, looking straight at the judges. He had changed the future, so he needed to join the fire tower, prevent the professor's death. Looking at Unsen's displeased expression in front of Vassal, focused on his mission. He needed to be recognized. Professor in charge of the paperwork instructed clearly and specific. When the judges asked, he had to answer briefly and verbally. Understood, he replied. Judge White Tower, read the question. We will begin. 300 years ago. Formula created by Mage Organgong. The Kana session began. The judge asked, Vassal, it is necessary to apply the concept of recyclable materials to change the formula. He was not too worried. The interview questions were easier than those in the written test. While reading the question, golden mana energy radiated from Judge White Tower, and Vassal noticed this. However, there was another task in the second round exam. The mana suddenly flared up. Dazzling gold light. Pressure hit him, but Vassal stood tall, enduring the mana emitted from the selection judges. In his past life, he had always failed at this round. This time was different. He confidently answered questions without wavering. If you change the component ratio in the potion, you can achieve 3 times the effect. Judge Gold Tower could not help. That kid is impressive. His expression did not even change despite being in a mana storm. Yuzen's smile is as fierce as a predatory beast. Is that all there is? A massive surge of mana from him suddenly increases the pressure several times over. Vassal grits his teeth, enduring this mountain-like pressure. Yuzen grins with delight, saying nothing, maintaining this pressure for a while. Judge Kim Tower looks at him, unconsciously frowning. He truly is a mad tiger if this continued. The contestant might die. However, he was astonished to see Vassal still standing firm. Can he really take it? Judge Merchant Tower praises him. Unexpected indeed. He turns to see the group of professors trembling under the pressure at the adjacent table. Even the newly appointed secretaries are suffering. This judge privately comments on Vassal. He must be a prodigy worth envying. Under such immense pressure, it is clear he has been recognized by the judges. The system prompts acknowledgement from the selection committee. 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Unsen feels intrigued. Is he still holding up? He immediately releases even more mana. Pressure intensifies further, almost causing Vassal to turn pale. Grits his teeth to stay upright, refusing to fall. His gaze sharpens even more. Alright, Judge Merchant Tower stands up, placing a hand on his shoulder. We still have many more interviews to conduct, so let us stop. Unsen withdraws the pressure from his mana storm, sneering slightly. He clicks his tongue, about to see something entertaining. Down below, Vassal's hand resting behind him is shaking uncontrollably. At the adjacent table, several new professors from the academy gap, coincidentally sharing the same thought. They survived. Judge White Tower places the question sheet down, smiling with satisfaction. You did well. You can leave now. Contestant. Vassal exits the room and closes the door behind him. Hearing a professor call out, the next person can come in. He steps outside and plops down in the chair he was waiting in. This moment, Vassal finally shows signs of anxiety and fear, trembling like a little puppy, thinking he might not make it. However, his eyes suddenly bright. Acknowledgement from the selection committee. 9 out of 10. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw the progress was nearly complete, only to realize that saying it like this still was not enough. Haha, he is not that easy either. Along the corridor, Judge Upper Tower and Vassal exits. He is walking with the other judges, saying, so that is the contestant that the Fire Tower Master has his eye on. Judge Kim Tower adds, he is a student that everyone wants to take in. Truly. The Judge White Tower interjects. Unsen, the youngest soldier. Are you really undergoing military training? Suddenly he turns back and sternly asks, who said he is the youngest? She quickly clarified, I did not mean that. The remaining 2 French officials looked at him cautiously, fell silent. Unsen recalled the past. Soldiers desperately running and shouting to stop the nuke. They were extremely panicked when they saw the barrier being breached. One person shouted, there is a breach in the barrier. Foot slammed into the stomach of the other person. The man fell down and was slapped, followed by a chorus of screams and cries. The moonlight illuminated the night sky, and Unsen looked bodies sprawled on the ground in dismay. Those useless fools. He expressed intense anger. Tears started to fall. Back in the present, Unsen thought, collapse. Everyone else will be doomed too. Scene shift to the gathering spot. French official called out loud, it is time to start the third round of the test. He explained that this test was a treasure hunt. Up a blue mana stone and said, in the vast forest of the hillside, participants must find the blue mana stone. Candidates listened intently to the official as he continued. Based on the number of mana stone participants gather and bring back, their scores will be determined. Vassal looked at them and thought, it seems they want to steal each other's mana stones. The official ordered, all right, participants line up. Vassal silently stared at the system board. He wondered if get through this third round. He sighed and thought, would Unsen recognize me if I did? The call went out. Start. Vassal and the other participants moved forward in unison. He pushed himself to run as fast as he could and reminded himself to give it everything he had. After a while, as the sun began to set, Vassal wandered around and pondered whether he should summon it now. Clasped his hands together. A flame ignited, and he thought, it should be mad at me for a little while, and then it will be fine. When he summoned Pep, it immediately wrapped around him. Vassal expressed his regret and said, it has been so long. Pep, I am sorry for not using magic at school. It looked at him and smiled happily. Vassal created a magic circle, put his hand inside it while saying to it, Pepper, can you help me with some? He took out a red mana stone and said, I want to find stones that look like this. Vassal held the stone to Pepper's nose for it to smell. It immediately flew off to search for the stone. Vassal watched it and thought, I have heard people say that spirits in the world of mana can sense magical energy very keenly. He laughed and asked, can you smell it? It turned its head back and smiled in response. Vassal followed the direction in which Pepper was flying and said, then let us go. On a nearby tree, a red magic circle appeared. Scene shift to a house where a voice voice was heard. We finally found you. Huberth grabbed the collar of a man and lifted him up, threatening him, asking where the wizard who made the deal was now. The man fearfully replied, I do not know. I only sold him a few ingredients needed for alchemy. That is all I know. Huberth pressed further. What about the recipe for that alchemy? The man widened his eye. Doesn't he know that is a cult ritual? Hearing that, he felt a chill. What? Huberth shoved the man against the wall. Huberth said something that left him stunned. Helping those cultists is against the kingdom. He emphasized, I will ask you one more time. Where did that wizard go? The man panicked. I really do not. He explained. I only heard that he would secretly follow a woman who was bringing her disciple along, and he would go to confirm the disciple's identity. Upon hearing this, Huberth thought of Ratzel, and he immediately rushed off. Feeling anxious, cultists wanted to confront. It would not just be her alone. Thought further. Ratzel could also be in danger. This can't happen. Huberth hurried away, sparks flying from his body, contemplating that all those participating in the test were in danger. In the night forest, participant was muttering to himself, what the hell is a mana stone? Thought to himself, can he use light magic, or I will give away my position. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise and saw a strange shadow in front of Thillian, wondering, what is that? Immediately used his power wind arrow, moving closer and saying, you startled me a bit. He wondered if it was another contestant. He looked around and thought, is he dead yet? After all, this is a competition. Just as he was about to walk away, he hesitated. Wait, he turned to look and pondered. What if that guy has a mana stone? He approached but saw nothing. While he was confused, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him without him noticing. Muttering, where did he disappear to? He panicked and glanced back. A loud scream echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, Vassal was still searching for mana stone. Walking forward and thinking, this he observed and muttered, it is the center of the forest, is not in front. There was a black bag full of green mana stones next to it, and Vassal exclaimed, here it is. He felt something was off and thought, but why are all the mana stones in one place? Vassal stroked the mana, thinking, well done. He sat down by the mana stones and saw a golem core beside it, but this was a shattered golem core. Vassal picked it up to examine it, pondered. It has been destroyed. He assessed. It seems that before the golem could be summoned, it was destroyed. Who did this? Suddenly, Pepper cried out, alerting Ras, and he immediately turned to look. In the grassland, something suddenly moved. They were heading towards you. Vassal looked on in astonishment. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground, and Rassel quickly to dodge the attack. As you slid back, suddenly glowing orbs shot up. You thought to yourself, from the earth magic system. You watched them soar into the sky and wondered, a light magic spell. Vassal immediately dodged the glowing orb. Just as you landed, a huge explosion caused the ground to shake. You pondered, the opponent is not alone. Suddenly, a barrage of ice arrows was shot from behind you. Thankfully, Pepper reacted in time, breathing fire to melt the ice arrow. Vassal praised, good job, Pepper. You raised your hand to shoot a fire arrow. They shattered the glowing orb. Glowing orbs burst and fell to the ground, creating explosion from within the dust. Rassel looked around intently. As Lay slowly approached, you asked, who are you? You looked at him and continued, you are supposed to be the honored students chosen by the tower. Alec, hiding low in the bushes, also revealed himself. Violet stepped out as well, and Vassal continued, using such a dirty and cowardly tactic like this, stop lying and face it. Why is a loser like you the one who discovered the mana stone first? He clenched his teeth. Think it must only be our group that knows the location of the mana stone. This is too unreasonable. Then he looked at Pepper and wondered, a spirit. Violet spoke up, it is a spirit. Now I understand why he found the mana stone so quick. Upon hearing this, Alex thought, Vassal dropped out. I did not expect someone to hide such a high-level skill. Vassal scratched his head and said, what is so special about finding it quickly? You then said, saying that makes me think I definitely won't find it as fast as you. You sighed and laughed. Oh right, I just remembered. Vassal continued, I almost forgot. There must be some secret dealings between you and the professor. Right. Hearing that, he felt uneasy and thought, this guy is too sharp. Vassal turned to leave and said, anyway, I have no intention of getting involved. Just do not get in my way. Hearing this made him furious. Do not lie to yourself and others. But in an instant, Vassal teleported behind him and threatened, try it if you are brave. You will regret it. Violet was immediately alarmed. Alex was also stunned, wondering, teleportation. Suddenly, there was a growl. Vassal asked Pepper, turn towards the forest and keep an eye out. You assess, there is movement from the forest. Vassal said to Lay. He replied, what? You asked if Essers helped you guys. Did those old men say they would destroy the Hague Golem? He replied, not all. Alex and Violet forward together. We also found this very strange. Vassal immediately turned around. Alert. You seriously said, something is coming. Suddenly, the flock of birds in the forest flew away all at once. The forest was in turmoil. The waves of monsters rushing in. Vassal was stunned. The waves of monsters. Violet was panicking. Why are there waves of monsters in the inspection area? Alex added, no way. Lay was just as panicked and exclaimed, hey go. Thought to himself, I have to run fast. So he turned around. The scene before him left him speechless. 4 of them were surrounded by waves of monsters. He said in despair, there is no way out now. Pepper flew up, and a wall of fire was immediately erected around the 4 of them. Lay glanced at the wall of fire and thought, a wall of fire. This is from the 4th magic circle. You turned in direct. From now on, each person will aim in a different direction and deal with the wave of monsters rushing through that wall of fire. Okay. The other 3 immediately stopped. Vassal shouted, can you hear me? They finally panicked and shouted in unison, loud and clear. Lay thought to himself in fear, I can't believe I was about to fight with someone like him. If we really fought, the losses would be huge. Vassal looked at the waves of monsters being burned and thought, the wall of fire is just a temporary measure. The waves of monsters continue to rush into the wall of fire. You observed them and thought, I need to find the mages controlling these waves of monsters. I have to find a way out of here. One wave of monsters rushed into the wall of fire. It lost one side of its face to the flame. Vassal looked at it and thought, a wave of monsters. You pondered, those heretics hunting forbidden, along with the blasphemous entities they have summoned. You frowned in deep thought. In the past, the Tower Master had once subdued those heretics. So are these remnants from that event. What are they doing? Vassal was taken aback. You wondered, could they be hunting me? The waves of monsters continued to charge forward mad. You bit your lip and thought, right now I need to focus on fighting first. And the spell we are using is a type of curse. You assess, one characteristic of it is very low mana consumption. So the longer the battle drags, the more disadvantageous it becomes for me. Vassal turned back to remind the other 3. Use your mana wisely. You continued, reduce firepower and aim for their weak point. It is easy to say, Alex added. But anyway, the judges will be here soon. We can hold out until. Violet interrupted. The judges are not coming. Lay panicked immediately. What are you talking about? Vassal said. He is right. You are saying that the judges can be here. You continue, coming from the wizard tower. They can't detect this dark energy. Violet replied. Maybe they used some kind of trap to erase all traces traces of mana. Vassal suddenly remembered the red magic circle on the tree from earlier and wondered. Trap. Lay heard this and was nervously used. So do we have to fight all these enemies ourselves? Violet said. Reduce the size and increase the sharp. But he was still scared and said, damn it. What is the point of fighting with such sophisticated method? Next him, Alex was trying to attack the zombie. Lay looked over at him and thought, what? Even this guy is following her. The heretic lurking in the distance observed and said, they are witted. They have started conserving mana. The person next to him added, those kids are imitating that damn Adan student. He raised his hand to create a purple fireball. Behind him was a huge monster holding a hammer. He continued, however, what if they encounter a situation where they conserve mana anymore? Suddenly, a loud noise made the others glance over. The monster walked through the wall of fire, roaring fierce. Seeing it, Rites and the other three exclaimed in shock. A troll. Violet immediately cast an ice spell at the troll. A series of light bubbles were also launched, and Alex shot a crystal beam at the troll, but it seemed that none of it affected it. The troll roared angry, swinging its hammer high towards Alex. He panicked looking at it. Suddenly, fire sprites shot out, originating from Rites. Maximum fire burst. The troll dropped its hammer as its body began to dissolve. The fireball in the heretic's hand shattered. He was stunned. What? He asked his companion. He defeated a giant troll with just one hit. Violet was stunned. Magic just now. She assessed. It had explosive power comparable to a male wizard's advanced spell. She looked at Ras and wondered, could he really be a student like me? Rites suddenly realized. He saw Pepper flying around and wondered. Pepper. The trolls noticed her and thought, that is it. Suddenly, Rites laughed and said, so you guys are hiding there. Created a fire blade and used the body spell. Violet looked at him in surprise. Think, what is he trying to do? Rites fire blade tightly and said, now throw the fire blade with all your strength. I threw you while saying that it is my power. Fire column was thrown with extreme force, making it fly like a rocket towards the two thugs. They immediately panicked. We have to dodge. Have our positions been discovered? The fire column rushed toward, and the thug hastily cast a spell, shouting to block. Horde of zombies he created blocked in front of him. The fire column flew towards the zombie. Thug was terrified. Fire column passed through them and shot straight at the two thugs. A huge explosion erupted right in the middle of the forest. Vassal watched and wondered. He had dealt. Thug emerged from the smoke, thinking to himself, that bastard really raised a monster. He brought out his comrades to take the hit. We held back this afternoon to deal with those judges. He laughed savage, not expecting to use it on people in the end. Vassal was shocked by the scene before him. The contestants were being taken hostage by the skeleton soldiers. Vassal and the three others were once again surrounded from all sides. The gatekeeper suddenly exclaimed, Professor Hubert, and the incompetent guy beside him awkwardly spoke up. I am sorry to say this, but only the judges are allowed in here. Hubert hurriedly rushed inside, calling out loudly, Senior Unsen. Unsen did not turn around, casually responding, the mission is over. But upon hearing the next announcement, his pupils could not help but widen in shock. The teachers are coming here too. Hubert anxiously reported back. They are pursuing Vassal. Candidates at the testing site are also in danger. Unsen's face darkened with anger, his aura radiating intensely as he gritted his teeth. How dare they cause trouble right in front of me? The scene shifts to the forest, where he smiles, holding a dangerous green flame. Threat. If anyone moves even a finger. The candidate was forced to kneel on the ground, the sword pressed against his neck. His face turned pale as he sensed the lethal aura that could end his life at any moment. Warning, I will kill all of them and turn them into my skeleton soul. He silently contemplated, blocking his path to prevent him casting a spell. He imagined the scenario of him acting stealthily, calculating that if he could not stop, even using his speed, in his imagination, even if he got stabbed, he would still smirk with satisfaction. He snapped his fingers to activate the annihilation magic. A bloody vision flashed in his mind, and then everyone would die. Confidently teased his skeleton soul. So do not resist, just step out here. His face was tense when he mentioned the kid from the fire tower. Vassal bit his lip. Just as I thought, I am their target. You quietly think and start to regain your magic. Vassal slowly steps out of the shadows to face the skeleton army in turn. He mocked, saying, impressive, I can't believe someone would sacrifice their life to save their friend. Hearing that, Vassal briefly replied, friend, is that? Lay starts to feel uneasy hearing you speak soft. If you are weak, they will call you a coward. Violet also lowers her head, not daring to look up as she listens. Fast. If you are strong, they will respect. The other contestants are stunned by your word, only able to stumble and accept, feeling disdain, disgust, and jealousy towards those stronger than them. Turning to look at Vassal, you calmly say, maybe you just do not understand. Before everyone's astonished gaze, Vassal coldly states, I do this because a guardian's duty is to protect everyone. Turning, covers his face, trying to suppress his insane laugh and mock. In a world where the strong hunt the weak. What? A duty? Justice. He raises his hand, beginning to command the skeleton army to advance towards you. And you start to retort, those are just empty words from the weak. Vassal gives a disdainful laugh, pointing out the coward hiding behind the skeleton, who does not dare to act himself. He starts to get angry, bowing his head and biting his lip to hold back. You control a skeleton to move behind you, grabbing Vassal to hold you in place, saying, because you want it this way. The skeleton suddenly wraps a cloth around your mouth and tightens it, and you shout in anger, then I will kill you myself. He summons waves of white bones surrounding him, and you glare. That kid from the fire tower, holding a sharp bone sword. You smugly look at Vassal. It is a pity I want to hear your scream, but I have no other choice. Glare at his next move. In Vassal's mind, he thinks of a spell that does not need to be spoken. You begin to recall that magic and form it just by will in your memory. The system appears, announcing that you have completed the mission. You will receive a common mana stone as a reward. You have gained great enlightenment from summoning the soul and have reached level 4 magic. You will receive an additional reward. Clarifying the reward, Vassal wonders what the extra is. A ring appears in his hand, surrounded by spark, and Vassal curiously, a ring, and it is indeed a magical artifact. The ring can transform into a storm cloud when needed. The power of the ring will be released and grow along with the development of the user. Suddenly, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. The sound echoed throughout a dark forest. Weave excitedly said, the death of the one will mark the beginning of our revenge. Just as he finished, a lightning bolt crossed the sky, frightening him. From his body, electric sparks began to flicker. Weave looked up in astonishment and gasped, the sky. At that moment, he used his magic as a command echoed in his mind. Tear them apart. Thunderstorm. A blinding flash from the sky illuminated the entire area. Each powerful bolt of lightning struck down, creating immense pressure. That attack forced everyone to step back and shield their eyes. Weave took the brunt of the blow, screaming in pain. The sphere containing the blue flame flame in his hand was also shattered. Just a moment after the smoke and dust cleared, the tragic state of him became clear. Wave had been scorched black by the lightning. The minions he controlled also collapsed. Viet remained standing still with a strong energy still emanating from him. This moment, Violet approached from behind him. She gently untied the rope, painfully binding, could not help. I can't believe you actually thought of using a magic artifact in that situation. You are really impressive. You calmly removed the smooth piece of fabric and responded, "Thank you." Violet shyly scratched her head and spoke up. "We are the ones who should be thanking you." She regained her composure and turned to look contestants standing by. "We need to call the judges over here quickly." Chaotic scene made Violet feel anxious. It seems like everyone needs healing. Like warning a girl, "Careful, don't forget to tell the judges what I did for you." Alex urged, lining up and moving. "In this starry night sky," Gatso calmly said, "the judges will be here soon." Violet wondered how they would know about. You smiled and replied, "Because my friend will lead them." Her actively left signs on the tree trunks to guide the way. Wherever it goes, it will light a marker there. Soon, a light was ignited in the middle of the forest. She looked at Gatso with admiration, thinking about how many steps ahead he had planned. You noticed something unusual and bent down to observe. The ring on Gatso's hand was weakening. Thought to himself, "It still uses more mana than I expect." As Violet was leaving, who had been defeated, began to stir. He angrily recited the incantation, offering for what I have done. Wei's eyes bulged like as he mumbled, my life, and even my death." Then both of them sensed the dark energy rapidly returning. At that moment, a mountain of white mist was summoned. They stacked on top of each other, then transformed into a monster right in front of Violet and Gatso. A massive skeleton soul. The giant skeleton roared from above, its red eyes glaring down at its long tongue flicking out menacing. Gatso's hair bristled, raising his hand to feel the energy emanating. Thought to himself, this level is far beyond level 5. Seeing the situation was dire, Violet turned around and shouted a command. Everyone run into the forest. From the direction of the other student, Lei pushed his classmates aside, his face filled with fear as he rushed to escape, thinking to himself, I have to get away at any cost. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment and he froze in place. Lei looked at the bags filled with mana stones and murmured, that is over by Gatso. Violet turned back, confused, and shouted, what are you doing? Why are not you running? Gatso looked ahead and explained, he is targeting it. He continued, and I am the only one who can hold him off until the judges get here. While on the other side, Unsen and Hubert rushing toward the battle. Back at Gatso's position, in front of you, the giant skeleton soldier is slowly approaching with its terrifying face and long tongue. Violet glances at Gatso, who is standing in front of the giant skeleton soldier, feeling a sense of confusion. He must be out of mana. What is he doing? Her gaze follows Gatso's determined figure, gripping the flaming spear tight, silently calling his name in her head. Gatso is stunned. The giant skeleton soldier raises its arm high, then it swings its arm down towards the ground where Gatso is standing, creating a loud noise. But fortunately jumps behind the giant skeleton soldier, thinking to himself, there is no way a shield can block this hit. Gatso grits his teeth, using all his strength, flaming spear behind it, thinking that just one hit would be dangerous enough. He throws the flaming spear forcefully towards the giant skeleton soldier. Its massive tail slams into the ground, leaving small water marks on the surface. The entire body of the giant skeleton soldier is covered in thick armor, with a large wound appearing on its waist, causing it to roar in pain. Gatso lands on the ground, looking up at the giant skeleton soldier in front of, silently assessing. That hit hurt him, but he frowned, wet beating on his, thinking it is too difficult. Gatso groans in annoyance upon seeing the giant skeleton soldier slowly recovering from its previous wound, wondering if it also has healing abilities. Suddenly, its tail moves under the ground, drawing Gatso's attention, and he thinks in confusion, that is, below the ground. The tail of the giant skeleton soldier is swiftly moving towards Gatso, catching him off guard. Then suddenly, its tail bursts out of the ground aimed at Gatso. Fortunately, he manages to dodge, but can't hide his surprise as he exclaims, its tail. The tail of the giant skeleton soldier is thrashing in the air in front of Gatso. All of a sudden, it dives down quick. Gatso sees this, raises his hand to the left to block, frowning as he curses, damn it. Suddenly, an ice arrow shoots straight into the tail of the giant skeleton soldier, stopping its attack, leaving Gatso confused. Violet on the other side is using her power, shouting, you just saved my life. Then she suddenly creates a lot of ice arrows aimed at the giant skeleton soldier, continuing, so I can't just leave you and run, can I? Violet directs the ice arrows straight at the giant skeleton soldier, causing part of its body to freeze. Her voice continues to echo, just like you said. Suddenly, among the fleeing crowd, a pair of feet halt upon hearing Violet's voice. Alex turned back. Violet's voice this time rang with certainty. This is the mission. The others also stopped and looked at each other in silence. Violet continued. Of guard, they began to turn around, running back toward the battle, leaving Lei fused, holding tightly to the spilled bag, exclaiming, wait, why are you guys going back? He was furious to see them continuing toward the battle, shouting loudly, are you all crazy? Lei kept shouting, I do not care if you guys get hurt. On the other side, figure lay motionless on the ground, suddenly waking up when a small stone accidentally flew and hit him. Xavier, in pain, tried to move, gritting his teeth and letting out a sound. Suddenly, his eyes widened with surprise, voice hesitant. Could it be? Xavier's gaze turned toward the fierce battle, exclaiming, the sacrificial curt, a huge skeleton soul. He smirked wryly, voice full of sarcasm, haha, serves you right, just to survive alone. Xavier saw the group of students lined up behind Rastro and continued, they are all in formation now. Alex scratched his head, sounding apologetic, sorry for being late. Rastro was astonished, think this is not how my plan was supposed to go. His eyes widened as he looked back, lost in thought and silent. Rastro smiled when he understood something. He smiled, his gaze full of determination, saying, fiery spear, if you want to fight together, I want to stop you. Then he threw the fiery spear straight at the huge skeleton soldier, speaking up, but if you want to live, if you want to win, Rastro said serious, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Just then, the huge skeleton soldier swung its arm, shattering the layer of ice in front of it. It roared, and a green aura radiated from its body. Rastro shouted from the side, I will create an opening, put all your strength into it, and with your arm tightly gripping the fire spear, give the order to attack with all you have got. Then Rastro threw the fire spear forcefully toward the giant skeleton soldier that was slowly advancing. Before it could form a proper shape, it was struck by the fire spear. Rastro saw the opportunity and shouted to the other, now's the time. All the powerful arrows flew quickly toward where the giant skeleton soldier was standing, creating a huge explosion. Sang caused everyone to shield their eyes, followed by a cloud of dust rising up. The giant skeleton soldier screamed in pain. Cursing, Rastro saw it slowly starting to recover and could not help help but mutter. Damn it. He angrily gritted his teeth, clutching his trembling hand and murmuring once more. Rastro tried to move his hand, focusing on using his mana, telling himself, once again, the fire spear. He thought to himself, everyone has risked staying to face the danger. While on the other side, Unsen and Hubert were still rushing toward the battle. Rastro reminded himself, for the sake of the defender, they were still trying to reach the battle as quickly as possible. Returning to the fight, Rastro saw the student still trying to defeat the giant skeleton soldier and reminded himself, for my sake. Suddenly, flames began to surround him completely, and he thought to himself, I need to push even further. A forest erupted on Rastro's forehead. His gaze changed, and his red aura gradually turned to gold, his heart beating steadily. I must protect. Rastro was enveloped, gritting his teeth as he tightly grasped the spear, the fire spear. He put all his strength into it, shouting with all his might. Rastro moved the spear toward the giant skeleton soldier, and his eyes wide when he saw the opportunity had come, and Rastro immediately threw the fire spear with great force. The others saw this, and also channeled their power, shouting in unison, attack. A massive force surrounded the fire spear as it rushed forward. Fire spear sped toward the giant skeleton soldier, causing it to cry out in fear. The fire spear passed through it, causing the entire giant skeleton soldier to shatter. Unsen hurriedly ran to where the battle was taking place, and he saw the contestants fighting a giant monster, a colossal skeleton. Unsen angrily gritted his teeth. What are those weaklings trying to do? They should be running. Unsen believed that weakness is a vulnerability. Just one person fall, everyone will crumble. He stood observing for a long time without taking action until a faint spark appeared in the distance. That spark powerfully shattered Unsen's perception. Like a raging fire, flames were stronger than ever, illuminating the entire forest, blindingly bright. But on that day, Unsen realized that the raging fire powerfully shattered the fear of the giant monster. Vassal was exhausted and panicked, and Unsen realized that it was precisely because they were weak that all it was one person to stand up. Behind Vassal were other contestants who had fought alongside. They would all rise together. A powerful explosion erupted, flames shooting up to the sky. The smoke and fire gradually and the giant monster fell to the ground. Inside it was the face of the heretic still alive. He gritted his teeth and aimed, his eyes shining with strange green magic, unlike anything seen before. With his magic, the fragments gradually restored to the monster. Everything was not yet over. Little did he know that danger awaited ahead. As a foot stepped forward to attack, Unsen gathered his magic in a massive force accumulating in his palm, too hot to handle. At that moment, Quay felt the terrifying pressure threatening his life. Unsen punched strongly towards Quay, unleashing the magical force in his hand, dispelling the evil power left the contestants in awe, their mouths agape in shock. As the smoke and fire cleared, the vast area in front of Unsen had been flat. Quay must have been utterly defeated. Behind him, a weak voice called out, as if the day had finally. His body felt unsteady and about to fall. The day should have come fast. With that, he fainted, and a quick hand caught him from behind. Hubert suddenly appeared behind him, praising him and saying he did well. Even the strict Unsen could not help but smile a rare, satisfied smile. A system notification appeared, announcing the evaluators approved 10 out of 10. You have completed the mission and received a medium-grade mana stone as a reward. When Rika reopened his eye, he saw a light above his head, and a voice nearby asked if he was awake. He still looked quite dazed, as if he had not slept enough. And are the other contestants okay? Hubert reassured, saying that thanks to him, they were all safe. He sighed with relief, saying how lucky they were. Professor Hubert adjusted his glass and added that everyone said the same. Without Ravichura there, they all would have lost their lives. He smiled shyly, being very modest. Well, I also received help from them. The professor smiled kindly, but asked if Rakshurandari was not curious about the result. Rufsanu slowly realized, oh right, the selection competition. Hubert shared that there were actually many issues. Since the cultists attacked the testing area, the mission has become meaning. In this situation, working together is even more important than competing. Therefore, all the selection judges reached conclusion. In this selection competition, the one who deserves the highest score. He announced the result. You are stunned with surprise. A feeling of joy welled up inside him. He thought, scoring the highest in the tower's selection. Vassal bowed his head, thanking his teacher, feeling relieved. He could finally graduate from his apprenticeship. Hubert continued, as for the heretic, an investigation has been launched to find out who is behind everything. Vassal said, actually, there was still one more heretic, and the professor was startled. Did not he think there was only one? The remaining heretic fled when he saw the situation was getting bad. Savior ran away and swore revenge. We will make someone pay for this humiliation. That rookie at the Tower of Harmony. Unsen walked, holding a bag. It seems I have lost track of him. Vassal cheerfully said, you made it? Senpai. Unsen nodded slightly. Let me see how you are doing. Hubert was worried Unsen would cause trouble for him, then hesitantly said, Vassal needs to rest for a while. But he was interrupted by Vassal. Professor. He smiled reassuring. Really? That night, in the training yard, Vassal stands facing Unsen. He looks more composed than his usual displeased expression. Fighting those weaklings must be really boring for you. Unsen states his reason. Fighting those weak, to which Lassell remains silent about this remark, clenches his fists and continues. I think weakness is indeed a weak, and that thought of mine has never changed. At this point, Vassal finally replied, I agree with you, but you look up and share your own thought. The weak exist to make the strong even stronger, and to protect, and the weak, because the strong protect, will also try to improve themselves. Vassal conclude, no one gets left behind, and we will move forward together. Hearing that, Unsen furrows his brow slightly, not sure what he is thinking. Then, he smirked, not a bad answer. He tosses you a pack. Open it. You take it, feeling a bit suspicious about what it is. Opening the pack, it is a shirt with a red rose, just like the one on Unsen's shoulder. A fire tower shirt. Unsen nodded, smiling knowingly. Don't get too excited. He mentions that if you want to join the fire tower, there is still one more test to pass. Vassal is confused, wondering, but the selection test has already ended. Right. Unsen squints and explains. Can be considered an ancient tradition. He uses magic to draw a circle on the ground. Unsen introduces the game. Try to get me out of this circle. You can use whatever magic you like. He confidently gestures. If you can make me move out of the circle, you win. But if you fail, there will be a corresponding price. Vassal looks up at him. Place one hand behind your back, silently gathering magic. Just do not regret it later. Vassal extended his hand forward, as if the one who did something behind was not you. You smiled knowingly. The very day you said I could use it. Vassal felt the battle intent rising. Red flames of magic swirling around. All kinds of magic magic I desire. The mansion suddenly shook violently. This startled Hubert, who was walking in the hallway, making him jump in shock. At that moment, Unsen was also bracing himself against the powerful shockwave from the attack. Why did he have to laugh to himself? Covered in armor no less than high-level magic. He did not pushed back by young Ras. Could it really be that a spirit was pushed back? Just then, Hubert ran over and shouted loud, "Senior, what are you doing?" He angrily scolded Unsen. Not expecting you to corner Rassel to this extent while he was still recovering. Caught in a bit of mischief, Unsen awkwardly justified, "This is our long-standing tradition." Rassel got caught in the act, and Hubert did not hold back, saying this looked more like the actions of spoiled kid. Offended, Unsen retorted loudly, "What do you mean, spoiled kid? I am doing this to instill discipline before he lives with others." Was not one to back down, arguing back, "If he still needs you to teach about discipline, then perhaps the pillars of the academy have all deteriorated." "Sorry about that." Rassel naturally did not mind and smiled. At that moment, Unsen spoke up, "Well, since I created this trial, you are the first to pass it." He did not expect anyone could pass his brutal assessment. "Was you, Rassel. Your magic left him stunned, using a creation magic artifact. Aside from the explosion earlier, the explosion made him unable to maintain his stance and retreat. There was also one thing that Unsen did not foresee. He did not expect you to summon a spirit." At this, he could only sigh. "Honest, I am very impressed." After hearing him say this, asked in surprise, "Rassel can summon a spirit?" At this moment, Rassel introduced the little spirit in his hand. "Its name is Pepper." Both Unsen and Hubert stared at her with curious eyes. Seeing it let out a naive sound, the two old men helplessly sighed. "It is quite adorable." The next day at the podium, Rassel stood there representing the graduating student and read out the message. "And finally, Rassel fell into my arms. You smiled and sent your sincere wishes to your friend, hoping that you all would be guided by the light of mana." As soon as you finished reading, a round of applause erupted below, and the sunlight streamed through the tree. Hubert's praised Rassel's speech, saying that the graduation address was fitting for the top student. This made Rassel happily respond, "Thank Professor, I am not a student anymore, so you can call me senior from now on." Following his word, he changed how he addressed senior. He then asked, "Have you found a place to stay in the capital yet?" He honestly replied, "I was thinking about finding a small room in the suburb capital." Suddenly, Hubert suggests, "No need for that. Stay at my place. After all, I can't go home until my contract with the academy ends." Proposal left Rassel surprised. "Is that really okay?" He replied straightforward, "Court, I am offering it to you." At this moment, he remembered the time Darius offered to buy him a house. Unexpected, he did not end up using the luxurious apartment bought from the Tower Lord. Moreover, she reminded him, "Remember, the market price here is quite high." Thinking about this brought a sense of unease to him. Why does this feel so familiar? A little later, in his room, Rassel was busy tidying up his thing, and Pepper was helping. Just then, the system sent a message announcing congratulations on your graduation from the academy. Special gifts are being sent. A reward, high-grade gypsum. This announcement, along with the scroll in his hand, made him exclaim in surprise. "This is..." He opened the scroll and found a map similar to the previous one. There was another message announcing, "Mission 1. Find the location marked on the map and complete the related task." Seeing the location on the map, he smugly said, "There is no way I would not recognize this place." From what Rassel knew, it was a forbidden island, a place where ordinary people were not allowed to set foot. Pullen Island. This place is easy to get to but hard to leave. It is filled with magical beasts and extremely dangerous, and to get there, one must reach the level of a 6th level mage. Remembering this information, Rassel had a curious question. He was extremely curious about why this sudden opportunity had come to him, and he could not understand it. He recalled that day when the guy stabbed him and uttered using unexpected. The horn of the Forgotten King was inscribed on a person's body. This made him wonder, did it simply want him to become stronger? Remembering the feeling of that horn piercing his stomach, questioned whether there was another purpose behind it, to help him become stronger. That horn granted him a strength he never expected. With this power, back in reality, Vassal sat on the bed and told himself, "I still do not know any." Up Pepper and said, "But I have to become strong because after all, I still have a lot to protect." Later, you sat in the carriage racing down the road, and inside, a voice asked if this was your first time in the capital. You politely replied, "I have been there before." Vassal suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, this kid is a relative of the Daimon clan. I almost forgot." Suddenly, Vassal asked, "Elder, I have a question for you." Vassal answered nonchalant, "What is it?" Vassal brought up something Hubert had mentioned earlier about the mission Professor Hubert had talked about. "You wanted to know one thing. This is related to the heretic, right? The reason you asked was that you thought not. Then there is no way the professor would have been able to react when they attacked." Cleverness made Unsen laugh and compliment you. "You are quite sharp." So he honestly confirmed. Yep. Hubert's mission is to track the heretical council. However, there is one thing he is not sure about, but we are not sure if calling them a council is correct anymore. This bunch offered a head. Hearing that, Vassal eagerly suggested, "I also want to contribute to that mission." Unsen, hearing that, could not help but tease. "What? You want to hunt down the heretics?" On the surface, it was just a joke, but inside, he was still wary of Vassal. Hard to judge if he was lying. In his opinion, the kid had a very honest look. After a moment of silent thought, he finally responded loudly, "Okay, since you are a man, you should have big dreams. I will report this to the Tower Master." Seeing he agreed, Vassal joyfully exclaimed, "Thank." Before you could enjoy it for a few seconds, he added one word, but Unsen laughed heartily and set a condition. "Only if you agree to learn my magic before going to the capital." This condition made Rassel sigh in defeat. He really likes to gamble. Now he quickly demonstrated the magic he was proud of. It is called Overkill. He explained it was a type of magic that kill with a single strike. According to Unsen's introduction, Overkill is a skill that can be used by concentrating mana, even if just for a moment. Fearing Rassel might not understand, he even gave a specific example. You can imagine it like you are using a slingshot, compressing the mana and then shooting it out. After saying that, he clapped his hands to disperse the magic power. Then he smiled and asked, "Can you do it?" After a while, the two stopped at a spot. Rassel began practicing according to the method Unsen taught. You practiced day and night on the road, and it seemed you had mastered this skill. On a beautiful day, near a stone block, there was a loud explosion, and Rassel easily executed a strike that pierced the stone. This made Unsen extremely pleased, indeed surpassing my expectation. He was in disbelief at Rassel's ability. Unexpected, he could integrate overheat into his original magic. I have never seen anyone as talented as him before. Now Rassel raises his trembling hand and sighs in disappointment, his hand still shaking too much. However, Unsen gently places his hand on the boy's shoulder and advises, "You already know how to use it." But he notices a few flaws in the boy's use of this skill. Since he needs to focus mana at one point, he should be careful of counterattacks after using it. Hearing that, the boy has a bit of a counter that is it would be risky to use it against strong opponents. He knows the boy will say that, so he smiles and replies, it is not always like that. Remember, the best defense is an attack. On the day they arrived in the capital, Unsun's words still lingered in Rassel's mind. He said, you will never know when someone stronger will appear. He also advised thoroughly. However, the strong often underestimate the weak. At the moment they let their guard down. That moment, Alan was helping Melville down from the carriage. Please step down slowly. During that time he noticed a figure across the way. That figure was none other than Rassel. He recognized him as well. The last reminder from Unsun was, when that moment comes, the tactics you hide will determine the winner. After a while, Rassel approached to thank Darius. Thank Lady Tower Master. I remember you are the reason I have my position today. Darius happily replied, congratulations on joining the fire tower. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at Melville and Alan. Lucky you arrived just in time for the Tower Master of the Trade Tower's visit. Their true identities are Alan Peth, the Wizard of the Trade Tower, Hemingway Melville, the Tower Master of the Trade Tower. This moment, Melville spoke up. I was wondering why you chose today to meet with me. His gaze turned to Rassel and he sighed. So it was to show off your student that you took in your old age. Darius proudly replied. Moreover, she bragged, because this young boy, although still young, has already defeated a powerful king, of which she displayed her irritation at Melville's arrogant attitude and honestly said, what is there to brag about my student that annoys you? Hearing you makes me really frustrated. As for Rassel, he kept his gaze fixed ahead. He recognized Melville's disciple, Alan. In a few years, he would earn the title of the youngest level 6 wizard, an extraordinary talent. He recalled memories from before. In a previous encounter, he had helped him a lot. He never expected they would meet again like this. After a moment of silence, Melville finally spoke. For me, there is nothing to brag about. At this, it is his turn to boast about his disciple. If you look object, you will see Alan's skills are better. Seeing these two comparing again, Ulson helplessly sighed. Here we go again. Oh my. Thus, the battle begins. Darius ignites the flames. Did you forget that this student of mine is younger? Melville retorted. I had already considered that before judging, and her power rose more than his, and she laughed. Considering that, you are quite smart. He does not hesitate to retort back either. Come on, teach the kid well before you argue. She is afraid of losing. Seeing her teacher prepare, and Alan quickly puts a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. He smiles and steps into media. Our Tower Master is not usually like this, but every time he meets, he shows this childish side. His words make Melville yell in frustration. What? Yet he still kept his poker face and said, you must be reminiscing about your youth, which only made Melville angrier at this jerk for messing around. At that moment, he leaned in and reminded, Master, you still have to visit the Imperial Palace today, right? Hearing this, he calmed down and said, that is true. After calming his teacher, Alan approached the group and said, I apologize for being a bit rude. He extended his hand to shake, saying, it is nice to meet Junior. Knowing he was apologizing for his teacher's temperament, quickly replied, it is. At this point, you suddenly hesitated and said, but you candidly expressed, I am a bit disappointed. In a calm tone, you said, I want to show you both my magic. Your words caught Usun off guard, thinking to himself, look at this kid. Melville seemed to really enjoy the boldness of the group and laughed, saying, how daring. Then his tone suddenly became serious as he wondered, I am curious, where does that confidence come from? Vassal showed no fear in front of his magic. In fact, he found it quite enjoyable. Is this the man of the Tower Master? Feels like I am drowning in an ocean. Your action pleased him and intrigued him, not expecting something to astonish him at this age. This moment, Melville stood up and called out, Tower Master of the Fire Tower. He made a proposal. Let us make a bet, which piqued Darius's interest. Bet. At that moment, a bet was placed between Rassel and Alan. 5 years. In 5 years, if your student, he laid out the terms of this gamble, stating it would match the level of his student. The prize he offered for the bet was a priceless treasure. I will give you one of my mythical relics. Clearly, this ignited Darius's competitive spirit, as she exclaimed. Upon learning what the prize was, Rassel was astonished. Mythical relic. From what you know, a relic from the mythological era. Artifacts that have survived since the forgotten mythological age. From what I have heard, even the weakest relics contain mana close to the 7th circle. Just then, Darius suddenly proposed a different time. 3 years. The reduced time left Melville shocked, exclaiming, on. Darius was not shy about going big on. If my student can't catch up to yours in 3 years, I will give you my mythical relic. Lung Yuji. Her boldness made Melville laugh and say, you might want to take that back while you can. However, she did not listen to him and smugly replied, you just prepare the relic. Seeing that everything was settled, Melville decided not to linger and turned to leave. We have said enough hello. Before leaving, Alen politely greeted Darius. Then we will take our leave. Tower Master. A moment later, as the two of them were walking down the stair, Alen worriedly asked, is it really okay to bring out the mythical relic? That Melville replied casually, of course not, which made Alen gasp. What? Ignoring his confusion, he leisurely reminded, so you better give it your all. With things coming to this point, he decided to play along. Alright, I will fulfill my role as a bridge. After that conversation, neither of them spoke again. Melville looked out the window and mused. The Vimon clan. Meanwhile, upstairs, Unsun was helplessly scolding Razzle. It is just the first day, and you can't sit still. Alen Pet is your friend. Razzle, being scolded, could only respond. That moment, Melville was very interested in, wondering in his head if he could be revived. Darius lifted his teacup and asked, Unsun told me you want to help an eye on the disciple. Razzle confirmed earnest. Madam, your certainty made Darius quickly share some news just in time. My informant just reported to me. She shared some quite shocking news. They discovered traces of the cult who attacked the academy. At the same time, she provided information about where the attackers are hiding, located in the city of Trungla. Saudra. Moreover, this criminal is trying to escape quiet. He is trying to get away by himself. Razzle had to admit upon hearing, Saudra, paradise for criminal. Pick bought to hide. This moment, Darius solemnly stated, since you have faced the criminal before, you are more likely to track him than others. Speaking of which, she suddenly reminded, you should know, that guy must have set a trap. Then she asked, are you still willing to take the risk? That moment, Razzle suddenly assumed a serious posture. He saluted properly and declared, I will fulfill my duty as the protector of this kingdom. His oath made Darius sigh and say, alright then, you can set off tomorrow. Before letting you go, she also reminded, I will prepare the teleport gate for you. Do not forget to take that gear with. Her permission for Razzle to participate in this activity made him feel more at ease than ever. Luckily she allowed it. This is the first step to stop Professor Hubert's scheme. Later, on the bustling street, carriage moved slowly along the road. Razzle sat inside, astonished by what he received. I can't believe they gave me 2 premium spirit potions. They are so expensive. I do not even have money to see them. At the same time, he also knew very well why he received such goods. She had allowed him to take on the mission, but surely she was still worried because he was just a rookie. Just as he was looking out the carriage window, he suddenly saw something. A white building made him recall something. This is it. He hurriedly shouted to the driver. Let me down for a moment. I wonder if you have something to do at the Love Freedom Museum in the fantasy room. I forgot. At this moment, he was standing in front of a withered heart placed in a glass, thinking to himself, the cause of my regression started here. Then he spoke to that inanimate object. Long time no see. His mind was always filled with questioning. Why did the miracle happen? And then I found the answer. Clenched his fists and resolved to say, to grow more, and to protect as many people as possible. At that moment, the withered heart suddenly responded. The system appeared with a new message. Notification. Mission to protect the heart. Protect the heart of the Dragon King stored at the Endymion Museum in the capital city. The reward is unknown. Notification. Mission to awaken the lineage. Awaken the power of the lineage with your will. Reward. Mid-level mana stone. Looking at the reward he would receive after the mission, Vadzo could not help but exclaim. So they are generous because of the mission too. Regarding the first reward in his opinion. First, it is the heart of the Dragon King, which means I have to perform in a way that matches the royal items given. It is challenging, but not impossible. However, when he reached the second announcement board, he felt a bit puzzled. But what does awakening the lineage mean? So he immediately went into contemplation mode. Teacher Radzo still did not fully understand these two words. The system then displayed to explain the concept of awakening the lineage. Immediately, he felt a chaotic magical energy inside him, which made him exclaim in surprise. Is this it? At that moment, he felt a source of magic he had never had before. He had never felt this way. In a crisis moment, he felt the strengthening of magic. At that moment, Radzo suddenly saw something. Turned out he saw himself after evolving through the reflection in the dragon mirror. This transformation made him exclaim, how did I become this? Time passed until sunset. Radzo returned to his room. He sat on the bed and told himself, it seems this power burst during the fire training. Remember that moment when the system announced you had absorbed the maximum S-Gotten King mark, and any mana beyond the absorption limit would be stored as a foundation. Remembering these things makes you feel uneasy, so you pet Pepper and confide in it. Wishing you could control those feelings at will, you fall silent, pondering, and think that you could unleash even more power by combining transformation with dragon transformation. The damage must be nearly critical, close to level 6. However, just thinking about it, Rasto knows you are facing the issue is that there is no way to tame. After all, power only erupts when you are in danger. While you are tiredly confiding, you do not know what idea Pepper has come up with. You do not have time to practice. There are still missions, and even if you did practice, your usual training would not be. Suddenly, Pepper bites hard on Rasto's pants, pulls strongly, as if wanting to drag you somewhere. No matter what it does, you still feel like a lifeless zombie, wondering what you should do. Watching you complain endlessly like that, Pepper feels a bit annoyed. No matter how focused you are, you can regain that panic feeling from last time. Seeing you complaining without stop, it gets annoyed and breathes fire right in your face. Then it cusses right at your face. Rasto understands what Pepper means and exclaims, are you saying that you can help? Seeing you understand what it is hinting at, it happily exclaims a few sounds. Following its lead, you quickly sit up straight while it climbs onto your head to sit. Next, Rasto gradually enters a meditative state, and soon you find yourself somewhere else. You realize where this place is. It is the spirit realm where you first met Pepper. Now you realize why Pepper called you here. Indeed, time flows differently here than outside. Perhaps this is the ideal place to practice magic, but you have no one to train with. Just as Rasto stops to survey the surrounding, you suddenly sense someone's figure behind you. As you turn around, you are slightly startled to see a giant dragon. Looking close, you find this dragon somewhat familiar, so you hesitate to call out. Hearing you call its name, Pepper happily lowers its head for you to pet it, and you helplessly exclaim, so it is you. Then Rasto awkwardly says, thank you for helping me. Fighting with you is a bit. Just as you finish your sentence, a bunch of monsters suddenly appear around you to train with. This makes you nod and say, I guess I was worrying for nothing. Looking at the monsters training toward you, Rasto smiles with delight. You stretch your muscles, prepare for a training session that is about low. Help me out. In the tavern, everyone has gathered. Two subordinates speak up. Ask, the leader of the Tzilo has left the capital. Should we chase after them? The leader of the fire mage intelligently reminds everyone. Get ready to go. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind the bartender to report any changes about the fire tower to me. Rasto raised his hand to signal that he understood and replied, got it, everyone be careful. The leader of the fire law secret agent smiled confidently and said, don't worry. He mentioned Rasto, who must be a key member that Daria is sending to help. I can't let him have the chance to shine on his own. After saying that, he waved his cloak and left. With a fearless stance, he resolutely told his teammate. 3 days later, at that same bar, communication orb sent some news that made Jackson very anxious. The god of the fire tower had to arrive. It turned out that this time the news was great. Sudra reported that the fire tower's secret agent gone missing. The next morning on the street, people seemed surprised to see something. What is that? So they were paying attention to Rasto and curiously wondering, how could a kid like that be in Sudra? Currently, he is in the neutral city of Sudra. Rasto strolled through the city, thought to himself, if it were not for the space gate in the Imperial City, it would have taken much longer to reach Sudra, maybe a week. Besides that, there was another incident. But thanks to training in the spirit realm, where time seems to stop there, he felt as if he was losing the concept of time. Felt like it took him a month to get here. Also, in that place, the fire magic within Rasto was bursting forth. Ultimate. Thanks to that, he reached the realm he desired. Of course, he succeeded with a power-up like dragon transformation. The system sent a series of notifications. You have gained the strength of the lineage through your own effort. The horn of the lineage will reflect your level, and during the transformation, your understanding of fire attributes will increase dramatically. Even with this newfound strength, Rasto still struggled with some monster extermination, but there were still too many issues to resolve. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. A monster that looked like a bird attacked him with a powerful magical blow. Just as he was about to counterattack, the fire weapon in his hand suddenly disappeared, and he took the full brunt of the attack. After getting hit, Rasto realized first that the time was too short. After being beaten up, he felt a bit angry and cursed. Damn it. Only 15 seconds later, after cursing, he tried to get up. However, another problem arose. The recoil when using it. While he was thinking about this second troublesome issue, someone suddenly dared to block his way. Just like overheating, when using the skill, he would lose the ability to defend himself. Thug appeared out of nowhere, brazenly blocked path. Moreover, he asked in a mocking voice, lost your way. While he was taunting Rasto, he added, you want, can show you. He was planning to ignore him, but then he remembered something. What a coincidence. Later at a bar in the city, the bald guy from earlier dared to block Rasto's way, and now with a bruise, he is smiling and leading you to this, which is Zilla Wavern. He and his followers are even wishing you a good trip as you go inside. Seeing these two, Rasto feels feels a bit disdainful. A bunch of useless slack. Then he sighs helplessly and says, "Get lost." A moment later, as he walks in, the shop's butler greets him, welcoming him warmly. Then he asks, "What would you like to order?" Rasso casually orders a drink. A 37-year-old red rake cock mixed with a 12-year brick straight up. One guy next to him sees the drink order and mock. "You crazy. You plan to mix a cocktail with over 70% alcohol," even though he is being teased. Rasso can't argue back because, honest, that drink is dead. This order is a code of Hethotha. Jackson himself has already recognized his identity. He did not expect this young guy to be a member of Hethop. He places the drink on the table, feeling slightly confused. Is not he too young? But he has to maintain his role. He says, "Here's your drink." Suddenly, protective circle appears around Rasso. Jackson explains now. "It is soundproof magic. The guests can't hear our conversation." He then leisurely introduces himself. "I'm Jack, a mage from Hungtha, sent here on a secret mission under the guise of management at Zillow Wek." Out of polite, Rasso reveals his identity and suggests, "I am Rasso Raymond from Hatha. Let us talk somewhere else." A little later, in a quiet corner of the bar, Rasso's amazed voice rings out. "The Etrothop spies have been missing 3 days." Jackson sadly nods in confirmation, and he even mentions that the last time we were in contact. He reveals the last known location of the spies. The team was headed to the desert ruin. Rasso, upon hearing this, questions, "Did they fall into a trap there?" Jackson denies it, believing they are not the type to act rashly and fall for simple traps. This Rasso straightforwardly asks, "Do you have a map to the desert ruin?" Question surprises him a bit, and he exclaims, "A map? Quickly explain. I need to find and rescue." However, he sighs in frustration. "That is not a place you can go alone. The ruins where the expedition team went missing are very close to the Imperial border and quite dangerous." Jackson's attitude makes Rasso realize that this guy seems to distrust him. So while he rambles on, "Unless you become the commander, you immediately unleash a terrifying magical power, pressure him. Then you ask in a low, deep tone, can set out first. Right. Your magic really scared Jackson to sweat. I heard he recently reached the 4th spell level, but he realized he was wrong about you. This magic must at least be level 5. Not to mention you can control it freely and skillfully." Then Rasso withdrew his magic. Jackson coughed a few times and said, "I guess I got a little impatient." At this point, he finally handed over the map. "I will tell you the way there." His attitude made Rasso very pleased. At the same time, inside an ancient castle, a subordinate dressed in bandages all over his face respectfully knelt on the ground and reported the situation. "According to your order, we have left a trail." His master, hearing this, delightedly stood. "I can smell the bloody scent of the pursuers now." The blinding sun shone down on the land of Hongvu. Rasso held a water bottle, continuously pouring water into his mouth while lamenting, "If I had known, I would have practiced ice magic more." "You poured water over your head in dissatisfaction with the weather. Damn, it is too hot here." Rasso looked at the entire ancient palace, gradually collapsing before him, and could not help but exclaim, "No matter what, this place is larger than I thought." You quickly ran around to observe the terrain. Observing the entire palace, Rasso quietly calculated, "There are many paths leading inside." You started to think about course of action this time. "If my mission is just to find them, then I just need to destroy this ruin, force them to reveal themselves." Rasso stopped running and began to calm down. He thought for a moment, but since capture spies in there, I can't do that. Remembering his mission, Rasso helplessly said, "Basic, I will have to go inside." "You seriously?" voiced your displeasure. "They must have set traps everywhere already." Rasso gathered his strength and his leg firmly said, "Then, you immediately jumped easily onto the broken stone column, planning to enter from above." Rasso hovered above, looking down smugly. "I will enter in the most surprising way." From above, you boldly dropped freely down below. Just as you were about to touch the ground, a small whirlwind kept you in the air. Rasso wondered in surprise. "What is with the wind?" You gently placed your feet down on the carpet in the middle of the room. Rasso cautiously looked around, secretly relieved. There are no traps at all. You turned to look at a huge wall inlaid with a massive painting, and exclaimed, "A mural, a dragon." Looking closely at that painting, you could see a warrior fighting alongside the dragon. Rasso thought in astonishment, and a warrior with bright hair. You looked over at the opposite wall that had been broken, and could not help but wonder, who was their opponent? A dull sound suddenly echoed, making people feel hair-raising. Truly astonishing. Rasso turned his head to look around and thought, there he is. From 2 doors, a legion of skeleton soldiers suddenly appeared, surrounding you, and that dull sound echoed again. "I did not expect guy from the academy would be the one chasing." The skeletons moved closer under chaotic control, each step making a clattering sound, and that guy excitedly said, "Since you came here on your own, I do not have to search for you anymore." Facing them, Rasso remained calm as he listened to him speak, showing his gratitude. Xavier grinned with satisfaction and said, "I should grant you a death." Confidently shot back, saying loud, "With that kind of tone, you are not running away, are you?" Got angry, his eyes lighting up as he used his power to curse. "You arrogant little punk." Xavier commanded the skeletons to charge and attack, yelling madly. Rasso cautiously observed the enemy, thinking silent. Even the bodies of the skilled soldiers died on the battlefield. They are much stronger than last night. He stood in the shadow, excitedly chuckling. "Think this will be your grave." He gently stomped his foot on the ground, and immediately a wall of red fire erupted, surrounding Rasso and cutting him off from the skeleton. Xavier voiced his doubt. "Is it that magic?" He smirked confidently and replied, "No way. I bet this time will be different." Vasso raised his hand high and began chanting, calling his efforts during training, reminding himself, "I have not just been practicing with dragons lately, you know." Rasso focused the energy around his body to strengthen his power, thinking, "I will enhance the existing fire wall and add a directional spell as well." He seriously put all his might into a fire wave aimed at the skeleton army. The wall of fire began to glow, and just seconds later, it erupted violently like a gigantic. The flames gradually spread towards the skeleton, causing them to panic and let out fearful cries as Red approached. The fierce fire consumed everything, wiping out an entire battalion. Before the immense power of Rasso, Xavier stood in the shadows observing the situation, where the flames were engulfing everything. He looked at the astonishing scene, his eyes widening in shock, exclaiming, "My army, it won't be that easy." This moment, he found Xavier's position. Striding forward with the aura of a grim reaper, he said, "Here you are," from behind a gate. He was shocked to realize his mistake. Xavier thought suspiciously, how could it be? He belatedly recognized the truth about his magic. Amidst the flame, he had used clairvoyance. Xavier turned to flee. "Damn it, now's not the time to run," interrupted by the deathly voice of Rasso. "It is too late." At some point, he had circled behind, peering in front of, now clenching his fist with a laugh. "Thought you could run away." Blow came down. Rasso shattered the wall, sending dust flying everywhere. Xavier was punched out across the room, collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, then spat out a mouthful of blood, burst under his breath. "Damn it." He gritted his teeth, unwilling, blaming himself. "Is this all I can do?" Rasso calmly walked closer to Xavier. He stood proudly proudly before him and proposed, "Surrender, and let us both get out of this mess. What do you say?" Xavier can still marry. Despite Rasto's calm difficulty in speaking, "I can't do that." He struggles to stand up straight, his body trembling, saying, "This soul no longer belongs to me, and that is not enough. I even betrayed my family." Xavier goes crazy. "I have given up everything that belongs to me." Suddenly, two figures appear from above and dive down. Alay and Beth jump down from above, their eyes gleaming with murderous and using magic aimed directly at Rasto. You sense danger. Highly alert. Turning to face the intent of the two, the attack comes down as dust swirls everywhere. Alay and Beth stand in front of the heavily injured Xavier. She excitedly speaks up, "Looking great, you pathetic loser." He looks down from above, his usual gaze, saying, "You must smell like bait." And the opponent is that young famous pathetic. Beth does not hold back, openly mocking him for his wretched state. "Looking like a dead rat suits you well." This moment, Xavier speaks up to attract the attention of the two. "It is," he angrily shouts, "he is our target, the disciple of the Fire Tower Master." Hearing this, Alay's eyes widen in shock. Beth angrily grits her teeth and asks, "You mean that bitch Darius?" Just as their conversation unfolds, a light whirlwind arises in the middle of the room. Vassal breaks through the defensive shield, darkly and ominously states, "Filthy scum like you angrily warn, better not mention my master's name." The system appears, announcing the task to fight, capturing at least one of the three priests, or kill them all, reward mana stone. In this tense atmosphere, Alay lets out a sound, folds his arms confidently and says, "It is better for dead die early." Beth makes a twisted face and exclaims, "How cruel, but the disciple of that bitch won't die easily." Every word she says acts like key to unlock Vassal's anger. "I will kill," turning the corpse into a puppet, and then when it dances in front of the fire tower, Alay begins to use his power to command, "Xavier, block the entry." Replies, "Got it." Right after that, numerous white skeletons appear from the end, blocking all exits. Beth smiles excitedly and exclaims, "This is getting more and more fun." Vassal stands still, secretly pondering. Instead of hiding in ambush, they are launching a full-on attack. He looks at the momentum rising from the two in front, raising his alert. They are different from the opponents I have faced before. Beth, losing patience, urges, "You need to step up or we will go first." Vassal interrupts the suggestion. "Let me ask you a question." "You seriously ask? What did you do with the scout came before me?" Alay questioned or spoke up. "Detective." Beth got angry and attacked. "Period. Do not try to stall for time with your trick." Vassal gently dodged the claws coming at him, thinking, "Do not these guys know about the detective?" Alay took advantage of the opening and joined the fight, slamming a sticky rice ball at him. Vassal looked at the sticky rice ball flying toward him, calmly watching it fall. Just seconds before the attack landed, quickly jumped to the side to dodge it, or maybe they pretended not to know. Vassal's gaze grew resolute. No matter what, he would find a way. Observing his act, Beth shouted furiously, "You bastard! Are you trying to run?" Vassal began to use magic to summon, calling forth a fiery creature to directly confront the cult team. Vassal struck down with a spear, effortlessly releasing a surge of power that overwhelmed her magic. Beth thought in shock. He blocked that. A voice rang out, "That is just normal." Xavier, standing behind, yelled angrily. That spear crushed that giant skeleton monster. She laughed, maniac, filled with excitement, saying, "This is getting more and more interesting." Beth raised her hand, starting to focus her magic power. A powerful surge of energy erupted, creating a massive illusion. Two enormous hands began to intertwine tightly. She started to chant the command to summon her weapon, a dense aura spreading before the appearance of the demon claw. Her face twisted in a perverse manner as she said, "Guess which one is sharp?" VTS maintained a calm expression, staring straight at her. Beth, losing patience, directly grabbed her spear to attack. As VSS stood by to block, "Beth, do not act on your own." She ignored the advice, confidently saying, "It would be humiliating to fear a kid like." Face Beth serious. Without a hint of fear, the two spears clashed, creating a dazzling burst of light. The opposing forces met, generating an invisible pressure. Soon after, Beth's spear was shattered. Each of Vivian's strikes knocked away one of her arms. In a matter of seconds, the series of events left Beth's mind in a daze. Sunlight streamed down from the ceiling, and cries of pain began to ring out. She screamed in horror, unable to believe her eyes. "My hands!" Immediately after, Alay from a distance swung a weapon at neck, sending her to the other side. Blood splattered onto Vitis's face in his astonishment. He swung the weapon irritably, saying, "I told you not to act on your own." Alay firmly gripped the weapon in his hand and prayed, "The disciple of Aphethite, I am your enemy, but I still have to acknowledge you." He is unleashing a power even greater than Beth. Vtex listened intently. "So from this moment on, Alay created a powerful surge that made you step back," seriously saying, "I will do my best to tear you up." Alay used Nightmare Tail magic to successfully push back close combat. The surge grew larger, coverage area expanding. He looked at your calm face while facing his attack and thought, "No matter how good you are, it does not matter. Can you block an attack from this angle?" In a moment when Alay was not paying attention, fire quietly flared up along his whip. At that moment, he was startled, turning his head in shock. The Vtex took advantage of the opening, appearing in front of Alay with a smile, and he was shocked, whispering, "Teleport." Alay grabbed the wrist of the hand that was about to attack him. The power on his wrist was so obvious that his action felt like a grain of sand in the desert, and you easily landed a fatal punch to his stomach. Alay cried out in pain as the ancient space echoed with the sounds of punches and kicks. Xavier stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He watched as Vtech frantically punched Alay and thought in astonishment, "What is going on here?" Xavier knelt down, frustrated, and asked, "Are we losing again?" He sat on the ground, holding his thick head, filled with fear. "I am definitely going to die. I won't die peacefully." Xavier looked at the body of the little girl and cursed those damn teammates. After boasting like they were someone great, but in the end, suddenly, he saw a red gem lying beside. Xavier's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "That is an artifact." Alay was punched by Vitex until he vomited blood onto the ground. He angrily raised his head, gritting his teeth, saying, "Stop joking around. Just kill me." "You interjected." "Shut up." Vtex grabbed Alay by the head, threatening him, and said, "Answer my question. You asked seriously. Where are the spies?" Alay spat out a mouthful of blood. He replied with a defiant expression, "You keep jumping around about those damn spies. What the hell are you talking about?" Vtex looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, silently assessing. He really did not know. At that moment, Alay seized the opportunity, thinking, "He is not guarding against me anymore." He secretly took out a small knife, planning to strike. "This is my chance." Just then, a tentacle shot in like light. It wrapped around Alay tight, choking. Vtech, alert, turned to look at the attack, and you immediately panicked. Xavier held a deep red object in his hand, frantically raising his glass, repeating, "Here, I offer this, here, I offer this, my life, and even my very existence." You exclaimed in panic, "A sacrifice from a beast husband." Alay, who was chained, was also horrified. "Is this the giant hellish monster?" The tentacles quickly dragged him away, causing Alay to curse an angel. Damn it. Savior yelled furious. The lives of others, the lifespans of others, and even the deaths of others. His eyes flashed with intense determination. Losing all rationality, he shouted, I will offer all of this to you. Savior let the tentacles pull everything towards him, while still bowing reverent, shouting, let me become a part of your power. Let it all be sacrificed. Countless sharp white bones sprouted from his body. They immediately pierced through Alay's body, and then absorbed a roar. A deep sound reverberated, and a massive shadow appeared, the aftermath of the abomination. It released power from its body, screaming loud. Vassal was overwhelmed by that source of power, and had to step back, thinking cautiously, why does it have so much mana? The system appeared, announcing, mission, battle against the follower. Mission has changed. All followers are dead. Defeat the abomination. Reward, 3x intermediate mana stone. Its purple eyes gradually focused. The abomination lowered its head, looking at its massive body. Growl, starting to speak. Charge. The abomination opened its terrifying mouth and shouted in dissatisfaction, how dare you turn me into this mess? It angrily gathered energy into its palm. Immediately, that arm distorted, turning into a devil's claw. The abomination screamed in fury, you bastard, I will tear you apart. Vassal stared in shock at the attack heading towards him. You remembered Beth when she fought you. Surprise. Could that be the magic of that girl earlier? The massive source of power shot directly towards Vassal's position. You stood frozen in shock, watching the Grim Reaper getting closer. As soon as the attack hit its target, a horrifying explosion occurred, destroying an entire ancient palace. In the rubble, it shook violently as if something wanted to break free. A pillar of fire emerged from the fray. Vassal crawled out of the wreck, his firearm, letting out a sigh of relief. That damn bastard. I am glad I escaped just in time. Vassal safely landed on the ground, exclaiming, that idiot. Looking at the pile of debris towering like a mountain, you questioned in disbelief. Can't believe he could not control his own power, and ended up burying himself. That pile of rubble shook violently once again. Vassal's face dark. Think, what the hell? The abomination charged out of the rubble, roaring fierce. Vassal, shut up. A series of chains appeared, and it angrily swung them toward Vassal, saying, the abomination's face was filled with a crazed excitement as it said, I will chew you to the bone. Behind it, an explosion rang out. Vassal cautiously observed the murky smoke, silently wondering, what are they? In front of the thick smoke and flame, everything around was obscured. Thanks to that commotion, the abomination detected his position and turned its head, saying, there you are. Behind it, several tentacles curled up, forming a solid shield, and the abomination smugly declared, your attacks won't work on me. Vassal gritted his teeth, trying to remain calm. He was right. His defense was unreasonably strong. Looking at the heavenly web in front of him, he calculated, I need to come up with another solution. It swung the chains toward him again and mockingly said, no matter how hard it is useless. Vassal focused his strength into his legs and moved, thinking, right now, I need to back away from the abomination's attack and buy some time. Watching him move continue, it gleefully taunted, that is right, running, and despair before my overwhelming power. Vassal took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and thought, what nonsense. He raised his hand to use magic and quietly thought, this is just the beginning. Vassal called out, Pepper. A small fire dragon appeared, and he softly said, lend me a hand. Pepper happily agreed, roaring as flames burst from its mouth, and he determinedly thought, all right, let us get started. Vassal waved his hand, and a bright red flame shot toward the abomination. It stood still, watching the flame approach its position. Another explosion occurred in this dry setting. The abomination remained steady in a defensive stance after taking the hit. It opened its eyes and began to mock. You really think that kind of magic can hurt me? Looking at the desolate scene before it, the abomination exclaimed in shock, where did you hide? Vassal smirked knowingly and said, right here. Taking advantage of its distraction, Pepper started an attack, catching the abomination off guard. The flames erupted, engulfing it. He swiftly moved above, watching the abomination writhe in fury. It shouted, you damned insect. Dark clouds began to form in the sky, hiding light. Vassal looked down from above and started calculating. Now I have caught its attention. He began to freak, seriously thinking, now the rest. Vassal used magic to summon the fire spear with determination, utilizing the overwhelming piercing power of this technique. At this moment, Pepper was skillfully dodging Abomination's attack. It realized that Vassal had started to make his move. He jumped out of the attack range, while Abomination, oblivious to what was about to happen, continued to scream madly. Vassal, stop playing around and come out here. From above, confidently lunged down with the spear aimed straight at its head, saying he would do as he pleased. The impact created an overwhelming pressure. Vassal's body tensed up as if it had just hit a metal plate, while Abomination scoffed, thinking it was uselessly interject. I know. Vassal used magic to summon lightning bolts surrounded his body and smugly said, now this is the real deal. In the dark clouded sky, a massive spear appeared enveloped in immense power. He left the fire spear embedded in Abomination's head as a markly jumped away from the danger zone. Immediately after, the giant spear in the sky came crashing down, an attack that pinned the fire spear straight into Abomination's head. Along with that was a high voltage current coursed into its body. Another explosion occurred right in the desolate desert forest. Pressure created a small whirlwind that blew dust everywhere. A large crater was formed, and Vassal landed gently not too far away. He gasped for breath, looking at the wreckage before him and asked, is it over? As the dust settled, he was astonished to see Abomination's legs still standing firm. But upon closer inspection, its body was now nothing but a skeleton. That skeleton was also starting to crack. The system announced, the battle is over. Now you will receive your reward. Immediate. Vassal tiredly sat down on the ground, relaxing his body. Pepper appeared, clinging to his shoulder and nuzzling against his face. Vassal smiled and prayed, great job, Pepper. Suddenly, Abomination's skeleton cracked, and its head fell off. It rolled down in a chaotic manner. The skull stopped right at Vassal's, surprising him. Then a dull voice echoed from the skull. Vamer. Senzadarius raised an extraordinary child in his final year. Who would have thought this guy was a Vamer? He exclaimed in disbelief. Is the skull talk? It began to float and said strange things. I wonder if this child is more interesting than his father. This immediately made Vassal's pupils widen in shock. Angrily, the skull and shouted, who are you? It just mocked the pain you are feeling, saying you will eventually know how your father lived in his last year. After saying that, it started to shatter right in my hand. The sky was covered with dark clouds. Thunder rolled ominous, signaling something bad, and his appearance was quite frightening. The rain started to fall drop by drop, and Vassal collapsed, gritting his teeth in anger. Inside, he felt a pain like never before, unwilling to accept, shouting out questions. Who helped you, damn bastard? Vassal shouted angrily. Who are you? The skull continued to mockingly smile back, saying, you will eventually know even how your father looked in his last years. Hearing this, his face dark, glaring at it as it spoke. He looked quite quite fierce. After saying that, the skull shattered right in my hands. The rain grew heavier, falling drop by drop, and he collapsed, gritting his teeth in pain. Pepper rubbed against him, letting out a comforting sound. The scene of destruction and the loud sound of the rain made everything even more heartbreaking. In the vast desert, he sat there in pain, lost in thought. From a pair of binoculars observed everything. Paisley announced through the binoculars battle was over. He told his comrades to send in the report. Transitioning to the second lead, Desert 12, Imperial Army, the Legion Command, Munmar, was hot and fanning himself while looking at the report. He was impatiently rereading the report. A battle between a likely wizard, Andy Me, and a cleric. The victory belonged to the wizard. Based on his power, the wizard was of a high level. Munmar angrily clenched his and slammed it down on the table, shouting, "It must be higher than level 5. He exploded, calling out strategist Bonner, who jumped in surprise and replied, "Commander." Munmart slammed his hand on the table, gripping the report tight, and loudly questioned, "How could a powerful wizard get so close to us without you knowing?" He bowed his head awkwardly and replied, "But there have been no reports about a high-level wizard from Andy Mayan." Another person spoke up to savage the situation. "Could be a new wizard. There is a rumor that the Fire Tower has a young member." Bonner awkwardly smiled in agreement. "That is he must have just graduated. No need to investigate. As long as they do not come near it, we have nothing to worry about." This evasive answer only worsened Montmartre's mood. He angrily stood up, not holding back his anger, and cursed, "These idiots. That new graduate is already at level 5, which means he could potentially withstand all of Andy Mayan." Montmartre helplessly slumped down in his chair, sighing deep, and the atmosphere in the conference room fell into silence. He held his face in exhaustion, complaining, "Damn it, I really do not want." Montmartre's gaze flickered with determination, but there was no choice. Call out its name, transitioning to a place where the sunlight shone so brightly it felt like burn every. Vassal sat on the sand dune, desperately drinking water. He raised his hand to wipe his face, thoughts swirling with jealousy. He could not stop thinking about that. Remembering the mystery of that skull, he wondered if that cultist really killed his father. Vassal shook his head, wanting to shake off this distraction, silently reminding himself, "Wait, I need to focus on the mission. I need to find the scout." He cautiously glanced behind, especially when, from a distance, a source of light glimmered, reflecting the sunlight and revealing someone's position. Vassal heightened his guard, thinking someone was tailing. A group of people in white uniforms stood on a rock, using binoculars to watch him. Vassal speculated they were indeed from the Empire. He stood up, brushing the sand off while calculating. They have not attacked, so their mission must just be surveillance. Suddenly, something caught Vassal's attention. In the vast desert, a silhouette appeared from afar, and he wondered if there was someone there. Suddenly, from the position of that person, a blinding beam of light shot out. Vassal quickly used his power to dodge. A cut appeared on his face, causing blood to spurt out. A massive sword appeared, easily slicing through the place where Vassal had just been. He nimbly jumped to the side and fell to the ground. Vassal looked up in shock and exclaimed, "Aura!" The system displayed a notification. "Mission: a major incident. You have encountered an opponent of a level you have never seen before. Escape from this opponent without getting hurt. The middle level male mana requirement for escape." He thought in panic, "No way." Looking at the person approaching, Vassal could not help there. That guy. Spanzoom's footsteps slowed down. The guy placed a sword on his shoulder. Assessing him, Vassal silently wondered if it was Spanzoom. Spanzoom put on a smiling face and said, "I have been aiming for your neck." Looking at the energy radiating, the guy squinted and said, "So the report about a level 5 person was right." Vassal gritted his teeth, thinking defensive, an assassin from the Empire. The aura emanating from Spanzoom was extremely dense and frightening. He seriously recalled, a student of the Sword Master, and cried, "But the best way to describe Spanzoom is..." The guy grinned wickedly and said, "It will be so much fun to kill." Vassal kept a serious expression, evaluating the mad killer Spanzoom. The guy excitedly replied, "So you know my name?" Spanzoom concentrated power into the sword in his hand and calmly said, "That is lucky." He gritted his teeth in silence, his nerves taut as if about to snap. The guy, exuding an aura like death, declared, "Now you will be able to accept the unbearable pain you are about to endure." A name that haunts, bringing back twisted memories of the Grim Reaper in a ruthless cloak. The name of death. The bright red light from Spanzoom's sword is still etched in my memory. That blood red aura, I remember it clearly. Just because I accidentally brushed against him on the street, he ruthlessly tortured and killed an entire mercenary, and I nearly got killed too. Suddenly, at that moment, a shadow fell from the sky. This person jumped down, blocking the way between death and Spanzoom, their gaze sharp and dangerous. And at that moment, everyone could see someone trapped inside a massive block of ice. Even a near-elite magician would struggle, and Ellenfei, who had just stepped into the ranks of magicians, would have a hard time defeating. In every word spoken, every syllable was filled with fear when talking about Spanzoom. In short, he is an incredibly powerful enemy. This statement was like a break, shattering the last bit of patience. Then, let us begin. Spanzoom unleashed a powerful strike toward the target. The blood attacked. Immediately after, an arm fell as if to block the attack. Vassal created a shield to protect himself, but it seemed that shield had no effect on the path blood attack, which continued to charge forward. A powerful blow shattered the defense. Shock was evident in Vassal's eye. Using his speed and agility, he dodged the attack. A huge explosion occurred. Luckily, he avoided it in time. It seemed that Spanzoom regarded those shields as child's play and dealt with them quickly. How could he be strong enough to break through 5 layers of shields? Vassal was filled with doubt. How could Olanfei defeat him then? Seeing Vassal lost in thought, Spanzoom's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Vassal had defensive capability, but they were not strong enough. Multiple layers of shields stacked up well, but the magic concentration used to create those shields was too low. With that, he swung his sword. The red light below looked terrifying. A strange term hitting a blind spot in Vassal's understanding. The concentration. That strike shaped like a crescent moon flew toward him. In a moment of desperation, Vassal used it to block Spanzoom's attack. Seeing that, Spanzoom seemed quite surprised. There was a hint of laughter in Spanzoom's voice, revealing interest upon discovering the secret hidden beneath ordinary exterior. "What is this?" He was like a hunter who found an interesting prey, his smile filled with delight and desire. "You hide so many cool. Do not you?" Vassal did not care and prepared for the next counterattack. "Thanks for the compliment, but every word in your speech still carries some power. How will you handle this?" That attack moved with terrifying speed. Spanzoom pondered scared upon seeing that it still retained its form after being thrown. In response, he used the same old but more powerful and dangerous two attack. Two streams of power clash against each other. The guy's so excited. It is a rare entertainment. Truly, fighting against a wizard. This moment, Gassel was behind Spanzoom without realizing it. Quite interested, he tightly gripped his weapon, striking down decisively and blunt. Perhaps Gassel did not expect that when he lowered his weapon, Spanzoom's shadow had vanished. The words had not even been thrown out like sharp knives, igniting a hard-to-speak humiliation. He knew to run like a rat. Gassel's eyes were panicked, unable to believe what he saw, but blood splattered all around. Blocking the fight made him joyful, as if freed from the boredom that had dragged on for so long. How long has it been since I have felt this good? Gassel's shadow appeared before Spanzoom. That attack had left a mark on it. The words seemed like a question but full of mock. Got hurt. Spanzoom paused, giving the opponent a moment, like a cat playing with a mouse before finishing the game. Alright, I will take you. Then, an aura enveloped body, making it impossible for the blow to pierce through that cold steel skin. Had he strengthened his body with aura? This moment, Gassel was confused. His wizard's body could not hurt it. Spanzoom smiled mock. Can't believe the wound I caused is bleeding. He spoke with sarcasm, implying that the wizard organization was just as stubborn. Are the other guys in the fire tower just as obstinate? Or is that a requirement to join your fire tower? That seemed to touch Gassel's thought, making him startled. That question made the atmosphere tense. Gassel curiously probed, what do you mean? Instead of answering, Spanzoom smiled mad. Recent memories surged in his mind. The name I encountered a few days ago was just as stubborn. In Spanzoom's narrative, the trembling of that soldier was still vivid. A reconnaissance team had gone missing. Hearing this, the expression on Gassel's face was indescribably off, but he heard something unbelievable. So the person had helped. He just shrugged and smiled as if it were normal. Gassel clenched his thoughts, racing through his mind to locate the reconnaissance team. After fighting him for a bit, planned to escape, but a system panel appeared in his mind. You have encountered an opponent of unprecedented level. Escape from this opponent without getting hurt. Completion reward. Medium Manastone X5. Escape condition. A surge of power erupted from Gassel's robust body. His entire body was now filled with a fiery momentum as if reborn. He understood that torn by choices, this was not the time to think about the future. Spanzoom's eyes glinted as if he saw a new game beginning. Initially, you had concealed the power. Spanzoom's deep voice carried a deadly tone, testing whether the person could remain calm in their body. The look in his eyes seemed to want to soak in his prey, enduring the pain of being ripped apart. At that moment, Gassel had an object resembling a ring in his hand that emanated a green power. His crucial weapon still could not be activated. The ring had not recharged, leaving only one option. Spanzoom raised the sword in his hand, preparing to bring it down. He continuously unleashed a series of attacks, decisive, blood-suck, consolidating. Those strikes rushed towards Gassel with terrifying power. Faced with that, he did not dodge but confronted it head-on. The strikes appeared vividly before Gassel's eye, a deep radiance surged. The dragon's power flowed. A mighty fireball emerged, transforming. Spanzoom was taken aback to see Gassel unify his attack. He pierced through his own assault. That powerful fireball charged forward, destroying everything in its path. From within the fireball, Vassal leaped out with eyes shining with golden light. Each thread passing by was murmured in his mind. The weapon in hand was ready to strike. Just 4 more threads to go. Vassal gripped his weapon tight, resolutely holding the flaming spear like a fire. The origin, fire flame spear. A sense of danger crept in, but Spanzoom smiled without fear. Surely this would be. Vassal jumped high from the ground, raising the spear to prepare for a counterattack. This was a bit dangerous. Power from the fireball was incredibly terrifying. Flames igniting in wait, one after another. Vassal landed, surrounded by a cloud of dust. Although he still held the weapon, the atmosphere had changed drastically. Spanzoom appeared from behind him. A terrifying voice rang out. I do not know what you have here. He swung his sword to attack Vassal, but Vassal blocked. Spanzoom's sharpness made every opponent cautious when fighting him, but I am sure he has temporarily increased his power. The seal slowly receded in Vassal's mind, each thread passing like drops of sweat falling in a light and death battle. 9 threads. He swung his weapon in retaliation against Spanzoom. Vassal held the flaming spear tight, sweeping a brilliant fireball that tore through space. Fire erupted fiercely below, sweeping away all obstacles. Time shortened like the last thread holding on to light. 6th thread. The taunts and sarcasm in Spanzoom's word. If that is not enough, then that power is truly useless. He leaped up, a wicked smile appearing in his word. Let us finish this. Spanzoom gathered a terrifying force in the sword in his hand, unleashing attacks one after another. Blood sucked, full on assault. He continued to utilize that power from mid-air down. Vassal tightened his grip on the burning spear, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to incinerate the enemy with all his remaining willpower. The weapon blazed brilliantly in Vassal's hands as it clashed with Spanzoom's sword in the blue sky. The 2 streams of power merged together, whirling with ash and energy. Each person displayed their own unique ability. The spear struck the ground, causing the earth to quake. Flames erupted violently, consuming everything in an instant, illuminating the entire space. As the dust began to settle in the air, the figures of the 2 men slowly emerged. At this point, Vassal was completely exhausted, body collapsing to the ground. All that remained around was the charred landscape, with only smoldering embers left. Time slowly passed, leaving only 2 seconds in that moment. Spanzoom's voice rang out, smooth and mock, as if giving the prey a chance to struggle. Are you done yet? Vassal's eyes still shone bright, still fighting. Everything was at stake in that brief second. Poured all his last strength into an attack, shocking the enemy. Just 1 more second. Final strike was unleashed. The 6th magic circle. Vassal's power made the ground ignite, creating shockwaves that spread violently. Flames spread across the ground like a burning sea. Figure standing tall in the blue sky. Spanzoom was now focused only on what was in front of, frozen in place. The sea of flames roared, consuming everything. The bright orange light tearing through the sky. Each bubble of fire popped beneath the red sky. The waves of fire surged, burning everything to ashes in a furious wrath, melting it all away. Thoughts flashed through Vassal's mind as he read from the ancient. Melting away. He understood its mechanism, but with his current strength, mastering it was an impossible task. He knew its principles. The flames just kept blazing bright. A surge of power erupted as if trying to split space in half. But since it required the 6th magic circle, he could not use this advanced magic. Vassal utilized the power he could muster. Starting from the small flame, the lava spread like a scorching tidal wave, engulfing the area, drowning the space in fire. This magic would cover the entire area in lava. Suddenly, there was the sound of wings flapping. It turned out to be Pepper appearing just in time to save Vassal from the tidal wave of lava. He was flapping his wings furiously, both angry and panicked, trying to pull him up. As the sunset gradually descended, Pepper let Vassal down not far from there. Suddenly, steps appeared behind him. Vassal turned his head. A coughing sound echoed. It turned out to be Spanza. He still had some strength left to escape from that blazing sea of lava. Vassal threw a fist at the guy as a threat. It is you again. Got anything to say? The guy paused for a few seconds, thinking a little, a faint smile on his lips accompanied by a mocking tone. It is really funny, is not? Every word Spanzam spoke seemed aimed at hitting Vassal psychologically. They pushed the soldier into the battlefield, under the guise of protecting the country, but they did not tell him how to escape this situation. In his voice, there was always something sarcastic and mock, killing one person after another. Path the guard to walk was indeed bloody. Spanzam let out a nasty remark. Now I welcome you to walk that path. The guy looked up at you but smiling until the very last moment. Then he could not resist anymore. Completely collapsed. It was getting dark, and Vassal stood still in front of Spanzam's fall. Suddenly a notification appeared. The reward for the winner. Notification. You have completed the mission beyond expectation. You will receive 8 common mana stone. In another place, in a beam of blue light. In that blue light was the figure of a person wrapped up talking to Jack. According to rumor, Spanzam, a knight of the Empire, been acting secretly in the desert. That person's words continued to echo, causing him to pause slightly. The disappearance of the spies must also be related. What he just heard from that person made Jackson's whole body stiffen. Damn it. If this is true, then the disciple of the fire tower is also in danger. As he worried about Rasto, the door swung open. No matter how skilled he was, if he fought Spanzam, the figure that just entered was moving closer to where the mysterious person was talking. Jackson. That person placed a sword on the table in front of Jackson. The person talking to him earlier was startled to see that sword is not at Spanzam's sword. The voice of the person carrying the sword rang out. You can have red or brick. It does not matter. It turned out that person was Rasto. He smiled warmly. Please get me a glass of water. Seeing Rasto safely return made Jackson's anxiety disappear. Okay, you can drink whatever you want. The scene shifted to the shadow of Jackson standing next to a sphere emitting enchanting blue light. On that sphere was the message that Rastos had defeated Spanzam. Sudra reported. Fire Tower warrior on a mission. Rastos Remund has killed the heretics in Spanzam. News has spread among Camelot, the capital of Endymion. Rastos Remund, the last heir of the fallen Remund family. Rumors spread far and wide that he had defeated Abomination, the magical beast of the heretic, and he also took down Spanzam, the knight of the Empire. Even though I just joined the Fire Tower recently, this rumor is hard to believe. It is met with a lot of mixed reaction. After passing through the gate, Rastos was a bit taken aback. The presence of the masters made him unable to hide his joy. He exclaimed loudly. Darius Shaddle saw him as just a little kid and cheerfully said, "Thank you for surviving and coming back." Some felt relieved, while Melville was doing something quite mysterious. Melville's voice was somewhat serious. "Oh man, this bet is going to be tough." From Alan's expression, it was clear that he was quite pleased with Rastos. "This junior was even better than I thought." Someone got competitive. Amidst the dark mountain, the entire sky covered in white snow, a voice rang out. "The death of Spanzam. It seems this person was not satisfied with what they received. Is that all you want to say to me?" Others felt angry and vengeful. "Great swordsman of the Empire. I'm crying." Those under his command trembled at every word he spoke. Pity. Despite everyone having different feelings, Hill now held a mirror in his hand with a sharp gaze and a face showing no fear. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. The disciple's life is at stake, but they all had one thing in common. Hill's gaze suddenly became fear, his eyes radiating a strong blue light. In no time, a decisive slash was made by him. Everything caught in the power of his sword shattered, creating a huge explosion in the snowy mountain. Vassal Raymond left a strong impression on them. Hill's outrage was revealed through his fierce words. "Darius Snow White, I will repay this debt with your life." On the prepared carriage, a voice spoke up. "So what do you mean?" Darius spoke very seriously about this issue. "Are the heretics related to your father's death?" Vassal's calm response made Daria contemplate a bit. "That is true." Then, she recounted some things he should know. Many records were lost in the war. The tragic and devastated scene caused by the war appeared in Daria's words. "It is very difficult to find out exactly what happened back then. Put it better, finding the culprit won't be easy." Vassal remained calm and simply replied, "I know that very well." Before he could finish, a warm hand grasped his, "But I can assure you of one thing." In front of Vassal was Daria's kind face and the sincerity in her words. "If we continue to track the heretic, we will be able to uncover the truth." "You think so too, right? What makes you happiest right now is her support, ensuring you are not alone. Together with the Fire Tower, we will always be here to help." Thank Vassal's face felt more at ease from Daria's comforting words. The sound of horseback riding signaled, "We have arrived." As soon as she stepped down from the carriage, Daria reminded Vassal with a few words, hoping he could set aside his worries and doubts today. "She took you to the old manor and expanded your knowledge. A host of noble ladies and those of high status gathered here. Council of the Wizard Tower, a magical council consisting of the masters of over 20 magical towers in Endymion." Vassal, accompanied by Daria, entered this luxurious party 2 months ago thanks to defeating Spandam. Vassal can attend this event as his master's assistant, even though he is just a newbie at the tower. A guest's introduction of him echoed. "So this is the talented disciple. Honored to meet you." Vassal smiled happily. "Thank you." Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. "Long time no see, senior." The sound of footsteps approached where Daria and Vassal were talking. "See you next time." Nicolo's appearance made Daria very happy. "Indeed, it has been a long time. Master of the Gold Tower." She introduced Vassal to him. "This is Nicolo Machiavelli, the host of today's Wizard Tower Council." Since it was their first meeting, he felt a bit awkward, but his courtesy was still shown in his final bow. "Hello, sir." Nicolo, though he looks a bit, is quite different in personality. "No need to be so formal. You defeated that damn disciple of his." His words mentioned someone that made Vassal curious. "That damn guy." Daria explained his question. "Hill, the Empire's great swords. The guy named Spandam you killed is his disciple." Nicolo has a long scar on his face that gives him a rather peculiar expression. "Hearing that news makes me feel pleasantly surprised." Vassal noticed something unusual in one of Nicolo's eyes. That day's eye. While they were talking, Melville's voice cut in. "Stop bringing up Yuza's wounds and go prepare for the presentation. Did you say there was something important to discuss today?" "Master of the Flower Tower. Master of the Gold Tower. How are you two?" Person who just appeared surprised Vassal. "Master of the Trade Tower." Daria started teasing Melville in a playful tone. "He seems jealous because my disciple is getting praised by everyone, and he was not having it either." Responding to Daria, "Do you think I am as petty as you?" Seeing these two bicker like this made Nicolo want to leave. "Well then, I will go prepare the house." With Nicolo's action, Vassal felt a bit used. "Master of the Gold gold tower. They are at it again. Nevertheless, Melville reminded Daria of some things to remember. While we are on this topic, you have not forgotten about the betting incident from the Age of the God, right? Of course not. Just as he was about to express regret, a hand from behind held his shoulder. Look, my dear Alan has arrived. Alan calmly replied to Melville. Let us go take our seat. Mask being dragged back to his seat by Alan made Melville angry and easily agitated. But it did not work. Hey you brat, I am still talking, let me. Seeing this cheerful scene lifted Rassel's spirits a bit. Shortly after, an announcement echoed in the hall. Let us begin this meeting of the Magical Tower Council. Illusions appeared before everyone. The main issue for this meeting was the ruins being excavated at Kelvin Mount. From the conversation, it was clear they were worried about something. It seemed these ruins dated back to the mythical age, and there was no sign that anything inside had been taken. Nicolo spoke up loudly in front of everyone. In other words, chance that an artifact is still intact in there is very high. Rassel contemplated what Nicolo had just said. An artifact from the mythical age. Darius added, we could find a relic that would cause a stir in the present, without beating around the bush. Nicolo got straight point. So we need your support to secure the ruin. The names mentioned were Sir Elaine Peck of the Magical Trade, followed by Rassel's title, and then Sir Rassel Gimond of the Magical Tower. I want to entrust this matter to both of you. This choice pleased everyone present with Nicolo's decision. Good idea, right? He has proven his capabilities. Receiving praise from everyone made Darius beam with pride. Of course, do not you see whose disciple he is? When everything seemed settled, a voice rang out. I object. Darius's skeptical gaze appeared. It was the arrival of Geron and Brent. Geron the Mage of the Dark Tower. Brent Chalaji the Tower Master of the Dark Tower. Their appearance also raised suspicion in Nicolo, the Tower Master of the Dark Tower. He immediately posed a question. May I ask why not? Brent glanced in one direction and said, Alex Gima. That name caught everyone off guard. He continued casually, because he lost. The voices of dissent rose when Bren mentioned that name. How could you blame the son if the father lost? That is right. The war with the Empire was a long time ago. He cast a threatening glare at the crowd. Even so, that defeat caused the kingdom to lose. The bravest warriors and most beloved beasts left the battle without permission. Right. Those words extinguished the resistance of everyone in the hall. At this moment, Darius shouted, defending Rastro. That is just speculation. There were no records at that time. Bren replied bluntly, you are mistaken. That short answer silenced the space here. I was there. The shock on both Darius and Rastro's faces was evident, and whispers began to rise. A smug smile appeared on his face. I saw him running away with my own eyes. His word just now stirred doubts in Rastro about his own father. Did his father really run away? Bren spoke with a very sarcastic tone. Taking responsibility, not letting him think. Rastro shouted angrily. I mean taking responsibility for insulting the Vimon family. Seeing this, Darius stepped in to stop it. Now's not the time. Rastro seemed to want to say something, but Bren sighed and said calmly, as if the honor of a declining family was really important. Rastro Vimon, you should be grateful that your master is Darius. While he was speaking arrogant, someone walked in from behind. Otherwise, I would cut your tongue and make you a lesson for all the other arrogant fools. You disrespectful mage. That person's voice echoed. Every word seemed to be mocking Bren. The master of the tower. Every time I see him, he seems more arrogant. Others might mistake him for the king. Seeing who just walked in made all the guests present gasp. Kate entered like a true leader. Calm yet sharp. Princess Hey Kate Wrath command rang out. Everyone bowed their heads to her, greeting the princess. Even a cocky guy like Bren had to lower himself and bow, greeting the princess. Why is the princess? Kate approached and smiled. I heard from outside. The master of the tower was right. Hearing what she just said, Bren looked up in confusion. Kate said while glancing at Rathso, if someone is in debt, they must repay it. You know that refers to you, so you thought about it a bit. This moment, Darius saw that things were not looking good, so he spoke up. However, your highness, before she could finish, Kate cut, but the next word surprised even Elaine, threatening to give someone a chance to repay their debt. Each word she uttered shocked everyone. In this mission, I have ordered the Tower of Commerce and the Tower of Fire will defend. Not only that, Kate also ordered those who intended to oppose what just happened, like Brent, to support along with the tower. Kate's gaze was very serious and determined now. Nevertheless, Brent still forced a smile, his voice dark. Your highness, that is not a simple issue. Kate continued to give orders to Nicolo, the master of the gold tower. Your highness, she raised her voice. Who is the biggest sponsor for the excavation in this mission? Nicolo bowed respectfully and replied, my village. Your highness. Hearing what she wanted to hear, Kate looked over as if that was the answer she was looking for. So I think the issue has been resolved. Right then, footsteps echoed as they walked away in the hall. Brent's face looked very ugly, but he still wore a calculating smile. Nicolo continued the meeting. What is next on the agenda for the excavation in this mission? Vid has been deeply impressed by what Kate just did. Kate Ratmo. The sky was dimming. The moon was hot, and the sound of the wheels echoed in the quiet air. That guy still won't give up his ambition. This is my chance to take down the Raymond family. I can believe the princess is intervening. Suddenly, Jerome noticed something was off. He jumped onto the carriage, gleaming red sword in hand. Carriage had to stop abruptly as it was blocked by someone in front. The wheels grinding against the road sent smoke rising up. Bren got down from the carriage nonchalant. I noticed she did not use any magic. It turned out that the one blocking the way was her. Daria. Daria just smiled lightly and said, don't you think you are the same? Just then, Jerome's sword was pressed right against Daria's throat. His gaze was very unpleasant and defensive as he looked at her. Daria was not scared at all. She tilted her head casually, thinking that was enough. Jerome's eyes looked very alert. The voice from the side broke through Jerome's defenses, telling him to put down his weapon. He lowered his head and withdrew his weapon. Blaine seemed to understand Daria very well, so he spoke candidly. Considering our relationship, it seems you are not here to apologize. Just say what you want. A name came from her mouth. Alex Jamone. That made him suspicious. Daria asked about that person, the one who witnessed him die. Right. Blaine replied gently. I did not see clearly before he could finish. Daria interrupted. How unfortunate. She must have wanted to know the truth for a long time, which is why she came to find him. I am investigating, and I think I can ask you about it. Blaine spoke with a skeptical tone. Daria, can he believe you went this far? What is your relationship with that dead Jamone? In response to his provocation, Daria did not hesitate. That is my responsibility as a master to a disciple. Daria was angry at his disrespect. A disciple's issue is also the master. I am simply pulling my disciple away to solve the problem. She continued. No matter who it is, under Daria's staff, cage of light appeared, spreading throughout the atmosphere there. Blaine unexpectedly made a decision to turn the carriage around and head to the Duke's mansion. He seemed to want to confirm something. There were some things he wanted to check. The scene shifted to the dark mansion with no lights on. The eye on the skull hanging on the door lit up there. Vassal was still suspicious about what happened. It was undeniable that his father died in the war, but in front of him was Blaine, and he thought, why is this man still talking nonsense? Just like that, he ridicules the Cable Empire. What would a young empire feel like? We trusted them. This important. He continues to speak. If Vassal takes on the defense as he is now, Sixth Up won't provide any support, but the murmurs of the crowd also come with it. Vassal is a potential disciple. The leader of Sixth Up seems to have some concern. Nicolo above looks worried. He managed to convince the crowd with just a few words. Nicolo ponders a bit, as expected from the master of Sixth, thinking about his background. This is odd. Then he recalls a figure from the past, Bismarck, including the appearance of Blaine, widely known as the King Sung and the most powerful man on the continent. Duke Blaine Traylord. Nicolo is still struggling with his decision. Going against him means going against the Duke's faction. Then his gaze lands on Melville. The only ones here who front him are Melville's voice echoes. That is absurd. Darius can no longer stay calm. She tightens her grip on the staff in anger. Do not interfere. I will handle this. Vassal is still contemplating. It is the two of. Suddenly, his voice rings out, surprising Darius next. I want to ask the master of Sixth Up a few things. Mentioned by name. Vassal reacts slightly, speaking without any humility. Will you take responsibility for what you just said? Outside the castle, the exorcism light is gradually faded. A deep voice rises. You will leave tomorrow, right? From inside, Darius speaks sternly. But how can you perform the task well while you are distracted? Looking down at Vassal struggling to grasp his weapon, she continuously, that old man's words must still be bothering you. You bow your head and reply. Master. Darius stares at Vassal's messy appearance with a frown. Thousands of scrutinizing eyes are focused on Vassal. She silently tells herself, those who praise the kid as a disciple, suddenly turning to deride his late father as a coward. How can he not be shaken? Darius lands on the ground and walks toward Vassal. Then she stands in front of Vassal, reminding him, a needle in a bag will eventually stick out. Just focus on walking your own path. After hearing that, he immediately tightens his grip on the weapon's handle, continuing on his own path. With a determined expression, he calls out loudly, Master, please teach me again. She stares at him, smiling with satisfaction. Darius thinks to himself, of course, that path won't be easy, but you have to walk it. Now it is dark. The neighborhood has become peaceful, but her thoughts continue to echo. Children must step out of their parents' shadows on their own. In the crowded crowd, Haggett wore a hooded cloak as if to conceal his identity. She slowly turned to look, even though that shadow, the tall castle, was clearly visible, no matter how big it was. 3 days later at Kelvin Mountain, Ratso slowly stepped out from the teleportation gate. Looking around at the desolate scene covered in frost, he exclaimed, so this is Kelvin Mountain. Incredible. Then Ratso and his subordinate began to shiver unconsciously. It was cold, unable to endure it. Ratso snapped his fingers to summon warmth. Then his whole body was enveloped in a warm breeze. The people carrying the goods were also surprised, whispering to each other about the sudden warmth in the air. The two guys who were red-faced from the cold also became warmer thanks to his warm breath. Suddenly, a cheerful person approached and asked, excuse me, are you Ratso from the fire tower? Ratso naturally replied, that is right. Then he extended his hand cheerfully to Guy. We are waiting for you. Please follow this way. On hearing this, Ratso immediately followed. Suddenly the surroundings caught his attention. Looking at the emblem on the black flag, he thought the golden pyramid. Then Ratso glanced at the yellow flag, eternal golden pyramid. Looking to the other side, chaotic golden pyramid. Ratso concluded to himself, so all the earth magic experts have gathered here. Suddenly the guide stopped and asked Ratso, impressive scale is not. Finally, the two arrived at their destination. Looking at the ancient ice architecture before them, Ratso exclaimed, they even made this entire place out of magic crystal. Looking at his reflection in the eye, Ratso excitedly remarked, it is just like a mirror. The guide agreed. That is why they call the ruins the Crystal Palace. And old, seeing him, cheerfully shook hands and introduced himself. Welcome. I am Spiegelman from the Golden Pyramid, in charge of this expedition. Ratso also cheerfully responded, hello Elder Spiegelman. I am Ratso Raymond from the Fire Tower. Remembering the image of the talented man from his youth, Ratso sighed to himself, a talented man who was once a commoner has become the elder of the Golden Pyramid. He is also an archaeologist and explorer who has unearthed more ruins than anyone else in the kingdom. Then he smiled confident. Perhaps he would be able to answer my question. Alan, from a distance, adjusting his glasses, approached and spoke. Here you are, Ratso. He saw him and cheerfully said, Alan, so you came too? Two shook hands polite. Nice to meet you. The two engaged in a very pleasant conversation. A hardworking genius. Just like cheating. Right. I want to protect the achievements from the error of the god. Pull your hand back. Alan continues his familiar habit of adjusting his glass. And now, if only the defenders of the tower come, we can discuss our actions and tasks together. Spiegel is happy standing in a corner, watching the two chat cheer, feeling reassured by the disciples' kingdom. Guarding the excavation site, looking towards the tightly closed gate, he wonders what kind of problem could arise from such full-smelling ruins that require sending all manpower. This, suddenly Spiegel breaks into a cold sweat, thinking it seems a bit excessive. Then, from afar, ground explodes. What is happening? A giant monster emerges from the ground. He fearfully steps back. Golem. Alan tries to protect everyone. To save this monster is made from huge, sharp ice block. It roars angrily and lunges toward. One person is pierced through by the lung, screaming in pain. Spiegel grits his teeth in anger. The shield could not withstand a single blow. Then he channels energy down to the ground. A wall of earth and stone is quickly erected, but the sharp lunges continue to attack powerfully. He shouts, everyone, brace the earth to block the strike. At this moment, two people are helping someone who was injured. As long as she keeps encouraging, come on. Suddenly, a sound scares her. From behind, a hand of the monster is reaching out to grab the two. Following that, thousands of powerful spells are cast. She quietly uses magic hair to stop. Suddenly, a figure appears quickly using their strength to block. A hero of the origin. Fire magic. The two are surprised looking at. Before he retracts his power, he turns worriedly to ask Han, are you okay? Suddenly, something attracts. Looking at her long hair, he is stunned. Purple hair. Do not tell me it is. Then he can't help but shout, Princess. You saying this makes the two angry, bearing their. Taking advantage of the hero's distraction, the monster quickly moves closer. Suddenly, the alien is mumbling, or ice arrow. Then a series of powerful energy beams rush towards. The source of energy rushes forward, creating a huge explosion. The monster still manages to stand firm. After a while, its body is somewhat broken but fundamentally still very strong. The alien sighs in frustration. I tried to completely destroy its body, but it is too tough. Then the monster creates a strong tremor on the ground. The hero finally starts to channel energy. Origin. Then he quickly jumps down to shield in front of the the alien. He still has his eyes tightly shut in fear. The hero grips his sword tightly to gain momentum, then strikes down powerfully, causing the earth and stone to explode. Blood-colored sword light. The rubble gradually faded away, and only then did the alien dare to open its eye. As a person slowly approached, then that person introduces themselves to the surprise of Hakech and the hero. Seems like it is not too late, right? Then he introduced himself. I am Zirin from the Gear Tower. VS just silently stared. The alien did the same. 3 days ago, Zirin, looking very dapper. Suddenly someone spoke up. Alex Vimo. Person sitting at the table spoke slowly. Daria has started investigating his death. Any guesses? From beneath the ground, a ghostly voice said, guesses. Then that voice continued. Guess that. Karen looked up confused. Do not you remember why he was hearing that? His face turned dark with anger. Then he continued to provoke. Are you scared of getting caught? The person clenched their fist firmly. That is never going to happen. Then he turned and sighed. I am just disappointed. He raised his voice to scold Karen. If you had handled Zaso Vimone during the selection, Daria would have had no reason to doubt. Hearing that, quickly made excuses. It is because I received false information that Zaso Vimone is a weak kid. The person was too angry. Now you are trying to say it is my fault, right? At the same time, a shadow appeared. As the smoke cleared, a deep voice rang out. You called me just to see you two argue. He sat back in his chair. Brian immediately turned to Bo respectfully. Greet you, your grace, and Bismarck calmly asked. My grandson has caused trouble, has not he? He agreed. That is right. Initially it was expected that only a few members of the guard present. He saw him rambling and gestured to stop. Let us focus on the main issue. How do we take those ruins? Brian turned to look at Jerome and gestured. He immediately approached respectfully. My disciple is here. Jerome will join the guard. They began to plan. Jerome creates a side path through the protective barrier of the Golden Tower. Then he continued. The cultists after passing that path will ambush Detective Mage. But who knows? For our plan to succeed. Bismarck stroked his chin in thought. Then he made his suggestion. We need to subdue the Tower Master currently protecting the king, to eliminate the Tower Masters safely and without causing damage, saving the shadows of two powerful individuals. He continued. We need what is in the ruin. So what we need to do now is. Bismarck looked at the box continuously radiating energy in his hand. His eyes showed clear cruelty. Do not we at least need a trump card for this important mission? Meanwhile, Vassal was shouting loudly at the person inside the tent. Just a little. He grabbed Hecat's hand and persuaded. Let it, princess. It is too She just put her hand over her mouth to signal. This is secret. Hecat looked serious as if giving an order. Our presence here is top secret. It must be kept hidden from everyone. She immediately straightened up and continued. Vassal, just pretend you do not see me and ignore this. Court, that might be hard for you to understand. Then Hecate prepared to switch his identity hat with everyone. Sirhan really loves those relics and artifacts, does not he? Vassal smiled and expressed. If I were you, I would be very disappointed not to witness those relics and artifacts myself. Then he looked at her reassuring. If you are determined to go there, you do not have to worry with me here if you need anything. Hecate rebutted. That is not okay. Neither the king nor the noble would let me go to places like this alone. So you need to keep this secret from me. And she wondered. And you, as a knight, do not feel concerned for me. Princess, being here, remembering that magic, he sighed. Just in a brief moment, I witnessed the power of the princess. Then he explained further. Ordinary knights can't compare to your extraordinary power, so you have no need to worry about me. Hecate glared angrily. Extraordinary power. Then she firmly flicked the forehead of this innocent boy. She turned away, leaving him with a big bump on his forehead. Anyway, I am leaving now. You stay here and do your best in your role. Hecate turned away smiling, hoping he is not too bad, even if he is just a rook. Vassal, after a moment of fusion, realized I should have asked, pretended not to see the heart of the stream. Spiegelman was casting a spell and shouted to everyone, working together. Right after that, Vassal appeared. Sorry for being late. He looked ahead. Vassal saw his teammates struggling with the spell, and he exclaimed in astonishment, the magic is not working. What is going on? Alan quietly lowered his head and spoke. The collapsing space is one of the strongest shields. Everyone's attack is trying to break the shield, but the shield is too thick. Everyone got knocked back. Spiegelman helplessly swung his hand down. Damn it. Even if we find the way into the ruins, why is it a collapsing space of all things? In the distance, Jerome was leaning against the cave wall, watching the group struggle over there. He thought to himself, I should send a report to the Duke. One leaf finished. The whole group retreated back to their Spiegelman could not help but shout. What? Is there a way to destroy those shields? Alan stood beside him and said, with the achievements from the Age of God the magic possesses, we can focus our strength and break through it. Spiegelman responded cheerfully, but I doubt they can lend it to us. That is why I plan to take action. He tightened his grip on Alan's hand. Spiegelman said excited, if you can handle it, I promise to represent Kim Thap to repay you. Alan smiled and replied, I will do my best. Switching scenes to another location. Alan is meeting Jerome and Vassal to ask for their help, although he does not want to. I am relying on the days. Vassal nodded and said, you do not need to ask for help. Everything will be fine. Jerome stared at the other two and thought, with Alan gone, there is only one fighter left. Suddenly, Vassal turned to him and said, Jerome, I want to discuss the shift with you for tonight. Jerome looked at him with piercing eye. I will go first. Then he turned and left. So I will head out first. Vassal looked at Jerome and thought, that is just too much smiling. Switching scenes to outside the outpost. There are two mages sitting by the fire on guard duty. Suddenly, one of them spotted something suspicious. They saw a group in black looking very suspicious, so they stood up and shouted, stop. This area is under the control of Kim Thap. As soon as they finished, the two mages were taken out by the group of strangers. Suddenly, Jerome appeared among these strangers. He approached the barrier and destroyed it. Jerome said, there are changes in the plan. The barrier gradually opened, and a collapsing space appeared to protect the ruins. The barrier opened, and the group of strangers confidently walked in. Jerome crossed his arms and said, bring back relic. We can destroy it. Continue. Alan Pett has reached the thing. The guy wearing a black mask named Karen sniffed and said, the smell of burnt flesh. How delicious. Jerome confidently said, to threaten him. We just need to take Spiegelman as a hostage. Karen thought otherwise. What about the one called the Disciple of the Fire Tower? It is not good for back cock. He coldly said, kill him. I won't forgive any mistakes this time. A man in armor appeared in front of Jerome. He stared at him and said, stop complaining so much while watching. Jerome, not backing down, looked back at him with a fierce expression. Then Karen sensed the tension and intervened. He continued, we are on the same side. Do not do that. Karen glanced at Jerome and insulted. This is the beloved son of the emperor. His words made Jerome furious. On your side. He can be harmed. Provoked. Jerome raised his hand to attack Karen, who immediately cast a spell to block the attack. He shouted, what did you just say? Karen replied, can I joke around here? He tilted his head and said, "Be a little more generous." While this group was light flashing, the disciples had finished drawing a bright red magic circle. There are arms rising from the circle, like these guys. Then the entire hideous monster emerged from the ground. Karen coldly said, "Although it would never happen." But the guy continued, "Things turn bad. Do not forget what the Duke has offered." Jerome recalled a few things from before. Ben standing in front of him and saying, "Remember this." He leaned in and said, "After this mission is over, you will live like a ghost until the day the Duke sits up high." Ben ordered, "Not a single survivor is allowed to return from the expedition." Jerome subtly bowed his head and said, as if something bad might happen. Then he looked up and asked, "Can I use Duke hat?" Ben stared directly at, then stepped closer and said, "You want to?" Ben placed his hand on Jerome's shoulder and asked, "Do not you accept?" He laughed heartily. "I simply believe that you will not fail no matter what." Back to reality. In front of Jerome was an enormous explosion. He stood there mumbling, "Sure, just as father wants." As the oppressive heat surrounded Jerome, "You will become a ghost." Put on a cold expression and said, "A ghost spreading fear and despair." Late at night in the tent, Spiegelman suddenly exclaimed, "What?" He looked at Giazot anxiously and said, "Do you want to know about a horned dragon species?" Spiegelman asked him, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Giazot honestly replied, "I saw a painting at the mission site. Its strange appearance caught my attention." He held his hands out to him and said, "Actually, can't he give you a precise answer?" Giazot gently bowed his head and replied, "Really?" Suddenly Spiegelman spoke, "But I thought of the Holy Dragon." When Giazot heard this name, he could not help but wonder, "Holy Dragon King, does this creature exist?" He stroked his chin, turned his face to the side, and said, "Since there are not many historical records about it, I do not know much either." Spiegelman continued, "But I heard it was raised to cope with," he said, "with some dark power." Suddenly a red dragon appeared above Giazot. "Fighting, you softly exclaimed." Spiegelman saw Pepper and excitedly said, "Can you still summon the spirit?" Then, Pepper leapt to another spot. It stood in front of the tent, and gently warned something outside. Giazot looked at it. What? Immediately, there was a force hitting the screen from the outside. Shortly after, the ferocious monster charged. Both Giazot and Spiegelman were extremely surprised by this situation. The humanoid monster looked extremely disgusting, its whole body radiating a power flame. It used its strength to engulf everything in a sea of fire. Everyone screamed in panic. There is an ambush. A guy in armor appeared, blocking a group of wizards trying to escape. The group of wizards cast spell, trying to suppress, quickly join forces to take him down. The attack transforms into sharp spikes aimed at him. Smoke rises thickly, and he gently brushes the smoke away. The armored guy is criticized. His skills are pathetic. The group of wizards is stunned. What? He took that hit and is not hurt at all. Immediately, the armored guy swings his weapon up. Then he slams down onto the ground, releasing a massive magical force. The group of wizards is trapped and can't escape. Meanwhile, Karen casually goes hunting for his prey. Two wizards appear in front of, blocking his path. Then they shout out and launch their spell. Earth spell. Karen stands still, not even bothering to dodge. What a nuisance? He casts a magic circle that stops the attack. Unexpected. This circle is a teleportation spell. Appearing behind the group of wizards, Karen plays a trick, sending the attack behind the two wizards to hit. One of them turns around and screams, "What is going on?" But they are in trouble. They could not react in time. It is understandable to be caught off guard. Karen stands there looking at the two fallen wizards. He then looks up at the sky, wondering where that old man Spiegelman is. Elsewhere in the camp, where the intruders have broken in, Vesu had quickly set up a barrier, so he and Spiegelman are safe. He asks, "Are you okay?" It goes without saying that he is extremely angry right now. What kind of lunatics would dare attack the Endymion excavation site? Viesjo looks down at what is under his, the undead. Then Viesiv says with certainty, "Those using the undead as weapons are just them." Spiegelman, somewhat doubtful, "Could it be the," you reply, "the elder?" Then Viesu turns to him and says, "I have to protect someone important." Leave, promising to meet him outside the ruin. Spiegelman blurts out. He asks in confusion, "Is there anyone more important than me?" Somewhere else in the camp, Kate is trying to fight off the monster. She swings her hammer to attack decisive. Then Kate swings again, taking down all the monsters. She looks down at corpses and whispers to herself, "Where did these things suddenly come from?" Next, Kate turns to the people behind her and calls out, "It is safe. Go this way." The group immediately runs toward her. However, they suddenly stop and look fearfully to the side. Kate looks in that direction and exclaims, "A knife." The armored guy appeared right in front of the group of mages with her. Kate, without hesitation, picked up her hammer and charged at the opponent. This full force strike would take them down. She took a run up and jumped high. Right after that, Kate swung her hammer down right on his neck. Following through, she slid down and landed right in front of him. Kate slightly glided back, then wondered in confusion, how could he still be fine after that hit? The armored guy asked, "Who are you?" She quickly got up. "I am the one who trembles before the storm, but my hand still tightly grips the hammer." Kate thought angrily, if only I had a decent sword. She looked at the group of mages standing behind, then regained her composure. "I can't lose heart." She seriously stared at her opponent. "I am Kate Rathmos, princess of the kingdom of Endymion." Kate bravely cast magic to shield herself. "I will protect my people." The armored guy saw this and raised his weapon. It was quite interesting after all. Suddenly, flame flew past her and aimed straight at the enemy. The fireball has arrived. Use the flames to attack the armored guy. Fireball transformed into a spear that knocked far away. He looked worriedly at he. "Are you okay, princess?" "Reinforcements are on the way." She shyly scolded, "What are you calling me that for?" The armored guy standing far away shouted, "The one using the fire spear." He strode forward with a fierce demeanor. He must be the disciple of the fire tower. You stared at the armored guy with a serious expression. Then you turned to Kate and said, "I will handle this. You take everyone to the entrance of the ruins first. We will regroup with the elders there." Spiegel was relieved to see the injured mage fleeing, helping the others escape. Kate asked you with some concern, "Are you sure you can handle this on your own?" You confidently replied, "You said you would give me a chance to repay my debt." She smiled softly, a small smile forming on her lips. After that, Kate turned and left with the other mage. "Then it is up to you." The armored guy placed his hand on his head and sighed. "If everyone rushed in together, I would be happier." And you, feeling pumped, said, "This is a battle between the two of." The armored guy began to take things serious. He stared at you intently. Unexpected breathed fire, causing him to exclaim, "What?" As a result, the armored guy endured a massive explosion. He looked at you unleashing your attack and thought, "Too hot." Fiery spear. At this moment, you had created a fire spear, adding explosive magic. Fiery spear. Explosion. Vatser thrust his spear forward, yelling, "Your fire tricks won't work on me." The armored guy was not backing down either. He was ready to counter. Vatser raised his spear high and shouted, "Is it really fire?" The spear struck him squarely on the head. The armored guy stood frozen in place, unable to react. Immediately after, he unleashed a massive fire from the spear aimed to incinerate. On another front, a group of mages was fleeing. They suddenly stopped when they saw a figure blocking their path. One person recognized him and shouted, "Lord Jaren." A mage stepped forward and asked, "Are you injured, my lord? Where have you been?" The enemy just attacked, but in response, they received a fatal blow. Jaren coldly brought down his sword without mercy. He looked at them with eyes that could not be more cruel. Then Jaren moved closer and looked down into the abyss, where the battlefield was engulfed in chaos. He widened his eyes at the thought of a name, Spiegelman. Jaren could not help think, is he planning to reorganize the team in the ruins? Suddenly, he felt something and turned to look behind. Jaren was surprised to see Princess. Just then, an explosion rocked the area where he stood. Jaren then glanced to the side, where a shadow raced by in the distance. The armored guy braced himself, trying to absorb the damage from Gyasol. Exhaling a breath, Jaren looked at him in surprise. How could his armor be broken? The armored guy, hearing that, went mad, his whole being exuding dark energy. Do not underestimate. Basalt looked at the armored guy with some fear. That presence, can see that inside this armored guy, there are actually two hearts. He thinks, I did not expect to have to use the knight's heart implanted in my body to deal with this jerk. The armored guy screamed and lunged at you. I am going to tear you apart. His attack speed is very fast. Basalt has to dodge, is too fast. The armored guy, wielding a mace, stared at you intensely. Basalt smirked slightly, thinking, he is much faster than that other guy. Then Basalt stopped and got into a stance to launch his attack. Quickly charged forward to attack. Basalt's attack accurately targeted the armored guy. Flame spear. First strike. He was hit and immediately coughed. Then the armored guy fell down, and you held your spear in front of said. It is, suddenly, a green vortex appeared in front of Basalt. This vortex emitted a force like water rushing towards you. Quickly extinguished Basalt's flames and pushed you away. There were wooden logs floating around in the water just now. Basalt struggled to regain his balance. You looked at the whirlpool and wondered, what is going on? Suddenly, you looked down at the ground. Basalt immediately thought of one person. It is that guy. Turns out Karen used water to save the armored guy's life. Pressure of water in the deep sea is used. The armored guy angrily said, shut up. Basalt created a spear and stared at his opponent. This time I won't let him slip away. Then you launched your attack. Flame spear. Full wind. Basalt raised his spear and thought, this attack. Immediately, you threw it towards your opponent. How could he dodge? Karen quickly retaliated. I just thought of this idea. Is great. And he created a huge water shield. Basalt stood there in shock. Your flames were contained by the shield, and the other mages were also stunned. Hackett turned to look at Basalt. In front of everyone was the scene of the fire spear. It seemed unstoppable being blocked by Karen's shield. Spiegel was pleasantly surprised. Even Hackett could not believe it. Basalt looked extremely panicked. Can't be? You shouted. This can't be happening. Fire spear still headed toward the water shield. Basalt leaned back in place. Your flames were contained by the shield, and the other mages were also stunned. Turned to look at Basalt. You shouted. This can't be happening. Fire dragon continued to charge towards the water barrier with its colossal strength. The massive explosion sent debris flying, creating a cloud of dust. Basalt stood waiting in the middle of the battle. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed. Basalt panicked and looked around. Princess. Elder. A hand emerged from the wreck, calling out to him. Here. Basalt saw Spiegel joyfully struggling to get out of the debris. He shouted. Elder. Basalt knelt down. Are you okay? He asked back. Where are the others? Basalt shook his head in response. Then he bowed his head down. In the distance, a flame erupted. Basalt and Spiegel joyfully turned around towards the fire. Surprisingly, Jern was the one who saved Hackett, carried her out. Basalt shouted. Princess. Spiegel was equally surprised. Princess Hackett. Basalt immediately rushed to Hackett. Thank goodness you are alright. He cheerfully said to John. Jareen, thank you for rescuing the princess. He forced a smile as if to respond to Basalt's gratitude. However, behind that smile, Jern took the opportunity to stab Basalt in the stomach when he was not paying it. Then he immediately drew a line across Basalt's torso. Basalt dropped to his knee, coughing up fresh blood. Spiegel screamed in horror. Basalt. Pepper lunged at Jaren to avenge his master. Lucky for him, a water barrier appeared to stop Pepper. Shortly after, a voice called out, making Jaren turn around. You keep bothering. Karen and her gang used a teleportation portal to get here. Geta clenched his fists and hissed, damn you. Basalt, losing blood, felt dizzy. Pepper, I have no strength left. Jaren turned to Karen and asked, I thought I told you about using Spiegel as a hostage. Geta replied, the role of a hostage can be right. Spiegel felt extremely angry and attacked Jareen. How dare you betray us? The armored man threw a spear at him and yelled, Law, old man. This powerful attack took Spiegel down. He was injured in the back and lay flat on the ground. As for Karen, Gata turned to ask, by the way, who is that girl? Jaren looked down at the unconscious girl and said, princess or not, if we can save her, we can control the entire Endymion kingdom. He glared at Karen. Because of your foolish act, everything has become futile. Gata said, as long as she is not dead, right? Suddenly, a voice cut through them. Cannot let that happen. You slowly get up and try to use your strength. You won't achieve your goal. Right after that, the armored guy charges at you. I will handle him. Take a deep breath, prepare to counterattack. Then you chant a spell on the ring you are wearing. Summoning mist. The armored guy lunges at you, seeking revenge for last time. Mist spreads from the ring, catching Karen by surprise. Mist, the armored guy, feeling confident, slams down, ready to kill. You open your eyes wide and shout, Dragon transformation, catching the armored guy off guard. You unleash a massive fireball that sends him flying. Karen stares at you. No way. Mist is to obscure our vision. Right. Behind that mist, you unleash a flurry of attacks on the armored guy and his minion, making them scream in panic. As the mist clears, the minions lie sprawled out on the ground. Karen casts a water shield around herself, so that guy's defeat makes sense. I can feel them without looking. Right after that, a series of shields go up, and the mana spikes suddenly beyond my comprehension. However, there is a pair of fiery eyes staring intently at Karen thinks in horror. What the hell is that? When he loses focus, Vassal thrusts his spear straight at Karen. Put all your strength into this attack, and he suddenly laughed. You are just like a monster, but you continue to stab him with the spear. Somewhere, Zirin drops 2 pieces. Vassal, we abandon the survivor. The mission will fail. Then you shout, done. Fire blood sword. Zirin grabs the sword and jumps. This Vassal falls down. You grit your teeth. The dragon transformation is about to wear off. In this final strike, Vassal combines 2 swords into a double-ended spear. Zirin, with a mighty roar, dives from the sky. Vassal prepares the spear to stab, betting everything on this attack. The two collide, causing an explosion that shakes the earth. After this strike, Vassal collapses. You cough. It seems your body has reached its limit. On the opposing side, Zirin is burnt, standing still like a statue. He has a huge hole burned in. The situation is dire. Then Zirin falls, and in the distance, a flicker of light appears. Vassal cautiously turns to look at that light. Then a voice surprises you. Damn it. So he finally went down. Vassal looks at Kieran. You must be. He glances at you. Do not tell me you think he is the only one who can face you. How simple-minded. Karen's words leave you a bit stunned. And this guy has similar abilities to that person. You know. As soon as he finishes speaking, points behind himself. Creature about to appear has a pair of horns on its head. Its pair was revealed. Karen said. The one with power rivaling that of a dragon. Gradually, its wings spread out. Vassal cautiously looked at what was appearing before him. Right in front of him was Saran transformed into a monster. Karen introduced the Heart of Chimela. Vassal stared intensely at Saran, who had turned into a beast. The Heart of Chimela. Thought its magical power was so strong it was immeasurable. Right after that, Saran raised his hand, then clenched it tight. The unfortunate one caught in the spell was Kieran. He tried to remove the magic that was tightening around his neck. Saran said loud, the one who intentionally concealed his power to force me to use this heart. Right. Karen hesitated. He voluntarily did that. Then he stared intensely at Saran. Karen continued, was not the Heart of Chimela supposed to help you level up those countless spell circles? And also, he paused for a moment and said, I did not ask you to fight that guy and suffer the consequences of losing. Saran released. Fine. I admit I misunderstood the mission. Then he raised his hand. Vassal, it is time to end this. Immediately a surge of power rushed toward him, as if it wanted to crush his heart. Saran grabbed Vassal by the neck. You have been doing really well up till now. Then he raised his hand to create a massive wave of power. But unfortunately, you can't protect anything anymore. This wave of power crashed against the barrier. That is it. Vassal fell. His attack was strong enough to shatter the barrier, exposing what the barrier was protecting. Karen shielded herself from Saran's power. Thought to herself, breaking the space barrier too. You are quite some. Saran. Vassal unleashed his firepower, punching him in the face while shouting, it is not over yet, you bastard. Your attack barely moved Saran. He smiled slightly. Yeah, I have reconsidered. Saran immediately Vassal away. I will make you pay properly. Your body slammed against the barrier. Then Vassal gradually got sucked into the space inside the barrier, into the spatial water. Saran laughed from the outside. Just take your time enjoying the agony of having your soul torn apart. Carry the shame of the incompetent until the end of time. The scene shifts to a room in the hospital. You are waving your hands around as if just waking from a nightmare. Nurse Ita, seeing this, worriedly called out to you, are you awake? Vassal looked down at his hands and gasped breath. Nurse Ita continued, you are in the hospital in Camelot. You tried to sit up and intended to get out of bed. The hospital. But what about the battle at the room? Nurse Ita asked in confusion. What exactly are you trying to say? Vassal, almost going crazy, grabbed Nurse Ita's shoulder. Princess, is the princess and everyone okay? Right after that, a male nurse quickly ran over. Hey, please calm down. Nurse Ita looked into Vassal's eyes and tried to explain. While cleaning at the Lubrium Museum, you suddenly had a seizure and were brought to the hospital. You were so shocked that your eyes wide. What? Then Vassal shouted. Brr. You looked around everywhere, despite Ita trying to stop. Where are you? Have I returned to the time before the regression? Vassal thought back. Something must have happened. Right after that, a golden ring flew towards you. Quickly binding Vassal tight, the head nurse appeared and said, you have made enough noise. You are the patient. Please calm down so we can take you back to bed. She invited you to her office to discuss. According to the nurse, you fainted at the museum and were hallucinating heavily when you woke up. Vassal said seriously, I have never hallucinated before. She replied, I see. I understand. The head nurse walked to the window and said, I really sympathize with what you have shared. Then she asked Vassal, have you ever heard of the dream-eating tree? The head nurse continued, it uses the most beautiful illusions as trap, and then people starve to death under the tree and use their bodies as nutrient. You asked her back, what does that have to do with my situation? The head nurse tapped on the window glass and said, that day, pollen from the apricot tree displayed in the museum was released into the air, and there were many people besides you, she continued, experiencing the same hallucination, and you looked at her, confused. She said that the head nurse returned to the table and wrote paperwork. Importantly, the museum would cover all medical expenses for the patient. Vassal asked, is it all just a hallucination? The head nurse placed her hand on the pile of paperwork and said, this is the medical report. Can ask the museum's manager compensation. Then she leaned in closer with a dangerous tone and said, this is the moment. You should wake up. Vassal wondered in confusion. Is it all just a dream? Daria will definitely know about night. The 8th. Vassal dazedly walked to the tower's door. No dream had ever felt this real. Immediately the guard shouted, wait a minute. Please stop. You lowered your head and mumbled, I came to see Mirrors. Daria, if she is my master, she will surely recognize. The guard looked at Vassal. Who do you think you are? You looked up at the tall tower and silently prayed. Please, tell me it is not a dream. Please, you said in despair. My name is Vassal Raymond. I used to be a disciple of Miss Daria. The guards looked at each other and asked, Daria's disciple? I have never heard that name before. The guard got annoyed. I knew right away you were crazy. Just leave. Vassal clenched his fists tight. Then you rushed into the tower. Please give me just a little time. Please let me see her. The guard got frustrated and raised his hand to hit you. This crazy guy. Vassal was knocked to the ground. He struggled to get up and mumbled, Master. Daria, passing by in the carriage, heard the commotion and looked down to ask the guard, what is going on? The guard bowed his head and reported, my lord at Hethab, this young man claiming he is your disciple. She exclaimed in surprise. My disciple? Daria looked down at Vassal, who was in a disheveled state, and asked a critical question. Do I know you? Her question left you speechless. Vassal widened his eyes and then slightly bowed his head. Daria looked at you in such a state and sighed softly. The guard quickly reminded her, we should hurry now. Carriage gradually moved into the tower, to a room inside the tower. Vassal placed his hand on the protective glass of a treasure chest. Thought, does that mean everything is really due to the nightmare pollen? Then he punched the glass. This is ridiculous. The glass is wet. If this is really a dream, then wake me up before I get this far. There is no way this is real. Behind the glass revealed a red stone. His actions were immediately noticed by the guards. The guard pinned Vassal to the ground and shouted, who are you? The other guards rushed in and told each other to drag him outside. Vassal, unwilling to accept this, yelled out, this can't be happening. After that, he tried to prove that his life was not a dream, but it was all in vain. Years passed. Vassal still desperately fought against this reality, but many years had worn down that resolve. Foot of a bridge somewhere, someone handed him a news to read. Vassal took it in his hands and read it carefully. Years went by, and Vassal had now become an old man with a stubbly beard, living like someone at the bottom of society. He read the news, the youngest tower owner. The paper printed a picture of Alan. In the end, there was no way. Vassal pondered for a moment. He thought, someone like me never had a chance to begin with. Transitioning to Walker Hill Academy. Vassal was now working as a janitor. Unexpectedly back to this place, Vassal had control controlled his mind and given up on his ambition, and in the end, he had abandoned himself. Vassal paused for a moment, thinking back. This life was not too bad. Honestly, it might be the most suitable job who he was now. Suddenly, he heard someone walking past. Vassal closer and hid behind a wall. A group of students was bullying someone else. What do you think you are? Acting like that? Know your place. Just because we talk to you does not mean you are equal to us. He decided to turn away and leave. This was not my problem. It was best to ignore it. The one being bullied was Speeger. No matter what they said, he shouted, I am going to become a wizard. The blonde guy laughed a little. Why is this pathetic loser even trying? His words drew a lot of attention. How could someone with a mana circulation disorder be so bold? The blonde guy ordered his goons to hold them. And remember the sins your family has committed. He used fire magic intending to attack. I will leave a mark, can't forget. The blonde guy pointed his fiery finger close to the victim's face. Speeger resignedly shut his eyes. Suddenly, a sound of a punch echoed. Then he slowly opened his eyes, seeing the bullies lying flat on the ground. Speeger looked up in surprise and saw Ratzel sweeping the floor. He mumbled, why is this place so dirty? Speeger looked at Ratzel with admiration in his eyes. A moment later, he was eating bread and complaining. What a hassle. Ratzel looked at Speeger sitting next to him and asked, why are you following me? He held the book up and innocently replied, I am just reading. This place is really quiet, perfect for focusing. Ratzel felt someone was watching him and glanced over there. His sharp gaze made the bullies, who had just picked on Speeger, turn pale with fear. After warning them, he let out a deep sigh. Then Ratzel asked, you are struggling with mana, right? He continued, I know someone just like you who also attended this academy. Speeger curiously asked, what happened to that person? Ratzel threw a piece of bread to the ground and said irritably, he got expelled for not being able to overcome his limit. Just like trash that was destined to become waste, he added, and he could not even achieve his own goal. For a mage, struggling with mana is like a death sentence. Ratzel said with a glare, sometimes knowing when to give up is also a kind of bravery. Speeger interrupted, I can't do that. He stood up and said with a smile, I can't give up my dream. Then Speeger left, leaving Ratzel deep in thought. Unsure of what to say, someone called out to Ratzel, you there? A balding man waved his hand, calling him over. Ratzel walked over and asked, what can I do for you? He replied, be careful. The balding man warned, don't get involved with. If something happened, get into big trouble. Ratzel asked, usually, I do not quite understand what you mean. The balding man said, he is the son of the traitor who was expelled by the Crimson Tower. His family has fallen. The scene shifted to a very dark room where a group of believers were gathering. The world of the Guardians was coming to an end, approaching Walker Hill Academy. They placed a skull in the center of the room and announced their return. A beautiful morning at the academy. Someone was using a small gem to practice spell. Just a little more. Just a little more. Speeger painfully clenched his other hand, trying to focus on his spell. Ratzel approached and asked, why did not you give up on becoming a mage? Curiously asked, what keeps you going? Speeger bowed his head slightly and replied, it is because I made a promise. His words made Ratzel think of his mother. Then, footsteps from a group. It was the blonde guy and his gang. They were here, and last time was just a mistake. This time, the escape rope was closed. Ratzel sensed the magic and warned Speeger, watch out. He said seriously, this is the only way you can become a mage. The blonde guy was astonished by Ratzel's power, clenched his fist, and immediately threw a punch at his opponent. The scene shifted to winter at the academy, where Ratzel was watching Speeger running to build stamina. A spell might be too much for my weak body to handle when using magic. You shout, run fast. If you do not, you could easily lose your life in this fight. Then the two of them switched to hand-to-hand combat. Magic could move faster with a strong and well-trained body. Unlike those who have fully developed physically, the effectiveness of magic is amplified when used by an immature child still learning. Ratzel lightly struck his opponent. However, his development speed is really very slow. Speeger crouched down, panting, and Ratzel said, promise to try. But is this all you have? Quickly regained his composure. Once again, please withdraw. And many days later, Speeger was practicing attack magic. Real combat magic. He unleashed a strike. Ice arrow. His opponent was immediately defeated. At the academy competition, the judges announced the name of the winner. Speeger won. The students watching could not help but discuss. Kid with such low mana due to a blockage won. The gap in skill is huge. It is amazing. The golden-haired kid was defeated. Ian Jiang said, that bastard. Just wait and see. Speeger immediately looked at the stands as if searching for someone. He thought of and silently thanked Ratzel. Thanks to you I have become a mage who has reached 2 circles of magic. In a corner of the stand, Ratzel stood with his arms crossed watching Speeger and smiled light. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Ratzel was startled. A man with a noble demeanor spoke to him condescending. Long time no see. You little brat. Ratzel recognized this person. Coma Frederick. Shifting scenes to a dark, dusty warehouse. You were beaten up. Coma sold. Sorry about that, the bald employee said with a tone of pity. I told you not to cause trouble anymore. Right. Coma spoke sharp. Because he is my son. You have bothered him too many times already. Ratzel recalled the blonde kid who was just defeated by Speeger. Then he smirked and said, so he is your son. No surprise that both of you are such losers. He lowered his head and said, it seems you do not realize what situation you are in. If I use the dark magic link, I could easily get rid of Coma threatened him. Not just you, but also that kid you care about. Ratzel laughed at that. He burst out laughing as if he heard something incredibly funny. Ratzel said to himself, are you paying attention to that kid? He continued, I just wanted to awaken that kid's potential fun. That night, Ratzel was preparing his belongings. He remembered what Coma had said to him. This is an order. Leave the academy immediately. You do not want to die. He hesitated a bit and thought, Speeger. Ratzel carries his luggage out of the academy gate, but he gets spotted by Speeger. Where are you going? Ratzel stops for a moment and replies, I am leaving this place. He asks, why are you leaving? Ratzel grips his luggage tight. Then he runs off with his head down. Speeger runs faster and blocks Ratzel. Can't you hear? Stop right now. He looks surprised as he stares at Ratzel's face. Seeing Ratzel's injury, he asks, your face. He replies in a low voice, what do you expect from someone like me? Then he says something hurtful to Speeger. Do you think I am your tutor or something? Ratzel walks past and gives him a shove. He finishes with a line, stop dreaming. Ratzel's words make him cry. The scene shifts to Coma, who seems to be talking to someone. That is why we desire money and power. Everything becomes easy when you are wealthy. Suddenly, Coma jolts. Outside the academy, there is a group in black using magic. What is happening? Coma grits his teeth and says, after you dared to block Frederick, a massive explosion erupts. At that moment, Ratzel has gone some distance but stops because of the explosion. The flames are gradually rising. Quickly rushes to the explosion and discovers all the buildings are being being burned down. Ratzel panics as he realizes where the explosion happened. The academy. A deep voice echoes through the raging flames at the academy. Today's attack. Figure dressed in a full cloak, fierce eyes, sits atop a pile of corpses and command. Also declaring our return. Calmly watches his subordinate kill indiscriminate and slowly said, embed fear and despair deep within. The cruelty in his words blend the swish of his subordinate carrying out the slaughter. Then let them taste the smell of blood. The professors in the academy seem to be timid in front of this guy's subordinate. Without hesitation, his subordinates use their magic arrows to deal with professors at school. Meanwhile, the stranger's subordinates are wearing bloodthirsty smile. He looks towards Spiegel and exclaims, there is a little mouse trying to survive over there. Moments later, Vassal rushes back to the academy in a panic. He hides behind a stone pillar, looking at Spiegel and realizes the current situation. He has been spotted. At this moment, the stranger's subordinates approach Spiegel and excitedly exclaim, what an interesting person. What an interesting person. That situation makes Vassal worry and wonder, why is not he running away? Suddenly, one of the subordinates asks Spiegel, are not you afraid of dying? He laughs and replies, I have bought enough time for others to escape. That is enough. At the same time, Rassel's eyes widen in amazement. I can feel it, that overwhelming power. Notice the professors lying on the ground and realize that even the professors can't handle. Suddenly, you remember a long-forgotten memory from your past life. After becoming a bodyguard, can definitely be stronger to protect more people. Every time the opportunity arises, I will show up. However, life is not a dream, and when I wake up, I am just a weakling. What can I do? In your mind, you have one plan in this situation, to run away. That is right. There is no need to sacrifice yourself. Just then, that subordinate is mocking Spiegel, the weak jerk who should know his place. Without a hint of fear, Spiegel replied calmly, more than anyone, I know I can't win. The next words he spoke made Ratzel fall, like he was protecting the people. In his strong figure at that moment, you can see Ratzel's shadow as a bodyguard, and his words seem to awaken something within Ratzel. Now the subordinate is preparing to send Spiegel off. That knave Eddie will get him killed. Suddenly, a sword stabbed straight into his side, and it was Ratzel who caused this. Annoyed by your interference, the subordinate channeled magic into his other hand. Then he struck Ratzel, sending him crashing back, pulled the knife from his side, and angrily shouted, damn bug, how dare you? Unexpected. Someone was about to use a level 3 magic arrow, and this attack hit the subordinate direct. The one who struck was Spiegel, panting heavily from exhaustion. Seeing the opportunity, Ratzel quickly grabbed a weapon and charged at the subordinate. Finally, he dealt him a fatal blow. The battle ended with victory for Spiegel and Ratzel. Spiegel saw you in pain kneeling on the ground and hurriedly ran over, shouting, Ratzel, before you could even ask him, are you okay? He was only worried about your wound and exclaimed, Ratzel, you are losing too much blood. However, no matter how tired you are right now, you can only warn him. You need to go. Hurry up. The others are coming. Being urged by you, Spiegel shouted, but I can't leave alone. Suddenly, Ratzel placed a hand on his shoulder. You seriously asked, are you planning to make me a useless teacher, unable to protect my own student? Your words shocked Spiegel because he caught the two words own student while you were still busy urging, you have to survive and get out of here. A smile spread across your face along with the declaration, and become a guardian. Promise me one more okay. At that moment, Spiegel broke down in tears and affirmed, I promise, I will become a guardian, master. After that, Gatso watched him leave and silently thought to himself that he had always been like this. He slowly stood up and deep inside had to admit he was like a lost dream of mine, like the courage I had abandoned. It is for that reason that I hate, and now you are asking those here to stop. Seeing Spiegel with tears in his eyes running and looking at Gatso could only tell himself that is also why I like you. At that moment, a crazy person suddenly unleashed their power and shouted that this wash-up was wasting level 2 magic on a person. Fearlessly. On the contrary, Gatso was just thinking that because of you, I could live, and suddenly you jumped high. With his intelligence, he had long realized that one could only learn magic by understanding the rules of the magic circle. Immediately, he used a teleportation spell and suddenly appeared near a cloaked man. Without hesitation, he attacked this guy to meet his mate. He himself managed to use magic in time, and then an explosion occurred along with the last thought Gatso had. You must survive. Spiegel. A moment later, in a place filled with beautiful star circles, a voice rang out, waking Gatso. It is time for you to go. He looked around in confusion and wondered, where is this? The glass spirit stood slowly behind him and said, finally, you are awake. Then he asked, how is that world? Gatso calmly replied, I lost the dream I have always pursued, even though I found it again and protect. As he said this, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock at seeing someone. It turned out to be Spiegel, and his presence made him panic. Quickly asked, Spiegel, you did not escape. So he hurriedly ran over to him, but suddenly something blocked him. This made him even more confused and hesitantly exclaimed, what on earth? What on earth? Vatso seemed disappointed in himself and said, I could not protect anything. Suddenly, the glass spirit said, you are mistaken. Called out his name and stated, Vatso Riemann, the hero of power from the lineage. This moment, Vatso finally remembered and asked, who are you? The glass spirit placed a hand on the barrier and confidently spoke, I am the master of this cruel world. He turned to look at him and continued, they also call me by that name. A name spoken that surprised Vatso. Glass spirit. After regaining his composure, Vatso finally called out the name, Glass Spirit. Meanwhile, the glass spirit maintained a casual attitude, touching the barrier and explaining, that is right. This place shows you the deepest fears within you. He glanced at Vatso and said, for you, that is your worth. His words made Vatso a bit uneasy. Then he continued, the reason people gain power is that on the day Vatso came back to life, he realized he was still just a mediocre third-rate wizard. Plus, with the stories being told, I've seen him run away with my own eyes. All these things combined made the Oracle ask Vatso one question. Do you deserve the power you have? You must have the answer for yourself. Vatso once firmly said, I can be even stronger and protect more. The Oracle saw and remembered this well. Your reason is to become a guardian, protect everyone. After a moment of silence, Vatso slowly stood up and asked, so all those days were just tests for me? The Oracle did not hesitate to admit, that is right, you have overcome your own fears. Moreover, he believes that you proved that even without power, you can still protect others because of your choice, determination, and courage. Now Spiegler's body is gradually fading, but he still wears a light smile and asserts, I won't forget our promise. Seeing him like that, Vatso smiled with satisfaction and called out to Spiegler. Suddenly the barrier broke with the Oracle's voice. In front of you are not illusion, but the things you are protect and will spend your life protect. This moment, he joyfully thought to himself, I have finally fulfilled my vow. My here. He slowly took took off his mask and told himself, "It is time to rest." Suddenly, Beeger emitted a golden light, while the oracle quietly declared, "Go out with the light of the dawn." Immediately after, the system appeared, announced, "Accepting Blood Dragon, restoring the body. You received the first golden mask." In another place, Ziren with an expressionless face and a cold voice said, "Impressive. The current scene is quite unstable for humanity." Ziren looked at Alan and asked, "Your name is Alan Pet?" Alan did not care about him at all and quietly uttered, "Princess." After saying that, he weakly knelt down. Now Karen spoke up, "I heard you are a genius." That guy praised Alan for the recent battle, saying he understood the situation as soon as he joined the fight and acted very reasonable, even though he had very little information. He recalled when Alan used his ability to save Kate, marveling at how he would use that artifact as bait to rescue Princess. That time, could even stall Ziren on one side to buy more time. However, things are different now. Those efforts yielded nothing. This moment, Karen looked at Ziren flying toward the fortress and asked, "If it is all done, then I will clean up this excess stuff." Current situation is that Alan can only watch helplessly as Ziren flies toward the fortress. Ziren observed for a moment and murmured, "First the magical barrier, then he summoned a gigantic machine." Spiegelman recognized it immediately and panicked. "It is something from the age of the god." Hearing this, Kate anxiously gritted her teeth and wondered, "Can't we do anything?" As for Ziren, he activated the machine while thinking. After finding that item, in his heart, he was determined, "I won't give it to humanity. I will show the world myself." His thought was similar to Bane's madness. "What I do will prove it." He just wanted to prove that he is better than others. And then he shouted loudly, "Break it." So the machine crashed straight into the barrier of the fortress. A loud thud echoed, not stopping. Ziren continued to control the machine, forcefully break the barrier. But soon after, instead of the barrier break, the machine was shattered. This made Ziren stop in shock. Even the three of them, Charon, Kate, and Spiegelman, were so surprised that they thought, even relics from the age of the gods are ineffective. A startled scream rang out. It got stuck inside the magical barrier. Suddenly Alan noted that someone was on the other side. Indeed, from behind the thick dust appeared a magical light opening. The one who created that light and destroyed the relic was Zaso. Charon, upon seeing him, jumped in disbelief. Ziren himself was so surprised that he yelled, "That map can't be?" Suddenly Zaso dashed toward Karen, and Geta quickly took a fighting stance without hesitation. Then the two powerful spells collided, but it seemed that Zaso's magic was stronger, forcing Karen to brace herself and grit her teeth. Damn it. Just as Geta was distracted, Zaso doubled his magic. In the end, he struck Geta, forcing him to stagger back. Not stopping there, he suddenly teleported forward. The battle before him made Ziren exclaim in disbelief, "He can actually teleport." Now Zaso was busy untying Kate and Spiegelman, and he was saying something. However, they did not quite understand. Spiegelman, still bewildered, asked, "What are you saying?" Seeing they did not understand it, Zaso quickly took off his mask. Then he smiled and said, "I am glad everyone is safe." As soon as Kate saw him, she was so astonished that she called out his name loud, "Zaso Raymond," while Spiegelman confusedly asked, "How are you here?" Contrary to their astonishment, Alan sighed in relief. "Princess, I did not think this battle would be easy, but now that you are here." This moment, Kate gently wanted to touch Zaso, unable to believe he was still alive. "But before she could touch me, you stopped her." And from behind them, Ziren soared up. His level of danger made Zaso have to sternly say, "We will talk later." But Zaso's appearance made him unhappy. "That cowardly rat makes me feel irritated." His aura erupted with the declaration that returning here won't solve anything. "I will kill and reclaim that artifact." A magical glow appeared in the snowy area. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. A loud crack like a gold branch filled the air. It turned out that Zaso raised his weapon against Ziren's attack along with his madness. Zaso simply asked, "You are behind all this, right?" He did not answer but shouted, "Shut up." After shouting those two words, he threw Zaso away. Unexpected, Zaso appeared behind him and shouted loud, "Stop," and admitted, "You aggressively asserted that danger is just a shadow of the other side." Then he swung a strike at Ziren, but he quickly dodged. I do not know what he did, but he jumped over several mountains before stabilizing to land. Facing Zaso, in a hoarse voice, he confidently stated, "The truth is very simple." The dawn of destruction fiercely attacked Zaso and roared, not his shadow. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, bringing along terrible magic. A cloud of dust obscured all the scenery. Unexpected, Zaso was able to stand firm after that hit. Suddenly, you quickly moved forward, leaving behind the chaos from the explosion. Ziren's voice echoed, "If only I had that mask." He smugly thought that he would become my shadow. His madness erupted. Power is truth. His gaze swept toward Zaso. Then he loudly said, "You know that." After a moment of silence, Zaso removed his mask and stated that strength is not the most important thing. Ziren. At that moment, the system sent a message notifying that the thought assisting Matt and the blood dragon signal were ready for the second transformation. "Do you want to use the mask?" Receiving this notification, you did not hesitate, the mask back on, and gave the command, "I will use it." Immediately, a surge of powerful magic surrounded. You are now in the second transformation state. The power increased beyond limit. Combined with your affirmation, "Courage is paramount." Upon hearing this, Ziren found it ridiculous to repeat, "Courage." He then went crazy, shouting that it is the nonsense of someone who has never fallen into dark. His defiance left Zaso at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. But then you had to admit one. "You are wrong. I have also fallen into dark." Your voice is deep, but what is different is that when we talk about this, you sound determined, always reaching for the light, and after that, you unleash the piercing magic spear. Zaso's words do not affect Ziren at all. They only make him look down on it. Nonsense. He lunges forward and roars, "So prove it." As he attacks Zaso, he grits his teeth and says, "Prove the light you pursue." Facing that fierce attack, Zaso is not afraid to counterattack. Another big explosion occurred, and after that explosion, two young men have backed away from each other a considerable distance. Suddenly, Ziren feels pain. It turns out one of his arms has been. This leaves him in disbelief. I even have Kymella's heart. He does not believe he is losing and wonders. So why? Despair and resentment cloud his mind as he looks at Zaso. I still can't reach him. That moment, Zaso's voice rings out. "Give up. Hearing you is enough to drive Ziren crazy." Can't stop and suddenly grows more armed, shouting, "Can't lose." But it seems that using too much magic has severely injured, causing him to cough up blood. At the same time, the system sends a reminder to Zaso, notifying him that his dragon transformation has only 10 seconds left. Upon seeing the notification, he slowly speaks, "Me too. Can't lose." After saying that, his spear is ready to fight. Powerful surge of magic radiates from the spear. In an instant, Ziren, filled with determination, charges Zaso, wanting him dead. Unafraid, he calmly faces Ziren. Fire attack is launched directly at at Zirin. Zirin himself did not expect to take a hit so early. Zasso's power does not stop. It spreads everywhere, causing everything around to explode. That moment, the sun is slowly rising. This moment, only Zasso remains standing. He is still unharmed after the fight. In contrast, Zirin is struggling and coughing up blood. Even though he has lost half of his body, his determination has not diminished. Not yet. He uses what little strength he has left to gasp out. Not yet. After saying those 3 words, he collapsed. His whole body slowly dissipates, and in his heart, he calls out the name Camilla. Watching himself gradually turn to smoke, Zirin can only feel disappointed in himself. I wanted to become strong, but in the end, I could not do it. In his final moment, he helplessly wonders if this is his fate. Suddenly, an explosion occurs. The volcano unexpectedly erupts right after Zirin takes his last breath. Just as Zasso stands in contemplation, suddenly someone calls out to him loud, "Zasso, Raymond." 3 of Ellen, Haggett, and Alan approached, waving happily. You responded to them with a smile. Suddenly, something hit you right in the back. Realizing it was your beloved pet, you hugged it and exclaimed, "Thank God." Her Vasso sighed. Haggett smiled at you and said, "Let us head back." After the rain, the sun shone again, and they laughed and chatted joyfully. Leaving the devastation of the battle behind, they decided to return home, back to Endymion. At the Endymion Kingdom, in the Supreme Court of Endymion, the judge loudly declared that the sorcerer from the Dark Art conspired with the left-hand path, threatening the security of the kingdom. The judge sternly stated those who would be punished, including his teacher and the Master of the Dark Tower, would also be held accountable. He then called the defendant to forward the left side of the Dark Tower Master. Then he gave the defendant a chance to explain, asking if the defendant had anything to say indeed, which the defendant straightforwardly admitted. "It is my irresponsibility for not paying attention to that." Just as he was about to say, "The fault of the student is the responsibility of the teacher," the Tower Master, "I take responsibility." Suddenly a hand interrupted his word. "Your Honor." Bismarck stood up and asked for permission to speak. "May I say a few words?" Bismarck, Grand Duke of the Empire. Before making his point, he casually glanced over everyone. He used a warning gaze at the noble families present in the court. Under his intimidating gaze, no one dared to move or whisper. They could only fearfully listen to his comment. Although the verdict was not wrong, the truth is that the Tower Master of the Dark Tower also made significant contributions to the national interest. He suggested reducing the sentence. "Beck, so how about we reduce it to 6 months?" The judge immediately nodded without thinking. This made Beck so pleased that he grinned wide. This decision also made someone in the court so displeased that he clenched his fists. That person was none other than Daria. The current situation made her realize they had planned every. Daria, Beck, the Snow Tower, the Fire Tower Master. Next, she glanced at someone, and it turned out she was looking at the most authoritative person in the empire standing high above. That person was none other than the king of this kingdom, Alfonso. Seeing him remain silent, she grew anxious and wondered. The Grand Duke continuously challenging the authority of the royal family. What does the king think? At the same time, Giaxo was trying on new clothes, and Spiegelman stood beside him, praising him. The beautiful silk outfit suited her. While the group was admiring the outfit, suddenly someone approached and said, "So everyone is here." Upon seeing the newcomer, 3 of them stood at attention and bowed respectfully to the princess. Kate smiled gently and replied, "Calm down. I am the one who should greet everyone." Kate, Wrath, Princess. Unexpected, she bowed to all 3 of them, saying, "To my benefactor, I sincerely thank." Moreover, she surprisingly called out Rathso's name, especially you, Rathso, which made you stop being rude and say, "Yep." However, she did not say anything more and turned to leave, giving a light wink. "See you later, Rathso." Then the door slammed shut, and both Alan and Spiegelman looked at Rathso with knowing expression. While you repeated your name, Rathso, after a moment of fusion, you forced yourself to calm down and focus. You were determined about one. This was an opportunity to make a mark for the Raymond family, and in everyone's mind. A moment later, all 3 of you, Rathso, Alan, and Spiegelman, kneeling before the Emperor of the Enforzo Empire. Today's meeting was to honor the knights for their contribution. After acknowledging their achievement, rewards would be given for each individual's contribution. Place the ceremonial sword on Spiegelman's shoulder first, saying, "Spiegelman, the mage from the Tower of Gold, has defended against the threats of evil to the safety of the kingdom." He rewarded Spiegelman, saying, "Therefore, you are awarded 200 gold coins and 2 mana enhancement potions." Spiegelman joyfully replied, "I obey your command, Your Majesty." The next person was none other than Alan Pett, the second son of Count Pett, and a mage of the Trade Tower, who bravely defended against evil aimed at the achievement. He also rewarded, saying, "You are granted the Dawn Medal, Morgan Road, and the title of Young Hero." Alan happily accepted the reward, saying, "I obey your command, Your Majesty." It was now Sassalt's turn, and finally, Sassalt looked up, hearing Alfonso call him. Sassalt quickly looked up. He unexpectedly mentioned your father, saying, "In the past, your father fled the battle, causing great harm to the kingdom." His words made the kitchen burst into a smug smile. So naturally, everyone began to doubt the loyalty of the Sassalt family. Even Sassalt himself felt a bit humiliated upon hearing this, but then Alfonso unexpectedly commanded, "So prove it today," which made Sassalt exclaim. He mentioned the words Darius once said. "Fire Tower Master said you have the potential to become a male mage." Darius looked satisfied at Sassalt, thinking to himself, the deeper the dark, the brighter the light. Meanwhile, Blake was astonished by Alfonso's word. This achievement, no one could doubt him anymore. Even at this moment, Darius realized King Alfonso's intention. His intention was to make Sassalt a hero in front of everyone, planned it, and weakened the side of the Grand Duke. And at this moment, Sassalt was showing his magical prowess. From what you know, first circle spell reveals a person's element, but what you are showing right now is something different. To those who know nothing about magic, this is a spell that shows the best. Melville was amazed after seeing your magic circle, exclaiming, "The male circle." Just as they were awed by your power, someone looked at you with a puzzled expression, really growing fast. Even Nicolo had to praise Sassalt's power. Wonderful. While Amelia remained silent without commenting. At this moment, Alfonso, after seeing Sassalt's ability, spoke up, saying, "I think your father is a withered flower." He even ended with a remark, "Who would have thought he hid such a beautiful." Hearing this, Sasalt replied, "Your praise is very kind, Your Majesty." After that, he loudly declared, "Listen up, knights. Regarding the special case of the Raymond family, I grant him the title of Baron, and also the military medal of Lowerma. Furthermore, he granted Sassalt the right. I allow you to collect taxes from 10,000 houses near the city to receive your reward." Sassalt respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." After that reward, all the nobles chanted for you, "Long live Raymond, long live Raymond." Suddenly, Alfonso placed a hand on your shoulder, and unexpectedly, he gently helped you to your feet. Calm down. His warmth left you abused. Then he sincerely said, "Thank you for saving my daughter. These words are not from a king, but from a father. I want to repay you. Do you want anything?" Seeing him making an offer, Vassalt hesitated to speak. I want want. A little later in his room, he sat on the bed and thought to himself, I was worried about getting it, but everything turned out well. In front of him was something that looked very misshapen, a dragon heart. It looked a bit ugly. Although he commented that it was ugly, he still hoped it would work well, but when he channeled magic into it, it would return to its true form. He hoped to do it. Immediately channeled magic into, and the spell began to radiate. Suddenly, Vasalt sensed a strange change. The dragon heart suddenly turned green, and then shattered. A source of magic also escaped from it. Something gradually emerged from that magic. The appearance of this thing surprised Vasalt quite a bit. Just then, the system sent a message announcing the dragon heart has returned to its true shape. You have received the horn of the forgotten king. Thunderlove. This moment, Vasalt was closing his eyes, feeling every source of spiritual power around him. That source of spiritual power emanated from the dragon heart. In Vasalt's mind, he recalled the last time he absorbed fire crystal. Comparing the two situations made him sigh. It was still more pleasant than absorbing fire star. He then checked the power he had just absorbed and was slightly amazed. The lightning power was incredible, even without fully absorbing it. The level 5 spell circle was already complete. At that moment, the system sent another notification. You have maximally absorbed the horn of King of Forget. Lightning star. Notification. Exceeding the absorption limit will convert into potential. Notification. Mastery of the common elemental level has reached its limit and evolved into mastery of the high element. Suddenly, everything in Vasal's room caught fire, fell to the ground, accompanied by a loud noise. Turned out her head jumped over to him, and seeing it suddenly so huge made him shout, Pepper, as if realizing, yeah, are you affected by the thunder power? Pepper nodded in confirmation. Then it suddenly flew up and stomped the ground in the garden to launch itself into the air. Seeing that, Vasal called out worried, Pepper. Hearing him call, Pepper quickly responded by landing on the windowsill. Then it pointed to itself as if signaling something. Understanding what it meant, he asked, do you want me to go up? Before he could process it, it suddenly placed its claws on his shoulder and effortlessly lifted him up high. Being lifted like that startled him a bit, and he exclaimed, wait, but he did not know what Vasal saw next made him exclaim in admiration. Turned out Pepper was taking him for a ride around the starry sky at night. He gently told it, I am older now so I can see better, but why? Shouldn't we be worried? Suddenly, fire magic surrounding it wrapped around him, but there was a pair of large fire wings wrapped around and wings sprouted from his back. Seeing what was on his back, he happily asked, flexible wings made from spirit fire. I should call them soul wings. Inside, he began to ponder what he had in his lightning star, common mana from the level 5 spell, and now, soul wing. A surge of confidence rose within. With this power, it seemed he could face any opponent without fear. The next day in Dariath's saw, Hubert asked serious, Master, I have heard you have a mission for me. Dariath ordered him to escort Kimberly, the ambassador of the Keen Kingdom, to here. According to the information she had, even though their national strength quite weak, they still maintained a neutral attitude, affected by the ability to produce mana abundantly. Moreover, she was well aware, but naturally, Jorio Comanche of the Powerhouse faction had tried to draw the Empire into the conflict instead of falling into the hands of the Empire. That is why she could be sure Kimberly would see that cooperating with me is still better. After receiving the mission from Daria, Hubert sighed as he stepped out of the mansion. He lamented, Kingdom of Keen, this mission won't be easy. Just then, someone suddenly called his name. Hubert, seeing that the person calling him was Rassel, he cheerfully greeted, long time no see. Rassel, you also cheerfully ran over and replied, I am so glad to see you still healthy, teacher. Then he unexpectedly asked, are you planning to go to the Kingdom of Keen? This question surprised Hubert, who asked back, how do you know? He loudly declared, I want to go with the Tower Master allowed it. The reason he made this request because, as I remember, the memory of this event is still fresh in his mind. Professor Hubert would lose his life on this mission. At the same time, the system sent a notification, mission survive with Hubert from danger. Off-lead high-grade mana stone mission, gain 3 times. Common mana stone mission, gain 5 times. Because of the mission board and also for Hubert, Rassel was determined. There is no reason to feel that way. I have to go with. Soon after, both of them left the capital together. Hubert gently landed on a branch and asked, we are almost there. I feel more at ease with you around. But why are you coming with? Vassal used his dragon wings to glide and replied serious. I want to achieve something new. I've never done a mission with you before, so that is why. Moreover, he took advantage of the agility of his wings and volunteered. I will go ahead to scout. While flying ahead to scout, quietly contemplated that if the mission failed, Hubert would die, and the Empire would intervene in Keena's affair, meaning there is a high chance the Empire is involved in his death. His gaze was on his system panel, and he thought the mission was very clear. Suddenly, clang rang out as 2 swords clashed. While flying, Vassal accidentally saw a battle between 2 factions below, and an idea he must eliminate the threat from the Empire. Without hesitation, he quickly unleashed his magic, and easily dealt with the group of low-level enemies below, thinking to prevent Hubert's death. At that moment, a man stepped out of the carriage. Upon seeing Vassal's ability, was slightly surprised, thinking, a level 5 mage, is he? Now, Vassal gently landed on the ground, and Pepper moved away from him. He then smiled politely and introduced himself. You must be Lord Kimberly. Right, I am Vassal Raymond, the mage of the Harmony Tower. I am here to escort. Kimberly recognized who he was and exclaimed with joy, so you are Vassal? Thank. As soon as I left the castle, someone started following me. Just then, Vassal suddenly sensed something, so he hurriedly told Kimberly, please wait a moment. He could see a significant magical presence could not be underestimated. He could feel it deep in the forest. That magical energy made him uneasy. The level of that person was at least on par with Span Zoom, maybe even higher. At that moment, one of Kimberly's bodyguards, fighting against the one with powerful magic, spoke up. Surely the Lord has not gone far. He then loudly commanded his subordinate, we need to buy some time, and they all responded in unison. It seemed that their stubbornness made the powerful mage smile with delight. He effortlessly swung his sword at the surrounding, and Vassal recognized him immediately. At that moment, an explosive shockwave occurred, leaving only one person standing, none other than the one powerful magic. Vassal knew who he was, the one who killed Hubert, the swordsman of the Cryhell Empire. A figure shot out from the forest, and Hubert quickly landed in front of the assassin and Kimberly. He then introduced himself. I am glad to see you safe. I who? The mage of the Harmony Tower. Kimberly bowed in reply. I am Kimberly. Thanks to it, I survived. This moment, Hubert's gaze fell on the body at his feet. Then he sternly said, I have figured it out. It is caused by the Imperial force, which made Kimberly panic and ask, the Imperial forces? At that moment, checking the word, seemed they were not trying to hide their identity, meaning they thought it was not necessary. The words you said scared Kimberly a little, or maybe the situation was too urgent for them to pay attention. Just as he was saying this, he suddenly glanced at someone and asked, is that right? He referred to the person in the car wearing a coat as, Your Highness. Immediately, the carriage door was open. Camilla stepped stepped out, praised his sharpness while also introducing herself. Indeed, he was as exceptional as the rumors said. Let me officially introduce myself. I am Princess Camilla of the Gen Kingdom. A moment later, two figures rushed through the forest, accompanied by an explanation that Comanche's vassal was gathering force by having his son marry the princess. Kimberly lay on Hubert's back, counting all the event, wondering how much he would describe with the backing of the Empire. He saw Hubert rushing like that, and was puzzled. But I have already shaken them off. Why are you in such a hurry? Hubert replied sternly. Since you left the castle, they have been chasing us. Surely behind them is a guild. Ratzel himself was carrying the princess while speeding away, but deep down, he felt something was off. We have gone quite far, and there are no signs of being pursued. But what is this unsettling feeling? Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying surge of magic approaching, so he quickly shouted a warning. Everyone, duck. Just as everyone ducked, a wave of spiritual energy rushed past their heads from somewhere. Ratzel and Hubert were suddenly stopped by someone's magic. This source of magic was powerful, trapping them with no way out. Knowing they could do nothing, fight. Hubert set Kimberly down and said, run. We will handle things here. Ratzel also set Camilla down and reminded her, he is coming. As Camilla ran away, Hubert and Ratzel had to stay back to face the formidable enemy. Hubert was astonished when he saw that person. That guy was, he knew who this was, a monster disguised as a human, the great swordmaster of the local regime. Hubert stared at the two and exclaimed, black hair, red eyes. Hubert silently called the guy's name. Yam cried. The guy's gaze was fixed on Ratzel as he asked, you must be Ratzel Raymond. Just then, the system sent news announcing a mission to help Hubert survive the danger. Usually complete high-level mana stone mission, worth 3 times. Common mana stone, worth 5 times. In this moment, Ratzel sensed danger was approaching. The aura he emitted, just that gaze was insane. His eyes were filled with rage as he declared, I will make you pay for taking my disciple's life. As soon as he finished, the guy unleashed the Kriamacy sword technique. Don't just wait to die. Hubert placed his hands on the ground and activated the seismic technique. Ratzel's gaze was full of strength, not backing down. He also began to cast magic spell. A shield was raised to block Hugh's sword strike. The earth and rocks from the seismic attack forced the guy to retreat. However, he was not just a coward. He struck back, shattering everything in his path. Rocks were flying everywhere with each swing. Hubert's gaze was full of caution as he looked. Seeing the opportunity, he suddenly clenched his fist. At that moment, he was restrained by several stone pillars. Seeing the chance, Hubert shouted, Ratzel. Hearing him call, Ratzel quickly rushed towards Hio. An explosion occurred right after that, and Ratzel safely retreated from the blast. In the dusty haze, a mocking voice rang out. Just learned a few cat. Hugh appeared unscathed, using his sword as a shield, then disdainfully said, is that all that jerk has? This jerk made Ratzel wonder. Did he use aura as a shield? At that moment, he plunged his sword into the ground. Then he smugly said, let me show you something interesting. He unleashed the Fuchsia sword technique, and a sword shot straight into Hubert's abdomen, causing Ratzel to panic and shout. Hugh generously introduced his weapon, a sword made from dragon bone, infused with the blood of 10 sorcerers. He then, the sword he had just stabbed into the ground, rushed towards Ratzel and loudly proclaimed, perfect to fight a sorcerer like you. Seeing the situation was dire, Ratzel quickly used his wings and lifted Hubert to dodge. He soared high while Hugh stood below, exclaiming, not bad. This moment, he noticed the stones on the ground from Hugh's earlier attack. They were fire crystals. Naturally, he did not stop and continue to attack. Try dodging this. While dodging the guy's attack, Ratzel devised a plan. Type of stone would explode, tremendous destructive power when impacted. That should be enough to distract. Thinking it, he set Hubert aside, thanked his friend. Thanks for the help, Pepper. He noticed you have been avoiding. Are you trying to buy time for your teammate? Because you know you can't beat. Ratzel did not even bother to respond to the guy. You just turned to remind Hubert, Professor Hubert, when I give the signal, you need to run and gather with the prince and the other. I will buy you some time. Hubert, hearing this, was adamant. I can't leave my student behind and run away. However, you smiled and confidently replied, trust, I will definitely be back. Seeing the two of you like that, angrily asked, are you done talking? At that moment, Ratzel gathered all his magical power. He used the binding spell. An explosion quickly followed. Seeing the chance, you shouted to Hubert, run. You had already planned ahead. The fire spell would give Hubert time to escape. Still, you had to consider Hugh's strength. Can't underestimate. So you used both defensive techniques at once. This moment, Ratzel was in the second tier transformation state, filled with determination. I will give it everything I have got. Please summoned your magical spear, the 9th one, determined to win this battle, as you launched a series of magical attacks at Hayu. Meanwhile, Hubert was using his magic to protect himself and Camilla from the aftermath of the magical attack. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, causing the spell to be unleashed. Ratzel had returned to his initial state, realizing the situation was dire. What is happening? It seems his voice still echoed ominous. The sacrifice is done. He was indeed a bit shaken from the magical attack, but overall, he was still fine, and furthermore, he was furious as he declared, don't think I will let you die easily. Seeing him still alive, Ratzel cursed silent. Damn it. He endured that attack, but suddenly the cursed sword in his hand shifted, causing him pain, and he shouted in frustration, what the hell is this? Cursed sword. From within that sword came an angry voice questioning Hayu. How dare you harm the Dragon King with a cursed blade? That voice felt somewhat familiar to Ratzel. It was a voice he had heard before in the depths of his mind, just as the voice from the sword scoffed. How ridiculous. Ratzel realized who was inside the sword. Could it be the Dragon? The appearance of the Dragon King stunned Ratzel as he called out its identity. The Dragon King. While it sternly replied, I will lend you power, but only for a limited time. It wanted you to punish those who dared to use its name for vile acts, granting you the power to punish those lowlifts who dared to insult the name of the Dragon King. After that, it began to fade away, prompting Ratzel to hastily call it back. Dragon King, I have something to ask. Understanding what he wanted to ask, the Azure Dragon King offered guidance. Seek the Dragon Clan. They will help you connect. You will become the master and the hope of the remaining dragons in this world. The power of the Azure Dragon King enveloped. His hand clenched tightly as he thought, I do not understand what the Dragon King means. Although he still did not understand the Azure Dragon King's meaning, he remained determined. But I have to test this power right now. Back, one of the guy's hands was ravaged by the magic of the Dragon King, causing him to scream in pain. Without holding back, he chopped off his own arm. This obviously caused him excruciating pain. Seeing the opportunity, VHS rushed in to attack him with an overwhelming fire technique. Surprisingly, from the place where Hyle's arm had just been severed, it began to regenerate. He could regenerate his arm to block Vertice's attack, and angrily gritted his teeth. You underestimated, his deep voice echoed, causing Git flinch slightly, thinking that losing an arm would give you the advantage. He stared at you and exclaimed, that look in your eyes is just like your father. All of your kind are like that. His words caught Git's Vass's attention, prompting him to quickly ask, "You know my father bluntly admitted this. You said, I always wanted to gouge out those eyes, but unfortunately, some other guys intervened." This made Gides furious and ready to respond. "What are you saying?" However, before you could finish, he appeared behind you and revealed important information. "You fool. Why do you think the Empire is behind your father's death?" After saying that, he slashed at you, but you quickly dodged. Not stopping there, he continued to swing his sword, but you still managed to evade in time. Just as GS touched the ground, something suddenly shot up from below, piercing right through his side. This unexpected incident startled, and you exclaimed, "What is this?" He looked down on your ability, saying, "Pathetic, and you could not even dodge that. This fight is boring." Then, he suddenly clenched his, causing a series of explosions. Fortunately, Jesus managed to run away in time. Just when you were about to escape, he unexpectedly appeared in front of you and said, "Everything is as clear as day." As soon as you saw him, you quickly activated your protective shield. However, his power was so strong that it pushed you straight down to the ground, causing a massive shockwave. After knocking you down, he landed on the ground and bluntly criticized, "A mediocre talent like thinks you can compete." Watching Gides struggle to sit up, he did not hold back his disdain. What an ugly sight. At this, he suddenly unleashed his spiritual power, saying, "Without some sacrifice, at your age, you are far from enlightened strength." While swinging his sword high, casually said, "With a kid like you." And just as he brought his heavy sword down, he shouted, "It is still too early." Jit, lying on the ground, immediately took off. You gave it your all to dodge his attack. The current situation left you more passive than ever. You could not deny it. Deep down, you had to acknowledge his ability. He was an unusually strong opponent. Now he hurriedly charges at Git. Seeing him rush towards you, you quickly get into a fighting stance and unleash a magic attack. However, this attack does not trouble him at all, as he easily swings his sword to deflect your strike. The situation now makes Gice anxious, wondering if there is no way out and if he will lose. Just as he thinks he refuses to give up and declares, "Can't give in." Not giving up, you once again summon magic. Then you use a gravity spell on Hugh with determination. "I will show you." When he was hit by your gravity spell, quickly gets pulled down, and you are filled with determination to show him the power I possess as a mage. Just as your gravity spell envelope, suddenly an explosion spell is unleashed, aiming to incinerate. The consequence of the explosion spell is Gia exhaust, falling back, gasping for breath. But then something happens that leaves you astonished. Your eyes wide open. From the burning debris emerges a figure, though charred, still stands firm and takes strong forward. Suddenly, a damp sound rings out. Despite being burned black, he easily lifts Jits. He still angrily questions, wanting to trick him with these petty tricks. It seems that at this moment, he does not want to linger any longer and just wants to finish you off. He will end you, even in this life and death moment. You have to admit, right? He is right. At that moment, Jess uses two consecutive techniques, launching a lightning strike directly at himself. Despite being struck by light, you seem to understand that to move further, you must accept giving up even your own body. Your action leaves he wide-eyed in astonishment. At that moment, Jietz kicks him with a powerful blow. After being struck by light, power within you seems to have increased a bit. Using the electric current to stimulate your body, your speed will soar. At this, you have brought out every card you have to fight him. This is the trump card that has been hidden until now. Without hesitation, you rush towards him with the technique of swift piercing strike. Death you himself did not expect you would still have the strength to fight him. At that moment, your spear pierces. This guy is recovering while laughing and complimenting you. Truly a monster. After saying that, you forcefully slams Gides' head into the ground, knowing he can beat him now, but you still hope. "Please, just one last time." Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed, and a powerful magic force knocked him away. "You are still just a monster." Cry Hill, injured by this person. He sat dazed on the ground and exclaimed, while this person bluntly insulted him, asking how it felt to crawl on the ground like a lowly insect. While hiding, he was about to say something, but ultimately, Nicolo attacked from behind, causing him to give up. He blew Hugh apart, and now there was no trace of him left on the ground. Only a pool of red blood remained. Nicolo stood in contemplation for a moment. Even he could not believe seriously injure Hugh and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Unbelievable. Not only could he do it, but he had also pushed Cry to this. He looked at you lying on the ground and could not help praise you. "Great job, Vaso. Your efforts have changed Andy Meehan and Keen." This moment, he could affirm one thing. Now, no one doubted your strength. This time, Vaso was trying to open his eye, and when he saw the person in front of him, he let out a cry. Then he smiled and called out to Huber. At the same time, Nicolo called him the rise of a hero. 10 days later, time passed in a room. Despite being injured, Vaso still asked to practice magic. Even with the overwhelming flow of magic and his body being drained, "I still have not reached that level." So this is the huge gap in power between. He remembered that day when he finally waited for reinforcement. If Nicolo had not shown up in time, he knew that if he had not waited, he would have to die. After that battle, he understood that he thought he had become strong, but the road ahead of him was still long. At this moment, he recalled the Holy Dragon. But what did this mean? The Holy Dragon King left a final message for him. "Find the dragon. They will connect." This message left him unsure of how to proceed. How do I find dragons now? Vaso wondered to himself. Who does not know that dragons are extinct? Are there any left now? A little later, Hubert came to visit him and asked Han. He asked if it could be anyone other than the Empire, and he confirmed that for sure. He recounted to him what Hu had said to him. That person asked, "Why do you think the Empire is behind your father's death?" Hearing this, pondered and reminded him that Han might be provoked, but being cautious does not hurt. "We will secretly investigate this at the Harmony Tower." His teacher was helping him with, and he could not help but exclaim happy. "Thank teach." Hubert then said, "The Tower Master has been very worried. Luckily, you returned safe." Suddenly, he handed something to Vaso, saying, "Take." Looking at what was in his hand, curiously asked, "What is this?" He then informed him that it was an invitation to the royal banquet. On the day of the banquet, amidst the elegantly dressed noble crowd, a tired voice echoed, "Could it be because I am only wearing loose clothes?" Vassal felt a bit out of place in the lavish outfit. He was not used to this kind of clothing, and just then, someone called out loud, "Little brother." Darius approached, joyfully chattering non-stop. "You seem alright. Thank God. You have accomplished something big this time. As your teacher and the Tower Master, nothing could make me happier than this." While While the two were deep in conversation, someone else came over to greet the master of the fire tower. It has been a while. Knowing who had arrived, Darius politely inquired, Jillian, how are you today? You really showed up. Jillian replied to her, but his gaze was fixed on Retro. I can stand not meeting directly the disciple, who is the center of the rumors. His appearance left Retro in disbelief. No way. Is that really Jillian? Then he asked, are you Jillian Person? He seemed pleased that Retro recognized, exclaiming, it is a good thing you know me. Makes it easier to talk. From what you know, the master of weapons Jillian Person. He can wield 18 different types of weapons, and he is a master aura at an extraordinary level. Retro was a bit surprised that Jillian wanted to talk. It is hard to believe someone like him would approach. This moment Jillian asked, you made that cry guy eat dirt, right? Humble. He replied, I just got luck, but Jillian thought, you have good luck will be on your side. Speaking of that bastard's death, he seemed very pleased. It is good that jerk is gone. Both he and his followers are trash. His attitude made Retro silently reflect. This is the first time I have heard such harsh words from someone who is not a mercenary in the homeland. Derry, who had been silent, laughed and agreed with Jillian. That is right. You are right. Then suddenly Jillian touched Retro's arm and said, are you training in spear tech? Your muscles are very firm. Retro honestly replied, I have only learned the basics. Out of the blue, he grabbed Retro's hand and said, the basics are very important, but to break through, structured learning is still essential. Placed a ring in Retro's hand and instructed, when you feel it is time, bring this ring to me. His actions left Retro wondering, may I ask why you are being so kind to me? Jillian did not answer directly, but jokingly replied amidst Darius's helpless sigh, what do you mean? Let us just say I am helping a promising seedling develop. Seeing him like this, she could only criticize in her heart, you truly are a fearsome warrior dressed like a noble. This moment Dastros happily affirmed, I will definitely come to see you. Just then, a loud cheer rang out. Radiant Sunlight, the ruler of Endymion, Alfonso and Hecate entered amidst the cheer. Your Highness the Emperor. Both of them walked through the final respect farewell of everyone. Hecate's eyes darted around as if searching for someone. As soon as she spotted that person, she smiled sweetly. The one who made her smile was none other than Dastros. Moments later, Alfonso called out, Dastros Raymond, Hubert. He praised the two of them with a nod of acknowledgement from Nicolo below, saying they had contributed greatly to the alliance and our recent victory. Now it is time for the award. Sir Hubert is rewarded with 500 gold coins and 100 horses. I grant you the right to tax 1,000 houses in the southern region of Endymion. Receiving this reward, Hubert respectfully replied, I thank your highness for your decree. Then Alfonso turned to Dastros, offering him 3,000 gold coins. The reward he had for Dastros was so significant it left him stunned. 3 cities in the western region of Endymion will be rewarded, along with a title of count. Just as he finished, someone brought the documents for those 3 cities. Here are the documents relating to the names and locations of 3 cities you will govern. He took the documents and replied, respect, I thank your highness for your decree. He felt extremely happy inside. Finally, he was thrilled to receive a new domain. He had taken another step toward rebuilding his family. After completing the awards ceremony, Alfonso raised his glass and announced that the ceremony was over and the feast should continue. He happily raised his glass, stating it was time for everyone to fully enjoy this great victory. Now everyone was enjoying the feast. They danced together and chatted animated, while others quietly sat in their chair. Her maid approached and asked, what are you thinking about, your highness? She pointed to a direction in the hall and replied, over there. She saw a lady surrounded by a group of noble young lords and said, Countess is quite popular. Is not she? He needs to learn how to decline when what should he do? Her maid suddenly suggested, what if he dances a number with her? She did not immediately agree with this suggestion, only saying, let us wait and see. The 2 maids seemed knowledgeable, thinking that when dealing with a younger man, one should not be too pushy. Is not patience and waiting the responsibility of the older person. Her words left close maid you. Ask, your highness, where did you learn that? Meanwhile, Dastros was trying to escape the surrounding ladies, saying, excuse me. He invited 2 ladies to dance. Asked if it is not too much trouble, would you dance a number with? The ladies did not refuse. Turned to the clothes maid, proudly saying, told you. Later, the 2 danced hand in hand, and while they were dancing, she said, do you want to ask me something? Not hesitating. Yeah, earlier, you said you would keep an eye on me. May I ask why you said that? She smiled shyly and replied, that is because your talent is so exceptional for your age. Then suddenly, she gently touched his face and sweetly said, your face. This made him blush and exclaim. She flirted with him without any hesitation, saying, a handsome guy like you is very much liked. She candidly praised his look. You look really handsome. Just my type. Her honesty embarrassed, and he stammered, that is a bit too much praise. Suddenly, she hugged his waist and asked I wonder if you know. At that moment, she acted like a sly man flirting with someone. But women do not say things like that to men they do not like. Moreover, she smiled and said, and I am not one of those who expect a response right away. I just hope you will receive my feeling. A while later, he felt confused sitting by the fountain, reflecting on the confession she made. I already knew what kind of person he was, but I did not expect him to say something so sweet to me. He was well aware of her status as the only blood relative king. The woman closest could also foresee the benefits of marrying her. Considering her family background, accepting her feelings would be the best choice. But, however, he still felt a bit used. I still do not know what my feelings for him are. Just then, someone approached the fountain. He realized it was Alan and greeted Alan. He smiled and replied, please excuse me for interrupting. Hearing him say that, casually replied, it is nothing. I was just thinking for a moment. Seeing that, Alan straightforwardly said, that is good. Came here to discuss a proposal with Count. His words piqued his curiosity, and he exclaimed, proposal, what is it? Alan simply stated, the gambling. He then continued cold, I hope it wraps up soon. This left him feeling bewildered. The next day, Darius held something in his hand and coldly demanded, I am still wondering why that old man sent all these letters. Let us end this bet. Alan had also instructed me to notify the tower owner. He recalled what Alan had said and could not help but sigh. I was looking forward to this, but it happened sooner than I expected. Back to Darius. She asked, what do you think, little brother? Vatser glanced at the system board and said that initially the extreme match was supposed to last 3 years. This moment, the system had a new notification. The mission to reach Alan Pet's level within 3 years, with rewards completion including the master's trade achievement, high-level mana stone, and consumption multiplied by 1. After reading that board, he continued to speak. I do not think we need to wait any longer. Darius agreed without hesitation. Alright then, let us go there together. A short while later, at the arena, operating with a level 6 spell was a match equipped with a magical shield, capable of withstanding blows from an experienced aura swords. Vatser was there feeling quite nervous, reflecting on his past life, could only become a level 2 mage, so I never thought there would be a day I would come to this arena. Right now. Darius was starting something and loudly reminded everyone to begin right away. Melview was doing the same while smiling back, curious to see how long she could keep this up. He then explained that this was a shield created by the two masters of the magical tower using protective magic. A shield was created surrounding the arena, and inside the shield, he happily exclaimed, there was no need to worry about destroying the surrounding environment. So just feel free to unleash your full strength. At the arena, only Alan and Zassel remained. Looking at Alan, Zassel felt no insecurity and was confident that even though he was a genius dubbed the Mage of Mages, in terms of skill level, how far apart were they really? One thing he learned was that the most important fact when fighting an opponent of the same level was the distance. His gaze became resolute. Thought, I must. In response, he met Alan's cold stare. Now Zassel took the initiative to attack Alan with the goal of closing the distance between them. This situation made Alan raise his guard, thinking that he felt his opponent was a knight or swords, not another mage like him, indicating Zassel's confidence in his firepower and stamina. Even so, despite being cautious, firepower of the fire tower was likely superior to that of the trade tower. However, he was not afraid to fight using his ice rain technique. His attack left Zassel extremely satisfied, exclaiming that indeed, Alan was impressive, with a terrifyingly fast spellcasting speed. Nevertheless, he was not afraid to face. However, as the fiery rain was unleashed, the two opposing spells collided. Flames erupted everywhere, but Darius remained calm, enjoying the match. Melville was quite impressed with Zassel's ability. He immediately copied Alan's spellcasting technique, which was quite impressive. In the arena, amidst the swirling dust, Zassel charged out from the smoke. At this moment, he took the initiative, and now it was his turn to attack. The next move he unleashed to attack Alan was a fire thunder attack. Thunderous explosion occurred. Luckily, Alan quickly moved away. Zassel certainly would not let him escape. In just a blink of an eye, I swear he won't let me get close until the battle is over. Right, so I have to block his escape route first. Another bombardment was unleashed, and instantly the ground beneath Alan exploded. At this moment, Zassel was confident enough to be sure that in this situation, even if it was Alan, keeping his distance would be difficult. Are you planning to create another big explosion, pressuring him like this? However, before you could do that, suddenly the air was filled with a chill. But Alan whispered. The next word he uttered caused the ground to be instantly covered with ice. The situation now is that the ground has been frozen by Alan. His action made Zassel feel extremely delighted. He had frozen the ground to stop the earthquake. You look at him and realize he really is a monster. At the same time, coldly said, Zassel, let us end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack, while Zassel quickly erected a fire shield. While you were focused on creating fire, you suddenly felt Alan's ice covering you. How could you move if he was like this? What Alan used is called frost suspension, and Darius knew what it was, so he smirked and asked Melville, did someone teach him the secrets of the tower? Melville casually replied, in the future, Alan will become the master of the tower, so this makes sense, does not it? At this moment, Alan called out, Zassel. He coldly said, honestly, you have made tremendous progress. I want to see what else you can do. Confident, he declared, the tower master is waiting, so I have to pause here. Let us continue next time. Then he unleashed a large amount of magical power to attack Zassel, intending to end the fight. Seeing that magical power shooting towards him, Zassel, without any fear, I did not want to reveal my true self. Moments later, a powerful shockwave appeared in the arena, shaking everything outside. Vassal seemed to have entered a dragon state. He teleported towards Alan. He felt the danger, could do nothing. What was happening? The aura was fear, and at the same time, his muscles would not move. Darius in the stands exclaimed three words. Dragon fear. Melville, excited, exclaimed, it is not for nothing that we say his case is talent that does not wait for age. Looking at Vassal in dragon form, curiously asked, so he really is a descendant of the dragon clan? Darius himself could not believe Vassal's dragon state, and exclaimed, impossible. I am sure that kids' parents are ordinary. Melville replied, then there is only one answer. On the battlefield, Vassal is unleashing his fire dragon power. Looking at you like that, Melville guesses that among the ancestors of the Raymond family, there must be someone from a high-level dragon lineage. This moment, Elaine has soared above the ground. Feel the magic from Vassal, a magic strong enough to make his whole body tremble. Even though can't underestimate your magical power, he still wants to fight to the end. You are not the only one hiding your strength. Vassal. Now Vassal looks at the freezing power surrounding him and realizes that a spirit beast this level frees an entire army. You are not afraid and plan to charge straight in. If I break this magic, I will. On Elaine's side, it seems like he does not want to wait any longer and wants to take action. It is time to end this. A blast of freezing magic rushes towards Vassal. Each icy gust blows through every hair on Vassal, making him feel the cold. A chill that not only freezes mana but also time itself. He grips his spear tight, intending to do something. Suddenly, he slices through the freezing magic. If it were not for his combat experience, Little Cry Hill, it would have been very difficult to break this spell. This leaves Elaine utterly shocked, exclaiming, what? At this moment, Vassal jumps high. Elaine sees you preparing to attack but is powerless to do anything. Too fast. I did not have time to teleport. I need to block the attack or else. And then there is a thunderous explosion. Elaine lies on the ground, shaking, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at his face. It seems Vassal has won this match. Not the slightest bit angry about losing. Elaine breathes heavy, feeling help, just as I guessed. It ended up like this. He looks at Vassal and exclaims, I lost. And at that moment, the system displays a notification. Mission completed. You will receive a premium mana stone, and the achievement from the Age of Gods will be transferred through Hemingway. The match ends. Darius turns around. She seems to be preparing to leave, but before leaving, she does not forget to remind Mel, you need to prepare the achievement from the Age of God. Right, old man. Provoked by her, he angrily replies, can I just accept this bet and take my loss? Of course, he will give what he promised if Vassal wins. As the owner of the trading tower, certainly, I will keep my word. I did not expect to lose. Here is the achievement from the Age of Gods as promised. Seeing him actually pull out that item, Darius satisfiedly said, I did not expect you to actually bring it out. Old man, are you cashing in all your chips this time? Vassal inventories the precious item just obtained. The sewing item of Araj. According to the information he knows, an achievement from the Age of God, mimicking the ability to cut and sew space of the goddess Araj. Additionally, there is a knife time and space, a dagger that can slice through dimensions as if planned beforehand. He channels magic into these two items. Moreover, he channels magic into the connection between the dagger and the needle. You realize the other effect of doing that. To stitch the space together, there is also another you can connect conceptual space with the space trapped by the dagger. This precious item makes Vassal extremely pleased. Just cutting through space alone is already extraordinary. Is it it possible to combine them? If used well, could be very useful for ambush or just then, Coachman loudly announced, "We have arrived." "Pity," the person said. "The moon gathering tower." Inside the moon gathering tower, weapons were displayed everywhere, and the master of the tower seemed quite happy to see Rassel here. "You are here, Rassel. Thanks for stopping by." Jillian spoke up. "I heard you defeated Alan." Rassel modestly replied, "It was just luck." The rumor spread quick. Then he looked around and asked, "Is this your work?" Jillian responded, "Why do you ask?" "You boldly said, because this place is full of weapons. It looks more like a training room." Jillian smiled and said, "It was not like this, but with constant practice, it has accumulated over time." He touched a spear on the shelf and asked, "I heard you use a spear, right?" Rassel quickly replied. After hearing him speak, he unexpectedly handed Rassel a spear and said, "Take it." This action made Rassel wonder, "Why are you giving me this all of a sudden?" Jillian, while lightly warming up, smiled and replied, "To guide someone properly, the most important thing is to know their level. So let us warm up. Show me what you have got." Hearing this, Rassel suddenly remembered the letter he received him. An invitation. Jillian, now he understood. So this is why he suddenly sent me the invitation. Since I am here, I might as well take the chance to fight. Well, this is a good opportunity to learn from a master of weapons. Moreover, he had a bit of hope. If I could take this opportunity to improve my spear skill, it would be a great support for the future. Seeing that Rassel was in such high spirit, Leon exclaimed, "Good attitude. I will let you go first." Hearing him concede, Rassel immediately rushed in and shouted, "Then I won't refuse." Inside the tower, the sound of fighting echoed loud. Rassel was knocked away. It seems he had taken quite a beating from Jillian, even without using magic. "It is hard to believe he could defeat me so easily." He looked at the battle-hardened face of Jillian, could not help but exclaim, "Truly a master of weapons." He kept asking, "How?" Then he straightforwardly assessed Rassel's spear skill. "Your vision and thinking are very good, but it seems you do not have a talent for spear technique." However, he had to praise Rassel's self-study. "The fact that you have learned this much on your own impresses." Speaking of this, he smiled wryly and muttered to himself, "This kid, his body really enjoys magic. It is quite interesting. You have no idea he is appreciating you and just wondering if he should use magic." Suddenly, Jillian asked, "You did not expect I would teach you for free, did you?" He made a proposal. "I will train you for a week, and in return, you have to fight our knight." This proposal made him think. Fighting the knights is not a bad offer, but just fighting would not be enough. You agreed, but with a condition. "All right, let us negotiate. I have a request." This left Jillian quite puzzled. Later, in the training yard, the knights were buzzing with excitement. "What is going on?" "It is rare to see all the knights gather. I heard it is because Sir Magic is visiting." They were discussing magic. "Isn't he the wizard who blew off Cry Hill's arm? I heard he has horns and breathes fire." While they were gossiping, suddenly someone hurriedly reminded, "Quiet, the Lord is coming," and the knights all chimed, "Well, my lord." Jillian got straight point. "Now that everyone is here, starting today, you will have to fight with Sir Magic." His announcement left the knights feeling uneasy. First match would involve magic and aura, and the second would not. At this moment, they continued to murmur, "We will fight without using magic or aura. Isn't he that clearly a disadvantage for Sir Magic?" In fact, this type of training was suggested by Magic. The goal of this training is to improve skills rather than experience, so not using magic better. Now he spoke up to everyone. "I am Magic and I hope to get guidance from all of you. So can we start now?" This moment, a knight stepped forward, prepare to fight Magic, introducing himself coolly. "I am a 4th tier knight. It is an honor to duel with a hero like you here." Magic smiled and replied, "Let us start right away." Rohakan then muttered to himself, and Magic's eyes were intently focused on him. Suddenly, he charged at you, and this speed made you exclaim, "He is." As the two fought, could not help but admire Rohakan's skill. His stance was perfect, like he stepped out of a martial arts manual. How could a 4th tier knight be so skilled? Truly impressive for someone trained by Sir Gillian. Nevertheless, you were not intimidated, but a crack echoed as Rohakan was knocked back, with each thrust aimed at his Magic axe. "Do you want to continue?" Rohakan respectfully replied, "I accept my defeat." After the match, the knights were amazed, buzzing about Magic's ability. "Did you see his move? So he wanted to use a spear instead of magic for a reason." Hearing their chatter, Jillian had to remind himself that they were all visibly surprised. He knows very well. His pride was hurt after losing to a wizard, especially in a martial arts competition like this. He remembers the condition GX Suksha mentioned for fighting the knight. "I will train with the knight. Please allow me to fight them without using magic." First thought that this proposal he only accepted as he found it interesting, but who would have guessed proposal would ignite the fighting spirit of the knights like that, and it became a huge leverage for everyone. Now a swordsman steps up and expresses the desire to fight Geek. "Would it bother you if I trained with?" This self-proposal from Vincent surprised everyone. They could not believe that Sir Vincent wanted to fight him. He is a 2nd-class knight, which means he thinks even a 3rd-class knight can't handle Sir GX. Vest looks at him and evaluates. A 2nd-class knight strong enough to compete with a vice-captain of the Knight Order, and of course, you are excited to fight with. Thank you for this opportunity. Moreover, you are really looking forward to this. Will be a wonderful experience. Time passed to the evening. Inside the hall, laughter and conversation echoed. "It is unbelievable that you could draw with Sir Vincent. It seems we underestimated you." Visso followed Jillian and humbly replied, "I just met Matt." Hearing you say that, Jillian sighed. "Is it just luck again?" Suddenly he asked, "If you used magic there, do you think Vincent would have a chance to win against you?" This question made it hard for you to answer. "You can't deny it." "Well, even if Vincent is a 1st-class knight, the result would still be the same." Of course, Visso would not accept what he said. He is not wrong. After all, I am already a 5-circle wizard. Puts me on par with an exceptional knight. At this moment, both of them stood in front of an iron gate. Jillian sternly reminded, "Do not underestimate yourself too much. They say that overconfidence due to age can lead to arrogance." Visso heard that and replied, "I will keep this in mind." This moment, he just opened the gate and said, "Besides that," the gate opened as he said, "Now it is time to show you the gift meant for you." Behind the gate is a library filled with books. Jillian stated, "These are all the books I have collected from all over this continent in my youth." He pointed out to Vitas the type he needed. Books on healing techniques on the left. Visso looked around and exclaimed, "This is amazing. Meanwhile, he told you one to study. So you quickly looked for the book you needed. If you examined too thoroughly, it would take too much time. Now you should focus on finding a direction for your healing technique first." A little while later, Visso brought the book he needed to Jillian. He saw that and asked, "Have you chosen a healing book already?" Presented 2 books and said, "I am torn between these 2. Just seeing the covers of those 2 books, he reckoned it is the Celestial Breaking Technique and Layman's Spell." He said that they are all wonderful combat neat. He also mentioned that the effect of the first book, the 6-Troop Breaking Heaven Technique, is harder to learn, but if you master it, it can become one of the strongest combat techniques. And the effect of the second book, the Lemon, is a refined combat technique that can be used without unnecessary move, which is a big plus. This Jillian suggested that we should choose the 6 true breaking heaven technique instead, and Vaso hesitated and said, I will choose. You chose the opposite of Jillian's suggestion. This book, seeing that he was not too surprised, exclaimed, the lemon. Now explain. I think a refined combat technique that can be used flexibly based on the situation suits me better. It is a powerful technique. Hearing this, Jillian thought to herself, so he chose based on logic instead of a strong combat technique. It is truly the thinking of a mage. Court. He supports Vaso's decision. I respect your choice. So you should conquer the layman Cha. Seeing that he actually gave me this book, Vaso felt a bit used. Getting a book like this without hesitation. I feel this every time we meet. He was indeed very generous. As if understanding what you were thinking, he reminded, don't he forget that you have to practice against the night. Hearing that made you remember, oh right, there is a fee. Time passed to winter. On the familiar carriage bonbon running on the road, Vaso sat inside the carriage, holding the treasure and swinging it back and forth to practice slashing, stabbing, and defending. Closed your eyes and practiced alone, combining basic move, create a direction. While practicing in the middle, you suddenly stopped. You opened your eyes and told yourself, I am stuck here again. The treasure into your coat pocket and thought to yourself, it has been a year and a half since I received La Mantra from Gillian. I only remember its shape. That is already an achievement. Vaso knew what he needed to do to improve his combat technique, but to perfect this technique, he needed to realize its true meaning, and to do that, absolute focus was required. But there were too many external distractions. Just then, the system popped up, announcing a mission. Become a 6-circle mate. Break through the wall you are facing and become a true 6-circle mate. Reward. Highest grade mana stone can be consumed. X1. High grade mana stone can be consumed. X5. Medium grade mana stone can be consumed. X5. Low grade mana stone can be consumed. X20. Complete the 6 magic circle. After reading the announcement, Vassal thought seriously. Becoming a 6-circle mage is a matter of training and enlightenment. There is no quick for it. He remembered the words of the Saint Dragon King. Their existence will connect you with. You will become a master, and the hope of the dragon still exists in this world. From what he said, he began to search for places with dragon, and now he had to find traces of the dragon. Well, I have checked the ancient text and found 4 places where I might find traces of the dragon. You found 2 places at the beginning. I checked both. There is nothing left, just the last 2 places. The Xich Sun Mountain Range and Kurin Island. That is the place you have not. Both of those locations. Vassal is considering between the 2 places. Kurin seems like a more reasonable, but exploring at my current level too dangerous. So you decided, I will postpone going to Kurin Island until I become a level 6 mage. For now, let us head to the Xich Sun Mountain Range. I will explore this place I will discover the underground world. Actually, you talked about this with Daria, and she asked you back, are you really planning to go underground? You answered straightforwardly and confidently. Yep. Hearing that, she reminded, the underground is home to the dwarf. Humans can easily enter there. Vassal anticipated this. I know. Seeing that you had it all planned out, she could only pause for a moment. Then she suggested, if you must go, ask Yi. She is the master of the White Mage Tower. Vassal asked back, the master of the White Mage Tower. Darius said, she is a half-elf with a bit of fairy blood. She might know some. Returning to the present, Vassal arrived at the destination. You stared at the tower and thought, dwarves are part of the fairy race. She makes a good point. Just then you sensed someone approaching you, so you quickly turned around. Alert. Oh right, I forgot to tell Vassal. I do not know if they have met yet. Back with Vassal, Unsen came out of nowhere and hugged. His appearance surprised you and you exclaimed, Lord Unsen, you seem quite happy to see me. It has been a while. Has not a junior. A little later you went somewhere with and curiously asked, so did you also sign up to research the underground world? He casually replied, I thought I would be quite lonely since this is not a prominent respawn, but with you here, it won't be boring. Then you wondered about some. Have you met the master of the White Tower before? He replied calmly. Vassal asked again, what kind of person is she? Unsen paused for a moment and replied, how should I put it? While following him to meet the master of the White Tower, you heard him say mysterious. She seems like a lovely person. Quite eccentric. Well, you will understand when you meet. As soon as you stepped into a lavish room, Vassal stood at the door, quite startled. What a room this is. Looking at all the decorations inside, you could not help but exclaim, it is so. At this moment, person sitting in the chair greeted, welcome. While Unsen bowed to this person, Vassal was so surprised that he froze. Unsen slapped his face. Emilia is the master of the White Tower. She looked at Vassal and asked, you must be Vassal Raymond. I am Emilia Merwin, master of the White Tower. Person holding the giant rabbit sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room is Emilia Merwin. The owner of the White Tower controls the spirit of the wind. Vassal glanced around the room, wondering if she might be a half-breed between elves and humans. From her, can sense a quite pure magical power, which can only be felt from elves with pure soul. At that moment, Unsen next to him was extremely amused, laughing loudly in admiration. The White Tower master is indeed talented. He can remember the names of all the important, so this younger brother must be quite important too. As soon as he finished, Emilia, with the stuffed rabbit, flew up and continued. Compared to that, it can be said that she flew in front of him to evaluate. You have many very magical points. Emilia said this while getting close to, especially feeling that he has quite strong magical power. Being this close, he was a bit surprised and exclaimed, Tower master. However, the girl did not hear his exclamation, continued to ponder. I see. I understand now. Emilia looked up with a gentle smile and stated her prediction. So you have formed a soul contract with the spirit, right? Caught off guard by her insight, Vassal was a bit surprised. Just as the Tower master said, he appeared calm on the outside, but inside he felt a hint of worry, murmuring, no one has ever known that I made a contract. Spirit. Just then, Emilia made a suggestion. Do you want me to summon the spirit you made a contract with? Vassal, confused, quickly asked back, may I ask why you intend to do that? Seeing him so clueless, girl explained with a bit of helpless, the underground world you plan to enter is not a place you can just enter normally. You basically need a special method. When you want to go there, you must be lucky enough to find the hidden space gate, or you need a map clearly records how to get to that location. Only then can the space gate you are looking for appear. Hearing this, Vassal seemed to understand the issue and continued to ask more, but I currently do not have any of those. What you mean is that I will need to harness the power of the spirit to be able to get there. Emilia looked at his hand radiating power and replied, you have understood part of it. Immediately after, from the flame of power that Vassal emanated, the small dragon pepper suddenly, causing Emilia to be startled and exclaim, oh my, what a creature. Then, right after that, she hugged it tightly with delight and smiled bright. This is just too cute. This is also a variant spirit, and its spirit power is at a common level. What is its name? Little one. Switching scene. At the same time, in another magnificent castle under the starry night sky. In his room, Bismarck was trimming a bonsai. Suddenly, his trimming motion stopped for a moment due to something. Bismarck calmly senses the presence beside him and speaks up to to ask. I know that unlike others know how to behave properly and won't bother me unless necessary. Tell me, brings you here at this hour? He softly calls the name of the person who just entered his room, finishing his question with the name of the fairy's disciple. Karen. The guy straightforwardly replies to Bismarck that it is just work due to the epidemic. Who is in charge is busy, so I had to come here as a substitute. Hearing this, he reluctantly lets the matter go and accepts the item from Karen. Softly sighing, I see. It has been 5 years already. What he handed to Bismarck was an apple that was slightly different from ordinary apple. Karen watched as he slowly brought the apple to his mouth to take, mumbling, "Yeah, it is time to use that." As Bismarck bites into the apple, a burst of life energy immediately surrounds. Bismarck feels a change in his body, filled with hope. Says, "I understand now. If I can continuously find things like it, won't be hard for me to achieve immortality in the for now. Its side effects are quite so there are many limitations." Saying that, he suddenly remembers something and asks Karen, "By the way, do you know if Daria's disciple has reached the Blood Mountain Gorge?" The guy answers immediately, "Neither fast nor slow. I always pay attention to issues related to being burned to death. I know you are worried about something surrounding that. The gorge is near the Amazon forest." Responding to Bismarck's question, Karen expresses her speculation about, "Your concern is that child might cause some right. That is what you are worried about, is not?" Bismarck, tired, rubs his neck and exact. "Everything is just a hassle. I am really worried about it." Immediately, Karen quickly reassures him, revealing, "You should not think too much about that. The place where it happens is far from the forest, centered on the mountain. Without guide, you won't be able to find that location." However, right after that, he expresses his concern, but the situation is quite complicated since everyone is heading there, so nothing can be predicted. Hearing this, Bismarck is a bit suspicious, asking, "What do you mean?" But Karen does not answer his question and hastily wants to leave, saying, "All right, just think lightly about everything. Now I will only say this much because besides this job, I still have a lot to do." Before leaving, he can't help but internally complain. Talking to those who worship evil spirits is really difficult. Ending the conversation with Karen, Bismarck returns to his bonsai, dreaming of it. "All right, if I can rise to the throne in the future, I will." However, before he could finish his word, he swallows them back. Taken aback, Bismarck looks at his bonsai pot, which has become a dead tree, and amusingly tells himself, "Well, you need to hurry up with everything." Transitioning to a scene at a desolate castle, carriage is speeding forward accompanied by the sound of conversation. "Luckily, you are here. Thanks to your guidance, I have reached the underground world as planned." As soon as those words left his mouth, the image of Amelia holding Pepper appeared. "Thanks to this spirit beat, it can sense the dwarf's spiritual energy in the ground, so you should be able to find your way to that underground world." Ending the flashback, Vassal patted the head of the little boy Pepper lying on his lap. Continued Usain's word, "I did not do much. It is more accurate to say it is thanks to." Just as he finished speaking, a sound outside the carriage caught Usain's attention. He looked at the scene with houses built on the mountainside, said, "It seems we have arrived." Blood Mount. Vassal, looking out the carriage window, sighed softly. "Even though I am sitting in the carriage and quite far from the mountain, I can feel a tremendous mystical power flowing through the land and rock." Pepper snuggled up beside him. He felt satisfied and hoped, "This truly is a land rich in spiritual energy, and if I am lucky, I might find traces of dragons." Usain, as if seeing through his thoughts, suggests, "I think we should head to the mountain and get started right away. No need to waste time in this city. What do you think?" And of course, without much thought, Vassal immediately agreed. "All right, think so too." A moment later, the two arrived at an open area in the canyon and faced each other. He was the first to speak. "Let us get started, shall we?" Saying that, Vassal tossed Pepper up and commanded, "Pepper, go use your senses to find the dwarf's spiritual energy here." Following his command, it shot up into the sky, its eyes shining brightly as it sensed the spiritual energy. Below ground, Unsen watched lying in a zigzag pattern, a bit puzzled, wondering if that little one could sense the dwarf's spiritual energy underground from such a height. Vassal calmly reassured, "Do not worry, it will definitely sense it." Suddenly, Unsen noticed something and exclaimed, "What is that?" They looked on in panic at a flock of birds chasing after Pepper, a group of giant eagles. It seemed they were about to attack. Just as Unsen was about to summon his magic to deal with those giant eagles, Vassal suddenly stepped in to stop. "Hold on, what do you mean? Those giant eagles are not to be underestimated. They intend to attack." But just as he finished speaking, those giant eagles were immediately counterattacked. Witnessing this, Unsen was a bit taken aback, while Vassal proudly said, "But it is okay. Pepper knows how to take them down." Back to little. At that moment it took a deep breath, belly puffing out like it swallowed a whole chicken, and then it exhaled strongly, spewing out a huge flame that incinerated those giant eagles into charred remains. After that moment, it was joyfully dancing around, and the two of it only laugh at it, just like a fire dragon. At that moment, Pepper suddenly noticed something. Vassal kept shouting and making guesses. It seemed like it was already set on finding traces of the Lund people. A little later, he and Unsen followed Pepper's guidance through a rock. Seeing it, he was a bit surprised to assess there were more than 300 caves on the other side. Unsen frowned slightly, seriously affirming that although they had investigated, he did not think there would be this many. This would make the entrance to the underground world even harder to navigate. They kept walking until pointed to one of the caves. Oh, it seemed like it had found the place. At that moment, Unsen quickly conjured a small orb. He swiftly threw it into the cave to explore. Watching the orb roll forward, he thought, "This can't be an ordinary cave." Vassal also noticed something strange about the cave and chimed in. "There are no stalactites or any cold air, just hot steam everywhere." He looked at the pitch black depths inside and told himself this cave was definitely man-made. Saying that, Vassal gently stroked his chin, calculating on the situation. So this might be an entrance, or they might have deliberately created it to mislead people into finding the underground world. So we might still need to check it out to verify everything. Seeing his expression, Unsen found it amusing and went over to pat his head reassuring, saying that he should not be so serious. They were trapped. It would be quite troublesome. Hearing those words from Vassal relaxed a bit and gave a gentle smile. He confidently smiled and decided, "It is, since we made it this far, we need to go in there to see what they have prepared for us." Transitioning to inside the cave, there was a loud sound of something moving that shook the entire cave. Unsen hurriedly ran forward, irritated, shouting, "Damn it, how many traps did they set?" Vassal replied while chasing after him, "So far there are 13. Hearing that, Unsen angrily shouted, "Those damn bastards." At that moment, Vassal, running behind him, felt it a bit confused because things were not as he had thought. He assumed those traps would be easily broken with magic. There were magic tools controlling the mana everywhere in the cave. "There is no way. I will have to use a transformation spell." Just as Vassal was about to carry out his plan, an unusual invisible sense brushed through his mind. "This is mana." Thinking that, Vassal instinctively stopped running, realized even if it is faint, he could definitely sense the mana. Unsen, running ahead, saw him stop stop and called out in confusion. Vassal, where are you wandering off to? You did not respond to him, but instead unleashed a significant amount of summoning magic, silently speculating that is then the magic control device will resonate throughout the cave, not just here. There is only one reason for that. Then, Vassal immediately slashed a few spear strikes forward. That attack, the wall beside them instantly collapsed, and Unsen stared in shock at what was in front of, exclaiming, "This is," while Vassal wore a proud smile, thinking he had figured it out. You looked at the gate emitting chaotic magic in front of you inside, the path to the underground world, the teleportation gate. Saying that, Vassal recalled the sensation of shooting, confirmed to himself that regardless of how sharp the Lund's technique was, they could not move through spaces without using magic. So there is definitely no magic control device at the teleportation gate area. Unsen reached out to pat Vassal on the shoulder, praising him. "You did great. A teleportation gate crafted by the Lund. Definitely worth reporting." Moments later, the teleportation gate, which was normal, suddenly started to fluctuate, and Unsen and Vassal cautiously stepped through the gate to enter the other world. In front of them was a world without sunlight, but it was colored by the mystical green of the magic from the pillars in the town. This was the underground world. Vassal carefully walked down the path leading to the town, a bit surprised as he assessed. He had thought this place would be small since it was just an underground city, but unexpectedly it was as vast and Endymion. While he was distracted, he heard voices that caught his attention. It had been a long time since anyone had come here. In front of him were the dwarf Miji and Jinjin, with Miji being the first to speak, praising, "It is not easy to find a teleportation gate, you know." Jinjin followed up, asking if someone from the clan gave him a map, or if he had made a pact with a spirit. Miji did not wait for Vassal's answer and interrupted, saying, "Since you are here, we will treat you as a guest." They were so enthusiastic that as one finished speaking, the other was already chiming in. "Plan to enter the city. Follow us. I will guide you." Miji and Jinjin laughed and encouraged him. "Get excited. The city is much more interesting than here." Not knowing that Vassal was feeling a mix of emotion, exclaiming to himself, "They are dwarves." He smiled bright, feeling joy inside. "This is great." Then, Jinjin acted as a tour guide, showing him around and pointing out the glowing stones on the ceiling. Miji quickly chimed in to support the explanation. "They have been here for hundreds of years, still shine like stars." Following that was a series of introductions of items to Vassal. Miji spoke first, "This is Zabmitrin," and Jinjin followed up, "This is made from the underground stone." He looked at the two of one speaking while the other nodded, feeling a bit held, mumbling, "This does not sound much like guide. Feels more like elect." Suddenly, a large hand from Zab, familiar to him, came up and rested on Vassal's shoulder, saying, "All right, Unsen has just appeared now to remind you, even though we are together, our research goals are different, right?" The look in his eyes shows that, "I want to see the training methods of the Lund." But Vassal does not realize and asks back, "That is right, but why is that?" And without a moment's hesitation, Unsen immediately runs after Jinjin as they leave. "From now on, let us split up our act." Vassal hurriedly calls out, "Unsen, let me go with you." But he does not listen and says, "Farewell. We will meet again here in 3 weeks." While you are still confused, Miji from behind pats your shoulder and asks, "Where are you going?" He does not care whether you agree or not, and just pulls you along. "Come on, we have a lot of things we want to show you." Vassal is reluctantly being pulled away and tries to force a smile. "I am really looking forward to it." Suddenly, you notice something and open your eyes wide. Look, right in front of you is a majestic fire dragon statue. Check it out. Thinking of that, Vassal starts a conversation with Miji. "Miji, I heard a legend says that the underground world is protected by 2 dragons. Is that true?" Hearing you mention this story, he immediately releases you and reveals, "That story is very heroic. The silver dragon that governs iron and wind has granted us its blessing, and the fire dragon that governs fire grants us its fiery blessing." From Miji's story, Vassal seems to understand the origin of what he is in this world, which is why they placed statues of those 2 dragons. Not stopping there, Miji continues to reveal another interesting piece of information to you. "When the fire dragon grants us its power, they say it was here thousands of years ago." Hearing that, Vassal immediately feels a spark of, "Think that dragon really was here. There must be traces of its spirit." Thinking of that, you immediately ask Miji, "Are outsiders allowed to enter the shrine?" He casually replies, "I plan to take you there at the end. The order does not matter. Follow me." On the way they go, besides the light from the stone, there are also sounds and the red glow of Luzon surrounding them. Miji leads the way through the Luzon area, continuing the presentation as a guide about the weapons sold in the underground world at a level completely different from those sold in regular Luzon. Maya's favorite weapon, the famous Beast King Kurin, was also crafted by our ancestors. Vassal listens to his words while looking around and says, "But it seems there are not just Lund people here." Miji quickly responds to you, pointing out the non-Lund, explaining, "Most elves live in the forest. They only come here when they need to trade or buy material." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly calls out, "Benefactor." You look towards the person who just called you and realize it is a surprising acquaintance, Miss Ilo. She approaches you brightly and greets you. "Meeting my benefactor makes me so happy." Just as Ilo finished speaking, another woman appeared next to her, and that was the guy who helped Ilo. He cheerfully extended his hand to introduce himself. The elder of the Butch clan quickly reached out to shake his hand and replied, "I am Rasto from the Fire Tower of the Endymion Magic." When their hands just touched, his eyes scanned with interest, as he thought, "I heard you helped Ilo, so I am curious about who you are." He sensed the magic power in Rasto's body and sighed light, feeling like he was standing in front of a volcano. He never expected a person could possess such pure magical power. After finishing the handshake, you turned your attention to Ilo beside you. "Miss Ilo, why are you here?" Hearing Rasto ask about, she was a bit surprised and nervously replied, "We came to buy weapons." Hearing her question, felt it was a bit strange. The Elfiel tribe, known for was buying weapons. After thinking, you immediately asked, "Is there a problem in the tribe?" Upon hearing this, Ilo sighed for a moment and hesitated before saying, "It is not surprising." She shared shocking news that made you and Stan immediately look worried. The battle between the monsters in the Great Forest and the Amazons is very fierce. After saying that, Ilo felt heartbroken and blamed herself. The blood of the child were normal. This would not have happened, and Stan quickly hugged her. "It is not your fault. Do not worry too much." Listening to their conversation, Vasto seemed to understand the issue. He had heard stories that Ilo has the blood of the Thanlong. In his memory, he recalled the time when she gently held his hand and revealed, "Actually, I have the blood of the Thanlong." Returning to reality, Vasto looked forward and curiously asked, "Miss Ilo, does the Butch Leptha clan have any dragons or legends related?" However, her answer crushed his, "Sorry, I do not know anything except that I inherited the blood of a dragon." Vasto quickly smiled and replied, "That is okay." Then, Ilo suddenly remembered something and asked him, "How long will the benefactor stay in the underground world? Because if there are records in the tribe, I would like to pass them them onto you. Vasto immediately smiled politely and replied, "Thank you for your concern. I will probably stay here for about 3 weeks." After finishing the conversation with Ilo, Yu and Miji continued walking to the foot of the fire dragon statue. This is the shrine of the fire dragon. Vasto looked up at the giant statue and silently assessed. It did not look very special. Let us see what the shrine of the Butch Long is like. After looking at the fire dragon, they moved to the Butch Long. Miji crossed his arms proudly and said, "The end and the location of the shrines of the Butch Long and fire dragon are exactly the same." Vasto looked up at the Butch Long statue and agreed. The only difference is the color. Focused on admiring the statue without paying attention to others. This stone statue was also the final point. Looking so chaotic, Miji quickly left a remark and walked away. "I will wait for you outside the gate, so feel free to explore." And you called after Thedap. After he left, Vasto approached the stone pedestal at the foot of the statue and tried to see if there was anything special about it. Just as your hand reached the pedestal, a mysterious green energy immediately wrapped around your hand. Vasto looked at the magic circle appearing on the back of his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "The stone statue is reacting." Right after that, the eye of the white dragon suddenly emitted a blinding light. Calm and mysterious voice immediately echoed. An immense power was released. "I have waited long enough. It is fortunate that this day has come before my life ends." The light emanating from the white dragon grew larger and more dazzling with each word it spoke. "Come here now, ancestor of the dragon, master of..." The immense green energy surrounded Vasto, who was frozen, listening intently to every word directed at the origin of the dragon ray. "Indeed, is the master of our dragon clan." You looked at the magical compass on the back of your hand, pointing in one direction, your voice quite weak, as if it faded any moment. And then, Vasto poured mana into his heels and shouted, "Accelerate!" Instant. You raced forward at an incredible speed in the direction the arrow was pointing. At that speed, Vasto was like a comet soaring through the sky, muttering, "This creature seems to be on the verge of death." The direction you aimed for was the teleportation gate, and without hesitation, Vasto dashed straight in. "I guess I can't be mistaken." Passing through the teleportation gate, you returned to the Blood Mountain Gorge and accelerated even more, urging yourself to hurry. Vasto flew forward, while observing the arrow on his compass pointing closer to the target. To increase speed, you kicked off a rock in the gorge. Then, Vasto leaped straight up into the sky like a rock, shouting, "I am getting close to that dragon now." Upon reaching a certain height, facing the blinding sunlight, you began to look around for what you desired. After a moment of searching, Vasto noticed a house in the middle of the gorge and shouted, "Found it!" Then, quickly landed near that house, a bit curious as you assessed, "Is this a dragon's home? Why is it so small? Or is it just to hide its identity?" Saying that, Vasto gently pushed the front door open. As soon as he saw what was inside, you slightly curled your lips into a smile. It is, surprisingly, behind the door that seemed to be a house, there was another dark space contrasting with the blinding sunlight of the blood fire gorge. Vasto exclaimed happily, "Just as I guessed." Next, you carefully stepped deeper inside towards another door. Vasto looked at the giant door in front of him and wondered, "Is that the entrance?" Just as you finished speaking, the mysterious voice echoed again in Vasto's surprised wide-open eye. "Have you arrived? Before you now is a dazzling beam of light, and that voice is coming from here, the master of our dragon clan." And when that beam of light faded, a huge dragon suddenly appeared in front of you, introducing itself, "Silver Dragon Sinvet, welcome to this place." It lay weakly on the ground, expressing regret. "I really want to talk to you long, but I do not have much time left." Hearing this, Vasto asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Sinvetter looked straight into your eyes with its gaze and replied, "The dust returns to dust. That is what I mean. It is time for me to return to my ancestors." Hearing these words, Vasto felt a bit of admiration and thought, he is about to die, yet his voice is so calm. Truly the dragon clan is different. It is impossible to predict. Just as you were a bit distracted, Sinvetter transformed into a small horn and said, "I received this power from my previous master." Saying that, controlled the horn to fly toward Vasto with great respect. "Now I give it back to you." Immediately, a notification appeared, inheriting the power of Silver Dragon Sinvetter, the horn of the wind god. Looking at this message, you were a little shocked, unable to believe your eye, exclaiming in your heart, "So this horn helps me possess the power of wind and fire." Even though receiving something so precious, Vasto still had some doubt. "So this is the horn of the wind god. Really strange." However, Sinvetter's voice rang out again, pulling you from those thoughts. "Will you accept the power from this horn?" Vasto had no reason to refuse and replied, "Thank you." You clenched your fist, filled with excitement and joy, shouting, "This horn has helped me gain a lot of knowledge about magic. Compared to the gradual training, I can say I have leveled up. When I reach level 6, I will surely use these spells more fully." Just then, Sinvetter's body suddenly trembled. A massive surge of magic appeared as it rose up. "Isn't it? After receiving such a large amount of power, you still remain calm as if nothing happened. Master, you truly are a powerful member of the dragon clan. Everything has been decided. I hope you can continue my wish to save the dragon clan." Seeing this, Vassal, who was struggling not to be blown away, exclaimed in panic, "I still have many questions to ask." Before you could say any, Sinvetter transformed into dust and flew away, not forgetting to leave you a message. "Although my physical form has vanished, my power has not ended. My power will follow you and bless you, my master. Later, when you encounter a child with dragon clan blood, then my power will cease." Upon hearing this, Vassal was stunned and confused. A child with dragon clan blood. The remaining spiritual energy of Sinvetter then flew through the blood fire canyon, passed through the teleportation gate to the enchanting world. When its spiritual energy reached Ilo, who was admiring the view by the window, she reached out to grab that delicate thread. Curiosity. What is this? With just this small action from Ilo, Sinvetter's stream of spiritual energy immediately entered her body. In the dark space of the underground city, Ilo's room glowed brightly in the night. At the same time, Vassal had just returned from the mountain pass, stepping through the teleport gate back to the underground world. He felt a bit tired and rubbed his face, letting out a breath. Vassal sighed with a hint of regret, not expecting that the man would disappear so before he could ask any. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of. Seeing who it was, Vassal was surprised and stammered. However, her state at that moment seemed strange. She took off her hood and introduced herself again. Ilo of the Sacred. Vassal's eyes widened in surprise as if he had seen something terrifying. He looked at the halo glowing around Ilo's head and exclaimed in panic, "Above you." But she hardly paid attention and instead knelt down in a peculiar greeting. Dragon Emperor. Just as Ilo repeated those words, her body suddenly swayed. Dragon Emperor. Vassal watched in alarm as Ilo fainted and fell to the ground, shouting, "What is wrong? Wake up." In an instant, everything returned to the cramped space of the underground world. Now, he was in the room looking at the person lying on the bed, trying to sort out his thoughts. Was the dragon that was mentioned referring to Ilo? Vassal tried to sense the power emanating from her. her. Guessing that it seemed Ilo's power had not fully awakened yet. A moment later, Ilo gradually opened her eyes and woke up. He hurried to her side and asked, "You are awake?" Seeing him, Ilo jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, "Benefactor." Hearing those words from her mouth, Vassal felt even more certain. She must be awake now, no longer calling him dragon anymore. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Second lineage of the dragon clan. It indicated that the blood of the dragon clan had awakened, but she still could not unleash her power or fully awaken the dragon bloodline. When she awakens her power, she will realize the mission she needs to fulfill. Seeing this large amount of information, he found it a bit confusing and mumbled, "What is this?" It took a few seconds for Vassal to react and understand the issue. It meant that when she awaked, she might have to submit to the dragon clan, which would be hard for her to accept. While he was lost in his thought, Ilo spoke, puzzled. "Why am I in this inn?" Vassal quickly searched for a reason to answer her. "You fainted when you met me, so I brought you here." After saying this, he reminded himself not to reveal everything he knew just yet. Receiving this answer, Ilo expressed even more respect for Vassal, saying, "I am glad I met you. Thank you so much." She said that and reached out to touch what appeared on my head. "Maybe that is why I fainted from this horn." Ilo tilted her head slightly, calling what happened before telling you. "Right before I fainted, I vaguely saw a white light coming toward. It seems that the blood of the dragon clan is flowing in me." Hearing this, Vassal realized what it was and whispered, "It is the silver light, probably the spirit of the white dragon." After finishing the story, Ilo quickly left the bed and said goodbye to you. "Person accompanying me will worry if they do not see me, so I will go ahead." She smiled beautifully and respectfully as she performed the ritual. Seeing her benefactor again, before leaving, Ilo did not forget to send Vassal a blessing, wishing that your path would be blessed by the god. Time quickly passed to the next day, and at this moment, you were wandering through the bustling street with your thought. "I quickly found the traces of the white dragon in a short time, and now I still have a lot of time." After walking for a while, Vassal looked up at something and made a decision, seizing the opportunity here this time. What you were looking at was the sign of the Doi Miji and Jin Jin shop. "I need to learn a few more things." This moment, inside the shop of the Doi Miji and Jin Jin, the forge of the blacks blazing hot, heating the contents inside the furnace. After being heated, the metal will be moved to the next stage of being hammered and shaped into what the smith desires. At the same time, in a corner of the forge, the Doi Miji and Jin Jin were welcoming their esteemed guest. "Rassel, the human, brings you here." You immediately answered them without hesitation. "I came because I have something to show you too." Hearing this, they seemed a bit curious. It seemed like you wanted to check. Rassel was digging into his space to find something while replying, "Something like that, and you two take a look at this." Right after that, pulled out a red stone radiating magical power from his space. Seeing it, Miji seemed excited and exclaimed, "It is pure magic." He glanced at the stone briefly to evaluate. It seemed it did not contain mana. Instead, the mana had settled into a core form. Jin Jin looked at its color, hint of agreement. "It does look quite similar to a dragon's heart." Upon hearing this, Rassel's heart trembled slightly. A dragon's heart. Just as he was still in shock, Jin Jin took the stone to examine it. But strangely, purity was too high to be from a low-level dragon, but is not it a bit small for one of a higher level? With his curiosity, Miji immediately reached for the stone and said, "Could you leave it here and come back later?" Jin Jin chimed in, "We promise we won't do anything to affect. I will put it back in the fire as it is." Hearing their sudden suggestion, Rassel hesitated a bit, feeling somewhat suspicious but had no reason to refuse. Thinking it over, he immediately agreed. "Okay, I will leave it here then." Receiving your agreement, Miji happily stepped forward with Jin Jin. "Great." Jin Jin seemed to have already planned the next step. "We need to study the encyclopedia about dragons right now." Looking at them, Rassel felt a bit helpless and likened them to excited wizards receiving that research grant. After finishing the meeting, continued on to a larger location with spiral stairs, where the sound of greetings and conversations echoed. "You are the person Miji mentioned. Welcome to the Grand Library." Rassel. You followed the librarian deeper into the Grand Library, and it was strange. The library was underground, as Rassel said. The wise librarian immediately added that valuable knowledge must be stored deep within the earth. Saying that, he took out an item and handed it over, saying that normally this would not be allowed, but since it was introduced by a master, we will let you into Vault 3. Here's your access card. The master, among many dwarves, are considered the best. They swear by the name of fire and iron. People often say that among 1,000, very few earn a title. Rassel had never thought those two, the Miji brother, were actually masters. Thinking of that, he smiled slightly and thanked the librarian. A moment later, Rassel moved to another room that was more elegantly decorated and sighed softly. Although it was an underground library, it was quite spacious. He carefully sat at a long table and assessed. It seemed very different from libraries on the surface. Next, Rassel began flipping through books, searching for the information he wanted. He had 19 days left before returning to the fire tower, and he needed to get through the 6 magical barriers in that time. However, after a while of search, he could only accept disappointment. What? That is not easy at all. Rassel left the library and returned to the underground town, wondering how it would be to pass through that barrier. Seeing him return, Miji warmly greeted, "You are back, right?" Rassel nodded in response to him. "Today is the day I am leaving. I came to pick up what I left here and to say goodbye." Hearing that, Miji seemed a bit surprised and exclaimed, "What? You are leaving already?" Jin Jin did not want to rush him, saying, "Can you stay here a few more days? There is a hot spring nearby." Seeing their expression, Rassel seemed to realize something and smiled off. It seemed they still had not figured out what that magic stone was. Just as he thought, Miji was extremely upset and lamented. "Actually, we still have not discovered anything special." Jin Jin quickly chimed in to save the situation. "Of course, that does not mean we have not found anything at all." He handed over the stone while explaining, "From what we have discovered, this magic stone was not formed naturally. It is man-made." Hearing that, Rassel stared at the stone in disbelief. "What reason do you two have to include that?" Jin Jin quickly replied while Miji was flipping through the book. A similar alchemical reaction has appeared. When he flipped to the right page, he showed it to Rassel, saying, "Read and listen carefully. Based on the content of this book, we have drawn a few conclusions. We think this is a magnum, although it has been edited in some places." Rassel immediately immediately took the book and read the contents intently. Magnum opus, a term in alchemy, means master. After reading, he took back the stone and silently affirmed that it seemed those two had confirmed this stone was as valuable as that of a sage. At that moment, Miji spoke up, regret, saying if only we knew what it was made from, that would be great. We only know this much information. Sorry. Rassel quickly shook his head polite, saying no, you two have been very helpful. I sincerely thank you both. Thanks to you, I have learned how wonderful it is underground. Miji, feeling proud, quickly changed his tone and replied, whenever you feel like, just come here. We are always ready to welcome you. Jinjin, who was beside them, nodded in agreement without thinking, saying yes. After saying goodbye to them, Vassal quickly returned to the teleportation tunnel. Given the situation, it seems the material for this magic stone is dragon heart. He looked at the gate before him and sighed softly, thinking about a dragon's heart. If other wizards heard this, they would be very surprised. Suddenly, Vassal noticed something and looked around. He still had not seen her. While he was searching, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Hearing the call, Vassal was a bit startled. He saw Unsun's somewhat unusual body and exclaimed in surprise, look at those muscles. He flexed to show off his muscular body and asked, have you been waiting long? Vassal seemed to notice something on Unsun's body and asked, but what are you putting on? Unsun proudly introduced, this cream is the secret to muscle growth. When I go back, I will adjust it for human. Unsun extremely happy, revealed, I made one for you too. Just wait. Vassal tried to force a smile and replied, sure. At that moment, as they walked through the gate back to the rift, Unsun noticed the expression on Vassal's face and showed concern. You seem worried. Is the research not going well? Vassal quickly responded, not really. Actually, I have achieved what I wanted. Hearing this, Unsun softly affirmed, then there is only one thing that could be bothering you. When he heard the next word, Vassal was a bit startled and hesitated. The sixth circle berry, right? He rubbed his neck with his hand and sighed. Setting a goal that I can't reach makes me a bit frustrated. Seeing him like this, Unsun pondered for a moment, saying, they say if there are 100 wizards, there will be 100 ways to achieve enlightenment. Enlightenment is a very complicated issue. Even well-meaning advice can be harmful, so there is an unspoken rule not to intervene. But basic advice is not harmful at all. Suspicious, called out to Vassal. He suddenly asked you a strange question. Have I ever told you that I can lift 7.5 kg? Vassal, confused, asked back. This is the first time I have heard that. So what? Unsun followed him out of the cave and began to share. At first I could not lift that much either. He slowly recalled the time he trained hard to hit the weight, kept pushing himself until he could sit under the water. Then he tried harder. After a period of training in various disciplines, Unsun decided to challenge himself by returning to his weightlift with his strong will and effort. Remembering that moment, proudly exclaimed, one day suddenly could do it again. Every word from Unsun was incredibly inspiring and moving, and I believe the enlightenment in magic is like that too. Practice every day, then one day you will naturally achieve it. Hearing this, Rassel's heart felt enlightened, filled with hope. Sometime soon, naturally. He looked at Unsun's majestic figure before him and reminded himself, that is right, I should not rush. I have grown so much compared to a month ago. Suddenly he exclaimed, look, the sun is setting. Unsun gazed at the fiery sunset before him with pleasure. Every time I see this scene, I think that the sunset in SSS-Rank is truly beautiful. Rassel looked at the stunning view before him and thought, the horizon fading along with the sunset. His deep eyes looked ahead and exclaimed, and after the obstacles before him, he mumbled to himself, everything I have learned and experienced is divided into segments, as if behind that barrier, there is a greater knowledge waiting for me to explore. Then, a blinding light appeared enveloping the entire space, waves rippling like water touched by something along with the sound of its owner. Here, Rassel looked at the scenery inside his mind. Curious, am I inside my own thought? Everything I have learned and seen is represented here. Through the lush green leaves, he saw the sunset like in a canyon, and softly exclaimed, over there. It was as if something urged Rassel to reach out to use his fire magic. Sunset? Adding a formula. The image of the sunset. Immediately, he raised his hand high. Rassel's eyes slightly lowered, frowning as he stared straight at the target ahead. He used Rassel's special move, Fiery Sun, creating a massive fireball. Just then, his arm was grabbed by Unsun, stopping him. Casting a spell like that is no different playing with fire. Pulled Rassel's hand aside and loudly questioned, are you planning to burn down this canyon? Prevent a bigger issue. Unsun quickly cast his spell. Sleep. Later, he gently held the boy who was fast asleep, feeling a bit self-reproach. Even though he had reminded himself about the enlightenment, he never expected the kid to achieve this much. However, Unsun still felt a bit proud and smiled faintly. This would shake the alchemy world. He looked at the radiant aura shining above Rassel's head, softly praising the birth of the youngest sixth circle mage. While the boy was deeply asleep, the system notification popped up, announcing that he had reached level 6 of the magic circle. The rewards were high-level magic, medium-level magic stone, and low-level magic. Would they be given as a gift? The scene shifted to a beautiful morning, with bright sunlight shining directly on the magic tower beneath the serene, cloudy blue sky. Inside the magic tower, Vassal was sitting blankly in the room doing something. What he was staring at was his right hand. Vassal recalled the moment created a huge fireball with this hand. Thinking about it, he immediately clenched his fist in excitement, finally reaching 6 circles of magic. Next, Vassal summoned a small magic circle from his other hand to feel his own power. Indeed, the magic flowing through his body was much stronger. It was completely different when he had 5 circles of magic. While thinking, he remembered the message about the rewards that had been added at that time, and also, the golden mask could be received for the second time for leveling up to the 6th circle. Thinking then, Vassal took out the mask he had received. He recalled the feeling of using it and evaluated that it completely different from the previous attack at spell. This time it was a spell to dispel negative attributes, along with enhancing power. That thought, Vassal put the mask back into the spatial calculation, knowing that it would be easier to face the dark mage now. Just then, Darius opened the door and walked, asking him, have you returned? How did you get to that underground world? Her expression changed quick. Pride. She exclaimed, you have surpassed the limit to reach the next level. Vassal immediately stood up, scratched his head, and smiled shyly. Going outside I learned a lot. Hearing his answer, Darius stepped forward, thinking to himself, he was just at the 5th circle, and now he is at the 6th, so I underestimated his talent. I thought it would take him a couple more years to level up. She took Vassal's hand proudly and praised, he is so talented. Thinking then, Darius complimented, you really are my disciple, to which Vassal respectfully replied, I will need your help even more in the future. At this point, she was filled with confidence and a slight smile. If her husband found out about it, he would surely be very surprised. Suddenly, Darius reached out in front of Vassal, startling him. Now she began to demonstrate her magical power, challenging to see how his abilities fare after leveling up. Before long, the surroundings of the two changed. changed into an arena with towering walls. Looking around, Vassal spoke with a hint of nostalgia. This place reminds me of my previous exploration site. Just facing a giant back then was exhausting. Hearing this, she began to radiate her magical power. Judging. So you think you can handle this dungeon more easily now? Unbeknownst to him, a lollipop had appeared in Dariet's mouth, filled with excitement. That is the case. Do we need to raise the level? Without hesitation, she summoned the underworld fire beings to attack Vassal. Seeing this, panicked and shouted, I did not mean that. However, the underworld fire beings had been summoned and surrounded Vassal. He looked up slightly, quietly assessed. This place has definitely increased in just as Vassal was distracted, Dariet spoke up. You are still surprised a bit early. The real challenges are yet to come. She used a summoning transformation spell to create a gigantic fireball. From that fireball emerged a bunch of stone beings, larger than the other, and the flames surrounding him grew bigger as those stone beings landed. Those massive stone beings were the king of the underworld fire being. Vassal struggled against the heat blowing towards, softly grinding his teeth. If it has come to this, I need to quickly unleash my power. Prepare for a counterattack. Dariet smiled slightly at his action. Nice one. Vassal was now summoning a gigantic fireball, just like the one he had made at the Blood Canyon, telling himself to unleash all his power. The more Dariet walked, the more excited she became, shouting, alright, unleash whatever magic you have. His gaze was filled with confidence and a bright smile. Sufu, this magic. With each word Vassal spoke in his heart, he hurled the gigantic fireball at the monsters surrounding, which was what he had realized. The monsters at that moment stared blankly at the blazing flame gradually shining before them. From a small spark, gradually radiated to a maximum bright, illuminating the area as if it wanted to blow away all the monsters. After a moment, the blinding light began to fade, leaving only the crackling sound of the flames in the space. Vassal looked at the desolate scene before him and sighed. The destruction was immense. If this battle truly took place, many targets would be destroyed. Dariet crossed the wreck of the battlefield and approached him casually, not expecting him to gain so much insight after leveling up like that. Honest, I was quite surprised by what you displayed here. Vassal immediately recounted everything. It was a magic spell that showcased the transformation of harmony. Hearing that, Dariet felt intrigued. So it was a transformation from its original nature, which sparked a thought in her mind. He has grasped the concept of inner fire, which is also crucial for mages who want to achieve great accomplishments later on. He has not fully mastered this spell yet, but its offensive power has already reached a strong level. What will happen when the spell is did later? Vassal, unaware of her thoughts at that moment, could only smile foolishly. It really is something to look forward to. I will keep an eye on what he shows later. The initial trial ended, and the scene shifted to a brighter room bathed in sunlight. Vassal sat meditating on the bed, murmuring something about the speed of casting and the fluidity of elemental magic. What he was murmuring were the things Darius had said, all of which met the standards of primitive magic, and now he could officially register to join the Mage Association. Remembering those words from her, he felt a surge of excitement. This means he has earned his master's recognition. So the next step is immediate. Vassal pulled out Sinvetter's horn and the dragon stone. Lucky to have obtained this, he reached for Sinvetter's horn, deciding he needed to absorb it before the exam. This would take some time. With that, Vassal gripped the horn tightly in his hand and began to radiate power. All right. He pressed the horn directly into his body to absorb it. Let us see how this goes. Time passed. The sky outside transitioned from the evening light to the next morning, then from night to the following morning again. After a few days, notifications continuously rang out in Vassal's room, indicating that he had absorbed the horn of the dragon god and reached a new strength of wind magic. His magical power had surged, and his latent strength increased significantly after the wind attribute strength. His understanding of the wind attribute had grown immense. After absorbing the dragon horn, he slowly descended and stood upright on the ground. Vassal gradually opened his eyes, feeling his body and silently assessed. So he has indeed strengthened his wind attribute. This means his spells will be stronger in the future. Because of absorbing this wind attribute, his body feels much lighter now. With that thought, he immediately lifted himself up on his toes. Next, Vassal threw a quick punch forward. This punch of yours through the air like a bullet. Vassal was shocked and could not believe his eyes. The speed was just too fast. If he unleashed some magical technique, how fast would it be? With just this raw power, could already handle level 2 knight. Just then, someone knocked on the door, interrupting him, asking to see you. As soon as he heard the servants announce, Vassal knew who it was. Was it the one who said they would meet me after returning? The scene changed, and the surroundings shifted from his room to a more beautiful one. The sounds of conversation filled the current room. So he had arrived in the underground world. At this moment, Vassal was dressed in an extremely elegant outfit, responding to the person in front of him. Indeed it is. The familiar girl before him gently brushed her hair, expressing her curiosity about what insights he had gained there that made her rush to see him immediately. Hearing that, Vassal hurriedly shared some things he encountered in the underground world. There were many caves there, many little, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Just as I had guessed. As soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly appeared, and seeing what was on the system, Vassal found it hard to say anything. On the system screen, there was a notification. Mission. Respond according to the wishes of Princess Wrath. She has been waiting for your answer for a long time, so you should quickly respond to her. The reward is a mid-level magical stone ring. According to the notification on the system, she is eagerly calling for you. Lord Vassal, do you think of me while you are out exploring? Hearing the question and the mission, you feel a bit dissatisfied and grumble. What the heck? Is there really a mission like this? Take it at during the trip. Is there any moment you thought about me? Wrath, feeling shy, covers his mouth with his hand and hesitantly replies, Princess, you really know how to tease. Heket leisurely enjoys her tease, saying, I am relieved that you react. Many times you show no emotion, so teasing you is the only fun I have. Heket sits across from Rathel and says, at least my efforts are not in vain. You really are troublesome, are not you? Heket smiles brightly and explains, even though I tease you, I am not that kind of person. I do not demand an immediate response. But just remember, Vassal recalls the past. Since the last ball, he has always thought about Heket. He starts to regret his thoughtless actions back then. Vassal used being busy with revenge as an excuse to push her away. Vassal sits silent, not saying anything, but deep down, he feels terrible about himself. It is really coward. No wonder it has turned into a mission now. Your mission appeared. Notification. Mission. Respond to the princess's sincerity. Princess Heket Rathmos has been waiting for your answer for a long time. It is time to let her know your thought. The reward is a pair of common level magical stones from Eros and Sight. Suddenly, Heket realizes that it is late. Oh my. It is already this time. Heket expresses a bit sad. I am a little disappointed that I have have not received your answer today. Suddenly, you kneel in front of Heike and ask, Princess, can you spare me a few more minutes? Vassal also begins to express his feelings. Princess, just as you said, I am just like a stiff piece of wood, so all I can say is, then he opens the ring box and proposes to Heike. I really look forward to our future together in that incredibly romantic atmosphere. Heike is truly surprised. She smiles brightly with a very happy, just you. There is not a bit of romance in you at all. Heike reached for the ring, and strangely enough, the dry words he spoke sounded so sweet. Face close by looked just as happy. Just like you. I too am looking forward to our future together. Heike looked at the ring on his finger and said, you better brace yourself. The two held hands and exchanged sweet words. For making me wait. I will tease you for the rest of your life. The scene shifts to the engagement ceremony, where those preparing for the wedding were both busy and shouting, careful, do you know how much that bottle of wine? Where was the pork supposed to be delivered today? Today is the princess's engagement ceremony. I won't allow any mistakes to happen. A messenger appeared riding an elephant. Everyone was surprised. Look, it is an elephant. Some even recognized him as the messenger from Kiel. What a waste. Master Casa Golden Sun said this is an opportunity to introduce the young maid who has just reached level 6 to the citizens. As Prince Syrian Golden Sun looked at him, the two walked through the wedding while talking. Casa asked, do you believe this? I see it as a plan to ally against the Empire. Syrian replied, it must, otherwise they would not have come such a long way. The streets were filled, people watching the wedding. Casa continued talking. However, whether that young mage is capable enough to target ally Andy Ming is a whole different story. Syrian added, just evaluating. Do you really need to say so much? He turned back to remind him, saying enough with the chatter. Let us continue with the ceremony. He also had another thought. I want to see the face of the crazy guy. While a male servant was helping the crazy guy get dressed for the wedding, Prince asked, 4 suits for the banquet and the robe. Alan, is the engagement always this calm? Alan closed the book and began to explain. Today is not just the engagement ceremony. Alan elaborated on the wedding. Today is also an occasion for the ambassadors from neighboring non-allied countries to gather. It seems the emperor does not want the engagement to be just a simple celebration. Vassal seemed to understand everything. It appears he wants to achieve political goals through this engagement. Alan replied, court, not just to consolidate the royal power, but also to showcase Andy Meehan's influence. Vassal pondered, to showcase Andy Meehan's influence. Then I must be the card they want to display. Vassal pretended to be tired. Then my burden is quite heavy. Alan began to reassure him. I am sure you will do just fine. Alan took the opportunity to suggest, if you are thinking like that, why do not we learn the code of conduct? Vassal became overwhelmed. Oh no. The scene shifts to the grand wedding venue. Guests begin to arrive. Everyone was happily and humorous anticipating. Please welcome the bride. The first heir to the Andy Meehan throne. The stunning bride appeared. Or Kate Rathmos walks into the aisle. The groom is not lacking in looks either. Next, please welcome the groom. Lady Vassal Raymond to the aisle. He walks to the door to enter the wedding. Vassal strides confident. Countless rumors about him in his ear. Is he really the guy rumored to have strength equal to a tower? He does not look that strong, though. Syrian grins and reminds him, anyone can go check for themselves instead of just standing around complaining. Right. A guest asks, check how? He spreads his arm, snaps his finger. Like this, for example. As he gestures, suddenly countless venomous snakes rush towards Vassal. Hackett screams in fear. Vassal, unfazed, comforts Hackett. My love, please do not worry. He smirks. It seems Vassal's moment has finally come. Now he just needs to seize it. He wonders how to show it. The moment of action is can't hold back. Then Vassal displays his power, annihilating all the snakes. Everyone is shocked by his strength. It is a reflection spell. 3. He really is a level 6 wizard. He points to the sky, smiling contented. The festival is getting more spectacular and joyful. Is not. Vassal's power stands out in the wedding venue. Syrian can't believe his eyes. Syrian has to admit, thinking about how he hid such power. He is even stronger than the rumor. Well then, shall we continue? Manhwa, deep in the dark forest, Hypnos is pondering. The stronghold of someone about to be burned is engaged to a member of the Endymion royal family. So another wizard with near tower level skills joins that royal family. Behind him, a monster is lurked. Just as the monster is about to pounce on Hypnos, he turns around to look. Sound is that Hypnos does not find the monster scary. It is nothing special, just a timid rat trying to show off. Transitioning to Bismarck, who has a dark demeanor. He does not wish well. After all, congratulations. Having such a powerful royal family member is quite reassuring. I never dreamed there would be a member like that in my family. They are just a bunch of filthy people wanting to seize power. He thinks of Alfonso and Highgate. After Hypnos successfully restrained that huge monster, he talked to someone about the excavation progress in the deep forest. The other side replied, honestly, it will take at least another year. Even if it is finished, can be sure how many seals we can restore? Knows asked, is the power of the seals still assured? The other side responds, the Tartarus seals are used to seal those giants, the ones who tried to seize this continent. A strange green stone appeared. Just a few of these can imprison a level 8 wizard. Hypnos spoke while looking around the forest. The issue is the Tartarus seal. We disturb it, the monsters in the deep wood go out of control. Suddenly, this guy had a thought. That is good news. We can attract the attention of the raging monster. We could speed up our plan by weakening Endymion's force. Hypnos was thinking through the scenario while grinning, joyfully witnessing his subjects die. He really was suited to be a tyrant. All of this was thanks to the efforts to downplay and erase the history of the next generation, including the story of the savior who defeated the giant. Flashing back to another memory of his, a black-haired hero from another world. Joining forces to seal the giants was one of that hero's greatest achievements. A story banned from being passed down to future generations. Hypnos recalled the image of Zaso and remembered that, by the way, the disciple of the one about to be cremated also had black hair. The image of an adult Zaso appeared in his mind. That unusually rapid growth. Could he have inherited the bloodline of the human savior? While Zaso and Hecate were happily entering the ceremony, Hypnos was still plotting. Even so, thousands of years had passed, and he could not inherit that power. He laughed maliciously. Well, just to be safe, it is better to threaten him a little. In the very white hall, the nobles surrounded Zaso, getting to know him, congratulating the count. I come from the far south, from the Nage Alliance, and the Walker Heongle Academy has enrolled young men from our territory. He forced a smile, thinking that nobles and lords from various regions, countries were also coming. It would take up 3 days at this party. Suddenly, someone called his name from afar, startling Zaso. Count Zaso. It was a well-dressed and tidy man. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Syrian, Prince of the Golden Dune, greets you. I am happy for your wedding, which will be remembered for centuries. He vaguely recalled who this person was. In his memory, Zaso remembered it was a well-dressed gentleman standing among the splendidly adorned crowd. He feigned joy as as he shook Sirian's hand, downplaying it, thanking him for the gift. Please, next time, give something else. Zaso thought to himself, I am not really fond of snake, and he cheerfully replied, I will remember. Pulling his hand back, Zaso kept the smile on his face and gestured, are you satisfied with this party? Sirian seemed displeased, thinking to himself that most people would be angry if their gift was spoken of like that, no matter how patient they were. But he still very politely replied, as the Prince of the Golden Dune, I very much want to ally with Endymion. Does that answer your question? Golden Sand Hill is one of the richest nations on the continent. An alliance with this place would be a great help in the fight against the Empire. Saying that, Sirian sighed, leaning on the mountain's edge, continued, but more than a national alliance. I want to invest in the people of Count Daimon. He still smiled bright, even though Zaso's expression was now very forced. I am better at investing than doing politics. Please reach the youngest 8 circle mate. You have a bit of a disdain, Prince, who is also a business. That is right. Then Zaso happily took Sirian's hand, hoping we can collaborate. He also happily replied, wishing for our friendship to always be strong. A while later, in another quiet place, Zaso's voice sounded tired. Party finally came to an end. He was lying comfortably on a soft bed. What a long 3 days. Just then, a woman's voice broke the silence. No wonder he is tired. Haykett smiled and slowly walked, holding a stack of paper. He had never gone through this before, and he was surprised to see her. Haykett. Vatser quickly ran out the stack, wondering what this was. Haykett replied, it is work paper. A lot of work has piled up because of the wedding. She calmly sat down on the sofa. I want to take it to my room. But Vatser saw this and blushed, shyly saying, I am teasing you again. While Haykett sat next, laughing joyfully. Suddenly, Vatser pulled out a letter with a red seal from the stack of paper, questioning what it was. Slightly different from the other letter. She turned to explain, it is your letter. Reading the contents of the letter, Vatser guessed, it is a permit for external research. Haykett added, I thought you wanted to leave soon, but you seem hesitant, so I have already taken care of it. You. Then she worriedly said, did I overstep my authority? He smiled reassuring, not all. Then Vatser happily thanked Haykett gently, thanking you, and both of their faces unconsciously turned red. In Haykett's proud gaze, Vissa gently said, I am happy with something so small. Lucky you made it. Haykett gently ran her hand through her soft hair, and perhaps because the wedding ceremony ended well, she started to feel tired after all those days of partying. As soon as she finished, she moved closer to lift his chain, feeling a bit shy. Should I turn off the light? Hearing that, Vissa blushed. She stared intently at Tontu's face and suggested, what do you think? Isn't it cool? That the two really walked into the wood, creating a seductive pose while Haykett breathed softly on VT's below. VS's gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, saying, I think so too. And they shared a passionate, the afternoon sun casting a romantic shadow of a man and a woman intertwined. Manhwa, in the city of Leon Heights. Oh come on. I said there is no one here. The scene shifts to a large office filled with many books. Data. Person angrily kicked the table while questioning. Don't say there is no one here. If we can't find anyone here, where else can we look? The manager regretfully announced, we have some 3 circle mates, but that person refuses to respond. But you know we need at least a 4 circle mate to deal with the pirate. They were so busy arguing that they didn't notice someone in a tight blow quietly entering through the door. Person interrupted. Are you looking for a 4 circle mate? This successfully caught his attention, and he froze. Asked, right. Who are you? The mysterious figure slowly produced a small piece of paper. He wondered. A credential. It has all the information. Ridman Lewis, 38 years old. Freelance. Reading it, he realized this was exactly what he needed. 4 circle mage. After they finished reading, the figure slowly folded the paper back, smiling as he removed his hood. Allow me to introduce myself. The hood came down to reveal a bright. Lasso had successfully disguised himself as a completely different person. My name is Ridman Zui, and I am here for a mission to Green Island. The scene shifts to a boat gently swaying as it sets sail. The sound of waves lapping against the hull, surrounded by dozens of seagulls flying around. Everything still peaceful. At the top of the map, a blue flag with the emblem of a white seagull fluttered. Vaso stood outside, arms crossed, pondering, as long as we do not run into trouble before reaching Green Island, that would be great. Suddenly, a man called from behind. Ridman. The call made him instinctively turn around. Quickly approached. The man was twice Aiden's size, holding a glass of wine, and there were many other glasses flying around. He happily threw his arm around Ridman and said, don't just sit there alone. Come drink with us. Aiden quickly retorted, no way. Drinking while on a mission. The man laughed heartily. It is. We are not drinking wrong. Well, Aiden felt it was not quite right and said, please lower your voice. Nieman. 4 circle mage. Aiden is a 3 circle mage. He is still laughing proud. You think this is just ordinary beer? This is beer chilled by my magic. Aiden finally had to concede. Fine, I will drink it. Put it down. Saying that, pushed the remaining glass towards Reedman with 4. And what about you? Your face looks a bit displeased. However, Reedman reached out to take and did not forget to compliment. Cold beer is always good. He seemed very satisfied with what you said. That is how it should be. Then he immediately tilted the glass back, drinking each gulp while Reedman thought, Aiden, I can't believe I would run into you here. According to Reedman's memory, he had achieved a record high score at the academy by increasing the effectiveness of potions by 20. In his past life, he was funded by the great Formula Bismarck, and at that time, Formula forced him to give all his research results to the Empire, and he thought to himself with determination, just like this time, I will prevent that from happening. Reedman raised his glass with a bright smile. Aiden, cheer. He hesitantly raised his glass, and you still silently stared at. Suddenly, one of the two looked at his wrist, fusion, causing you to widen your eye, as I felt the magical energy from his bracelet. Is that an artifact? Calmly lifted the bracelet to explain. Here, yeah, it helps me keep my mind steady. Then he laughed loudly and changed the subject. Alright, you guys have finished drink. Let us start the second round. Just as he finished speaking, everyone on the ship raised their voice. Pirates are coming. Reedman was also very surprised. From your ship came a series of boats surrounding you. 5 ships are approaching. The person who hired the mages just now was panicked. Hurry up. Where are the mages? Suddenly, grinned in a rather strange way. What can those fish do? Just after saying that, Reedman and Aiden fell down one after another, continued to spread his arms and laughed loud. Those fish. They did not think the beer had been spiked. He was taken aback and exclaimed loud, Aiden, Lord Ridwan, person who hired the mages at this moment, was vaguely filled with a bit of fusion. Do not tell me. You are in cahoots, pirate. At this moment, you began to reveal his true nature. You should check my background more carefully. Then you started to threaten. I am not wasting time anymore. If you do not want to die, steer the ship to us. Suddenly, the ring on Reedman's hand shone strangely. He still did not know what was going on and set the condition. I will spare your life, comply, and did not notice a strange light appear in the sky. From above, a terrifyingly powerful beam struck down into the sea, creating huge waves. Divine thunder. The ship shook violently, panicked and shouted, the hell. Vassal calmly stood up and spoke. Sorry. Saying that, he continued to use his power to make the ring shine. Vassal smiled knowing. Did I scare you? Vassal smiled mock surprise. Are not you? You see see that you are not affected by my power. So you are stunned. How can you cast that spell? Vassal remains calm. Something's off. Looking at the ring emitting lightning in his hand, he silently understands that the user is an artifact wielder. Vassal thinks that reason makes sense. After all, pretending to be a wizard with 4 spells and using such strong magic not right. So there needs to be a reason for having artifact support. Without saying much, he immediately used his power to finish it off. Fierce flame began to rise from below. Now that he knew this, then the fire spread out violent, surrounding from the side. Endure this fire magic. Thought Des, please spare me. The client watching the whole scene was very surprised. So that is the trick of those pirates. But Ritman, how did you know that? Underneath, they were surrounded by a pile of ash, no longer resembling human beings, moaning in pain. Since drinking that beer, Ratsos had felt something was off. His brace emitting green mist, and looking at the artifact he wore, I realized, calmly explained that when wearing the artifact, it would have the effect of making the user's magic emit out. It seemed he wanted to signal his pirate teammates about our ship. Client looked forward in panic and shouted that it was pirate. Just as he finished, a barrage of pirate ships began to anchor near the ship, where Ratsos was standing. They were closing in. He kept rubbing his chin and thought, even if he was a wizard with 4 spells, there were now too many pirate ships, so it might not be possible. Ratsos spoke up to reassure him. It is. Ratsos continued. Just leave it to me. I will go for a bit. Everything here is up to you. Aiden. Upon hearing this, he was surprised. Where are you going? The flames from earlier flared up around. Ratsos smiled brightly. I am just going to take care of a little business. Saying that, Ratsos quickly used his power to fly straight up into the sky. From his hand, power gradually radiated. I need to finish this. Then around him, sparks shooting out, fire gradually spreading around. A meteor shower. A moment later, only fragments of the pirate ship remained on the sea. The ocean returned to calm, and the fiery sunset began to descend. Aiden vaguely opened his eyes. Suddenly a voice rang out. You are awake now. Aiden, just waking up, menacingly asked. What about the pirates now? Just after speaking, a sudden pain shot from one side of his chest. Aiden uncomfortably clutched that side. Ratsos's calm voice echoed in his ear. It is just Ret. I brought you in here, and you are tired, so you do not need to worry about anything. Aiden felt embarrassed. I tried my best, but my strength was not enough. Ratsos turned to reassure. It is all right. Saying that, he held up the paper he had in his hand. Curious. Did you write this? Aiden. He was stunned to see Ratsos holding his document. That is my document. Ridman. How did you? Ratsos slowly stood up. I just happened to see it. This is research to enhance the effectiveness of resurrection potion. You really know how to express yourself, do not you? Hearing that, Aiden's face brightened as he eagerly asked. You think so? Ridman happily agreed while standing next to his bed. That is right. I want to help you with this topic. Is that okay? Aiden seemed a bit hesitant. He said, I appreciate your support, but I have read through it, and the research needs a lot of resources. Therefore, the research cost is quite high. Ratsos replied calmly. For me, money is just a fleeting thing. I have money, so you do not need to worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Ratsos took out a guarantee badge from his pocket, saying, you show them this, they will support you in your research. Thought to himself, my mentor will surely realize how important this research is. Reading the words on Aiden's eyes sparkled. It was from the tower, a magical gift. Then, as he read the name, he jolted in surprise, his hair standing on end, filled with amazement and a bit of admiration. Vistima, really? I can't believe I am meeting such a famous person. Then he asked, so what is the deal? VTS smiled and explained, I am just in disguise. And at that moment, calmed down, realizing that, Aiden sat quietly with his hands clasped together, thinking, you are the first one to recognize the value of my research. He felt incredibly great, raising his hand to his chest and proudly saying, I am Aiden, and I will do as you say. A little later, at the bow of the ship, VTS was holding a positioning map, and right ahead, a beautiful island was peeking out. It was Kareen Island. But why? Pairing it with the information on the map, he murmured, something's different. On the bottom of the page were drawings indicating the way, highlighted by a red line leading to the treasure. Previous, there was a dot on the map. Now, the dot had disappeared, replaced by the word, the river of fire flows on the glacier. Go back to the source of the river of fire. Visa stared intently, analyzed. So what does this new line mean? It seems that as we get closer to Kareen Island, there is a new hint. The hint from earlier on the map ringing in his head. The river of fire flows on the glacier. Before long, the boat docked, and the sailors shouted, prepare to drop anchor. Client repeatedly clasped his hands and thanked, saying, thanks to you too. The ship has arrived safe. Thank you so much. Aiden continuously waved his hands dismissively. I did not do anything. It was all Rick Duman. Visas just smiled quiet, thinking, let him be. Saying that, he handed over a bag full of shining gold bars under the sunlight too. This is a reward and payment for you both. I hope you accept it. VS's eyes lit up at the sight of money. He quickly reached out to accept, while Aiden looked on in amazement, and with his other hand, he kept shaking hands and wishing him success on his future journeys. Aiden pondered sadly. I still want to stay by his side to learn more. But while lost in thought, a voice called out from across. Hey Aiden, jumped, turning his eyes to look at Vividia and replied. VTS immediately transformed into his true form, smiling and speaking with a playful tone. You should go to the flame tower. Aiden was delighted. Strange. Walking along, there was hardly a soul in sight. Vitsu exclaimed. Indeed, in the beastland, humans rarely appear. You looked around and thought to yourself, I guess I need to go deeper inside. Suddenly, a figure shot past from above. VS vaguely thought, what was that? Looking closer, you silently guessed. Was that a streak? Dante moved too fast. Suddenly, the monkey from earlier stopped to watch, while VITs was still fumbling around, wondering where this place was. Looking across, you sighed. Alright, I need to go into the tavern to ask for some information from the reception desk. A talking goat warmly greeted. Are you here alone? VS straightforwardly placed a gold coin to order. Wait for me a cold beer. The bartender with that oily demeanor immediately refused. That gold coin is too much already. Vitis maintained his smile and continued. Alright, you keep it. I just want to ask a bit of information. Just wait for that. The manager was just waiting for that. He immediately reached out to accept. Go ahead and ask. He just pushed the beer mug towards Via, and you immediately asked. I wonder if there is a river of fire around here. He explained in surprise. A river of fire. There are a few places with lava flows. VTS raised the mug to his mouth. Confused. Many places. Then you imagine the beautiful scenery. This island was formed from volcanic lava after all. The manager clasped his hands on his, smiling as if he understood. Of course, in those places, the lava flows are not strong. Hearing that, VTS was satisfied and asked further. So what about the river of fire flowing on glacier? Do you understand? Perhaps this question confused him as he stumbled. Then he bowed polite. That would be too difficult for me. You waved your hand in sympathy. It is. VS pushed the door open and stepped outside, sighing a bit disappointed. I guess I will have to figure this out myself. Saying that, he looked towards the city gate, under the bright sunlight of a beautiful day. Alright, since I am here, I need to investigate the main issue right away. A few minutes later, VTS had followed the path inside and stopped. After a while, he was blocked by a large rock. You are standing there, rubbing your chin and staring ahead. Suddenly, a cheerful monkey's hand appeared from the tree, saying, "Do you need a guide?" Then, a member of the monkey tribe jumped down, smiling warmly, his sparkling eyes signaling, "For 1 hour, 2 silver coins. I will take you anywhere." You looked down in surprise. Think this servant seems pretty aggressive. He kept his hands clasped, forcing a smile, trying to convince you, while 1,000 scary red eyes appeared from the surrounding tree. A moment later, in the peaceful clearing, confident voice of the monkey tribe member rang out, "Among the races living by the coast, no one has broader connections than my monkey tribe." As he walked ahead, he spread his arms wide to reinforce his reliability. "Doesn't that prove we know this area best?" You slowly replied from behind, "You are reliable." "Sure, but where are you taking me?" Question made the monkey tribe member freeze for a moment. Then he turned back to look at, hands intertwined, and smiled off. "That is up to you." Just as he turned to take another step, he rebutted, causing him to stop again. "This is quite strange. I do not remember ever telling you my destination. Do it." Then your eyes slowly moved up to the treetops above, while with 2 silver coins, you had already spotted all the hidden figures and realized there seemed to be too many guides. The monkey tribe member, seeing you knew for a while, stepped back in shock. "When did you find out?" You calmly replied, "Since you started coming to me." He was surprised. "Then why?" You naturally pointed out, "Because I need it." Your words made the monkey tribesman grit their teeth in anger. He changed his attitude, a strange smile on his face as he said, "I was going to spare your life, gave me what you have, but I have changed my mind." Saying that, the monkey tribe member shouted loudly to call his buddy. "Get him." You did not pay any attention to this, confidently smiling. "You think I would follow you into this trap without knowing? You are mistaken." Seeing thousands of magic beams flowing powerfully from your hand, he stammered in fear, "Wait, magic trap." "Stop." But it was too late. You joked, "This will hurt a bit." As soon as you finished speaking, a shockwave burst forth, blindingly bright. Moments later, only the monkey tribe member remained alive. All the surrounding monkey tribesmen were charred black, causing him to panic and stumble, unable to believe you wiped them all out. Then suddenly, felt a chill run down his spine and turned around to look. At that moment, you continued to exert your power, your voice soft yet full of threat. "You must be tired." The magical energy continued to diminish. "I am a bit curious." Then one of the Vitas placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling mysterious, making the elf stiff. "Surely you will answer me obedient, right?" With just a few basic intimidation tactics, they finally submitted to Via. The elf spoke up, "Is this where the lava erupts?" You sat down by the dry tree over there and replied, "That is right. It is exactly where the river of fire flows around the glacier river. The elves sitting down there are all cowards, led by the same elf from before." He struggled to reveal, "But I have never heard of a place like that." Vitas began to lose his patience and asked, "So you are saying you understand Quirin the best is a lie?" Quickly denied, "No way. There really is not a place like that in the outskirts of the island." VS did not stop there, continued to question, "There is nothing in the outskirts. Then it must be on the island, right?" Realizing he could not hide anymore, the elf finally lowered his head sincerely. "Actually, I do not know what is on the island at all." Thinking Vitas would scold him, he only stood up slowly and moved forward. "Then I will have to go deeper into the island." He was surprised. "Really? Is that true?" Vifti, leaning on his staff, turned to ask, "What is wrong? Is that not okay?" He looked up cautiously. "I know you are very strong, but..." Then he continued his warning, "Those inside the island are really not ordinary types. They are very aggressive, and if they know a human has set foot in the island, they will attack immediately." Although warned beforehand, Vitas could not give up. After a while, it got dark, and Vitas sat alone next to the fire to warm up. "Think clearly I have been warned like that." But suddenly, a powerful voice broke Vice's thought. "The one from another place stirring up this island is him." They were staring at Viati, assessing him. "He looks smaller than I thought. You see, are not they too quick?" The 3 beastmen in front were extremely muscular, their heads shaped like buffaloes, 2 gigantic horns. Visa sighed. This encounter is full of tension. Is this the instinct of beastmen who only pursue strength? However, his face showed no hesitation. He calmly asked, "You all came to compete, right?" One of the beastmen immediately spoke, "So you already know the reason we are here. I am really sorry. It is just our instinct." Without beating around the bush, he immediately got into a fighting stance. "Come on, are you ready?" Seeing that, Vest was also excited to wield magic. Ready to start, the beastman charged forward while wondering, "Is your spirit always this bright? Let us see if your strength matches it." Gathering his strength, he speculated, with simple magic, that attack cannot be blocked, to condense mana as much as possible. Thinking that, Vias raised his hand toward, preparing to attack. Then a strong wave of magic surged towards him, cannon firing. The beastman is still full of confidence, quite cocky, but when it comes to strength, I won't lose to anyone in Quirin. As he reached the shockwave, he realized something was off, pretended otherwise. Like the magic at this level, his foot was being pushed back due to my strength. Before he could finish his sentence, the beastman was hit without direct contact. Then he fell backward, following the source of the power. The other 2 beastmen witnessed the whole scene in shock, knocking their leader down in one blow. And this human mage is really strong. At this, the 2 of them stepped up to challenge. "This time you fight me first." Seeing that, I just smiled in disbelief. Suddenly, from a distance, beastman leader's powerful voice rang out, too loud. You 2 step back. His eyes seemed to be covered with a serious red reflection. "Those 2 are not opponents they can handle." He thought to himself, "How is he not injured at all? Clearly, my attack was strong enough to break bones." He stared at that small body, realizing it had been optimized for combat. He knew how to handle aura. He might have become a superhero already. Even more than that, forced a smile and asked, "Do you want to continue fighting?" The beastman leader breathed out, "Of course." But then he turned away, using the excuse to avoid it. Although he wanted to, it seemed my body was too worn out. He then reached out to shake my hand in surrender. "I am defeated. You are really strong." After fighting for a while, the 2 finally had time to chat. The beastman leader asked, "But what brings you to the island?" "As far as I know, humans only operate outside the island." I replied, "I am looking for the place where the river of fire flows on Bang River." Based on the beastman leader being from the outskirts, I asked, "Do you know about that place?" Hearing that, he was at a loss. "In my 80 years of life, I have never heard of such a place before." I smiled and said, "Really?" But deep down, I could not accept the reality. There is no way it could be that easy to find. Everything in the underground world is going too smoothly. After pondering for a while, the beastman leader finally revealed, "Maybe if you go to the new land, you might find the source." You looked up in curiosity. New land? What is that? In his memory, it was a place with a huge volcano always on the verge of eruption. Hot lava constantly pouring out, burning everything around. The new land. It means the sacred land where the gods reside. I can't go there because I do not have the faith. But I think aside from that, it is hard to pinpoint where you are talking about. Vassal listened and thought for a moment, calling there were some records about Finar, first beast king, being a hybrid. In the past, you had many combat experience, so you understand the base. Since I have gathered evidence through the underground world, I see enough value to lore. The next day, Vassal continued to explore, mumbling to himself, wondering where where that place was, that new land. From somewhere, a loud explosion shook the earth and sky. Looking at the defeated monster in front of him, Vassal sighed warily. Have I really fought 17 times today? The Beastmaster also mentioned that if you want to enter the new land, you need to gain recognition from the great landmasters or elders, which obviously comes through proving your strength. As he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, pondered, just because of that state, I've been doing this for half a month now. Isn't he this enough to prove myself? Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. You are the human from another place that the rumors talk about, right? From the surrounding. Many others surrounded, which surprised him a bit. The great landmaster did not just follow me. Someone is looking for you. Looking at the rope, Vassal guessed silent. Is that rope a symbol of the great landmaster? Vassal immediately asked the person in front of, who's it? Is it the great landmaster or an elder? He answered, it is Surma. Vassal was astonished. The Beast King himself. Then he tightly clenched his hand and smiled with delight. I had anticipated that someone from the great landmaster or elder come looking for me, but I did not expect the beast come looking for me. He is truly a big fish I never saw coming. In another, the atmosphere here carried a hint of haziness and mystery. Somewhere, whispers of conversation rose up. Surely you have heard the story of the troublemaker from another place on the island recently. Right, that guy replied. The beast. It is said that the guards at the White Rat tribe and the leader of the Lion tribe were also attacked. Nguyen sat with his chin resting on his hand, smiling to reveal his sharp teeth. He was excited. Even those who reached the great landmaster level were attacked. I really want to meet person and see what they are like. Other beastmen in the leopard tribe were bowing respect, saying, our leopard tribe will bring him to kneel before you. Upon hearing that, Nguyen immediately stopped. That is not necessary. Just move quietly here, he said sternly with hidden meaning. You mean that kid? Miss Ha replied eagerly. Just bring him here as a guest of our beast. The golden leopard quietly assessed, thinking he did not look special at all. Nothing like the rumors said. The leader of the leopard tribe spoke up. When can you set off? We can set off right away. The guy still quietly wondered. Clearly, people who were attacked previously were too careless. Why is he treating this guy like a guest? Suddenly, he lost his composure, his face grimaced, wondering what the Beast King was planning. Before he could act, a voice rang out. Stop. He is a guest of the beast. The leader of the leopard tribe turned to threat. If your fighting instincts are dominating for no reason, then do not get involved in this. Otherwise, I won't hold back against you. VKS now stood among a group of beastmen from the leopard tribe. The leader spoke up. No matter how aggressive I should, it is still inhumane to attack the guest Beast King. Then he turned away with a sigh, saying that is fine. After all, is not enough to just have a match. Suddenly, a golden spotted leopard stood upright and called out to Viet. Hey buddy, you look surprised and turned. The leader of the black leopard tribe immediately felt annoyed to see him raising his voice. He still ignored it and continued serious. Since we are quite busy, we definitely have to speed up. You okay with that? Vitias excitedly replied. I will give it a try. He responded with a hint of mischief in his voice. Sounds good. Without saying much, he immediately dashed off, his speed creating a gust of wind connected from the ground. Then come after me. The golden spotted leopard kept shifting from one spot to another continuously. He smugly thought to himself, that kid thinks he can show me some fundamental difference. Suddenly, Vs easily caught up with the speed of the golden spotted leopard. Calmly said, oh wow. The golden spotted leopard turned around, shocked that you could easily catch up. Vitias remarked, not bad. He could not help think, no way. Can he really keep up with my top speed? Who were behind? We're still very excited. If you were planning to adjust your speed for my sake, you do not need to. Then Vs squinted and continued. I am still going pretty slow. After a while, they arrived at another part of the forest. Beastman exclaimed, you are pretty good for a human to keep up with me like this. Then they all stopped somewhere. The surrounding golden spotted leopard were panting and wondering, among humans, you are the most skilled one. Visa showed no signs of fatigue. Let us, maybe in our kingdom there are about 30 people. You continued, if counting the territory, there are about 100. The golden spotted leopard lost all the pride he had just moments ago. Hearing Vieta speak like that hit him like a thunder, making his ears ring in shock. No way. That many. Vitia said seriously. Instead of that, is there really a large city like this existing in the forest? Remembering the image of the whole city from above, most of it was made from leaves and wood, was incredibly sturdy and strangely beautiful. You silently exclaimed, indeed, capital of the beast. Next, they took Viatisa to a place that looked like a giant and intricate. This is the residence of the Beast King. You had a look of astonishment. Thought, this is, you thought further. Those with power are at least from the fourth circle up. These people are the grandmasters of Karina. Visa looked somewhat confused. The density of power was incredibly shocked, felt like walking in a swamp. Suddenly, waves of fiery strength surrounded Vites' body. You smiled triumph. Indeed, I have surpassed the sixth magical circle. The pig beastman next to me stopped, looking a bit surprised. Oh my, and stomped his feet, making a noise on the ground. He was trying to scare off the speculation great landlords of Japan were spouting. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out from somewhere. You lot, I told you not to mess around. The Beast King came out from inside, smiling broad, introducing herself. Nice to meet you, little human boy. I am the Rain Beast King. Vatso stared at the rain with some awe. No wonder she is the Beast King. Her level is truly impressive, not at all inferior to my master. But then he thought, I did not expect the Beast King to be a woman. Seeing him just standing there in shock, she called out, what are you looking at? Vatso bowed his head respectfully. I am a demon summoner from Yama Tower, and Andy Mean's subordinate. Vatso politely greeted the king of the beast. I do not know much about beastman custom. I hope you can understand. Hearing that, she turned with a satisfied smirk. All right, no need to worry about the formality. Vatso felt a bit more at ease. So she likes it like that. Then she sat confidently on the imposing chair, looking down from above, and asked, so human, what brings you from the far continent? Korean. Vatso looked up with respect to the place where the river of fire flows over the glacial water. I am looking for that. Suddenly, the beastmen around were all stunned. Those people and thought, judging by their reaction, I guessed right. Clearly, they know that place. Thinking about it, Vatso expressed his thought. I think it exists in the place everyone calls the New Land. The mysterious people hiding in the shadows had their eyes glow red with anger. They were truly outrageous and disrespectful. How dare someone from another place mention the land of the celestial star? Seeing that, Rain immediately interrupted. Silent. I know you lords are very panicked, but then her sharp gaze swept over them. Do not you see I am talking right now? All those from before did not dare to cough or anything. They just kept their heads down and listened. Then she also acknowledged, although there really is such a place in the New Land as you said, why do you want to go there? Vatso still refused to say. I have my own intention. Rain rested her chin on her hand, looking down with boredom. The ambition to study the mist and the unknowns of those magic-loving people from the continent is really in. Seeing she was not angry, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the rejection was not too severe. Things should be able to be resolved smooth. Then Rain spoke again. But what should we do? Then she continued explaining. You must have seen seen the reactions of the Lord, but there has never been a precedent like this. Seeing Rain agree, he chimed in, that is right. The new land is the ancestral land where our ancestors live. People from other places have no right to enter there. That is unacceptable. Rain saw they were being unreasonable and threat. Shut up. Can't you see I am dealing with that? Vatso timidly spoke. New land. You continue talk. There has never been a precedent for people from other places come and go, or is there a rule against allowing outsiders in? I am a bit surprised that you can understand it so clearly, and it gives me a little hope. I did not expect you to grasp the essence like that. Your understanding and strength are on par. Great Spirit Master. It should really help the Beastman clan grow quite a bit. I've started to take more interest in you. Smiling triumphant. Go on and keep talking. You continue to express yourself. Just now an elder said that if you are not a warrior, you can't enter the new land. Doesn't that mean that even if someone is from elsewhere, if recognized as a warrior, they can still enter the new land? The wild boar, hearing this, crossed his arms and laughed with a hint of disdain. The overseers started to discuss a warrior's challenge. People from other places want to compete in the warrior's challenge too. Master Ratsor started to waver a bit. You continue to laugh loud. That kid. Do you really intend to challenge in the warrior's trial? Ratsor was a bit still clenched his fist. Determination. You want to enter the new land loft? That is the only way. Then you raised your hand against the hopeful gate. Of course. In a secluded place surrounded by a lot of magical energy, a voice explained that the rules of the challenge are very simple. You just have to endure in this mountain opening for 10 days without any food or water provided, and you must know how to find everything you need to survive. Images of beastmen with formidable strength appear, and every day you have to face 5 great spirit masters. Looking back, Ratsor silently evaluated. So it is an assessment of strength, mental power, and survival skill, and the energy is still flowing in that mountain opening. Ratsor continued to think, even if it is just a hint in the wind, and still feel the unusual cold energy. I have to be careful not to get distracted. Rain crossed his arms and looked up serious. Now is the time to enter the mountain opening. A loud alarm rang out. The challenge of the warrior officially began from this moment. As the alarm ended, Ratso quickly moved. Without hesitation, he jumped straight down, and after a moment, he successfully landed. As soon as Ratso touched down, he had to cover his nose with his hand, observing around him while thinking. The energy was much more intense than I had predicted. The Fenrir snake, killed by the first beast king. This opening is where the body of the giant snake was thrown. Before long, he was surrounded by a swarm of snakes, all hissing ominous. A snake was preparing to attack Ratso. Ratso panicked and shouted, "Pep," and just as he finished speaking, a dragon appeared looking very cute. Fireball emerged from its mouth. Then a powerful force was unleashed, destroying all the snakes. He stood watching the flames flow like a river, smiling excited. Let us have snake meat tonight. Pepper also cheered in agreement. The scene shifted outside the cliff. The bright red magical marks continued to emit, and hissing sounds of discussion surrounded. It was the last day, but his mental strength was still so strong. His abilities were incredible. Ratso stood amidst the flame, and the surrounding snakes could not do anything. The magical fire had been burning for 5 days without going out. People continued to watch from above, admiring how he faced 20 great masters without any injury. Truly impressive. Rain tightly gripped the spear in her hand. "Oh, this won't do." Then she smiled bright. How could anyone resist something so delicious? As soon as Rain finished speaking, she immediately jumped down, surprising every beast king. She landed forcefully, creating a powerful gust of wind, rocks flying everywhere. Ratso quickly raised his hands to shield himself, thinking this was a bit much. As the dust settled, Rain appeared, and he was surprised. Why is the beast king standing out like? She still kept a smile on her, responding, "It is because I see someone strong, so I came down." Rain proudly pointed to her muscular body and said, "To be exact, this body is also a warrior of the beast." Then she extended her hand. "So let us fight." Southern hero. Rain looked at Ratso with a smirk. "I have my pride and conscience. So if you can withstand my 5 attacks, then you have passed the warrior's challenge." Ratso was puzzled. 5 times. That would take all day. 4. Compared to the beast king, the great masters would be easier to deal with. But he felt a bit tense looking at, as it was not really the atmosphere for understanding each other. Ratso began to transform. That is the case. He released a strong magical aura. "I will give it my all." The source of Rado's power is so strong that even the beastmen on the edge they are stunned. What is this luck? That guy, is not he human? Nguyen is also a bit surprised. Then she looks at Rado and asks, "Is that your full power?" Then she bends down, plants her feet firmly on the ground, her muscles bulging impressive. "Alright, this is exciting. Can't wait to enjoy it." Rato, it's in an instant. Nguyen appears right in front of him at close range. The strong wind makes him struggle to maintain his balance, and then Nguyen smirks as she brandishes her sword at Rado. The sword barely makes contact, or being blocked by a barrier he created. In just 3 seconds, connection shatters into pieces. Rado sighed. Indeed, he is a superhero among superheroes. Just defending against an attack is hard enough, let alone facing him head on. The attack causes him to lose his footing and stumble back. Rado continues to conjure a massive magic force, first needing to stop movement. Cold air. The magical currents are gathering larger and larger. Rado thinks to stall for time, then starts directing it toward the rain, and she excitedly laughs. Then the rain brings her hand down to a patch of earth. Interest. Very interest. She then forcefully throws the patch of earth to block Rado's power. He stands aside, astonished. No way. Breaking the ground and blocking it just with an arm's strength. The rain still shows no sign of exhaustion. That was really interesting. So I will adapt to this round. Rado, exhausted, realizes she has to fight. She uses her insane strength to punch the weapon in his hand, catching Rado off guard. Rado grits his teeth and calls out, "Pepper," and as soon as he finishes, it appears immediate. Pepper quickly unleashes a powerful flame toward the rain. However, she can still easily approach and him away. The strong kick sends Rado crashing into the wall opposite, creating a large crack. A strange blue streak appears behind the rain. Rado has also returned to his original cool form, holding a dull weapon up, and then she uses her strength to punch hard at it. It is a pair of hammers, which the rain uses her strength to knock floating in the sky. Then the hammer falls down, and she grabs it with a smile. "You are worth me using this." After that, the rain uses her strength to jump, preparing to attack Rado with the hammer. He again uses his hands to block with his power. They continue to form a circle of fire, similar to the previous power. As the rain's foot touches the ground, she continues to pull the hammer back for a strike. Rado continues to raise his spear, creating many streaks of fire around it. In a moment, fire vortex grows large, overpowering everything, leaving the rain a bit stunned. Then a loud explosion occurs. When the flames subside, only broken earth remains around the cliff. Rado has exhausted all his strength and returns to his original state, sitting down and gasping for breath. The rain gradually moved on, and I wanted to wait a bit longer to chase, but given the situation, probably one tea work out right. Then she knelt down in front of Vatsa, smile. Even so, so? It was quite interesting. The rain excitedly announced. I will let you. And after hearing that, Vatso gently calmed down. A moment later, Vatso was taken back to camp where he was resting, surrounded by bandages. He suddenly woke up, gasping for breath. Pepper appeared right beside, surprising Vatso a bit. From outside the door, the rain rang out. That kid, not knowing how to get tired, just stuck by his side. And when he saw her, he sat up and said, "You are here, Duke." One hand she gently removed the bandages, while the other slowly reached out. In Vatso's mind, a series of dark thoughts echoed, and he quickly raised Pepper to shield in front of, shouting loud, "What are you doing?" She still calmly teased, "I just wanted to show you. What about the burning marks you left on me?" Then the rain held was placed on Vatso's face. He still blushed and stammered, Then she forcefully pulled it out. "Look," making Vatso jump and shout loud. After opening his eye, he finally calmed down. "What the heck?" The rain recalled the explanation. "I did not expect you to ignite the setting sun with a spear. If you had waited a bit longer, the burn would have been bigger. That last attack must have reached." Vatso shyly smiled at the bewildered look of the rain, thinking to himself, "Is not it a bit hard to say that I got through after leaving such a wound?" Suddenly, the rain worriedly raised her hand to check his forehead. "But why is your face so red? It does not seem like a fever. Could it be that you—" Then she laughed heartily. "You want to mate?" Vatso calmly replied. Yep. She licked the rain eagerly. "If so, should I call you a species instead of calling you a foreigner?" After saying that, she got even closer to Vatso. He was flustered. "Beast King, calm down and listen to me a bit." However, the rain continued to ignore those words and went on. "If it is your seed, then I will be more determined to accept it." Teacher Vatso flushed. She smiled and repeated, "If that is your seed, then I approve. I am ready to accept it." He delicately took a corner of the blank cover his beautiful body, while contemplating. "It would be a good proposal if I needed to develop my lineage for many generations. For now." Then Vatso did not hesitate to reach out and stop her. But that action surprised the rain a bit. Then recalling the happy moment between him and her, he revealed, "I already have my fiancée." Upon hearing this, the rain immediately understood, climbed down from the bed. "Then I withdraw my intention. I will not marry someone who is already engaged." But now still smiling at Vatso, "But do not let your guard down. I have no intention of wasting. Where's my food?" Vatso awkwardly gets to the point. "Can I go to the new land with you now?" She turns around to explain, "After witnessing your strength yesterday, I did not believe it. You will become the envy of the kingdom soon." Vatso asks, "So when will you agree to let me go?" Looking at Ratso's injured body, she gives a time first. "You need to be fully healed. The doctor said it would take at least 2 months." Sometime later, in a corner of the forest, clear sky combined with the sound of the waterfall creates a romantic voice echoes. "It is quite funny, Guy, being carried by Rat. Wonder, it has only been 3 weeks, and you can already jump around like this? Are you a monster?" Politely compliment. "You even tore the ground with your bare hand." "What are you talking about? The overburdened mage has to carry the Beast King. Thanks to the Beast King, he has recovered." While moving high up, you ask, "Thanks for taking the time to help me recover. But are not you busy? After all, you are the beast." She does not seem to care and laughs loud. "Humans and beasts have different concepts. Why pay attention?" Suddenly, she points down to the clear lake beside her and shouts, "Come down here. Come down with me." Vatso does not hesitate and immediately dives down. However, Mengia suggests, "Do not go into the lake. Just glide over the water's surface." After finishing up, you ask again, "What should I do next?" Mide excitedly points towards the cold water source flowing out and suggests, "Fly into that stream." Vatso immediately obeys. As he looks inside the stream, he is captivated. "I did not expect there would be such a mystical space inside the cave." After that, Vatso carries her down to a rocky area right at the cave's corner. Emma says while pointing towards the source, "Can you see it? The lakes inside and outside the cave form from that water. It is called the waterfall of the new land." Memji explained, "That is the entrance to the water. When you go in, remember to swim against the current." She continued, "After that, you will see what you want. Your body will stay here." Vatso flies up, surrounded by magical energy. Then you do not hesitate and dive straight into the place Emja pointed out. You keep teleporting from one place to another. After a while, Vatso finally finds the way out. Looking at the majestic scene before him, Vatso exclaimed, "This is called the new land, a sacred place where the gods of the beasts reside." Vatso slowly lands on one side of the river and said, "Behind the waterfall is a massive river, a lake formed from the pure water of the gods." Then you move along the flow of the water and wonder, "But is this what I have been looking for? Big, but it looks quite ordinary." After a moment, you suddenly notice something unusual and ask, "Why is the water divided into 2 colors?" Set that aside. You tell yourself, "The mission I got is to go to the end of the river of fire. Just keep going." When you arrive, feel the warm temperature of the lake in front of you, and you exclaim, "I never thought the source of a river would be a volcano." Then you continue to look around, thinking, "Let us see what is here." According to the mission, this scene seems to fit. Suddenly, a small movement appears in the middle of the hot lake, catching your attention. You stare at it excited, thinking, "I think I found it." Without hesitation, you immediately jump into the deep water, diving down while speculating. Bubbles are rising, indicating there is something down there. Your eyes search around. Likely the true source of the river is there. From a small hole, bubbles slowly move out from inside, and you feel even more certain. There it is. Inside, ocean blue stones appear, illuminating a vast area from the surface of the lake. Bubbles continuously rise, then powerfully surge up from the water. Gasping for air, you move forward step by drenched body. Think, "This must be it," but I see nothing. Meanwhile, Pepper is still full of energy, chirping happily. A streak of light appears like a guiding tool, making both of you curious to follow. Small light particles gently land on the nose of some mysterious creature. It immediately stands up, creating a formidable aura that makes Pepper, and you rush to shield in front. From beside it, a strange flame appears. Fire dragon. It is a shame to have a human as its master, but the hare has finally arrived. The voice continues, "Please forgive this humble servant." Then the flames grow fiercer. "Oh, Brahmaster, I have guarded this place for many years to pass on the magic to my hair." Your hand involuntarily trembles. You think, "Even though I have not touched it, I can still feel it. With my current level, can I take this?" Suddenly, a holographic system appears beside, announcing, "Filthy thoughts of the Beast King Fener have reacted with the sacred Brahmastra. Fener's thoughts are forming. Please refine the thoughts of the Beast King Fener. Reward, the supreme artifact of Brahmastra." Vassal exclaimed. Suddenly, Fener gradually appears from the air. Then it roars powerfully, and Vassal sighs, "Even just a thought makes me feel scared." Vassal grits his teeth to self-soothe. "That is a beast. It must be a legendary beast." Then the voice from before echoes again, "Please keep it in your heart." From the air, flame you saw earlier forms into a shape resembling a weapon, continuously radiating warmth. That voice repeats, "Please keep it in your heart." The flame flickered directly into Vassal's surprised eye, and without hesitation, he immediately grasped it. As if it found its rightful owner, powerful surge radiated from the weapon and enveloped Vassal's body. This is... Suddenly, Vassal was transported to another realm. Astonished, astonished as he looked at the armored figures shooting arrows in the battle. Vassal looked down, wondering why he suddenly saw these. The voice from earlier echoed, "Those damn giants." A girl in strong black attire stepped forward to confront the giant. Brassmaster, with a serious resolve, declared that today she would definitely eliminate all of a giant one-eyed monster charged angrily. A danger. Suddenly, something startled him in shock. Suddenly, she turned to him and smiled. She was smiling at. Did she see him? Then suddenly a loud explosion rang out. The skirts from her sleeves looked like they were carved from obsidian, including those forest patterns. Looking at the skirts in her face, after unleashing her power, Vassal quietly realized he now understood the identity of this woman. She spoke, sending a message from the 6 deities who had forsaken this tiny earth. "I created this forest I painstakingly gathered." He also silently noted her name. "O dragon goddess, Brahmastra." The figure of that woman surged powerfully forward. This would allow him to be reborn as a new soul, possessing enough power to kill a god. This will let you know what you need to do. Then a powerful flame rushed down. The blazing red blaze rushed straight into the beast, incinerating it. The strong fire forced the beast to stumble backward in pain. He was confused. Even if it was a 4th tier spell, it should have defeated the 1st generation beast king in one go. The power is the 8th circle spell. It must surely be the 9th circle spell. After that battle, Veneer appeared in human form. He slowly opened his amber eye. "The master of the great dragon, the humble one inheriting the dragon's blood, beseech you." From Veneer's hand, something glowed bright. "Passing this on to my children." Then he held the thing out toward the beast, and Vassal vaguely asked, "What is this?" After receiving it, Veneer began to explain, "That is a treasure and also the chain of the Beastman tribe." Vassal still looked at the object in his hand, feeling unfamiliar. Suddenly, streams of green light wrapped around Vassal's body. "Master of the dragon, I hope you will take care of the chain I have bestowed upon the children." Vassal could clearly see the streams of power continuously radiating from Viet Nai. "I sense that this power is neither magical nor divine. It must be something special that only applies to beasts." The system panel appears again, announcing that the contaminated 4 elements of Fenrir and Cobra Master have been purified with a reward. Suddenly, the weapon of the Brass Master reappears right in front of Ratso, out of nowhere. Your body also reacts intensely to it. An extreme heat, as if all the mana is being burned away. You silently brace yourself. Pain. Given your understanding of fire attributes that you have trained in, there is no way it should hurt like this. A moment later, you are engulfed in a blazing red flame, your mind still screaming. Force stirring the mana now is a high-tier spell, nearing the 9th magic circle. If you can't perceive and understand it correctly and observe it visually, your brain will explode. You brace yourself to endure each painful blow. The system appeared. Brahmastra has expanded your brain. Your understanding of Brahmastra has increased. Brahmastra is rebuilding your brain. Your understanding of Brahmastra has increased. After a while, Ratso gradually sinks into his subconscious, where everything is incredibly surreal, with bright flashes crossing each other, creating an explosive. A little later, everything is quiet except Pepper trying to wake Ratso up. He irritably nudges Rat. "Worry." The dragon's voice reached. "Don't worry. Little master just fainted from exhaustion and will wake up soon. Starting the ceremony for my child to welcome the little master, but fate does not allow it. So hey, would you like to inherit this power?" Hearing this, Pepper's ears perked up in fear. The dragon continued to persuade. "There is nothing to be surprised about. Even though you are a spirit, you are also a mutation. Power surrounds a strange egg. If you inherit even a little of the dragon's essence, could work." Pepper innocently opened his eyes wide, listening intently as it spoke. "I hope you will become the new fire dragon and accompany the little master. Moreover, I sincerely hope you continue the dragon lineage." This moment, Ratso is slowly waking up. He uncomfortably holds his head, wondering how long he has been unconscious. Seeing Pepper happily munching on some, Ratso is surprised and asks, "Pep, what are you eating right now?" With his mouth full of food, he cheerfully turns to look at you. Looking at his excited, Ratso tells himself, "I do not know. I guess he is just eating whatever he can find." Suddenly, flames radiate around Pep. "Wait," you panic, trying to stop, but the notification panel appears. The spirit absorbs the nutrient contained within it, and the shell of the fire dragon completed all preparations for development. Then, the fire fiercely envelopes him. The mission panel states that to inherit the absorbed power and develop into a 2nd generation dragon, it requires a long time. Suddenly, from Pepper's mouth comes a sound that Ratso can understand. He rubs his eyes and says, "I'm sleep. I want to sleep." Ratso is astonished. This is Pepper's thought. The system panel announced, "For the spirit has entered a sleep state." Then it closed its eyes and spoke, "See you later, my master." After that, gradually disappeared into the flames. Rat was trying to call out. Rat sadly regretted Pepper had fallen into a sleep. "If only I had known it would be like this. I would have played with it more often." Rain was still waiting outside. "It is." Rat quickly jumped out to stand next to her. Rat looked at Rain curious, and later, she voiced her speculation. "In just 5 days, your eyes have become brighter and deep. You must have gotten something amazing, right?" Suddenly he turned away and made a request. "Can you help me take a look at?" Suddenly Rain's eyes became unpleasant. She stared at the stone that was continuously radiating intense power. Then Rain angrily demanded, "Where did you get that? How did you obtain it? From now on, you have to explain it to me in detail." "Is that?" The body of the spirit trembled. "You are sure you were not using your full power when fighting me?" She smiled subtly. "So you can endure my strength from this distance." Then she crossed her arms and continued, "I want to play a bit more, but the moon power is more important right now." Nguyen started to ask, "Is that? Do you know why our beastmen are bound to live on Green Island?" Rat scratched his head and speculated, "To protect each other." The few beastmen raced. Just as she finished, she exclaimed, "Nonsense." Then she began to remember. The big-eared one and the underground dwellers also live on the... Then Rain crossed her arms and seriously reasoned, "Do you think we are stronger than them? So we could be stuck for such a reason?" Then she pointed directly at the object the spirit was holding and revealed, "That is the item of Lord Finar, the first beast king. We are here to find what you are holding." Upon hearing this, he immediately wondered, "Is the chain meant to be like this?" Remembering what Finar had warned the master of the lineage, "I hope you take care of the chain I bestowed upon the children." Then the spirit asked Rain, "What is it about this item that you depend on it so much?" She recalled a legend of the beast and asked the spirit, "You must have heard of the moon tail, right?" He replied, "It evokes beastly nature deeply embedded in the blood and awakens compatibility." Suddenly he seemed to realize something and immediately questioned, "Could this be related to the moon tail?" While holding the stone, Rain explained, "We can become 3 times stronger during a waxing moon." Then she turned her gaze to the stone she had been searching for and continued, "Although the moontail power is only granted on a waxing moon night, if we have this moon, even without the waxing moon, we can perform the moontail power anywhere, anytime." After that, Rain forcefully tossed it up into the air, and finally, the stone fell back into her hand, leaving both of of them astonished. The rain grabs each strand of hair, murmuring, the moonlight must have run out, and besides, compared to that, this time is more about the strength you mentioned. The rain continues to ask, where did you find this moonstone? Expensive stuff. The brooding one recalled that actually, this moment, the two have returned to the forest and are moving at lightning speed. The rain wondered, curious about the source of the red water. So you throw yourself into the mystical stream. You explain, I have heard many say that those who practice magic, white mad, but your level is beyond that. She asked again, so you mean the domain of Lord Fenrir is in there? Right. Vassal quickly responded, I found the moonstone there. You worry silent. Think can't say it is a divine artifact, so I have to change the subject. Suddenly, the rain can't help but laugh. You mean Lord Fenrir took the moonstone with right? Vassal replied, Lord Fenrir's will remains to pass that on to the beast. Hearing this, she joyfully hugs him tight. Good job. Just like that. Very talented. You feel uncomfortable and cry out. Then the rain leans against his head. I will reward you great. So if there is anything you want, just say it. Then she fantasizes. Alright, if you want me to accept your seat, anytime is Vassal powerless against this beast woman. Exclaims. Suddenly, you widen your eye, and then you smile slyly. There is something I want. By the seaside, Vassal just got thrown away by the rain. You squint your eyes in frustration while she keeps shouting loudly. What is happening? Why is your breathing so intense already? This body just started. You bow your head and sigh. Fighting once a day is too much. The muscular guy steps forward with a weapon to encourage. Come on, if you keep showing that weak form, I will make you eat it. Being that weak, surely you can't satisfy your promised partner in the future. Then you regain your spirit. Bursting with strength, you smile. You do not need to worry. Then behind you, weapons appear shooting in all directions. Exciting. I am still very strong. Then they all charge towards the rain. This moment, the rain excitedly exclaims, awesome. Just like that, it is a very dreamy stand. Time shifts a few hours later. The beach. There is a small hole surrounded by dust in the air. You sit under the coconut tree, panting. No different from a monster. Fighting without acceptance is too much. The rain approaches. She asks, what is it? Is it over? She stands with her arms crossed. This is too bland. Let us change it. What do you think? You smile brightly and reply, I am planning to build the basic foundation. That is why there is no point in training. The rain turns her head away. That is your reason, but I find it not interesting at all. The rain looks at you. She speaks up. Just like that, I have something to ask. You look like you have something to ask. Rain crossed her arm, smiled, and said, since we have found the moonstone, I will be leaving the island with the beastmen in a few years. I hope you will help me bridge the gap. You rubbed your chin and asked, exactly what do you mean by that role? If you are asking to separate Andy Meehan's territory, that is a bit much. Rain jumped up. Do you really think that kind of request will work? She blushed and scolded. I just hope you will give us a small piece of land to live on. You turned to the side, smiling and pondering. Is that really any different? Son, you seem to realize something. You stood up and asked, Beast King, does what you just said mean it will belong to Andy Meehan? Rain stood opposite, closed her eye, and replied, necessary. I will bow respectfully before your king. Fighting for territory or going to war. We could help then. You covered your mouth with your hand, eyes wide. The Beast King will bow to Andy Meehan. War too. Really? Inside the Andy Meehan palace, Alfonso sat on the throne with Hayek standing beside him. Below them were countless influential people. The finance minister asked, how can we prepare food and housing for the beastmen from the Green Island region with over 200,000 of the military minister analyzed the benefit. But even if only half of them are drafted into the army, that is still like getting 100,000 free regular soldiers. That number can't be taken lightly. Vassal stood off to the side, listening to everything, thinking that the opinions were as divided as he predicted. Suddenly, Alfonso spoke up, and everyone stopped. He said in front of everyone that no matter what is said, there is no clear data, so it is just a fanciful argument. Alfonso intertwined his fingers. His tone became serious. Vassal Raymond, the candidate for the title of I want to hear your opinion, as someone who has met them direct. Vassal obeyed. Your Majesty, and recounted his path, and remembered when he met the leader of the continent tribe and the Grand Master. Although the beastmen I encountered were somewhat aggressive, their culture is not that different from ours. Vassal spoke, surprising everyone present. Perhaps we will need to support the space, but if you think you are raising an army of 100,000, it will actually be beneficial. Jillian seemed to agree. He opened his mouth wide. So that is how it is. We need to recalculate. Then he asked about the situation. So what is the strength of the beast? Vassal shared his true experience. It is difficult to assess by my standard. From the standpoint of having fought her, Two-Face. Vassal continued. MC Ho. I think she is at least 3 levels stronger than him. Jillian hesitated. Is she really that strong? Emilia suddenly appeared beside Jillian. That is true, she said, looking at the two. Emilia lazily asked, it is not because you are weak and misjudging things, is it? Jillian spoke up. Calm down, little white tower. The girl angrily yelled at Jillian while he smiled brightly to diffuse the situation. What a fool who only knows weapon calls anyone a little one. Just get out of the way. Jillian laughed and replied, the Beast King is a fighter, so is not it fitting for someone like me, Oris trained, to step up? Jillian said, well then. Then he used his power to summon green arrows. Jillian pointed for the arrows to aim at Vassal. Give it a try. And then thousands of arrows flew toward him. Vassal was taken aback by his true ability. Even the shape of the tip create hundreds of weapons. Truly a master of arms. Thought, if I face this, I will definitely break. Vassal started to plan. Here I won T direct front. Fought while thinking of ways to stay safe, but it would create a mess everywhere. Jillian could not believe his eye. He can take my tip now. Turns out he has developed more than last time, with thousands of arrows pierce Vassal at any moment, and yet he stood firm. Perhaps he gained enlightenment from the duel with the beast. Vassal bowed his head, thanking you for going easy on me. Jillian waved his hand. It is alright. I am the one who should be thanking you. Then he placed his hand on his left chest, pressed his apology to Alfonso. Although he did this to confirm the truth, he still felt sorry for causing a disturbance. Your Majesty, considering the strength of the royal consort, we can trust his assessment of the Beast King. Alfonso propped his chin and said, now we just need to grasp the Beast King's intention, whether they are sincere, or if there is something else going on. Vassal looked down at the ring he was wearing and replied, it is sincere, Your Majesty. Some people wondered about the ring. That is, he replied, this is the fruit of the Beast King. He recalled the path. Mine said it was made from her fangs. So Vassal replied sincerely, the necklace's material is based on the fangs of the Beast King. Everyone was whispering about the ring. How could it be so brutal? That does not mean it is not sincere. Some were discussing, while others gathered around Vassal to ask about the ring. Alfonso signaled for everyone to stop. Well, since we have grasped the basic rules to some extent, we will discuss this matter later. He spoke before everyone. Although this is just the first consultation, if there are no variations, we will have 200,000 beastmen in Endymion, and Vassal is the one whom Alfonso praised. So we will commend Count Vassal Raymond's contribution. He bowed his head sincerely. Your Majesty, my meeting with the beastmen was just luck. For Alfonso, he answered very humbly, I do not intend to take credit. Your Majesty, however, However, he still acknowledged your contribution. After all, credit is credit. You just knelt in front of Alphonse, and he loudly announced to everyone, I bestow upon Rassel Raymond the title of the new Duke, containing the name Samai. Additionally, along with the ownership of one of the treasures from the Royal Archive, I hope you will also become the guiding star of Endymion, just like the title. Rassel was contemplating and imagining a scenario where wealth piled up. If it were items from the Royal Archive, they would be of very high value. The job has not even succeeded yet, but I have received such an extravagant gift. Otherwise, that day might have had some other intention. You covered your mouth to hide your confusion when you heard someone call, Young Master. As Rassel turned around, he saw Darius's figure and thought, Master, someone is reminding you. The meeting is over, so go to the reception room. The prince must want to share something with you. Rassel saw her smiling brightly and could not help but wonder. When he was alone with it, he humorously presented a hair, saying it was a jade pin, jewelry for women made from special jade, which I heard is used to adorn and secure long hair. Kate sat across from him, arms crossed, looking at the hair. I remember seeing it in a book. They say it also has detoxifying effects against simple poison, but she gave a skeptical look. After buying this, Rassel happily responded that it suited Kate very well. She asked Rassel, this is a complex item, so I do not know how to use it. Can you help? He smiled and stood up. Of course. While Rassel was helping, she asked, by the way, during the meeting, you referred to the Beast Queen as Isha, the Beast Queen a woman. Then Kate continued, so what is your relationship? Hearing that, Rassel dropped the hairpin. You tried to explain to what relationship? As we just fought each other. Then she reached for the hairpin and said, that is really strange. Kate stood up, causing Rassel to instinctively step back. Their relationship was only at that level. She scoffed, wrapping the pin around the neck, and you thought, what is with the neck? Something feels off. Kate smiled in a scary way, even showing her fang, making Vassal break into a sweat. You could not help think that something felt off. Right now, in the royal path of Endymion, Rassel's thoughts slid in. He did not expect to be jealous. His face turned bright red with embarrassment. He felt a bit wrong, but his mood was not too bad. The image of Alfonso flashed in Rassel's mind. He thought it had been a while. Given this atmosphere, he sighed inwardly, relieved that the king arrived just in time. Then, Vassal focused on the paper in his hand. Indeed, the words the king said were shocking. The scene of Alfonso pondering appeared again. I have actually confirmed the reports related to Jamin Zim. At this point, he suddenly became extremely angry and realized that part of the reports regarding the guard false claim territory of Jamin Zeman. It should be said that they reclaimed unnecessary territory and pushed you out of the territory dead. This information immediately shocked Rassel. How could such a thing happen? After a moment, Alfonso bowed his head in apology. This is clearly my mistake. I must apologize to the Jamin family and you. You were even more surprised. Your Majesty, do not be like that. At the same time, Vassal suddenly remembered Hyle's past insult. Stupid. Why did you think the Empire killed your father? Nguyen Trutjing made a guess, saying that the documents reported to the king were forged. There are killers within Endymion who killed your father. Maybe what Hyle said is true. While you are angry at Rune, a slender hand slowly lit a candle. Jai has often found comforting Rassel. Thanks to her, his attitude is gradually improving. Then, Alfonso sighed and handed Rassel a scroll. Although it could not make up for the lost year, he should accept it. After about 2 seconds, continued, it will help you a little. Back to the present. When Rassel arrived at the door of the museum, with a permit to access the base of the 6th floor of the Vuprium Museum. I guess I have to go to the museum first, and then stop by the royal note. As soon as he stepped inside, he eagerly searched for the base 5th floor Vuprium Museum, knowing it was the deepest part of the museum. But there was actually another level below. The 6th floor basement is where they store their original magic, and the magical perspectives of the Taoist master. The symbols on the scroll quickly lit up. Only those who hold the king's stamped permit can enter. Immediately, a spell was activated and surrounded Rassel. He instantly realized it was a space-moving spell. Rassel's eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. It was not the 6th floor base, but he was transported to another space. In an instant, he was taken to a library filled with so many that it must be thousands. While observing his surroundings, Rassel analyzed the situation. He was allowed 48 hours, and reading all these books was beyond his capability. He tried to use magic to validate his assumption. Since it was a restricted magical space, he could not use illusion magic to take pictures. The next moment, Rassel thought of a way to search more by skimming through the titles, as that would allow him to distinguish which books to read first. After a while, a particular book caught his attention, titled The Roar of the Earth Dragon by Erwin Zuching, who was the master of the Royal Tower 400 years ago. As he skimmed through the content, Rassel exclaimed, this is really amazing. His eyes lit up at the interesting information, transforming the 5th level magical circles into a standard 7th level magical circle. Rassel quickly imagined the image described in the book, gathering magic from the ground to spread deep underground, and if the gathered magic erupted in the form of a fan shape with shock wave, then the system appeared, surprising him, notifying him that his understanding of Earth attribute magic slightly reaching a high level of understanding with a limit of 99.9. Before Rassel could regain his composure, the system continued to announce that the mission was to increase the understanding of Earth attribute magic to the highest level. That reward, a high-grade magic stone containing the footprints of the Earth Dragon. He immediately grasped the focus of the mission, the footprints of the Earth Dragon. Only in Zealand, Vassal became more joyful than ever. After the Long Dragon and Fire Dragon, it was very vague how to find traces of the lineage, but it is hard to believe something like this was presented as a reward. Since it is a task reward, it should be very authentic. Not long after feeling joy, he realized the issue was how to increase understanding of the Earth attribute to the highest level. There was no other way but to memorize it. After a while of memorizing many books, Vassal concluded that indeed, just memorizing alone did not increase understanding. Thinking back, Alfonso said when leaving the study, he could take any book he wanted. Then pondered, which book should he take? Suddenly, Vassal's attention was caught. What book was the statue holding? He approached the statue and took the book from its hand. What kind of book was this that was not on the bookshelf but was on the statue? The opening lines of the Pier Super Dream. Yin Kok Gong. Just seeing it, Vassal exclaimed in surprise. This one. He continued to rejoice in his mind. Yin Kok Gong is the name of the loser Raymond Ong T of Jamin Raymond. Moreover, Super Dream is also magic similar to the symbolism of that day. Observing the statue for a long time, Vassal speculated that this statue seemed to model Long T. He also respectfully bowed to the statue in front of him. Perhaps all of this was arranged by Wang Ti. After careful consideration, Vassal chose that book and left the library. As soon as he stepped outside, Darius's voice rang out. Very timely. Kiddo, you're surprised at her appearance. is amusing. Master, ignoring Vassal's surprise. Darius, with his wrinkled orange, looked at him and it seemed like he had not rested at all in the past 48 hours. I always say that resting is as important as ever. Now that you are grown up, you do not plan to listen to your master anymore, do you? Not a days by that you do not overexert yourself. I can't help but nag. Truly, after a moment of planning, she noticed the book in his hand. Is not that Super Dream? Vassal was even more surprised. Does the master know Super Dream? Darius immediately shared the information she knew about this book. Super Dream laughed off its form as a human, the talent born from that magical body. It is a method to escape the boundaries of the world. According to the transmission of Keen Kwok Gong within the surging storm, it transformed into the form of a massive tsunami and in the heavy rain pouring down, he became thunder. Aside from that bright idea, as long as it is truly achieved, Super Dream can be considered magic worthy of high praise. Hearing these words, Vassal was even happier with his choice. The master also thinks highly of. Indeed, Ong Ti is a talented person. Then, Darius suddenly sighed. Kiddo, if you intend to train Super Dream, I want to stop, but be careful. Although Super Dream is the 8th level spell, it is also magic that surpasses its direct. According to her story, the image of the rippling water emerged, and Darius seriously warned that if we did it wrong, we could be swallowed by magic. Hearing that, Vassal replied firmly, I will remember. Next, she turned to walk away. Well then, let us go to the royal notes now. On the way, Vassal curiously exclaimed, I did not think the royal notes were outside the city. Noticing your confusion, Darius slowly explained, where we are going now is the first treasure vault. The first treasure vault contains jewelry, the second vault has weapons, and the third vault is storing various treasures. Just as she finished, she announced, we have arrived. In an instant, Darius pulled out the staff and said, from now on, keep your eyes wide open and observe. She spoke while creating dense magic array, because I am going to show you a rare sight. Rassal's eyes widened in surprise. It is amazing. It is a magical circle signaling numerous ascending formula, forming a star with dozens, even hundreds. You stared at Darius and exclaimed, if I had not come with my mentor, I probably would not have had the courage to step in. Immediately, the entrance to the royal notes was open. Darius led the way inside while saying, hey little one, the only thing you can take out of the treasure vault is something like a museum. While Rassal was responding, the ring on his hand glowed. I will take note. The power emanating from the ring grew strong, making him terrified. Wait, what is going on here? The ring on Rassal's hand emitted spark, making him think. Claudie Lin seems to be spitting out light. Until now, it had never been like different from when facing an enemy. It felt like meeting a longed-for friend. Seeing this, Darius quickly turned and calculated. It must be that the notes of half of your ring. He immediately pawned an artifact merge. An artifact is usually a finished product that performs a common function, but there are also specific artifacts that only demonstrate their mechanisms when merged. Just thinking of the image of two masks, Rassal thought to himself, it means similar to my golden mask. He rested his chin and thought, recalling the mission reward. Most artifacts related to the line are in this form. The next second, the lightning from Rassal's ring shot straight ahead as if to show him the way, making Darius curious. So he meant to show me where there is a pair. You gently replied, since I have been continuously disturbed, I am a bit curious. This made her even more curious about which artifact could make this kid so worried. In the treasure room, flash of light suddenly illuminated the entire room more than ever. Following the guiding light, Darius approached and exclaimed, so this is Cloud Jade. The information surprised Rassal. Cloud Jade, she quickly explained. Cloud Jade. It has a special ability to control the weather. You were secretly a mage. Controlling the weather. The number of mages control the weather across the continent is only 10. Operating the climate is very complicated and classified as a field cannot be easily trained. Seeing the astonishment on Rassal's face, Darius calmly analyzed the pros and cons of this power. Controlling the climate has clear benefits, but there are also risks involved, such as depleting magical energy over time. Hearing her say that, quickly realized it was the same feeling when Rassal grasped Brahmastra. If we are talking about efficiency, then it is not Cloud Jade. You stared intently at the ring on your hand, analyzing the pros and cons in your mind. Maybe it would be better to choose another artifact. But right after that, Rassal decisively made a choice. I will choose this one. Without hesitation, you gently touched the gem in front of you. In the next moment, Rassal was astonished by the scene being absorbed into the stars. The ring quickly displayed the fire patterns of the cloud. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have acquired a fragment of the wing of the Storm Dragon. The Storm Dragon, as a lineage of cloud and climate, is a rare mutant dragon with a precious probability. While reading the information on the screen, Rassal was awestruck. A mutant storm dragon. You began to analyze in your mind, saying that the lightning attribute was derived from the fire attribute, common knowledge in academia. Since it is an attribute that goes against the traditional 5 elements, mages who cultivate the lightning attribute will be more noble and recognized. If it is an attribute derived from the lightning attribute, then its value cannot be compared to anything else. Then, Rassal closed his eyes and slowly felt the power emanating from the ring. Moreover, the true ability of Cloud Jade is not just to control the weather. It is much more terrifying. Darius's voice cut through your thought. Have you figured out how to use this item yet? Rassal eagerly replied, I think I might know a little bit. Hearing this confirmation, she chimed in eagerly. So let us go outside. I am really curious about how the artifact will work. The two of them stepped outside together, and Rassal's announcement echoed. I am starting now. The power from the ring on his finger radiated everywhere. Even Rassal's feet braced themselves for this afternoon's performance. As expected, his figure shot up to the center stage in the blink of an eye. Seeing that, Darius spoke up with a tone of admiration. Magic flight. Oh no, it is just a simple jump. It turns out that while she was marveling, Rassal had already flown very far away. He was gazing at the city, astonished. And you really jumped this high? Is it because of this mist that feels like cloud stone? Rassal lifted his legs high. That is important. Then, he continued to soar higher. The jump was not the end. It turns out to be better than magic flight. Faster and without needing to slow down while changing direction. In a short time, Rassal was sweating. Of course, even though the issue was the huge consumption of magical power, he was feeling tired already. Right after that, he waved his hand. So what is next? On the ground, Darius suddenly questioned himself. Is that light? She was closely observing Rassal. This level must be enough to destroy a small town. While she was still speaking in the air, he had begun to flip. According to Darius, Vassal fell straight into the river in front of him. Although that might mean losing magical power. Shifting the scene to the Wizarding Academy, Vassal slowly walked while silently complaining. There is no part of me that does not hurt. I should probably limit using gardening for now. After that, he approached the bookshelf, having collected everything needed, so he had to proceed with the mission again. At the same same time, the system reappeared. Increase your understanding of Earth attribute magic to the highest level. The next second, Vassal took out a book, thought to himself. Place to understand Earth attribute magic in Endymion, the Royal Tower. First, he needs to find a wizard of the 6th circle, or higher belonging to the Royal Tower. Having just paid, he froze. This person, shifting to Spiegelman's office. It has been a while since they last met, and he heard that he had been quite active lately. Vassal's voice slowly replied, I should have come to greet you. Sorry about that. Elder Spiegelman, hearing that, laughed and said, what greeting? No news is good news. At the same time, he recalled the fierce fighting image of his grandfather. It was truly surprising, just considering the time in the Mirror Temple. 5th circle mage reached the 6th circle. Spiegelman curiously asked, did you say you wanted advice on Earth attribute magic? Without hesitation, Vassal replied, because I was deeply impressed Earth magic I read in the 6th floor base during this visit. His expression was very relaxed. Of course, we welcome such requests, so if you are okay with, let us get started right away. As if he had been waiting for these words for a long time, Vassal happily pulled out a stack, and upon seeing this, Spiegelman started sweating. Did I do something wrong to you? It was dark at the castle where Bismarck was staying, and the number of being bought had increased significantly. While handling the dock, he muttered to himself, weapon production was also being carried out smoothly, and there was probably no need to worry about supplies. Bismarck quickly fell into a state of contemplation. Now he just needed to wait a bit longer. Then, he smirked with satisfaction. The throne of Endymion would belong to Bismarck. That moment, the door near him suddenly swung open, and Karen's voice rang out, apologizing for arriving so late. In just a sec, Bismarck regained his composure. The green eye. Are you Karen? Karen casually greeted. It seems like this is our first direct introduction. Greeting, Lord Bismarck. Despite being as comfortable as at home, Bismarck asked blunt, you seem to be unusually polite. Come at such a late hour intending to play tricks on me. Karen immediately denied it. How could that be? My visit to see you has no other intention. Speaking of which, he took out a strange object, showing it to the Lord. This item puzzled him. The next moment, Karen explained, this is the sample you need. Peak of the Phantom Ring. Terrifying images continuously appeared in Bismarck's mind. Peak of the Phantom Ring had sealed the gates of Tartarus for a long time. Nevertheless, his face remained calm as if nothing was wrong. This must be the mystical fort was buried beneath the depths of Tartarus. But Bismarck did not bother to hide his disdain. It turned out to be just an ordinary stone. Remembering Darius and Mel, he analyzed this level. It is impossible to stop the ancient monsters of Endymion. What you have agreed upon is probably not just an object. Hearing this, Karen was immediately astonished. Purple aura that only the royal family of Endymion possessed, even if pushed beyond the border. The bloodline still remains royal. After a moment, Geta began to ask, do you know how many monsters and giants are sealed inside Tartarus? Your Excellency. Before Bismarck could respond, Karen quickly explained, the battle where the giants and the gods ignited the war long ago. Gigantomachia. The gods won after a prolonged war, sealing hundreds of monsters and giants in Tartarus. To seal giants with superhuman strength, a lot of columns were needed equivalent to that number. At this, Karen's eyes lit up. If we excavate just 2 of the hundreds of columns, we can restrain the actions of the Lord of the Underworld and the Lord of Trade. As the excavation speed improved, we will soon find the real columns. Hearing this, Bismarck smirked cunningly. I was wondering why you brought the sample. Turns out it was to report on the progress. After pausing for about 2 seconds, the old man slowly stepped away from the desk. Turned out Bismarck had approached the chessboard and sneered with disdain. His words were unbelievable even to children. Then, the old man picked up a chess, but as long as he could get to the king, he did not care about anything else. In an instant, Bismarck smashed the white chess with the piece in his hand, regardless of what tricks they used. With the old man's word, the situation on the chessboard immediately became chaotic. After finishing the game, the dog just needed to be boiled, thrown away. Switching scenes to Spiegelman. He lowered his head tired. Vassal, are you sleeping? Just 2 days ago, you answered 40 questions, and now this many more questions are piling up. Then, Spiegelman abruptly raised his worried. Furthermore, each question was clearly focused. He simply thought was a genius. But Vassal was completely unaware of Spiegelman's wandering thoughts and cheerfully said, I did not know if I was taking up too much of your time. Just a short period. He realized that it was thanks to such a develop into this kind of person. Having thought it through, Spiegelman suddenly laughed heartily and if he did not put in the effort, he would surely be caught up. It was already dark, and Vassal had returned to his room. Pile of dock he just collected. After thorough investigation, Vassal entered a state of elation. The roar of the Earth Dragon was not simply a release of magical power, but using the Earth's heat was the main focus of the magic. If he had to use, would it be okay to combine a fire attribute left over from the Earth attribute that was dispersing? It is best not to set limits on what can emerge. Fire, thunder, possible, unleash everything. Immediately after, an image of a beautiful ancient tree with many colors appeared before him. At the same time, the system appeared because of your effort, increasing your understanding of the Earth attribute. The understanding of the advanced Earth attribute transformed into the highest level. It continued to announce, mission complete. You have completed the mission. Reward, level 2 Earth Dragon. High-grade magic. The Earth Dragon's footprint as a reward. Holding the reward in his hand, Vassal was so shocked his eyes widened. This is the footprint of the Earth Dragon. But he curiously examined the Earth Dragon's print. How is it used? Curious child. Vassal repeatedly fidgeted with the reward. Since it was the Earth Dragon's, I thought the reward would be similar to the map or, but is it a weapon? Since it is a weapon, the intensity is too low. So after 7 attempts without detecting any, you continue to observe. Luckily, this time Vassal found this pattern. To confirm his guess, you hurriedly pour ink onto the Earth Dragons. As the patterns gradually become clearer, Vassal thought to himself. Seeing this pattern made him suspicious. Indeed, it was not just a normal plain pattern but a celestial chart. The dots marked on the paper were constellations, so this level must be considered an astronomical chart. Just as predicted, the system appeared. The mission was to find the location written on the astronomical chart and enter the Earth Dragon's lair. You get close enough, the light will guide you. The reward is clear. The resting place of the dragon god, purifying the land. High-level magic stone true dragon essence 5. Low-level magic stone true dragon essence 7. Vassal smiled. Well, since this is a mission star, he must have guessed correct. However, Vassal still raised a few more questions. But why is it a celestial chart? Purpose is just to guide. A regular map like last time would suffer. In short, probably had to reach the Earth Dragon's lair to know. First, let us try to confirm the location. Vassal slowly walked along the path guided by the stars, determining the location based on the North Star's standard. After walking for a while, you finally stopped. After looking around, Vassal realized this was the Nadia Desert. The next morning, in Hiket's office, she slowly spoke up, asking if she heard from Lord Dariat that he registered for a research expedition. As she got angry, Vassal quickly apologized. Heket, understanding his concern, she slowly explained, as I said before, I am not a petty woman, cannot understand the outside affairs of my man, but I act petty like this because I worry for you. Saying this, Hecate became much gentler. So for my own sake, I hope you provide me with regular being quite touched by her sympathy. Vassal immediately gave Hecate a respect kiss on the cheek. I will definitely do that. Although blushing and shy, she still held her ground. Just saying that is not enough. Saying and doing, Vassal immediately set off into the desert. Indeed, the sunlight in the desert was very harsh. Feeling the scorching sunlight, he sighed to himself. Luckily, Vassal had joined the merchants as Hecate suggested, so he could ride a camel, knowing why he could not pass the position, using the astronomical, because the height and position change every time the wind blows, so he could not follow the map. Next, and approached and asked about Vassal's situation. If you are feeling hot, I can lend you my coat. Although it looks long and hot, it is actually very cool. You quickly smiled gratefully, thanking him for his concern. But I am fine. Suddenly, Vassal sensed something was off. What was this tremor? Not on the sand. Felt like something big was lurking beneath the ground. The terrified screams of the people around rang out as Hoa. They kept warning, if you fight, you will be wiped out. If you do not want to die, disperse now. Despite their fear and scream, Vassal remained focused on observing Hoa, which turned out to be a sandstorm. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, what are you still staring at? Run. Vassal quickly, or you do not want to get hurt. Stay close to me, you said confident, leaving the merchants confused. What are you talking about? Vassal's face was full of confidence. This was the perfect place to test new magic. He immediately summoned magic and placed both hands on the ground. Angoglim, the tower master from 200 years ago. The original magic remains in the basement of the 6th floor. In an instant, Vassal created a massive shockwave from this magic. Desertification. Deezer flower. Vassal's magic generated a force of immense power. In the blink of an eye, that power continuously struck Hoa. The other merchants were horrified by this sight. I thought I was going to die just like this. They looked at Vassal in amaze. Who is that wizard? From Hoa's decaying body emanated dark black liquid. The liquid quickly caused a camel in the caravan to writhe in pain. Nearby merchants gasped. Poison. There is poison in its blood. Without hesitation, Vassal continued to summon magic. His power immediately completely destroyed Hoa's body and stopped the poison it was emitting. Vassal slowly stood up, finally done with it. To his surprise, Anne gently approached and introduced herself. I am Anne Margarine from the Cup Buzz Trading Company. Greetings to the benefactor of the company. Then, Vassal politely replied, I am Richard. Her voice filled with appreciation. Thanks to you, we can continue our trade. I would like to repay you. Is there anything you want? After thinking for a moment, he stated, could you give me a camel? This odd request surprised Anne. Camel. Understanding her confusion, Vassal gently explained, I might need to travel in a different direction here. After eliminating Hoa, the sky over the desert became clearer than ever. Vassal had separated from the group and taken his own path. There were traces of birds over there. Right, from within his cloak, the celestial constellation suddenly reacted light. It gradually reacted strong, leaving Vassal astonished. Celestial constellation. In the blink of an eye, the celestial constellation emitted a bright beam of light, pointing straight ahead, indicating that as you get closer, the light path will guide you. Without hesitation, he rushed towards that beam of light, flying through the air while Vassal pondered. It seemed he was still quite skeptical as the path was unexpectedly smooth. Is that really over there? Looking around, it is just sand. So it is true. Just as predicted, Vassal holds his head in thought. Is it down there again? Like a flash, he prepares his spell. Got it. Vassal's figure dartsly through the deep night, keeps casting spell. Got it. After a while deep underground, Vassal's expression grows more serious. A deep hole has appeared on the ground where he entered earlier. As soon as he lands, Vassal realizes it is marble, not sand. Habitually, quickly calls out, Pepper, light a fire. Then, Vassal scratches his head and sighs, forgetting that Pepper has already fallen asleep. He sadly thinks to himself, Pepper, when can I see you again? At that moment, Pepper gently replied, you will see me soon, my master. Right after that, Vassal takes out the astral chart. It seems this time he found the right place. The next second, a swarm of scorpions quickly appears as if to block his way. Even so, Vassal does not care. The monsters can wait. Instead, he worries about another issue. Vassal fears that GTX will collapse. Without thinking further, he dives into battle with the beast. Even though they are large in scale and low in level, they are still a diverse kind of GTX. Restored complete, it would show significant research value. Chief Hospital would surely be very happy. Just one move, Vassal wiped out the entire monster swarm. As he rushes in, sweating, he speculates there seems to be no way out anymore. So this must be the deep level. Vassal quickly moves forward. The carved object is likely to have G. In the blink of an eye, he arrives in front of the teleportation gate. Not the Mala gate, but the teleportation gate. What are the activation conditions? After observing for a moment, Vassal thinks to himself, it seems the left and right are connected, so pulling and pushing must not be the mechanism. The round hole. His brain is working at full throttle and he discovered, wait a minute. Vassal's eyes widen in surprise. Astral carving chart. He immediately inserts the astral carving chart into the hole in front of Vassal, wonders why this time it is not in the form of a map. Turns out it is for this reason. Immediate, the teleportation gate opens and Vassal has to squint at the blinding light. Then, he opens his eyes and finds himself standing in a desert. Did he come out of GT? Feels a bit different from the desert I went through. Surprisingly, in Vassal's hand, he has an additional item. Why is there only one needle? Just then, the system screen appears again. Mission. This space is a dream created to test someone. You need to reach the end of this using the map. However, the teleportation magic can't be used for the central thread. Clear reward. The stop of the Long God King Earth Purification. The high-level magic stone Real Dragon Year. The low-level magic stone Real Dragon 7. After reading the mission note, Vassal realized that it was someone else's dream, and the feeling of a different sensation was because of that. Anyway, the destination has been set. How convenient. Just follow the direction pointed by Kim. Before he could finish his exclamation, a terrifying tornado appeared before him. Its explosive power left Vassal agape in shock. Even so, he still had a bit of luck and turned around. Could it be? Unfortunate, the compass indicated the opposite direction, making Vassal turn pale and spray glue. He slapped his own head as if to pity himself. Really, nothing is easy. Just as he regained his composure, Vassal boldly stepped into the whirlwind. Alright, I will get through this. As soon as he entered the tornado, Vassal was stunned. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. In just a moment, he returned to a serious demeanor, as if he had experimented in a strange way over time. Vassal thought to himself, this is now the test of his magical ability. In the next second, closed his eyes tight and sensed the magic around him, identifying the target, observing intuitive and understanding, expanding the territory like that, reaching the truth of time. Suddenly, a bright spot struck his head hard, causing Vassal to wince in pain. He rubbed his head regretfully, thinking he could get through the wall, but in the end, he lacked mana. It is a pity, but there is no other way. Just have to remember the feeling from from before. Vassal silently told himself, if the opportunity arises again, he absolutely won't let it slip away. Vassal began to infiltrate the dwelling of the Earth Dragon to obtain the long god King Earth Purification Horn. After a while, he entered the dwelling of the Earth Dragon. Here, Vassal carefully observed his surrounding and realized it was the square where he discovered the first door. The door disappearing simultaneously, the spatial gate. The system screen displayed information about the long god King Earth Purification Horn, and as soon as the horn appeared, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The horn of the earth, Vassal thought while getting closer. It looked dramatically different from the previous horns. In an instant, he touched the horn. He absorbed this. How much would his magical powering? A strange flow of power surrounded, surprising Vassal. What is this? His face was full of horror. Why was not there any change? Vassal quickly sensed his body and discovered something unusual. The absorbed magical power was blocking the flow of mana. Without hesitation, calmed down to solve the problem. Completely blocked. There would be no way to act. In an instant, Vassal found the target. He had to quickly direct the magical power toward the magic circle. It seems that this is becoming increasingly difficult. After a while, the power surrounding him faded away as a strange impurity fell from Vassal's hand. Next, his body froze as if he had turned into ice. Immediately, magical rays appeared and engulfed Vassal. The layer of horn covering his body gradually melted away. Then, the system screen continuously displayed notification stating that he had absorbed the horn of the dragon god to its maximum limit. The magical power had exceeded the absorption limit, enveloping the latent power within. Notification. This latent power will awake and provide you with additional strength, slightly increasing your understanding of advanced earth attributes. Just as he returned to normal, Vassal curiously looked down at the ground, where the waste seemed to ooze like horn. Something was different from before. Not only were his muscles tough, but it felt like his horns had also become harder. He recalled the image of Span Zoom, thought to himself, this level is only equivalent to a small grip. If I apply overload to wizard body, would it be similar to the previous Span Zoom? First, I need to get out of here. There is a space gate of the royal tower nearby. As soon as he stepped outside, someone called out to Vassal. Sir Vassal Raymond. Hearing that, he responded. The messenger immediately handed a piece of it to Vassal. It was a directive from Lord of Hell and King Dao. This sudden information surprised. He continued. It was 5 days ago. As Vassal unfolded the paper and read its content. Please deal with the Hydra in the swamp Count Renko's territory. As soon as he finished reading, images of terrifying monsters rushed into his mind. The Hydra had appeared in the West Kingdom around this time. That time, taking on this mission was like executing Vermilion. The directive reaching me was probably due to a change in history. It is history. I have gone back in time by 8, and since I have lived through 7 years again, the future I know is less than a year away. Suddenly, Vassal saw another piece of news. Sir Alan was on the list of supporting mages. How fortunate. He caught another point. Alan was at Magic Circle level 5. But why was he still at level 5? I thought he had also surpassed the barrier of Magic Circle 6, since he achieved Magic Circle 5 faster than before. The scene shifted to the castle, where the mages were greeting each other. The mages of the royal path received the order to eliminate the Hydra from His Majesty Count Renko. Renko slowly approached and praised. Sir Alan, the genius mage recognized by the Lord of the Tower has arrived. You must feel relieved now. Alan smiled humbly and replied, I am just here to assist. The one leading the elimination is Count Satsu. The next moment, he responded, so it is the new duke. I have heard about his identity. After pausing for about 2 seconds, Renko was curious, but which one is the new hero? Calmly explained that our starting points were different, so I arrived early. Do not worry, he will be here soon. A moment later, Alan suddenly asked, Count, do you know where Hydra's nest? Without hesitation, he immediately answered that it was in the swamp across the plain. It built its nest there. He asked again, has it attacked before? Renko replied firmly, not yet. This news made Alan anxious, lost in thought. Could this be? I was waiting for you to go crazy, but the time could be delayed. Maybe we should probe first. Just as he made the decision, he spoke up, Count, I have something to discuss. Before Alan could respond, the cries of everyone rang out. Hydra, Hydra. Renko began to panic at the scene before him. What is going on? It has never attacked first before. What is happening? Without thinking much, he rushed off like the wind. Count, we will confront Hydra. Please evacuate the civilians. Next, Alan gathered the team of mages and headed towards the battle. He observed the situation and devised a plan. Perhaps it has not noticed us yet. We have to take advantage of this gap and eliminate it. The next moment, Alan felt his strength return and thought to himself, under my current standard, I can take down Hydra alone. Alan's eyes widened as he seemed to come up with a way to deal with Hydra. Just as the idea formed in his mind, its terrifying attack left him stunned. But if he joined forces with the other mage, power generated would create a huge explosion, destroying a large area. Alan was even more fearful in this situation, seeing the fierce eyes of Hydra, cursed under his breath. Damn it. After that, Alan shouted, everyone, get out of the way. It turns out he had managed to create a barrier to block its attack. That dangerous destructive force could endanger the civilian, not careful. Without considering anything else, Alan charged to the front line. He had to prevent casualties. From the distant forest, Vassal sensed the terrifying power of Hydra and rushed over. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. Vassal had recognized Alan's match, and he immediately became extremely worried. Alan, inside the castle. Reniko's voice echoed, what is that like? John immediately reported back. After returning to the swamp, no unusual movements were detected. Surely Lord Alan's strike was significant. Hearing this, he anxiously asked, and what about Lord Alan's condition? He recalled the earlier situation and said, he was exposed to Hydra's poison while blocking the wall. He is enduring it painfully, but it is not a good situation. Reniko seriously instructed, we must save him. Without hesitation, John affirmed, I will do my best. Right after that, a guard rushed in to report. It is. Noticing his hesitation, John quickly instructed, seeing the guard's panic, we have to be serious in front of the sir. Reniko asked back, it is nothing. But who did you say is coming? Then, John's cheerful voice came from the guard. It is Tantinga. Vassal Raymond just arrived. He was saying this when Rassal's feet touched the ground. The next second, he leaped up to the wall where Reniko stood, making him think in amaze. Black hair and red eyes. This young man is just as Reniko get. Rassal elegantly greeted. Lord Reniko, it is a pleasure to meet. I am Rassal Raymond. Inside Alan's room, he anxiously asked about the situation. Lord, when did this happen to Mar? Alan, well, he replied without hiding. Today is the second day. Hearing this, Rassal focused on Alan's body and thought, can someone with this kind of poisonous energy survive just by breathing? A normal person would probably be dead After a moment, he spoke again. I wonder if Hydra has 8 or 9 heads. Calling the terrifying attack of Hydra, Reniko sadly replied, it has 5 heads. Rassal became even more contemplative. If it has 5 heads, then it must have matured by now. Does Hydra have such strong poison? Right after that, he reached out close to Alan's body. I have to check. Reniko and zone immediately panicked and rushed over as if to stop. Wait, it is dangerous. Before they could warn him, Rassel's magic burst out, shocking zone. He has burned the poison. Just one move. He recognized Rassel's strength. This Tower Master level mage. Ignoring the surprise of Reneko and zone, he continued, to understand the poison, I have to find its source. Rassel infused his power into Alan's body, which was being corroded by poison. If I remove the relatively mild poisonous energy, then I have found it. More surprising, he recognized the Hydra's poison took the form of a dragon. A dragon. At the same time, the system appeared, announcing, mission, the secret of Hydra. Repel Hydra, the destroyer of Reneko's territory. Bring its secret to light and solve the question. Reward clear. Repel Hydra, the highest grade magic stone of the true dragon. The secret of Hydra. It seems this mission has made Rassel pause to think. How is the reward divided? Knowing he has to repel it. But what is the secret? His sudden silence puzzled Reneko. Sir Rassel, what is wrong? After regaining his composure, Rassel gently replied, it is nothing more than that. I have found a way to treat Alan. This shocking information made him astonished. Are you serious? Then, he firmly instructed, during the treat, there is a risk of exposure to poisonous energy, so everyone should go outside. When both Reneko and Jun left the room, Rassel began to act. Even though treating poison generally involves using antidotes or divine power, he still felt a bit anxious about this method. There was no time to hesitate. Rassel immediately took Alan's hand to start. What he could do was to burn and expel the poison out of the body. Normally, that is how poison treatment goes. For him, he had to do both at once. Expelling the poison from the body would require a significant, and even if he tried to push it out, there was a risk of it coming back due to its strong toxicity, so he needed to be very careful, even if it took time. Fortunately, Alan's body gradually became cleaner after Rassel detoxified. Removing the impurities helped restore the flow of magical energy. This process heated. Suddenly, he noticed a feeling similar to the one he had before when Alan achieved enlightenment through the detoxification process. Rassel was even more delighted to see that Alan had become enlightened. After all, following his train of thought, he gradually began to awaken from his stupor. Seeing this, Rassel quickly spoke up, congratulating Alan for reaching the 6th magic circle. As he slowly opened his eye, Alan, filled with deep gratitude, Lord Rassel, I owe you my life once again. Thank you. My excessive respect makes you shocked. He responded, it is nothing, but for Lord Alan, all of the Raneko territory can be safe, and I, as the commander of the extermination, the scene shifted to Raneko's office where he was celebrating with acclamation. Lord Alan, it is truly fortunate that you have been completely healed. Alan politely bowed his head. I sincerely apologize for causing you distress. Raneko quickly became shy. What distress? After a moment, Rassel entered a serious state. Lord, I have something to confirm for the extermination of Hydra. Hearing that, Raneko immediately replied, please go ahead, and without hesitation, he made his request. I need information about the capabilities and number of knights participating in the extermination, as well as the magical creatures around the swamp. He promptly replied, as if he already knew all the information. There are 30 knights, the title, and if we count the regular soldier, there are 500 people, including individual fishermen, and the exact number, however, after Hydra built its lair, the entire swamp area has become a den for magical creatures. At this point, his face showed deep concern. For that area, there must be thousands of magic. That is the number, but the biggest concern is that the swamp limits the movement of the soldier. Understanding Raneko's feeling, Vassal confidently said, I already have a way for that, so please help me prepare so we can set out in 3 days. He became even more joyful. Really? While smiling in response, he gently placed a hand on Elaine's shoulder as if to comfort him. I have a very solid plan. This affirmation from Vassal made Elaine stop with a head full of questions. 3 days later, under the beautiful sunset, Raneko's powerful voice rang out. Do you remember last autumn when half territory was covered in golden light? The soldiers preparing for the mission feel like they are returning to those peaceful days. I remember clearly that feel, that smile, that tranquility. As he spoke, his voice trembled. Pain. This year we want to receive a gift like that. As long as Hydra exists, we want to see it again. Then, Raneko shouted loudly, our gift? What should we do about the one who took away our peace? Hearing this, the soldiers quickly became excited. We must fight. We must destroy it. Realizing the impact of this speech, Vassal thought to himself. He had raised the spirits of the soldier. You guide the mount forward. Now it is your turn. With serious, Vassal introduced himself. I am the commander tasked with eliminating Hydra. Immediately after, he began to introduce the battle plan. From now on I will explain the elimination strategy to everyone. First, divide into 2 knights, tasked with protecting and supporting the 3rd and 4th circle mages from behind. Create a path through the magical beast, along with the 5th circle mage, and prevent the beasts from escaping. Hearing this, curious soldier raised a question. Just moving through the swamp is hard enough. How can we face the creatures ahead? Vassal confidently replied, you do not need to worry about that. On the swamp side, the magical beasts began to appear everywhere. Suddenly, in front of them, a blinding light appeared. It turned out this was the flame spell that Vassal had prepared in advance. After the blazing fire, his shadow appeared. I will be responsible for opening that big door. The forest where the magical beasts resided was completely burned down by one of Vassal's spells. The soldiers were in awe of his power, incredibly feared. Can he really handle countless magical beasts so easily? This is the power of a level 6 mage. Then, Vassal gently said, Sir Alan, I will rely on you next. Hearing this, he immediately replied, although I can freeze that large scale all at once, but even in battle, he remained completely relaxed and joked. It is because I will rely on you again. Alan gradually became more comfortable, just like a wicked master. Sir Vassal. Then, he began to cast a spell. After all, I have to follow my master's order, so I will do my best. Vassal's face showed clear excitement at Alan's magic. Is this the spell from back then? He unleashed his attack, the frost spell. Just one move. All the creatures around were frozen solid. In an instant, Reneko shouted loud, use the ice blocks as stepping stones to move forward. Following his command, all the soldiers immediately advanced forward. The whole army pushed ahead. I do not know when it started. The ice on those monsters' bodies has slowly melted away. One soldier saw this and rushed to take a swing at it. As soon as he finished, he immediately notified the others to chop down the frozen. Suddenly, a monster broke free from Alan's containment, causing the soldiers to panic. In the blink of an eye, it hurled him away. Fortunately, Vassal noticed in time and rushed to help. The other soldiers saw this and rushed to assist. I will stop the bleeding. Just hang in there a little long. At the same time, thought to himself, the number of monsters is not decreasing. The soldiers dove back into the fight, dying and scattering the monsters. Meanwhile, Vassal was still calculating his next step. If he used area magic, our troops might get caught up in it too. Without hesitation, he began to prepare to enter the most important battle. Vassal flew away like light. He had to eliminate Hydra. While flying, he suddenly halted as if he had seen something strange. It turned out Vassal had noticed the disturbance on the frozen lake. lake's surface. A gigantic figure gradually emerged from under the lake. The next second, Hydra appeared with terrifying pressure. Vassal quickly thought, I thought it would come in from the side. Looking furious, Hydra continuously roared and attacked the surrounding soldiers. One soldier was so terrified that he could not move. Can't move my body. From a distance, Vassal grew frustrated as he could not think of a solution. Damn it. It is too far away. What now? Fortunately, Alan appeared just in time. Alan quickly cast a spell, create a barrier in front of Hydra as if trying to hold it back. In the blink of an eye, Hydra shattered Alan's attack. It kept charging forward aggressive. Still, Alan did not give up and continued to attack. Frost stopped. Seizing this opportunity, Vassal began to cast his magic. Alright, this moment, suddenly he heard an extremely vengeful voice. I will not forgive the humans who killed my mother. He suddenly thought to himself, is this Hydra's grudge? It seemed Vassal realized it was about avenging the mother that was killed. He wondered why it was causing such a stir. His eyes widened at this discovery, but he realized he was mistaken. At the same time, on the distant hilltop, the figure of Julian appeared with a smirk full of amusement. While observing the battle situation, he was curious, should I use the power of the dragon to control Hydra? With a gloomy tone, he slowly remarked, how interesting. Back to the battlefield where Hydra was raging fiercely. Seeing that, he immediately summoned his power and stopped, but strangely, it seemed to have no effect. Was not the power of domination supposed to work? Thought to himself, even if it did not submit, it should at least hesitate. Not even a sign of that was visible, as if something had blocked or the power of domination reached. No other way. He could only restrain it with strength. Just as he said that, from the sky, arrows rained down on Hydra under Zasso's command. It refused to back down and retaliated, but it seemed Hydra's attack had no effect at all. In that crucial moment, Zasso's arrows suddenly changed direction, leaving him in disbelief. A magical mishap. Realizing the situation was getting out of control, he immediately raised his hand to the sky. Fortunately, Zasso was able to retract his spell just in time. Probably a favorite move of his, but what a shame. Still, he maintained an optimistic mindset. With this level of magic, it might just work out. Instant, Vasso prepared for the next attack. The hammer of the strongest giant among the 5th magical spells. He thought of a brilliant move, a surprise attack. Following that, Vasso created an explosion that shook the earth. The power of this attack made Alan silently marvel. Truly impressive. He watched Zasso intently and thought, even though they both used the 6th spell, how could there be such a difference? His attack finally forced Hydra to bleed continuously. Suddenly, Zheling's voice echoed at this moment. It would be a pity to end the battle like. Turned out he had given Hydra a bit more magic. The power of the dragon's blood I shared with you is not just at that level. The sight of Hydra suddenly becoming powerful surprised Zasso beyond belief. Amid the magical power, Zheling's commanding voice rang out, stand up and go, my beast. Vasso gaped in shock. This was very dangerous. Without hesitation, he immediately launched an attack. He must not let it leave. Zasso's fire spears continuously attacked as if to break the protective layer around Hydra. Then he thought to himself, one more time. Just as he finished thinking, Vasso quickly created another explosive blast everywhere. As expected, protective force around Hydra gradually faded, revealing its bloodied form. Seeing that, he prepared to land the finishing blow. Alright, let us end it like this. Before Zasso could act, the dark magic of Zuling surged forward. Just by hissing, Vasso recognized dark magic power. As soon as he saw it, he suddenly remembered memories from long ago. It seemed like last month, but no, it was thicker and darker than that, and very familiar. Vasso continues to push people away. Meanwhile, the magic song has surrounded Hydra. Seems Alan has also realized that the situation is about to get even more critical. Vasso is still lost in his own thought. After the magical song gradually spreads around and is about to reach where the soldiers are standing. After a while, the sound of shattering water gradually rises. The magic song around Hydra is bursting apart. Its bloodied head from before has been healed. While watching, Vasso counts the number. His voice filled with horror echoes as he sees Hydra's new form has grown another head. After a moment, it ominously threats, those filthy humans are blocking my revenge for my mother. I will definitely swallow all of it. Just as Hydra opens its mouth to charge, Vasso quickly creates a barrier to hold it back. He urgently announced, Alan, evacuate the troops to the back. Alan hears this and hurriedly replies, I know, but not wanting to harm the innocent soul, quickly rushes in another direction. Hydra had been defeated by Ulsan in the past 5 heads. The fact that this one has 6 heads means that history has been altered by some intervention. Whatever that may be, while the battle is becoming increasingly deceptive, the indifferent shadow of Juling watching the play appear, or something else. Back to Vasso as he actively strikes. After hitting them, he is still engulfed in confusion. This level, without even a scratch. Noticing the soldiers have escaped, Vasso continues to ponder. Maybe everyone has evacuated. He begins to unleash his decisive technique. Although the transformation into a dragon won't be detected this distance, he still has to be careful. Dragon transformation. Not knowing Vasso's intention, Hydra attacks in anger. Flame spear in hand, he boldly charges forward. From above, Vasso delivers a fiery slap. Surprisingly, Hydra is completely unharmed. Its hidden strength is astonishing. I must suffer losses from this reckless attack. Seeing that, he immediately acts, channeling all his magic in one go. Flame spear quickly lights up under Vasso's incantation. Surrounded by magic, his shadow begins to become blurry. While Hydra still does not understand what is happening, Vasso plunges the flame spear straight into it. Unfortunately, he also gets hit by it unconsciously. Nevertheless, Vasso continues with his plan. It is time to finish. He decisively unleashes a finishing blow. Lemon. This immense power pierces through Hydra, destroying it. It screams loudly in pain and hatred. I curse you all. As if trying to scare you, Hydra shouted, I am the beast of his majesty. On the day he descends to this land, you wretched ones will face the consequences. Vasso quickly caught the key point in its word. Beast. His majesty. Someone must have intervened in Hydra's appearance. From the distant hill, Zeeling suddenly fell into deep thought, observing him while muttering to himself, no wonder. Power feels so familiar. It seems Zhelling had realized something from the shadow of you. The heart of the sovereign. The scene shifts to the castle, where the grand celebration is taking place. The scale of the feast is quite large. Formal attire. Slowly spoke up, I appreciate it, but just recovering from the damage is already exhausted, so it is quite concerning. Next, Vasso chimed in, it seems you are not one to show off, so this level should be fine, right? Suddenly, he turned to the side and saw many noble ladies. As if guessing something, Vasso cheerfully reassured Alan. Alan, you have to endure a bit now. This sudden attention must be overwhelming for you. While Alan was still dazed, asked, what is going on? The young ladies rushed over. Alan. Girls continuously introduced themselves, while he was still trying to maintain his composure. It is an honor to meet my father. Vasso. Alan painfully thought to himself, why did they leave me behind? Vasso chuckled quietly. think those young sorceresses are going to endure a trial. But for you, since you are engaged to Hecate, they won't care. In the next moment, he suddenly remembered Hecate, realizing that Vaso had not contacted Hecate in a while. Tomorrow for sure. Before he could think of anything else, he was abruptly halted. Just as expected, Vaso looked up and saw the shadow of Juling. He did not even bother to avoid it, and stared intently at it. In an instant, his whole being felt surrounded by dark magic, and at that moment, he slowly turned and walked away. Vaso widened his eye, watching the fleeting shadow of Juling. That feeling was clearly something he could not wait any longer, so he quickly chased after him. As he stepped out onto the balcony, Vaso spoke up. I have a question, quickly asked. Are you the dragon? In Vaso's mind were powerful images of dark magic, reminiscent of what he sensed during combat. If that is the power of the Lenny, it could force Hydra to evolve. Juling maintained his calm demeanor. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, from within his cloak, his black wings gradually emerged. The wing, adorned with feathers, burst forth in the dark night. Soon after, Juling slowly took flight and added, for now, I can also be called that. Beneath the starry night sky, Juling calmly looked down below. At the same time, Vaso was intently watching. As they were sizing each other up, a strange gust of wind suddenly appeared. Juling immediately spoke up, saying he really wanted to talk to the other person, but a stranger had interrupted. Without letting you respond, he took off, saying they will meet again soon. Juling's figure faded into the night, leaving Vaso astonished and speechless. He suddenly recalled his earlier question. Someone who was once called a dragon by humanity. So are they no longer a dragon now? At the same time, the system appeared. Mission accomplished. Rewards are starting to appear. After defeating Hydra, you received 5 high-level magic. Awakened. You uncovered dark secrets behind the about Hydra. And after reading the system's content, Vaso fell into deep thought again. So he is the mastermind behind Hydra. What could his goal be? Transitioning to the dark forest where Juling was hiding. In the middle of the night, a moving portal opened up. Then, Juling's figure slowly stepped out of the portal. As soon as he stepped outside, he spoke in a deep, are you ignoring what I said? Not hearing any response. Juling's eyes flashed fierce glint. He reached out his hand and aimed it straight ahead. Amidst Hypnose's harsh cough, Juling darkly warned, I clearly warned you not to come. He menacingly threatened, are you looking to die? No, even while chained, stubbornly spoke, there is not much time. When will you? Before he could finish, Juling smirked as if he already knew what was coming next. Immediately after, he sighed, this is ridiculous. The shadow of a dragon fell from Juling onto the ground. Since when did you think we were equal? He aggressively questioned, do you really think you can order me around? Juling is a dragon, right? Hypnose coughed repeatedly. You are thinking about betraying that day, are not you? This question made Juling hesitate about 2 seconds. The next moment, he tossed him aside like he was a small bug. Then, Juling said seriously, I am not interested in his plan. But, as he continued, his tone grew harsher. Half of my body came from him. But that does not mean you are my master. Hypnose still did not show any regret and replied, you will regret this. Like a quail, quickly ran away in a panic. In an instant, Juling softly called out, Vaso Zemon. As dawn rose higher, he wondered to himself, do you have enough strength to win back a bit of freedom for me? Transitioning to the Geneve Palace, my lord, Count Vaso Zemon has arrived. In the room, the voice of Hecate echoed, Lena. As she held the newspaper in her hand, she gently said, come here, Lord Vaso. Hecate read the content of the newspaper in a steady voice. I am the Count of the Kingdom, Vaso Zemon. At the same time, Vaso was bowing my lord. Hearing these words, he looked up and immediately blushed. When he realized Hecate was reading an article about Vaso hurriedly asked, what is this? She did not hesitate to reply, it is a very detailed painting. Then, Kate cheerfully commented, but seeing the real thing would be better. Her maid behind her chuckled, that is true. After a moment, Kate put the newspaper down curious. So you are coming here to see me again today? Vaso looked even more flustered. It is just that I have to be away from the capital for a few days on a mission. Kate scolded light, you always leave me behind. No matter how many important missions there are outside, you can't just abandon this little wife of yours. Seeing that, Vaso quickly explained, that is not what I meant. I was planning to go to the Raymond district for inspection. Just a moment, she became serious again. Your district is where the king assigned you, right? He promptly replied, that is right. Realizing she had been a bit too dramatic, Kate blushed, oh my, it is right next door. You do not need to ask me. Suddenly, Vaso seriously invited, if it is alright with you. He elegantly extended the invitation. Would you like to go with? While she was blushing, Vaso called out her name, Kate. Transitioning to the capital west, in the bustling market, the sounds of trading continuously rang out. We have spices imported directly from the south, famous honey cakes in the capital, and here we have dragon candy, a specialty from Asia. Kate's happy face and her cheerful demeanor seemed to light up the place. You have a meeting nearby tonight, right? Vaso gently replied, yep. But I have adjusted a bit to make it easier for our outing. She gently pulled his hand closer. First, we can stroll through the street, just the two of us. Suddenly, Vaso stopped as if realizing something. He immediately hugged Kate and moved her aside to avoid the oncoming vehicle. Wait a sec. The sounds of trading continued despite the recent dangerous situation. Folks, then, Vaso glanced at the nearby guard. Indeed, Princess is out, so the guards can't possibly not follow her. Meanwhile, Kate was unaware and said, it is. He tried to hide the soldiers in the distance, allowing them to discreetly protect, but this is too obvious. Vaso still gently asked, are you okay? Wanting him to be at ease, Kate immediately replied, she is shyly deflected. So where do we go now? Hearing that, Vaso excitedly spoke up, if you are up for it, let us swing by the Westal Academy. The next moment, Kate gently pulled his sleeve in agreement. You want, I will go along. Do either of us have any former students from Westal? As he showed her the way, he introduced, not really. That over there is just the deity Nicolo. Switching scenes to the ancient forest, Gwyn's voice echoed, this is far enough. Start observing. The fairies under your command are on alert. While waiting, Gwyn worriedly thought, recently the monsters have suddenly become unusually strong. This is bad. Shortly after, a soldier appeared and called out, Cap. He urgently inquired about the situation. What is going on? The soldier recalled the earlier scene while reporting, a massive fog is sweeping through here. I have never encountered such dense fog before. We asked the little spirits in the forest, but they do not know where it came from. Just hearing that, Gwyn realized what it was. The fog rain, capable of creating illusions that stimulate the primal fear of spirit. This feeling is very reliable. Now, everyone retreat. As soon as he called out, the other soldiers screamed in fear. We are done for. We are being attacked. The monsters are here. From the tree branch, Gwyn urgently shouted, we have to go. Everyone, flee from the Memu village. Amidst the chaos of war, he still remembered to announce, prioritize the children and women to go first. Everyone protect each other. Despite that, the desperate cries of the fairies in the village continued to ring out. Save us. It turns out Hypnos is the mastermind behind this. He laughed loudly as if very pleased. This brutal scene is truly wonderful. Then, Hypnos gave a sinister smile. It will happen soon. soon. Taurus will open. Those little monsters are just beginning. Soon these seals will shatter, and then the real monsters will pour out. The monsters are akin to the god of destruction. Tight, he exclaimed eagerly. The scenery in Endymion looks so stunning now. In just a few moments, this entire kingdom will be engulfed in flame. Amidst the fierce battle, No shouted gleefully. This is so interesting. I am really excited. At that moment, the sunset was casting beams of light down on the capital Westo. Standing on the high balcony enjoying the view with Kate, Lasso thought to himself, is it almost time? He smiled but was turbulent inside. This is a significant milestone in his life. Images from the past flashing by. The degradation of humanity is drawing closer every day. The knowledge of ancient human ruin that I accidentally heard will help humanity at this moment. What should I do now? What kind of future should I aim for? After a while, Kate gently turned to ask, what are you thinking so deeply about? But not wanting to worry her, Lasso smiled and replied, I am just thinking about the path I have chosen, wondering if I can do better in the future. Hearing this, Kate rested her chin on her hand and asked back, do you know why the king gave you this city? This sudden question made him hesitate for a moment. He did not pay attention anymore. Then, she gently explained, in today's society, wealth and power are very important, but the true essence of core strength lies in this academy will gradually nurture future generations of leaders for the king. The king wants to guide your future. As she said this, Kate slowly touched Lasso's face as if to comfort. Are you worried about the future? She affirmed, don't worry, I will always be by your side. Her words calmed him down a lot. As the beautiful sunset fell, they shared a sweet and understanding kiss. Just then, the hurried footsteps of a messenger suddenly echoed. He rushed in front of Lasso and, holding a letter for Lasso, the royal family has issued an edict for you. Curiosity, he immediately opened the letter, wondering what urgent news it contained. After reading it, Lasso's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his surprised expression, Kate approached and asked, what does the letter say? Lasso's tone became more serious than ever. All master-level wizards and 6th-level sorcerers must return to the palace immediately. Has the war already begun? Kate, something serious is happening at the palace. We have to go back immediately. I will prepare a carriage for you. Lasso, worried, held her hand tight. But how can I leave you behind with the responsibility of a prince? Kate solemnly explained, the safety of the kingdom must always take precedence over love. You need to go. The kingdom needs you. Though uneasy, he still had to agree with her. Okay, you take care. Immediately, Lasso dashed away like a flash of light. After he left, Kate finally spoke from the heart. I have spent too much time waiting for you and worrying about you. Suddenly, she sighed sadly. Can't do anything to help. That is the fate of a girl who loves a hero. Back at the palace where the 6th-level wizards were gathering. Luckily, Lasso arrived just in time. He almost arrived too late. He quickly looked around. There were all important figures here. From what he heard, Derry, Melville, and Alan were also present. With such power, both Niccolo and Emilie had also taken their seat table, capable of destroying an entire kingdom. Lasso could not believe his eyes. What was happening? At that moment, an announcement echoed. The king is coming. Alfonso stepped in and spoke. Everyone stay seated. No need for any formalities in this situation. Without hesitation, he sat at the table and stated, this meeting is taking because the kingdom has encountered an unprecedented situation. It is better to let these two clans explain. I have made special arrangements for them. As they were brought in, Lasso's attention was immediately captured. As Arslan and Marthos, he recognized the elves and the dwarf. The next moment, Arslan politely bowed and introduced himself. Arslan, first protector of the Wisteria tribe. Greetings to King Endymion. Arslan elf. Marthos did the same. The dwarves of the underworld respectfully greet King Endymion. Marthos Lwa. Seeing this, the wizards in the audience started murmuring. The elves and the dwarves actually came here together. The great forest and the underworld are both in the southwest. Did something happen? As if understanding everyone's curiosity, Alfonso spoke. Let me show you what I have wit. In an instant, Marthos took out an item. This is a newly invented artifact from the underworld. It can reflect recorded images. The scene that appeared through that artifact shocked everyone. Monsters. Sitting next to Vassal. Unsen spoke up. At least Vankun should also agree with that. A moment later, Iesling seriously stated. Suddenly, a horde of monsters attacked the great forest, driving the fairies of the tribe out of the forest. Marthos' sorrowful voice also rang out. They even invaded the red alley of the underworld. We do not know why this is happening. Immediately, Vassal stood up. Your Majesty. Alfonso quickly allowed. Vassal said if anyone has an opinion, just speak. Without hesitation, he began to list the inconsistencies in this matter. There is something unusual here. The number of monsters is unusually high. Your Majesty, even if all the monsters in the forest gathered, it would not be that many. Merville rested his chin thought. Where did these monsters come? The next moment, Darius also made a guess. Did any gate appear? No exception. Emilia commented. These monsters are quite strange. She pointed at a monster on the screen. But this monster is one that went extinct thousands of years ago. That moment, both Arland and Marthos spoke up in unison. Your Majesty, irascibly pleaded. As the first protector of the Wisteria tribe and the representative of Great Forest, please protect our homeland. In an instant, he added, feel the same way. As the master of the underworld, please protect our red alley. From the throne, Alfonso swiftly stepped down, standing up to address his brothers. Suddenly, an endless swarm of monsters appeared. His eyes widened as if he had made a decision. We do not even know where they came from. We do not take control. They will definitely cause unimaginable damage. Then, Alfonso, with a serious tone, issued a command in the name of the King of Endymion. I command you to withdraw from the Great Forest and the underground world. You must ensure that no monster escapes my control. The wizards immediately responded in unison, following the king's order. That moment, Vassal thought to himself, the fate of this world was about to end. All that was left was for him to move forward on his own. In front of a gate, Darius lamented, I really want to join this battle, but I have to stay here, Teki, in this kingdom. Hubert smiled reassuring. It is. Unsen raised his hand to his chest, confidently saying, trust us, we will wipe them out. Darius sighed, his eyes showing some worry as he spoke. I have a lot of faith in everyone's strength, but in this battlefield, even a stray arrow can kill someone. I can't help but worry. She approached and grabbed Rassel's shoulder, looking up with concern as Darius' voice soft. But I am especially worried about this kid. It is his first time on the front line. Be careful. It will be different from the battles you have experienced before. Rassel smiled and reassured him. Master, do not worry. Though he appeared calm, he thought to himself, in my past life, I fought all the time. I am not too nervous. Darius smiled, his eyes showing some helplessness as he silently scolded. This kid really. She watched Rassel cess and remembered someone, causing her hand on his shoulder to tremble. Darius thought, if everyone were still alive, they would definitely be just as brave. Rassel, confused, softly asked, drawing the gaze of those present. Master. Darius raised his hand, closed his eye, and smiled reassuring. It is nothing. I am just just being foolish. She looked up and spoke slowly. Come back safe. I will always be here waiting. Darius watched his disciples step through the gate and continued. My dear disciple. Upon hearing this, smiles spread across their faces as they replied in unison. Understood, master. On the other side of the gate, Niccolo smiled and asked, is everyone here? Niccolo Machiavelli, commander of the Golden Tower. From beyond the gate, Rasul and the others stepped out. Seeing this, Niccolo asked, is everyone here? Rasul suddenly sensed some. While Unsin was still announced, those from the Merchant Tower and the White Tower had yet to arrive. I think the gate's endurance is about to reach its limit. Rasul walked over to call Arslan. Hearing his name, Arslan looked up in confusion, responding, what is it, Sir Rasul? He calmly voiced his question. I wanted to ask, do you know Lady Ilo of the Ars clan? Arslan was startled, his eyes wide with astonishment, and his voice full of, how do you know Lady Ilo? Rasul looked at him and thought, with that jet black hair and those eyes. Arslan smiled, radiating a warm glow, taking Rasul's hand, his voice full of appreciation. Is it true that you saved Lady Ilo and her entire family? Rasul was taken aback by Arslan's enthusiasm and spoke up. You two must be really close. He smiled and explained, even though we are not from the same tribe, she is the protector of the alliance. Rasul's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled Ilo and thought to himself, protector is not just for the Ars tribe, for all else. I did not expect Lady Ilo to be that powerful. Is it because she awakened the tribe's spirit? Rasul looked up and asked Han, is she okay? Arslan hesitated, uncertain. I'm not sure. When I left the forest she was still at the front line. Rasul cupped his face in his hand, his expression serious, feeling relieved that she was safe 5 days ago. I should get there as soon as possible. Suddenly a voice called out, it has been a while since I have. Then a group of people stepped through the gate. Trailing behind was Elaine, representative of the Trade Tower. The woman in front of him was Olive, representative of the White Tower, and leading the way was Amelia Merwin, the saintess of the White Tower. Yawning as she exclaimed, this is amazing. Rasul turned his head to look at the new, thinking to himself, half the kingdom's forces are gathering. I can imagine what it would be like if they lost. They formed a circle, and then Niccolo pulled out a map, his voice clear as he said, let us quickly analyze this together. They focused on the map. One person spoke up to analyze. The center of the elf tribe been confirmed to have moved south. Big Wood, Red Hollow. They could also be blocked by monsters while moving. The others gasped in surprise. Emilia, eyes half closed from sleep, began to explain. It will take at least another 10 days for the 5th corpse and 7th corpse to arrive, because moving such a large force takes a lot of time. Niccolo was also succinct, his expression serious, his voice loud and clear. Our mission is to lure the monsters into the big woods while the elf tribe moves. We have 2 days. Day 1 to reach the border. Day 2 to reach the elf tribe's center. And by day 3 we must complete the mission. Can everyone do that? They all quickly nodded in unison, answering, of course. As night fell, the moonlight shone down, creating a serene atmosphere. They continued to move toward the mountain path. They kept moving like the wind, without stopping. Emilia's expression turned serious, as if she sensed something. She suddenly halted, raised her hand to stop everyone, and said, stop. Emilia covered her nose with her hand, her voice low and serious. I smell blood, and it is getting stronger. Niccolo worriedly raised his head to startling eyes. Trouble already, and we are still far from the elf clan center. Emilia hovered in midair, assessing the situation, then stated that from now on, we have to split up. The mages from the fire tower follow me, and Niccolo will stay with the girl. The rest will head over the rocky mountain. Yuzin stood below and began to take action, calling out. Those behind him responded in unison. Wind. Suddenly, they used their strength to jump up into the sky. Vassal rushed along with, saying, brother. Now, Yuzin understood and replied. Straight through the mountain, they jumped up, landing on top of a mountain ridge. Everyone froze at the sight before them. Thousands of monsters were clashing with each other. The bird people continuously resisted the monster, encouraging each other, throwing stones at their head. Just a little more. Even the elves, though injured, still raised their bows toward the monster, shouting to aim for their head. Shoot now, Guardian, keep it up. The fighters in the battle were anticipating. They wielded large hammers toward the monster, voices filled with rage. You stinking monster, I will crush your head. Vassal stood outside the battle, looking over, furrowing his brow and silently commented, this lot is not enough compared to Hydra's monster army, but it is truly impressive. Kolo looked at the scene before him, gritting his teeth in anger, and then he unleashed his power, shaking the ground. The ground trembled from Niccolo's power. He used all his strength to control the cracked pieces of earth, lifting them into the sky. Then Niccolo directed those shards toward the monster, shouting. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around where Niccolo and the others were standing, making him alert, thinking, it is gathering. Emilia, with an expressionless, controlled the wind. At that moment, the monsters also stopped, looking up at the sky in confusion, where a vortex created by Emilia was gradually appearing. The monsters' eyes widened in astonished vortex for them. The vortex grew large, sweeping away the surrounding monsters, causing the observer outside to gasp in amazement. That is terrifying. He looked at Niccolo, whose face was filled with anger. A serious gaze, think, this is... Then the observer glanced at Emilia, her entire being emanating a terrifying aura, making him marvel at the strength of one of the royal towers. Suddenly, Vaso approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, breaking his train of thought. We can just stand here, right. Vaso heard this and chuckled. Ready. A surge of immense power suddenly surrounded him. Vaso created a large energy sphere, causing the monsters to panic. One of the warriors in the battle realized something and joyfully announced, Endymion, the wizard from Endymion, Arslan and Mazers have succeeded. We are saved. Viso swung his arm down, his eyes radiating fierce energy, commanding. The monsters still did not understand the situation, staring blankly at the scene before them, without giving them a chance to escape. Viso's energy sphere crashed down where the monsters were. The energy sphere crashed down, creating a large explosion that annihilated the monster. Under the mystical moonlight, Great Water Forest was enveloped in swirling purple mist. Inside the Great Water Forest, a figure sat alone in the midst. Briareus' eyes narrowed with intensity. He sat alone, body tense, his bloodshot eyes looking up at the sky. Back at the battle, all the monsters had been frozen, and a voice rang out, Huzabizad. Oren stood on the mountain, looking down at the monsters frozen by his power. Gradually, the monsters screamed in despair as they were destroyed. Niccolo's eyes were cold as he used earth manipulation to destroy thousands of monsters, combined with chili. Vassal and the others stood on the cliff, looking down at the battlefield, letting out a sigh. This is the first time I have seen a large-scale magical bombardment like this. There is no gap to slip. We will have to redraw the map after the battle. Huberth hesitated, looking at the scene before him, but he saw the monsters still multiplying. He continued, the number of monsters is not decreasing at all, and if another magical army with different properties gathers like the others in the battle continue to eliminate monsters, leading Huberth above concluded that it would eventually cause damage to our force. Vassal, listening to his words, felt worried, looking towards the battle and thinking to himself, the older brother is right. The boundary between the monsters monsters and our forces has collapsed. More magical forces will be overwhelming. Unsen jumped down with Hubert, calling out, Sir Nicolo, and Nicolo seemed to understand his intent, responding, alright. The others had serious expressions when they heard his command, stepping into total war. Vassal heard this, frowning with fiery eyes, his lips tightly pressed in anger. Suddenly, Nicolo jumped onto the stage and landed in front of, saying, all members. They all rushed towards the monsters when they heard Nicolo's command. Attack. Vassal dashed towards the monsters upon hearing the order, thinking as he ran, I need to prolong the battle, so I must use my magic efficiently, maximizing my dragon transformation and gathering magic with my mind. Closed his eyes and focused, using his magic to create two, one yellow and one blue, manifesting them with his material world. Then Ratzel dashed towards the monster, unleashing his power in multiple ways. On the other side, Emilia and Nicolo also used their powers to attack the monster. Alan, on the other side, used his power, rushing towards the group of monsters and freezing. The battle continued to rage on, and they kept destroying the monster. Arndang focused his power into an arrow, furrowing his brow. Then she shot the arrow towards a monster, eliminating it. The others also continued to take down the monster. The sun rose higher, and the morning rays began to spread warmth over everything, dispelling the lingering night fog. Oliver, covered in wounds, tiredly raised his hand to use his power. She waved her hand, directing her power to slash at the monster. Suddenly, from behind Oliver, a monster jumped out unexpectedly, startling her before she could react. Then suddenly a beam of light shot straight at the monster, destroying it before it could do anything. VS rushed over to her worriedly and asked, Oliver, are you okay? Oliver gratefully walked towards him and replied, thank you, Vifty. She was tired. Her gaze swept over the monster, filled with confusion as she spoke. Even if we kill them, their numbers do not seem to decrease. Where are they all coming from? VS's face dark, frowning in thought. Because of this, there will be no end. What are we supposed to do? Suddenly, an announcement rang out, grabbing their attention. Green heard this too and encouraged them to endure. Just a little more. An elf standing beside them was also praying, Spirit of the Wind, grant us strength. Uzun questioned in confusion, what is going on with everyone? What does the sunrise have to do with anything? Hubert leaned against his grandfather, also confused, and spoke up, monsters are not affected by the sun, so they should not change when it rises. Hubert widened his eye, watching the monster in front of which had stopped attack and was looking at the sun. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the monsters immediately retreated. Vassal stared wide-eyed, filled with confusion. These creatures were retreating. Could it be that the sun is their weak? Emilia asked in confusion. Why is this happening? Nicolo was astonished, looking at the scene before him, unsure how to respond. I do not know the situation well, but as the sun rose higher, the morning rays began to spread warmth over everything, dissolving the night fog. He continued, for now, we can breathe a sigh of relief. After the monsters had left, those present took the opportunity to help each other heal. One person spoke up, I will treat you right away, so just hang on a bit longer. Person approached Rassel, and the others standing there, their voice filled with gratitude. The person who approached them was Arin, the representative of the elf. She smiled and said warmly, thanks to the heroes of Endymion, we were able to get through tonight. Another person, Itchy, the representative of the dwarf, spoke in a warm yet grateful tone. The dwarves will never forget this. Really, thank Hobo. The chief Fisher tribe standing nearby also spoke up. Fisher will remember today, until the day all the feathers of the tribe are used up. Nicolo smiled as he approached, answering casually, we are just helping our ally. That is only natural. Besides, he glanced over at the corpses of the monster, expressing his confusion. It is really strange. Arin noted that the monsters become stronger at night and aggressive, then weaken and retreat at dawn. She recalled the monsters continually attacking her people. Speaking slowly, there is another strange thing. They do not scatter everywhere, but only attack the elves persistently. Just like that, Arin concluded that they must hate him. Alzen looked up as if realizing something, then proposed a plan. That is it means they will come again tonight. What if we attack during the day when they are weak? What does everyone think? Lun was cut off by a voice. No way. Ichi lowered his head, explaining, our alliance has just over 5,000, and the number of fighters who can actually fight is less than half. Emilia heard this and Lun suggested, we can only hold on until reinforcements arrive. Nicolo, seeing this, Lun ordered, first, after getting the injured out and adjusting we will strategize again. The others hearing the order, Lun spoke in unison. Suddenly, Arin walked over to Vassal and asked, are you Vassal Raymond? You asked back in surprise, do you know me? Seeing that, Arin politely introduced herself. Thinking back, I have not introduced myself to you yet. Arin, the leader of the White Ash Tree tribe and one of the elf representatives. She continued, making Vassal remember Ilosim, as well as Ilo's mother. Arin smiled sweet, her soft voice ringing out, greetings to you, making Vassal think, is this person Ilo's mother? Arin bowed her head and explained carefully, I should have welcomed the benefactor wholehearted, but due to the current situation, I can't properly host. I hope you understand. Vassal raised his hand dismissive, his tone polite. It is, but where is Ilo? Arin bowed her head, hesitating to speak. She continued, causing Vassal to widen his eyes in surprise. She was here just a few days ago. Arin recounted the last moment she saw Ilo, her face full of kindness. Ilo had heard about the isolated elves and had left to save them. She talked about the danger and suffering of the little fairy who are struggling to escape from the monster. There are many tribes of fairy cannot unite due to the sudden attack from the monster, and they have also been heavily scattered during the retreat. Vassal raised one hand to support his chin, his face slightly bowed, worry evident in his eyes. So that is how it is. That day must be safe. Arin encouraged him. Don't worry. She smiled with a proud glint in her eye, because my daughter is very strong. From above, the sun was slowly setting behind the rugged mountain, the last rays of the day reflecting on the standing cliff. Foot of the mountain, a defeated monster lay motionless on the ground. Two Fisher tribe members were standing, and nearby were a few others. Oh my. The people present divided into two sides facing each other, and Nicolo exclaimed, is Lord Arin a mender? A series of images of different people, great power flashed in Vassal's mind, and Arin was among them. Mender now replaces the high-ranking fairy that no longer exists. Being the leader at the highest level leading all fairy race, there are only 5 people in each century. You show no signs of surprise but secretly marvel. No wonder it is not ordinary. Nicolo unexpectedly expressed, I did not expect to meet a living mender of the fairy tribe, while Emilia beside him was also surprised and said, it is such an honor to meet. Watching the little girl's stiff demeanor when facing Arin made Cecil just smile awkward. He must be confused because he has never treated anyone with respect, since although he is a fairy, he grew up in the human world. Over here, Arin bowed and expressed his attitude to Emilia. I also do not know human etiquette, so you do not need to be formal. Just feel at ease. Her action startled the girl momentarily, and she instinctively bowed her head in response. Nicolo approached Arin, extending his hand to express best part of what he was about to say. Then, I will explain the new strategy from Endymion. The first step is to form a surrounding network. He recalled the number of soldiers that were moving towards them. The army coming here was nearly 60,000, enough to surround the monster. Emilia moved up alongside Nicolo, but her expression had dimmed. The second step is to eliminate the monsters inside the surrounding network. Emilia's hesitant words startled Arin, and we are being pushed back to the great water forest. Arin bowed her head, her hair hiding the emotions in her eyes. She softly replied, the battlefield changes from the red hills to the great water forest. VTS was just as surprised, and worry began to show on his sweaty face. The great water forest is not only the home of the elf, but also a sanctuary enveloped in divine protection. The battlefield change. Great water forest will definitely suffer significant damage. Thinks of the forest with its dense layers of green leaves, which takes decades for a forest to fully recover. Given the scale of the great water forest, it will surely take at least over 100 years. Noticing Arin and Kobo's troubled expression, Nicolo quickly speaks up. It is hard to ensure the extent of the damage, but Endymion would prefer to build back up, and we will also provide housing for the elf clan. Arin turns around, her gaze also darkening. Kobo looks at her, and neither of them says anything. Arin regains her calm composure, a hint of determination showing in her eyes as she raises one hand. I am heartbroken, but there is nothing else I can do. Kobo behind her mirrors her gesture. Actually, I have prepared myself for this too. Over here, Kolo and Emilia receive agreement. Feel no joy. They bow their heads in gratitude, thanking the Lord for their cooperation. We will do our best to minimize damage to the great water forest. A voice rings out. It is the Lord Commander. All the soldiers look in the direction pointed by one soldier towards a creature flying in from above. Something is heading this way, and they begin to speculate if it is a monster, but it is not even set yet. Kobo instinctively senses something is off. Is not. The approaching creature is not a monster. The soldier who left Ilo a few days ago. His body is riddled with various wounds, and he is continuously spewing large amounts of blood. Realizing it is our soldier, one of the troops who went to rescue the elf clan days ago, the soldier can no longer hold on and loses conscience, falling freely. Seeing this, Kobo rushes over and does not forget to shout order. Are you okay? Quickly call the medic team. Kobo catches the soldier in his arm. He struggles to muster his last bit of strength to relay the message. Sentinel is in danger. Everyone seems to freeze. Ilo's gentle, serene face flashes in his mind. He worries. Sir Ilo. Arin is also not covering her mouth with both hands as anxiety wells up. Nicolo quickly turns back to suggest to Russo. It is serious. He must be in danger. Do you want to step up as a rescue team? Without hesitation, he immediately responds. Court. Unce notices the situation and steps forward. Surprising many. I will go do. A reassuring voice speaks up. If even you are stepping up, then I feel secure. Emilia also wants to help. She commands Oliver beside her. The search magic from the White Tower will be useful. Oliver, you should go too. She immediately agreed. On one side, Arin stood facing Arslan asking for help. You are the only one who can help. Arslan stood straight, his right hand on his chest showing determination. You do not have to worry. I will definitely bring you Ilo back safe and sound. Behind him, there are other warriors from the Quisteria clan. The prayers were uttered, hoping for the spirit support to accompany everyone. Shadows darted between the steep cliff. Oliver led the group, followed by Rassel and Unce. Finally Arslan. They moved together at a swift with his ability. Oliver seemed to sense something was off ahead. As she moved, she informed everyone behind her. I have up on the movement ahead. It seems like a flying monster. How about that? Receiving the information, Unson glanced at Rassel moving alongside. Just break through like that. We will handle it. As everyone reached another mount, a pair of black wings suddenly appeared above them. Rassel and Zealot recognized. They are here. Countless monsters appeared in the sky. They were giant birds, and it seemed they sensed the presence of others. Arslan was also astonished to see such a large number of monsters. He immediately ordered his troops. How did those living in the west end up? Everyone, get ready for battle. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky, and in an instant, bolts of lightning shot out from that light, aimed straight at the monster. That terrifying power belonged to Rassel. He did not say much, just ordered the strikes to be ready. His eyes glowing red with the lightning enveloped. The bolts of lightning continued to strike down, sending the monsters crashing down and free. Throughout the process, everyone kept moving, soaring through the air. The monsters blocking the way were struck hard by the powerful light, continuously falling down. Handling the giant birds was that simple. Oliver was incredibly surprised by Rassel's ability. Looking over, he was also a tower master like himself, yet so different. A loud voice rang out, and right after, a direct blow struck the spot where Rassel and Oliver had just left. Unson was feeling fired up, could not let the youngest handle everything alone. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a powerful spell against the monster. Under Unson's fierce attack, explosions kept occurring in the air. Rassel could only watch helpless, not knowing if his brother was a mage or a fighter anymore. In the face of Unson's relentless attack, the monsters did not retreat, but instead came in even greater number. They charged in frantic. Unson was a bit startled. Damn, have we drawn too much attention? Rassel quickly spoke up. Let us handle this quick. The arrows pierced the bodies of the monster, causing them great pain. Those were the soldiers under Aslan's command. All of them were in a ready stance for battle. Aslan spoke up. Leave this to us. We will clean up and follow behind. Oliver, Rassel, and Unson immediately moved ahead, not forgetting to look back. Unson called out, well then, we are counting on you. See you later. All three of them focused their strength and charged ahead at full speed. One shouted out loud, at maximum speed. Rassel immediately responded. Worry and hope appeared on Rassel's face at this moment. Lord Ilo hoped for their safe. Meanwhile, the night still enveloped the vast, and elsewhere, the monsters continued to assault the barrier. Everyone in the Elven clan present was channeling all their magical energy to reinforce the barrier. Outside, the monsters retreated and charged forward with great speed. Inside, Ilo was working with everyone to reinforce the barrier, but worry had begun to show on her face. Right now, her unease was growing. Everyone's magic was starting to run low. Could they hold out until sunrise? Reinforcements must arrive. The sound of the holy seal breaking rang out. Ilo instinctively turned around to look. The connection of the barrier was broken by a monster. The barrier was breached. They had to fix it. Immediately, the barrier shattered by the monster. They directly attacked the target right in front of. One shouted out loud. Ilo drew her bow and focused her strength into the arrow about to be shot. Hero, Spirit of the Wind, grant me strength. The arrow was released by Woodchair. 3. Oliver, Unson, and Rassel were still moving at maximum speed. Oliver used his ability to lead the way. Found it. While moving, she turned to inform. I sense a fight happening on the other side of the mountain. Unson immediately replied. Let us hurry. At this moment, Rassel was praying continuously, his brow furrowed. Please do not let it be too late. On Elo's side, her arrow created a powerful attack that struck the monster. Countless arrows shot down from above, piercing the monsters below. Elo successfully saved someone from the sharp teeth of the monster. She turned to remind the girl, "Now, please hold the barrier." The girl hurriedly replied. Just when it seemed they could salvage the situation, the sound of a shout rang out as another part of the barrier breached by the monster, and they were rushing to attack the small elf in front of me. "The barrier here has been breached too. Please stop." With no other choice, she continued to draw her bow to shoot. Spirit of the wind. Suddenly, Rassol's shadow appeared right in front of her. Ilo blushed, embarrassed, when suddenly, Unsen's face appeared. It was not her illusion. It was Rassol calling out the spell name. Bay again. A large wall of fire erupted, forming a barrier of flames right in front of Ilo. The monsters were directly incinerated by the flames. Ilo looked up, her eyes filled with hope, and the tense expression from before was replaced with a gentle smile. Rassol and Unsen descended from above at Ilo's call. The benefactor. Unsen's eyes were full of excitement. He threw a fist out. "Little brother, let me clear the way." As soon as he swung his fist, a tremendous force ripped through the air and surged forward. Rassol did not forget to turn back to express his gratitude. "Big brother," as Ilo was directing him ahead. "Over here." He stopped in front of her and immediately asked about her condition. "Sir Ilo, are you okay?" Ilo faced, expressing her gratitude. "I do not know how to repay you for this." Rassol slightly turned his head to the side, seeming to avoid her gaze. "As a fellow ally in this battle, I am just doing what I should. Moreover, if you are ready, let us break the barrier. We need to push through before the monsters catch up." However, Ilo looked at the other injured spirits and the children, hesitating. "But if we break through like this, kids will be left behind." Seeing Ilo's worry, Rassol remained calm, reassuring her as she watched everyone move inside the barrier. "It is." Meanwhile, Oliver had begun casting her magic. Rassol asked, "Sir Oliver, can you do it?" She cheerfully replied, "Court Rassol, that is why I am here." Oliver amplified her magic and used it on all the other spirits. "I have cast magic on all the members of the fairy clan. Everyone can run fast without getting exhausted." Ilo also felt her magic and could not help but be surprised. "I feel so light." Arslan's team had also arrived to gather with everyone, just as the number of fighters had been replenished. Arslan. Ilo hurried to stand in front of. "I am so glad to see you again like this." Arslan placed a hand on his chest in respect. "I am truly relieved that you are safe." Sir Ilo. Noticing the favorable situation, Unsen immediately divided the positions for move. Sir Oliver and the fairy clan will be in the center, while Little Uth will be on the left. On the right are Sir Ilo and Sir Oliver, and I will take the lead. I will clear all the monsters. Ilo quickly issued the order. "Then let us get started. Everyone, bring the barrier in," and the fairy clan responded in unison. But the night continued to envelop the entire scene. In another area, Unsen and Rathsol were moving while focusing on attacking the monsters along the way. He turned back to encourage everyone following. "We have reached our destination. Everyone, get up." Unsen looked down from above at Rathsol and gave him guidance. "Little Uth, it may be tough, but maximize your magical power." Even though they had reached the gore, to unite our forces, we must clear the power of the monster army. Uth understood immediately. Their footsteps stopped. Cliff said. Unsen and Rathsol both directed their gaze toward one spot, as if they were caught off guard by something. In front of them was a fortress that had been built who knows when, and a group of Nicolo was fighting against the undead on the fort. "Aim for the eyes and head. Kill those undead. Smash their head. Do not let a single one into the fort." You look at Nicolo's miraculous ability in awe. It turns out, Lord Nicolo can build a massive wall like this in just one night. Indeed, he is a superhuman power. From above, Hubert glanced to the side and broke into a radiant smile. "Right, Commander. Take a look." Hubert stood on the castle, looking down at the area, not far from the monster foot of the castle, where the elves and the rescue team were. Nicolo standing beside him could not help but exclaim, "Oh wow, worked." Arin on the castle was also very excited as he looked down, exclaiming. This moment, Nicolo became invigorated, concentrating his magic into his. "I have to clear the way for our allies." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to cast magic with both hands. His spell successfully took down a group of monsters and opened a straight path where the rescuer and the elves were standing. Defense Sagon. Unsen and Rassol stood back to back. Unsen reminded him, "Lord Nicolo has opened a great path. We need to gather all our remaining magic and strike. Are you ready?" Rassol did not hesitate. Of course. Saying that, both focused and launched a relentless attack. Free Fizz Cannon. The combined attack of the two created a power fire struck straight down from above. Unsen and Rassol surged forward, with Unsen reminding them, "Target ahead." Rassol encouraged everyone push a little harder. A large hole had appeared in the solid castle wall. The wall had been breached, and steps began to rush. Everyone rushed into the castle together. All were joyful and wore happy smiles. They had finally arrived. After completing the mission, Oliver tiredly climbed onto a large rock, her face looking more relaxed. Arin and Ilo hugged each other tight, both laughing and shedding tears of happiness and love. In another corner, Unsen and Rassol lay flat on the ground after leading the mission. Rassol wore a satisfied smile after the long night came to an end. The sun was high. The first rays of sunlight spread across the vast castle. We all survived. Beneath the castle, after the deaths of the massive monsters, lying scattered on the ground along with the bloodstain. A week had passed like that. Rassol in front of the castle was still giving his all. We were still fighting against the strength of the monster army. As the sun set, he warily sighed, wiping the beads of sweat dotted on his face, and dealing with the ones hiding away as the sun rose. After intense battles with monsters, he noticed more elves had reached the castle. Nevertheless, the situation had been somewhat cleared up, and a significant number of elves who had been separated potentially be saved. The happiness and joy of the elf clan members reuniting with their loved one clearly visible on their faces. The elf clan has gathered about 9,000 members now, among them quite a few very useful warriors. But then he suddenly remembered something. Now they just needed the reinforcements to arrive. Quickly jumped up high, ignoring Nicolo's confusion. "Sir Rassol." Nicolo followed him up the tower with Rassol. He wondered, "What is going on? Is it more monsters?" He calmly replied, "Below the tower was a squad of knights along with two commanders. It was the 5th Legion, the 7th Legion Endymion. The reinforcements had arrived. A new day had, with a clear blue sky, white cloud, and the sun high up shining bright. All the key people along with the commanders of the two legions gathered around a strategy table." Nicolo placed his right hand on his chest to show respect. Both legion commanders had worked hard to get here from afar. A voice spoke up, "Protecting the people and the country is a matter of..." Those two commanders are William Luigi, the commander of the 5th Legion, and the other is Dwell Crusoe, commander of the 7th Legion. Crusoe crossed his arms politely. "We are here to do what a soldier should do." Nicolo felt the noble responsibility of the commander. He cheerfully said, "Well then, let us start the strategy meeting right away. In this operation, presenting me will be Sir Crusoe, who knows the terrain and the strength of the monsters best, and will explain the situation." When his name was mentioned, Crusoe raised his hand to greet, and introduced himself. "Greetings everyone. I am Crusoe also Raymond. Upon introduction and seeing Crusoe, both Legion commanders were very surprised. It turned out to be the young man of renown everyone had been talking about, certainly not an ordinary person. Stepped upon to represent on the strategy table and began to analyze each person's mission. Commander Williams' mission for the 5th Legion is defense. He recalled the previous time when everyone had to fight together against the monster. The Beast Legion was currently targeting this, but no one could be sure when they would invade Endymion's territory. On the strategy table, he arranged the pawns and did not forget to explain. Therefore, a solid encirclement needs to be formed immediately to protect the remaining elf clan in the canyon, while ensuring that no monsters escape. Then he looked down again and another pawn. Commander Dwell, the mission for the 7th Legion is to attack. On the strategy board, pawns were neatly arranged in specific positions. While the 5th Legion blocks their retreat, we will launch an all-out attack, pushing the monsters towards the Great Forest. He continued to analyze. The Great Forest, the source of them, may harbor unforeseen danger, but this is a mission that must be completed to achieve. When Dwell heard his mission, his fighting spirit surged. He slapped his chest, a real call to arms. Just leave it to me. When the mission was clearly specifically assigned, everyone looked down. Kolo announced, 3 days from now. Vassal stared down as he heard Knuckle's announce, for the survival of humanity in the elf race, the campaign to reclaim the Great Forest will be presented. After a while, Vassal stood on the castle wall, looking down at the tents that had been set up. He could not help but think, 5th and 7th Legions are the most elite legions of Endymion, with a rare military strength on the entire continent. No matter how many magical beasts there are, we will definitely not fail. He turned his head to look back, but then looking down at the vast emptiness in front of him, he felt the gloomy atmosphere enveloping everything, making his anxiety rise. What is this strange feeling of unease? In another corner, when Isla looked up, she immediately recognized the hidden one. She looked at his sturdy back and shoulder, and now, because she had been so busy, she had not realized when his shoulders had become so broad. She recalled the first time she met him. She felt a difference compared to now. He seemed to have grown a bit taller. Feeling now is very different from the first meeting. Remembering that made her blush. Aaron came out of the tent. She immediately noticed something about her little daughter. She smiled warmly at, keep wondering where he has gone and what he is doing. Thinking back, it really is about that time. Elo was a little surprised when a hand from behind rested on her shoulder. Aaron had been standing next to her, both looking in the direction she had been gazing at without giving any advice. Instead of just standing and watching from afar, why not go and strike up conversation? Her words made Ilo a bit embarrassed. Aaron turned and placed her hand on Ilo's shoulder, but she could only feel flustered. He must be worried about the upcoming battle. Elo remembered that Zaso had a different relationship with the Endymion royal family. Her face suddenly fell. The benefactor already has ties to the Endymion royal family. The fact that I have feelings for someone like that is truly impossible. Aaron cupped Ilo's face, gently pinched her cheek. I know what you are thinking, but do not worry. She spoke of the destiny between Elo and Zaso that she had seen before. Both are connected by a red thread. You and Lord Zaso are bound by a powerful fate. Elo was a bit surprised by her words. She asked back, did you see my fate? Facing Ilo's question, Aaron explained to her, those who inherit the bloodline of the ancient elf tribe can see through fate, and one day, when you become Menno, you will be able to do so too. She held her daughter's face gently, looking directly into her eyes and reminding, my daughter, remember this, soon, the moment for you to make a choice will come. To Ella's surprise, she continued speaking, fate of that person cold as the winter wind and heavy as a mountain. If you want that pain in your heart while thinking of its appearance, you will have to bear that fate together. Another day is about to end, the sun gradually setting behind the fortified city, leaving only a bit of the last golden light of the day. Below, soldiers and leaders have gathered fully. Nicolo closed his eyes and sighed softly. Now it is just the beginning. Everyone turned together when the announcement was made. According to the plan, handing the rear to the gate, we will continue advancing to the Great Forest. Not far away, the undead were rushing towards them in mad. Over here, Unsen and Hubert had their spells ready, prepared for any situation. The entire army. Nicolo led the soldiers in a charge against the undead and shouted loud, attack. Elo also drew her bow and fired arrows at the undead. Wind arrow. T. Gillet. Others also rushed to attack. You bastard. How does the taste of dwarf steel feel? Alan also joined the fight, pulled the spear back here to launch. The spear launched and struck the undead that was about to attack Nicolo and Emilia as they were focused in another direction. Everyone combined their strength fighting the undead. Powerful attacks continuously erupted. Noticing something was off, Unsen turned to Hubert and said, I will handle this. Please go support the broken defense line. Hubert immediately understood. I got in another spot. A young man was surrounded by 4 or 5 undead, using his magic power to create 2 fireballs in his hand. Right after that, a large flame erupted, successfully incinerating the monsters surrounding Hellfire. Inferno. Azillan along with Carbo and other soldiers were also busy with the undead. Time passed. 15 days later at the entrance to the Great Forest. After relentless efforts and battle, they finally reached the Great Forest. Participating soldiers were overjoyed. They cheered. The mission was we have reached the entrance to the Great Forest. Among the leaders, Nicolo stood with arms crossed. Finally, I have cornered them to the wall. Unsen looked up in confusion. Does the priest feel the same way? It is hard to understand. Right. Before them now was the entrance to the Great Forest, which was considered the source of the monster army. I had thought there would be a large number of monsters gathering here, but contrary to their expectation, this place was devoid of any sign of the undead. Aside from the chilling atmosphere, not only were there no monsters, but there were also no signs of any creatures at all. The forest was filled with dense layers of green foliage stacked on top of each other. The deeper you look, the more you sense the chill and gloom. Moreover, what is this ominous fog that envelops the forest? Elo stood beside Aaron, worried. I can't hear the voices of the spirits anymore. Her mother looked uneasy too. What is going on? Nicolo turned to Aaron and Ilo to reassure them. Let us wait for the main team from the Fisher clan to return. They left yesterday. They will be back soon. They also brought the imaging equipment we developed so we can get a clearer understanding of the situation. Kobo suddenly pointed up at the large wings in the sky. There they are. Our warriors are coming back. Images from inside the forest began to appear. Everyone sat in front of the large screen, replaying the footage captured by the camera from inside the forest. Nicola spoke. It is the same here. Indeed, there are no signs of any monster. Vassal looked at the large screen, puzzled. Is it possible that there are no comprehensive records of the large forest? Nicola was also confused by his question, wondering why he would ask that. Vassal pointed at the screen, mentioning the dip he had noted. The deeper we go, the thicker the fog. Emilia asked, is the fog getting thicker? The operator of the Fisher projector added, that is right. I was going to mention that. He then adjusted the image to another noteworthy noteworthy point that left everyone amazed. Look at this. This is an image taken from the highest altitude possible. The screen displayed an area surrounded by something large and dark, and everyone gasped. What is that? What is this dark? Arin spoke sadly. How could the beautiful giant forest end up like this? Elo beside her seemed to feel deep sympathy for that beautiful forest. Vise had also explained the unease he felt earlier. The feeling of anxiety that we sensed. So that was the cause. It seems that this was the reason for the current situation. The dark fog lies deep within the forest. Perhaps that is the source of the monster army. Inside that fog is probably the leader of the undead. Countless red eyes are slowly opening above. When those eyes open, the danger of the undead becomes even more terrifying. Kolo was watching the forest on the screen and exclaimed, truly, with a scale like this, could hold hundreds of thousands of undead. Arin, do you know anything about this? Arin put on a thoughtful expression. Perhaps it is related to the legend of the birth Great Tree Forest. Vitis was thinking and imagining the image of the legend in his mind. If it is the legend of the birth Great Tree Forest, then it is a story that happened when the world of the god was about to come to an end. The legend says Great Tree Forest was born thanks to the protection of the living god. Yeah. Kolo stood up and asked everyone. So did Gale create the Great Tree Forest to seal the army of undead? VTS also stood up, but there were still a few points used me. Yeah. Why is that? You began to explain to everyone. When Gale created the Great Tree Forest, many gods were still alive. Dealing with the army of undead should not have been too difficult. Uzan, standing nearby, was worried and hesitated. Priest's word. The expression of Gyakazet also looked quite worried. It is highly possible that what Gale wanted to hide was not the army of undead. Emilia, hugging a stuffed bear, quickly suggests, then we need to check it out. Her face became serious. Commander, you need to form an investigation team immediately. Transitioning to the scene in the Green Forest, someone ordered, conduct a quick investigation and return before dark. Everyone replied, there are 10 members of the special investigation. Uzan exclaimed, forest without any life. Hubert felt the same way. Even though the life functions had not completely stopped, it was indeed strange. As everyone moved through the forest, Nicolo signaled, we have gone pretty deep. Let us take a break for a bit. While Ilo was resting against a tree, Rasol approached and asked, are you okay? She replied, permit, when she saw Arin with a green glow around him. Rasol curiously asked, but what is Arin doing over there? Elo explained to Rasol, right now the god is communicating with the forest. Specifically, she is trying to talk to the spirit of the forest. You were surprised. The spirit of the forest. She continued, surely the hermit knows that besides the 4 main elements, there are many other kinds of spirits too. Rasol also knew about the spirits, such as thunder, frost, light, and dark. Then Elo closed her eyes and summoned her power. The spirit of the forest is also one of them. However, it is a bit different from the usual spirit. Let me show you. It has a golden dot surrounded by blue light. Everyone is surprised by what they are seeing. Hubot said, is not this just something we have only heard about? Alan adjusted his glasses in disbelief. Oh my. To see a spirit of the forest like this in person, it is unbelievable. The spirit appeared with a halo of light around it. Everyone found this spirit to be incredibly cute. Rasol did not know how to describe it. You could call it a being made of earth and moonlit leaves. Hubot thought, easy. It is just too cute. Suddenly, with sparkling eye, it spoke. Benefact, how do you see this? Rasol was curious. Lord Ilo. Alan spoke up. That was Ilo's voice. Rasol looked at everyone playing with the spirit, feeling bewildered. Can the spirit and my own consciousness exist in the same body? But he could not sense the spirit's will. Ilo carefully decoded the curiosities in Rasol's mind. The spirit of the forest was much smaller than other spirits. This friend was also formed from the combination of countless tiny spirits. Due to its weak will, they had to gather together to use their power. He seemed to understand everything. Although the method was, it was like projecting his own will to control it. Its overall structure was quite similar to a golem. When the spirit shattered, Ilo spoke. She closed her eye, one hand on her forehead. Condition of the forest is not good. Summoning a tiny spirit by myself is not easy. Ilo turned to ask, Mother, have you discovered any? She was sweating with worry. I have tried many times, but the spirits are very scared. Arin looked around in confusion. It must be related to the dark, the center of the forest. Vassal clenched his fists in helpless. What could be behind that dark? Oliver shouted. There. To that warning, everyone hurriedly left. Vassal moved while sensing everything. The black mist was getting thick. Moreover, this mist was gnawing at our spirit. He remembered the bloody battle. Lucky he had not come here with the 7th Legion. If he had, they might have collapsed before they could act. Oliver stopped. We are here. It was a place with a strange light. Suddenly, a black blob fell to the ground. Emilia voiced her guess. This is, could it be a ghost jelly? Kolo was confused. Why is this here? Then he shouted, start investigating right now. We need to get back before dark. So hurry. Then that light swept the forest like a bubble. Everyone was terrified. What is this? What is this strong tremor? Where is it coming from? Nicolo reached out to feel the ground. It seemed to be coming from inside the dark. Then as if sensing something, Nicolo grimaced in fear and warned everyone back. Then a huge explosion occurred. A gigantic hand appeared from nowhere. A multi-headed monster emerged from the blast. Ichi finds the situation before him too overwhelming. It is just absurd. Oliver murmured. What is that? A mountain just floated up. Vassal can't believe his eye. Only Nicolo recognizes what it is. It is not a mountain. It is a living creature. He tells everyone what that strange thing is. It is Heckin Cherry. Who would have thought to see remnants of Titanomachy here? Emilia hugs her teddy bear. Curious. Isn't Titanomachy a part of history from a forgotten era? Memories flood Nicolo's mind. Heckin Cherry. A race that once craved dominion over the era. I have heard that the dragons borrowed power from some entity to destroy them. Arin protects Ilo in her arm. She seems to realize that what Geo is trying to hide is, that is right. The ancient forest was like a prison. Who would have thought something like this was sealed beneath our feet? Nicolo gazes into the distance. It is not just cruel, but a beast that devours all living beings. That thing escaped. It would be an unimaginable disaster. A terrifying power with a blinding light pierces through the forest. Everyone starts to create a protective barrier for themselves. That power is immense. Just its roar creates this terrifying force. Ilo tells Arin, I can feel the rage burning through that voice. She adds, it is not just rage. It harbors hostility towards all living. Vassal shout, we have to stop it. Before everyone's eyes is that enormous monster. Right here. We must stop it. Vassal, determination. Must make it happen. Nose watches from a distance on the cliff, unable to suppress his awe. It is truly remarkable. The sight of the monster surprises. Indeed, it makes my imagination seem trivial. It is not a tight, but Hecate Cirrus is not. Hypnos laughs strangely in delight. Oh my. It is truly the return of the divine. How wonderful. How beautiful. Karen appears from the green pit. He says, this is the apocalyptic scene I have always dreamed of. It is mind-blowing. Hypnos did not hear. Karen, why are you here? Karen hovers with strange black energy around. After a long time apart, your reaction saddens me. I even brought a gift for you. That moment, No stares at the box, excited to the point of stuttering. What is this? Heron, standing next to him, responds proudly. That is right. This is a seal for the spirit, vastly different from what was used in Tartarus. Be sure to thank, and of course, do not forget to thank. The spirit seal is engraved in the box, covered with intricate pattern, emitting a mysterious purple glow. After saying that, he puts his hands behind his head, turns to leave, casually adds, but do you really know what that is to dare to unseal it? The man over there still stares intently at the object on the ground, and immediately speaks up. Of course I know. That is the Heightened Chair's rate in the Titanomic. Heron continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, person who knows only one, and knows nothing of the other. His name is Briary, the Legion commander of the Heightened Chair's rate. He was the one who pushed the gods to the brink of destruction. At the same time, the group stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, no one uttering a word. Hypnos's voice continued to echo gleefully. The disciples of that wretched woman who deserves to be burned are truly pitiful. The two of them continued walking. The guy slung a wooden box containing the sealing talisman over his back, talking as he walked. I need to inform her that her disciples have been killed. Karen chuckled softly, a sound like wind sweeping through a deep. I am really looking forward to it. He continued, his voice lowering. However, remember that failure does not mean death. This moment, terrifying source of power blazed, shaking the entire space. Under that immense pressure, the ceiling fragments shattered, scattering everywhere. An excited voice rang out amidst the tremor. The seal has been lit. The giant red foot of the monster slowly walked, each heavy step echoing against the ground. Person continued, everyone, do not be afraid. The person continued with a determined voice. He is weakening after being sealed for a long time. No matter what happens, we must stop him here. Right after that, Emilia unleashed her spiritual power. A brilliant light surged around her like a radiant whirlwind, her sharp gaze fixed directly on the enemy. Her voice sang out, fly away and come to me. The whirlwind of spiritual power immediately rushed forward, tightly gripping Briareus' shoulder. Her voice resonated in the brightly lit, great current hidden beneath the sky and earth. At that moment, Rasto jolted when he heard someone calling his name. Sir Rasto, do you hear me? He replied softly, his gaze slightly shaken. Sir Nicolo. This moment, Briareus roared angrily, struggling to break free from the binding spiritual power, every muscle bulging with tension. The light from the seal flickered around his giant body. Right after that, Emilia's gaze suddenly turned solemn, as if she had just sensed something horrifying rising from deep within the spiritual power. Briareus clenched his whole body tense. He immediately broke free from the binding. Oliver hurriedly ran up to Emilia, his voice anxious. White Tower Master, are you alright? The girl weakly struggled to support herself. She replied softly. In her heart she thought, being a legendary ant, I thought this would have some of. Suddenly, that moment, Nicolo sliding swiftly beneath Briareus' brilliant golden stream of spiritual power trailing behind him. He spoke, sorry for making everyone wait. The ground beneath Briareus suddenly sank, as if responding to Nicolo's echoing call. Oh Mother Earth, turn into a swamp and collapse. Right after that, he shouted loudly, his voice filled with urgency. Everyone, it is now or never. Instant, the whole group unleashed their power, launching a fierce attack on the giant before them. Briareus howled in pain, his giant body struggling in the sinking muck. He tried desperately to break free, every muscle tensing violently to escape the binding force beneath his feet. On the other side, Elo and Oliver sat silently in a corner, their spiritual power radiating brightly around them. The roots of the trees slowly twisted out of the ground, swaying with a surge of strength. As she raised her voice, or get up. Before long, the trees and rocks intertwined, tightly twisting together, forming a gigantic, imposing mass. Under her commanding word, the ground shook violently. Layers of bark and debris merged, shaping into the form of a massive forest monster. O great spirit of the forest! It stretched its huge arm, tightly grasping Briareus' head. He quickly twisted around, grabbing the hand that was pressing down on his head, blocking it against his chest. Meanwhile, Itchy and Emilia rushed toward the monster. He excitedly said, alright, now this is worth a shot. Seeing the situation, the girl was very worried and softly exclaimed. At this moment, Briareus' huge hands tightened around the enemy's arm. Emilia stared intent, her expression tense. At this rate, we can't defeat him. In an instant, the monster's arm in front of him was torn apart. Briareus roared angry, don't bother me anymore. You pest down there. Briareus let out a furious roar. The sound echoed like thunder, causing the ground to tremble, his eyes red as blood, filled with murderous intent. Piercing shrieks seemed to tear through eardrum. Everyone trembled, holding their ear, screaming in pain and panic. Oxen turned around in shock, his eyes wide with fear fixed on him. He stammered, can still talk. Before long, the monster in front of Briareus shattered up. He disdainfully roared, pathetic bugs. Briareus' furious gaze blazed with fire. He stared at Nicolo and shouted, if you crave to be obliterated that much, then fine. Below, he still sat quiet, his face clearly showing worry, his lips pressed tight. He coughed a few times. Old man. Briareus' voice was low, his eyes burning with hatred. I will tear you apart piece by piece and savor every moment. Suddenly, Nicolo's face lit up, cunning, corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smile. He spoke slowly but provocative. It seems you have forgotten something. Have not you? At this moment, behind Briareus, Vassal was intensely, streams of spiritual power swirling up from his hand, twisting violently like a fierce storm ready to be unleashed. Nicolo's voice echoed in Vassal's mind. We are going to take him down, so prepare your magic to defeat him. It seemed that Briareus sensed the danger at this moment, and he exclaimed in surprise, what is it? Black hair. At the same time, powerful streams of spiritual energy swirled violently around his hand, slowly forming a spell, a weather shape, tightening the cloud circle. Then, the spell activated a lightning vortex. Pressed energy shot out like frenzied bolt, tearing through the air, heading straight for the target, and Briareus had no time to react. Taking the hit, Nicolo could not hide his admiration, thinking to himself, at just 20 years old, he has already reached this level after just stepping into the sixth circle of magic. Emilia smiled, her eyes sparkling with excitement as thoughts ran through her mind. Indeed, the master of the flame tower pays great attention to you. Stand frozen, watching the monster, or you fade into, tiredly realizing that the magical power consumes more energy than you thought. Vassal grits his teeth, trying to stand firm, sweat pouring down his pale, silently think, moreover, the power of the spell is so strong that it causes significant damage around, and also decreases in accuracy. The scene before him astonishes. Each thought continues to echo in Vassal's mind, but because they hit direct, he can't remain calm. Yet Briareus still stands, towering in the midst of the dust, his eyes glowing red like blood, blazing with fire. Huberts exclaims in surprise, how can he still stand on 2 legs after that? Unsanad. His endurance is truly beyond imagination. Nicole worried, his face tense, thought, this is the only attack in the recent wave was effective. If he can distract Vassal, even if he does not expect to take him down with just one hit. At this moment, you are utterly horrified, your eyes wide open, each with only one thought echoing in your mind. Is he still that strong? Briareus stares intently at Vassal, his eyes betraying curiosity, asking in a deep voice, what is your connection to Kim Hun Song? That question leaves you stunned. Feeling shaken, Vassal silently questioned, Kim Hun Seong, what is that? Some kind of relic? Waiting a long time without a response from Vassal, the guy tightens his his voice filled with anger. Never mind, it does not matter. Just brings back unpleasant memory. Briareus' fist is immediately unleashed. He roared, now you will die. Unsen panicked, rushing over, shouting out loud, mass back. A strong fear rises in. That is dangerous. You are stunned, so amazed that you can't speak. Right after that, everyone charges in unison, once again diving into battle with the giant before them. Udi's voice is drowned out. You only see Elaine's mouth moving. Can't hear any. Feeling confused, wondering, Elaine, what is he saying? I can catch any. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood bursts out from your sore mouth. Cough violently, quickly raising your hand to cover your mouth, trying to stop the flow of blood. Vassal stares at the fresh blood splattered in his palm, his face pale, lips trembling, fearfully mumbling, I have suffered serious internal injury. If it were a direct hit, I would have been turned to dust by now. Suddenly, Unsen's weak voice calls from behind, Master, are you okay? Vassal jumps and turns around, seeing Unsen leaning against the wall, his face pale, breathing heavily. You worryingly call out, Brother Unsen, coughs a few times, his voice hoarse and broke. That monster is truly terrifying. It nearly got dangerous. At that moment, from afar, Ichi rushes over, his face panicked, his voice full of worry ringing out, everyone, are you all okay? You immediately turn back, urgently calling out, Ichi, please, Brother Unsen is seriously injured. He immediately rushed to Unsen's side, kneeling to check the wound. A moment later, Ichi furrowed his brow and spoke heavily. The situation is too serious. The ribs and heart seem to be completely broken this time. Training strength will be impossible. There will be a noticeable decline in power. At the same time, Kolo transmitted, Rasul, are you okay? Rasul immediately replied, his voice calm but still a bit tired. Nicolo, thank Minwa. He was still bracing himself against the relentless attack. Briareus. Kolo's voice continued to echo through the transmission. Luckily, that spell from earlier, can it be executed again? Aimed at the wound you caused, we can deliver a fatal blow. You fell silent, lost in thought, and Rasul felt a heavy worry rise, but only if we hit the max. My current level can't control the lightning storm. At this moment, the spiritual energy surged around, distorting the space. Clenched your fist tight, raising your hand, your eyes burning with determined resolve. Why not try using another method? Maybe we can take him down. Nicolo frowned, his voice full of doubt. Another way. Rasul hesitated for a moment, and then replied, but your gaze was filled with determination. Speaking firmly, we need more time. Upon hearing this, he immediately transmitted to the other, from now on, try to protect Rasul. Don't let that guy touch even a finger on Mur. Rasul. Everyone responded without hesitation. Everyone immediately exerted themselves to attack Briareus. Buying time. You hovered midair, your sharp eyes tracking every movement, quickly calculating in your mind. Here the Onsen brothers would also be safe due to the rain, so they could not go any further. Then Rasul closed his eyes and concentrated his spiritual energy, thinking to himself, first I need to replenish the exhausted mana. That moment, the spiritual energy around you suddenly stirred vigorously, transforming part of your body into a semi-demon. Thoughts echoed in Rasul's mind. He envisioned finishing off that guy in one go, the divine weapon piercing through everything. Ramash, seeing the transformation before his eye, Briareus was startled, exclaiming in shock, it turns out you are the descendant of Kim Hun Seong, and that Dimonus. Just a moment later, he roared furious, charging straight at Rasul, his aura blazing as if he wanted to engulf his opponent. Briareus rushed forward like a whirlwind of rage, shouting, I will tear you apart and kill you. Suddenly, Emilia's voice rang out, firm and cold, you can't go anywhere. Streams of turquoise spiritual energy from the girl Tuna wrapped tightly around his leg. After Emilia's shout, Hubert and Oliver quickly seized the opportunity to charge toward Briareus. Now is the time. Immediately launched his attack, unleashing Prometheus's fire. She was not slow either, executing an atmospheric wave. Kolo quickly unleashed his spirit power towards the giant monster, his voice firm, we must definitely protect my lord. Give it your all to hold him down. The relentless waves of attacks came crashing in like a storm. Briareus could not react in time, screaming in pain, struggling. Alan was not falling behind either, his eyes burning with determination. He shouted and unleashed his attack, ice freezing. Over here, Elo was not kneeling on the ground, depleting her strength. Each stream of spirit power was shining brightly in the sky, urgently pleading, O spirit of the green path, please grant me strength. Immediate giant roots burst from the ground, rushing to entangle Briareus. But at this moment, Nicolo seemed to have exceeded his limit, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, a deep worry rising in his heart, continuously using powerful spells, exhausting every. The scheduled time was still far away. The giant monster howled in pain, its eyes blazing with fury. You filthy worm. Briareus roared angrily, swinging his fists violently at them like a mad beast. Disappear. He bellowed, unleashing his power, streams of spirit energy swirling up from his, spinning violently like a tornado. Just a moment later, a massive wave of spirit energy shot straight towards my lord, killing blow. Briareus laughed maniac. It is, at the same time, kept his eyes closed, concentrating on gathering strength, completely unaware of the danger looming right before him. Nicolo panicked, shouting in alarm, oh no, it is collapsing. Alan lay collapsed on the ground, his body exhausted. He struggled to lift his head, crying out helpless, my lord. At this moment, Elo trembled in fear, tears welling up in her eye. In panic, she screamed in despair, Master. Images from the past kept flashing in Ilo's mind, and in her heart, she silently resolved, he has always protected. This time, it was my turn to protect, even if it meant giving up everything. I must stop that attack. Ilo trembled, reaching out towards my lord, her eyes filled with despair. In her heart, could only pray, clinging to the last glimmer of hope. Someone, please grant me strength. Suddenly, everything before Ilo seemed to stop. Everything fell into silence. She was stunned, deeply astonished. As time really stopped, suddenly from beneath the ground, a circle of spirit light unexpectedly. From within the radiant spirit light, a woman slowly stepped out, a graceful appearance, and a gentle yet dignified gaze. She softly spoke. She had possessed that power for a long time. She just had not accepted it yet. The woman smiled gently and looked down, her eyes deep as if seeing through door. She knew what power she possessed. Her voice continued to resonate, gentle yet profound, fully embracing the power of her lineage. She must accept fate that comes with. If she accepted a life as both an elf and a half-drag, she could no longer live as she once did. She softly uttered, as if whispering to herself, fate. After a moment, Ilo clenched her fist tight, her lips pressed together with determination. She gritted her teeth, tilted her head up, her eyes shining with resolve. If I can save my benefactor, I will accept that power. Just as Ilo finished speaking, a bright stream of spiritual energy enveloped the woman. She gently spoke, I knew you would make this choice. As the lights in the hall dimmed, time seemed to reset. Everything continued to move. Hubert looked towards the stage in shock, his voice trembling. However, this moment, he was still lost in the transformation process, completely unresponsive. Suddenly, an object shot towards, blocking right in front of the stage, collided violently with Briareus's attack. A deafening explosion erupted, dust rising obscuring all visibility. The red eyes of the man widened in shock. The scene before him left Briareus speechless, unable to utter a word. A gigantic dragon emerged from the smoke, suddenly blocking in front of its eyes glaring fiercely at the man. Nicolo exclaimed in disbelief, a dragon. dragon. Emilia also froze, her voice trembling as she added, something we saw 700 years. I can't believe it is here. Aaron looked panicked, his face filled with worry, softly muttering, what the hell? The blazing red eyes of Briareus ignited fury. He ground his teeth and spat. A goddamn dragon like this. Immediate. Briareus raised his fist, charging straight at the dragon, roaring, do not get in my way. At this moment, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the dragon's mouth, the light condensing as if preparing to unleash a terrifying power. It stared directly at the giant before it, its voice booming, even after thousands of years, your fierce nature has not changed. Then, the dragon opened its mouth, unleashing its breath. A massive beam of light shot out, hitting Briareus head on. He raised his hand to defend, his tone sarcastic. You have weakened a lot. Briareus pushed forward, his threatening voice ringing out. First, I will tear your wings off. Closed in on his enemy, his aura swirling, voice filled with rage. Then I will eat your heart. Suddenly, the dragon vanished right Briareus' eye, causing him to exclaim in shock. What? From within the dim light, Elo's figure descended, her hair flowing in the wind, her voice light as a breeze. It seems this is my moment, but that does not matter. Her eyes filled with delight, she triumphantly said, because I have filled my role. At that moment, Jiaxo's voice rang out, O power of the divine, pierce through this moment. Come to me now. Ramos. Elaine looked up at the sky in astonishment, exclaiming, the heat is intense. Hubert also murmured softly, in a tropical forest. It is desert like Emilia. Day spoke up. It is definitely enough to buy some time. Colo's eyes widened in disbelief, saying, it is hard to believe that is the magic of a level 6 was this moment. He seemed to have completed the transformation process, the red spiritual energy swirling around Jiaxo, radiating overwhelming power. He continued to speak. That power was not bound in the form of a dry tree. The rainforest would have vanished without a trace. Briareus panicked and stepped back, his red eyes filled fury. He muttered, what? Was I terrified? In an instant after that, Briareus seemed to go mad, his eyes blazing, sharp and full of rage. He roared in anger, no way. I'm Briareus, the commander of the giant gods. At the same time, he hurled the red spear towards the enemy in front of, tearing through the air with immense force. Briareus immediately dodged, his large body moving with incredible speed, always lit by the spear passing through. Briareus laughed joyfully, his eyes shining with triumph, as if he had already secured the out, filled with arrogance. It is, but just then, he found himself right in front of. Briareus exclaimed in shock. Since when? Immediately after, the spear was thrown. The machine of Ared, a massive beam of light shot straight at Briareus, pierced straight into his chest, penetrating the skin as tough as steel, causing his giant body to freeze in mid-air. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, full of astonishment, trembling as if realizing something far beyond expectation. Brahma, it is the giant god-slaying manhwa. In an instant, a huge hole appeared in Briareus' chest, cried out in pain. Briareus' eyes shrank, his body trembling as if about to burst. Cough. Black blood spurted from his mouth, gasping for breath. Sealed for 1,000 years. It hurt so much. Then, Briareus' giant body fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently, dust rising in a haze, obscuring all visibility. At this, Vassal could no longer withstand it. He doubled over, blood oozing from his mouth, thinking to himself, the backlash is truly terrifying. Indeed, this magic is too much. Vassal lost all strength. His body fell freely through the air. Although he had fallen into a state of unconscious, a satisfied smile still faintly appeared on the corners of Vassal's lip. In his subconscious, his voice echoed, but still, I managed to protect every. This moment, a message appeared on the system, notifying him that he had completed the mission. Your reward is transitioning. Vassal lay quietly on the bed, his entire body bandaged, his pale face immersed in deep sleep. Suddenly, Vassal's eyes slightly moved. His eyelashes trembled as if resisting the weight of deep slumber. A moment later, his eyes slowly opened. Vassal gently sat up. Every small movement sent sharp pain throughout his body. He whispered in a hoarse voice, this pain. Just then, Elo entered with a basin of water in hand, joyfully exclaimed, my lord, you have awaked. She slowly walked to the bedside, her eyes filled with a mix of tenderness and worry. Vassal leaned against the head, anxiously asked, are the others okay? Elo quickly replied, Lord Olson will need more time to recover, but the others have mostly fully recovered. The painful images from the battle flooded your mind, and Vassal smiled softly, happily saying, really, how lucky. Suddenly, she took off her hood and interrupted, saying, can you help me with this? Elo nervously brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, glancing sideways before quickly looking away. Her cheeks flushed like ripe. She shyly spoke, that day, I accepted the power of the dragon, and I realized that we are bound together by fate. You were momentarily stunned. A vague thought echoed in your mind. Thinking back, the dragon that protected me was you, right? Elo gently smiled and continued, do you know what that fate is? My benefactor. Vassal sighed softly, his shoulders slightly drooped, hesitating to answer. I am not sure of the detail, but if I were to guess, his voice was contemplative. In the past, the descendants of the dragons served the emperor. Perhaps the bond between you and Elo is similar. Then, Vassal glanced at the person beside, his eyes filled with concern, and he asked, but are you really okay? After all, you are bound to me. I do not know how the dragon's power will affect you. With a cheerful demeanor, her smile warm like the early spring sun, she reassured him, it is not like that. I am still me. Still Elo. Everything is my choice. At the same time, Elo's hand gently tightened around her dress. Her heart stirred, thinking, and even more than that, Elo looked at Vassal's worried face. Her gaze soft, and in her heart, thoughts quietly rose. Perhaps I have always longed for this fate. Whether my benefactor has a partner or not, the one by your side the longest will surely still be me. Elo nervously brushed her hair, her eyes flustered as if pondering something hard to say. She stammered, how should I address my benefactor? Calling you emperor seems too heavy. And you calmly replied, just call me whatever feels most comfortable for you. Elo lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly said, then, Mass, causing you to be so shocked that you almost spat out your drink. Your face frozen as if you had not digested the title she just used. She stopped repeating that name. Vassal. That moment, she thought to herself, it sounds much more intimate. A small smile appearing on her lips. Her eyes sparkled. Elo happily tilted her head back, lightly responding, okay then, I will call you Vassal. After a while, Polo came to visit you, sitting beside the hospital bed, his gaze calm and sincere as he said, I truly appreciate it. Without you, many would have sacked. Vassal quietly observed the man in front of, silently pondering. I heard he is still recovering after exhausting his magic. Is he shouldering the responsibilities of a commander? You smiled faint, gently replying, if it were just me, I definitely would not have one. And moreover, Vassal continued, warmly with sincere gratitude. Isn't it true that you, Nicola, also saved? If you still have something on your mind, consider it as if you have already repaid. Nicola let out a soft sigh, as if lightening the burden in his heart. He lowered his gaze and slowly said, is that, hearing you say that, I truly appreciate it. After a moment of silence, Nicola gently asked, have you met and talked to everyone yet? Familiar faces flashed in his mind. One by one they came by, bringing smiles and sincere greeting. He chuckled and nodded. Thank goodness. They all came to visit. Hearing that, he smiled and said, then this place has been lively for a while. Rest a bit more. After Nicola left the room, Vassal let out a long breath, collapsed onto the bed, his limbs hanging limply in despair. despair. Muttering, "I am really tired." Vassal suddenly jumped up, his eyes shining with determination. "All right, it is time to get back to work." He pulled out the map, quietly admiring it in his hand, thinking to himself, third golden map, received after defeating Briareus, helps maintain mental clarity. Thoughts continued to flow through his mind, enhancing his resistance to mental magic. It was particularly effective against sorcerers using curses and illusions. He kept thinking, just like combining it. First mask, aiding calculations in battle. The second mask specialized in just as his thoughts finished, 3 masks immediately merged, creating a blinding beam of light. He grimaced, reflexively raising a hand to shield his eye, unable to wear all 3 at once, so he needed to connect. This moment, the system announced 3 masks merged at a point, restoring their true forms. You have completed Solomon's crown. All the powers from the golden masks are now united into one. The crown regained its true shape. Its original power was also enhanced. Vassal's eyes widened in amazement, his mouth agape, thinking to himself, it is incredible. In the age of mythology, the wizard King Solomon established the empire of magic. Is this his relic? His gaze was fixed intently on the crown before him, silently evaluating. But why is it so small? Vassal voiced his doubt. Could this be a summoned artifact? The crown floated around Vassal as if it had a mind of its own, making him laugh uncontrollably. King is quite charming. Aha! Suddenly, crown unleashed a powerful spiritual energy above Vassal's head, the blinding light spreading throughout the space. Grimmett, one hand holding his head in discomfort, feeling as if something was pressing directly into his mind. Vassal was bewildered, thinking to himself, what is this feeling? As if I am being split in two yet existing together. Soon after, he sat cross-legged, began meditating, slowly guiding the spiritual energy, feeling the power surging within his body. Thoughts echoed in his mind. Could this? At that moment, he realized the soul was within the crown. Vassal joyfully thought, what a miraculous sight. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming a vague smile. Thoughts racing in his mind. Just as I thought, there is an entity assisting the calculation process. Vassal continued to ponder. Part of my consciousness is currently existing within the crown, helping to calculate the equations in the magics. He looked in surprise at his reflection on the ground, his face blurred, moving out of sync with his body. Vassal thought to himself, could this be what they call a sponge? He broke free from the illusion, his awareness slowly pulling back to reality. Vassal grimaced, rubbing his forehead, as if he had just experienced a long headache. Suddenly, the system displayed a message, announcing that all external consciousness had been erased. Function of the crown was diminished corresponding to the loss. You handle things, and internally you are a mage. What about internal consciousness? Vassal held deep in thought. It seemed that it was not just storing consciousness, but more like a form of backup. If the spirit is contaminated by a curse, the backed up consciousness will overwrite the damaged part, helping restore the original state. You stared intently at the crown in your hand, your eyes flashing with contemplation and excitement. Although the application of this still needs further research, we now have a truly satisfying artifact in hand. After days of recovery, Vassal returned to training. With no decrease in momentum, streams of spiritual energy swirled around, forming a series of blazing arrows, shooting forward. Following Vatso's shout, the arrows simultaneously shot towards the target. In an instant, a loud explosion rang out, debris flying, smoke and fire rising high. It was a rain of arrows. Seeing this before him, Hubert's eyes widened in surprise. He murmured that it was astonishing to recover in just 10 days, while Alan stood beside him, adjusting his glasses slightly, his tone calm but unable to hide his surprise. Not only had the ability to use magic improved, but the speed of casting had also increased. Chuck, his eyes squinting with delight. Indeed, a true junior of mine, all thanks to diligent training. He then slowly stepped closer to you and continued, you seem to have recovered. How about a training mat? Uzan immediately threw a powerful punch at the rock in front of the stone, shattered like paper. Then he casually said, well, my joints might crack a bit, but I think a few punches will put you back in place. You momentarily froze, your mouth twitching, thinking to yourself, using physical training for recovery. But he is a mage. Suddenly, an alarm rang out. Both of you immediately startled, turning abruptly toward the watchtower, your eyes becoming alert. Uzan said quietly, sensing that something had happened. You continued, most of the remaining magical creatures have been eliminated. But what exactly is going on? The two of you immediately utilized your spiritual power, your bodies lightly lifting off the ground, flying into the air. The scene before you clearly revealed that outside the city, a group of cavalry was galloping, dust swirling, and in the lead rider's hand, a bright red flag fluttered in the wind. You exclaimed in shock, a red flag signaling an emergency, and they are using knights as messengers. Yusen spoke, his voice filled with worry. Could it be that the Imperial army has invaded? Immediately after, Kolo urgently gathered everyone, his face tense, his eyes clearly showing concern. His voice rang out decisively but carried heavy pressure. Has everyone assembled yet? A national emergency has just occurred. Nicolo continued serious, emphasizing each word. Duke Bismarck has finally revealed the true intention he has concealed for so long. Yusen, confused, spoke up, his voice filled with surprise. Are you saying that he has invaded Medimia? Kolo nodded in response. That is right. The voice of the tower continued to echo, with Anagon and Cargo, the 13th and 21st Legions joining force, now attacking the Imperial city. Vituro was stunned, his eyes wide, a wave of intense shock rising inside him. Antigon, the master of the Red Tower, on the Chalaji side, the one who had once humiliated my family and father. Indeed, he was an accomplice of the Duke. If my master had not intervened back then. Home was shocked, unable to hold back his voice. But is not my master and the Tower Master still in the Imperial city? They are both still there. So how could this happen? Kolo's next answer left everyone utterly stunned. Missing. He continued. Both are already missing. Feeling fright, his face, his eyes reflecting extreme worry. My master, gritting his teeth in anger, slammed his hand down on the table. Damn it. This happened while I was away. Vitru could not believe his ear, his gaze wavering, lost in confusion. My master could not possibly be taken down by them. If that really happened, the rebels must have spread the news everywhere to demoralize us. Emilia stood with her arms crossed, her gaze sharp and contemplative, speaking clearly in the tense atmosphere. Think so too. The Duke Bismarck must hold some trick. They can only hold us for a while. Vituro looked at Nicolo with concern, being urgent. Their target is the throne. Then the main issue is the king and the prince. He replied quietly, Your Majesty has Sir Gillian protection. Nicolo continued, his tone dropped, his eyes filled with concern, and the princess is escorted by the royal knight. But if the Tower Master targets, Ella will be in great danger. Hearing this, foreign lad felt an unnamed fear rise in his chest, softly calling out, or it is over. A man in shining armor stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest, pointing directly at himself, loudly declaring, I will immediately mobilize the 7th Legion. These rebels, I will. Nicolo quickly waved his hand, calming but still serious. Let us calm down. I understand May's feeling, but even if we mobilize now, it might be too late. Then he asked the man in front of Lord Who, what is the fastest way to the Imperial city? He propped his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing slightly, looking up at the ceiling as if rearranging all the possibilities in his mind. Using the teleportation gate in the Imperial city would be best, but it is likely impossible. They must have taken taken measures to block reinforcement approaching. You quickly interject, speaking urgent. Then the only way is to cross the Red Canyon at maximum speed. Then use the teleportation gate at the magic tower near the Imperial City to get. No matter how fast, it will still take at least a day. Nicolo immediately turned, his gaze sharp, issuing the command. There is no time to wait. We set off right away. Suddenly, Vassal quickly stepped up beside Nicolo, his gaze determined, suggesting boldly, Lord Nicolo, can I return to the Imperial City? He turned in surprise, his eyebrows knitted together. What? You have a way. You take the ring in your hand. The still point speak. The ring of Eros in sight. The owner of the Eros ring moved to the location of the owner of the Psyche ring. Emilia stepped forward, her gaze intent, her voice somewhat hesitant. Vassal, I completely understand your point, but still, it is better if one of us, the Tower Lord, takes charge. Better to go. Sorry. Vassal immediately retorted, but I am the only one who can use the ring. Once it has a master, it can't be transferred. Nicolo put his arm around you, his voice steady yet full of, all right, your majesty has Jillian to protect, so I will leave the princess to you. Vassal's gaze locked onto the person opposite, determinedly replied, I will take care of it. You put the ring on your finger, and at that moment, a blinding light burst forth from the gemstone. Your eyes immediately turned bright red. A sharp gaze swept over the stream of magical energy swirling from the ring. At this moment, the system displayed a new notification. Mission: ensure the safety of Princess Heket Rath. Protect Princess Heket Rathmos until the rebellion is quashed. Reward: at the same time, the Guinea Palace West Gate. Soldiers were risking their lives defending. The general's shouts echoed amidst the smoke and fire. Eliminate the rebel. Absolutely do not let them. Quickly ordered decisive. Take the wounded back to the rear. Maintain formation. The voice of the man continued to ring out amid the chaotic battle. Bring more hemostatic medicine and bandages. On the other side of the battle, a gentle hand was placed on the back of the wounded soldier. He winced, slight eyes drowsily opening. The woman softly reassured, it will hurt. Bear with it a bit, Thompson. This moment, Heket carefully wrapped the bandage around the wound. Each movement swift, gentle. Thompson widened his eye, weakly uttering, Your Highness the Princess. A moment later, the wound was carefully bandaged. Thompson looked at her with suspicion. Heket asked, Your Highness, how did you know my name? Smiled faint, calmly replied, How could I not know? You guys are not the kind of swords that are used once and thrown away. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. She startled, immediately turned around, her gaze tense. Your Highness. On the side of the city gate, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bow. Soldiers rushed in, gripping their weapons tight, ready to sacrifice themselves to protect the country. Amidst the chaotic sound, a scream rang out in panic. The city gate has been breached. Hold them back. Suddenly, the city gate exploded. A thunderous sound shook the heavens and earth. Smoke and fire billowed, turning a corner of the sky red, mingled with cries of pain. Figure of a man stepped out from the smoke lane, looked completely at ease. He began to smile broadly. Do I really have to step in for something so trivial? Behind the man was a group of people in row, their faces hidden behind layers of fabric. He feigned surprise and spoke up. Look who it is. This man is Achelam Ogo, first disciple of Ben Chiloji, the Red Tower Lord. He smirked, provocatively pretending to be Red Tower Lord Achelam pays his respects to your highness the princess. Heket angrily shouted, Shut up, Achelam. The man chuckled softly, his voice dripping with malice. So now you won't even grant me a title anymore. She immediately interrupted, saying that title is only for those appointed by the royal family. Hate tightened his grip on the sword, his aura flaring around him like a blazing fire. He said angrily, You have become a traitor. That title no longer suits. Achelam looked at the sword before him, incredulously exclaiming, What sword is that? His voice continued to echo, Arunda, the sword gifted by the water fairy, the sword that once severed the fiery glow of ancient turmoil. To have a royal sword right here. Today is truly a lucky day. Immediately, a group of soldiers rushed up, standing in front of Hate, weapons tightly in hand. One of them resolutely spoke up, Princess, hurry and leave. We will hold him off. Quick, she shouted in panic. You all. The corners of Achelam's mouth curled up, slight cruel smile evident on his face. Then, rest in your highness. In an instant, waves of crimson energy shot towards the soldiers like sharp blades, slicing through the air, bringing a chilling in. Heket did not care about the danger, immediately charging like a whirlwind, his power erupting around him, the sword gleaming amidst the fierce battle. Soldiers screamed in fear. Your highness. At this moment, only one thought echoed in Heket's mind. My beloved. She swung her sword into battle, fighting death. Within her heart, a silent vow rang out. In the next life, I hope we can be together. As the two energies collided, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The entire area trembled violently, smoke and fire rising, obscuring the sky. In the thick dust, H-Lam, his gaze sharp and cold, an uneasy expression of alert. Just now, the space was distorted. The scene before H-Lam left him utterly shocked. Could it be Fire Sovereign? He took a step back, panic in his eyes, his face contorted, his voice trembling. No way. That monster. Surely the master has. Hearing the familiar voice call down, Heket was stunned and looked up. I am sorry for being late. With a swift movement amidst dust, he rushed forward to embrace the girl in front of him tight. Heket, her eyes revealing joy and emotion, gently replied, Vifti. Seeing him appear, H-Alam looked as if struck by light, his face, eyes full of panic. I do not know how you managed to bring back the transfer. As for how many humiliations those jumpers from the Red Tower have endured at this point, I will present his head to the Duke. Then, he pretended to greet warmly. It has been a while, right? Heket's eyes were filled with raging anger, sharply asked, H-Alam. He laughed mockingly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So now there is not even a shred of respect left for your seniors. Next, H-Alam immediately ordered the disciples behind that jump. I will deal with personal. As for you all, the disciples rushed forward, his voice continuing to echo angrily. Grab the princess right now, even if it is just her body. Looking at the enemy in front of him, a cold analysis flashed through his mind. They were all at levels 3 or 4. You immediately turned around, giving a quick command. Everyone, fall back and summon the beast now. H-Lum immediately unleashed his spiritual power, swirling it into a massive sea of fire. As the heat spread throughout the space, burn the traitors. You dare stand before me? You have got some nerve. Vassal quickly focused his spiritual power towards H-Lum, calculating in his mind, first, I need to break away. But upon seeing you suddenly close, he was startled and exclaimed. Vassal threw a power, his lightning-infused spiritual energy exploding around his arm, lightning boltering brightly as he shouted. Thunderstrike quickly used his spiritual power, create a defensive shield to block the attack. The shield colliding directly, Thunderstrike, creating a deafening explosion. It immediately showed signs of crack. H-Lum gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes glinting fierce. You little brat, how dare you? He yelled out, his voice filled with rage. I will burn you to ash, leaving no trace behind. Immediately after, H-Lum channeled his power and shouted, Firework. Two massive fireballs formed instantly, whirling and racing toward the enemy, accompanied by earth-shattering explosions and scorching that burned everything in their path. You immediately raised your hand to shield your fate from the wave of heat rushing toward you, your eyes never leaving the enemy, silently assessing. The speed of the incantation and its destructive power were incredible. Even if he had not reached the superhuman level, the Tower Master was still formidable. On this side, he squinted, observing, inwardly noting, the chanting speed is quite impressive. The firepower is weak. He must have sacrificed one of the techniques to increase his speed. H. Lum's eyes gleamed with ferocity, a smirk appearing on his lips as he thought, then I will overwhelm him with firepower. Right after, H. Lum immediately unleashed his spiritual energy. Two streams of red and gold energy erupt, boiling together like fiery rip, transforming into two giant, blazing serpents. Vassal felt anxious, biting his lip, his throat dropped. He swallowed nervous, his gaze fixed on the two fire serpents twisting above. Immediately, H. Lum waved his hand, and the two massive fire serpents lunged toward Vassal, the red and gold energy swirling violent, as if to incinerate the space ahead. Two figures stood amid the desolate room, their eyes filled with worry, tears silently streaming from the corners of her eyes as she helplessly cried out, Vassal. At the same time, in another place, the sky was gloomy. Amid a landscape of crumbling rocks and howling wind, a solitary tower rose like a spear piercing the dark cloud, challenging the ominous colors. In the center of a clearing, a circular formation gradually lit up, with ancient characters moving around the center, as if controlled by an invisible force. The cold voice of Hypnos echoed, those arrogant disciples of yours, quite good at blocking the way. The guy continued cold. Briareus was just bait. Hypnos coldly stepped forward, the black cloak under his feet crushed in the dry dirt, his voice sharp. My target, from beginning to end, has always been you. Hypnos's face lit up with excitement. He continued, just stand there and witness Endymion drown in flame, along with the death of your disciple. Just when it seemed hope, Vassal created a shield against the fierce attack of the enemy, thinking to himself, even with multiple layers of shield, it still trembles like. It is not just firepower, but also physical impact. Vassal glanced at the charred marks on his cloak, sighed inward, and thought he would have to discard another precious cloak. This moment, Thompson hurried over to Hay, speaking anxious. Your Highness, get away. It is very dangerous. She hesitated, softly adding, Vassal. Right after that, the disciples of Achelum rushed. One of them shouted, the princess is fleeing. Chase her. He worriedly glanced back, thinking to himself, if it is just the disciples of Achelum, then surely the royal knight. Vassal's thoughts continued to echo in his mind. I can deal with this. But just then, the man in front unleashed his power, energy swirling around, and charged straight at sneering brat. A thunderous explosion rang out. Ground shook, and dust covered the entire battle. In his heart, he mocked, let us see how long you can hold out. You fool. You can win just by defending. In that moment, Zhang flashed. The spear of Gyatso instantly manifested, radiating fierce energy. Achelum anxiously gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with doubt. Could it be that he is finally taking action now? Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the spear and charged straight at Achelum like an arrow in the wind. He sniffed, completely unprepared to dodge. The spear, carrying overwhelming pressure, shot straight through Achelum, who screamed in excruciating pain. In an instant, Achelum immediately spat blood. His face turned pale, showing extreme shock. Achelum painfully crouched down. Niansang said, pretending to be attack air for a counterattack. Vitso coldly replied, arrogance is what leads to your downfall. Vsu turned and walked away, not looking back. Behind him, Achelum's body gradually sank into a sea of red flame. He thought silent. If he had been calmer, maybe the outcome would have been different. Inside the city, the soldiers were still fiercely fighting, refusing to back down against the enemy. Viastor hurriedly opened the door to enter. His eyes filled with panic, called out loud, his voice trembling with worry. Wait! The group of disciples was stunned. One exclaimed in surprise, why is he here? Viso's face lit up with delight. Flames immediately flared up in the palm of his hand as he spoke. That is, right after that, from the flames unleashed by Vi, a blast shot straight toward the group of disciples. His voice continued to echo, cold and decisive. Ask Achelum yourself. Shortly after, Viastor stepped forward, gently embracing Hike, his voice low yet filled with concern. Your Highness, are you okay? She joyfully hugged him tight, calling out, Evisio. Then, Hekich gently raised her hand, softly touching the wound on Vias, worriedly asked, with so many injuries, are you alright? Veso shook his head slightly. His loving gaze was fixed firmly on the girl in front of Viso tenderly spoke. Hekich. She looked up slightly, her eyes sparkling with emotion, gratefully saying, if it were not for you, I do not know what would have happened. But you saved. Hekich gently caressed her eyes filled with doubt mixed with tenderness. Is this the power of the ring you gave? Vetso softly held Hekich's arm, whispering back, but I have run out of magical power, so I probably can't use it for now. The two of them quietly lost themselves in a moment of happiness, together gazing at the scene of smoke, flames in the distance through the window. A thought echoed in his mind. What is this feeling? Suddenly, Hekich spoke up, her voice betraying her worry. That is where His Majesty is. Viasu quickly reassured, do not worry. It is His Majesty Jillian. As expected, he is still holding the lines. Then, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder, seriously saying, first, we need to reunite with His Majesty. The defeat of H-Lum is revealed. The enemy will come in even greater numbers. Hekich immediately replied, then let us go. Right after that, she tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Magical energy began to gather around. Hekich closed her eye, focusing intense. Princess Endymion, Hekich Rathmo, in my name, command the divine sword Arundan. Let the courage of the founding king be bestowed upon the loyal subject. Soon after, Viso was startled to realize the wounds on his body had disappeared. The pain faded away as if it had never existed. Behind him, Thompson widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, the strength, it is restored. Seeing her gradually losing consciousness, her body swaying as if about to fall, Viso hurriedly rushed over. Wait, Hekich. Thought echoed in his mind. Arundai is the sword of the founding king Endymion. Its power is to share its strength. Hekich gritted her teeth, trying to endure the pain racking her body. A soft cough escaped, quickly supported Hike, his voice filled with worry. Your Highness. This moment, beads of sweat rolled down the beautiful face of Hike. She weakly spoke. Now, this is all I can do for everyone. He tightly grasped Hekich's hand, his gaze resolute, his voice ringing out like a solemn vow. Hekich, glory to your Highness, loyalty to the royal family wrath. Suddenly in that moment, a sharp voice echoed from the void, laced with mockery. I was wondering why we were wasting time dealing with Amira Zion Mew. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Vassal quickly looked toward the window. A soldier surprisingly called out in a guarded tone, there is an uninvited guest. Right after that, his face went pale. Without hesitation, Vassal quickly picked up Hike and rushed toward the big door, his voice panicking among the hurried footsteps. Everyone, move aside. A man appeared outside the window, his coat flapping in the wind, his gaze as cold as ice, continuously throwing fiery sword. The two of them coldly. Go away. The swords carried a terrifying pressure, slicing through the air, darting forward like fierce sparks, piercing through the city wall, causing stones to shatter. Dust rising up, he stood majestically in midair, his spiritual energy surged, turning the sky a fiery red, the entire tower collapsing in an instant. Bren's sharp gaze swept down like an invisible blade, carrying such a chill that the air became suffocating. He smirked, his low voice echoing in the air. Long time no see. So nice to see you. Moment below quickly created a protective shield, the spiritual energy radiating to envelop both. From above, Bren's eyes flickered with surprise. He thought to himself, enduring my magic, this is not an ordinary shield. It is hard to believe conjure it up in such a short time. Bren continued, compared to to our last meeting. You have grown strong. Below, Hecate struggled to hold on, sweat streaming down his tense in his mind. A chaotic thought echoed. In just an instant the palace had been burned to the ground. So absurdly powerful, continued speak, not seeing anywhere. He must have been taken down. Right. I warned that arrogant bring him trouble. Hecate seemed to regain her strength, angrily questioning. Bren, why did you cause this? Hecate looked around the devastated battle, blood staining the ground, bodies lying everywhere, her voice trembling. Sadly speak, your target must be me, so why kill the innocent? Bren laughed mockingly, each laugh tearing through the space. Clapped in appreciation. Really touching. Your Highness, if you succeed, you will definitely become a wise monarch. Bren's gaze glinted with malice. He spoke slowly. Have you finished your last word? I still need to see his majesty. Hecate quickly stepped forward, protecting Hecate behind him. Every muscle on his body tensed with alert. Step back. He is not someone you can reason with. Suddenly, urgent footsteps rang out amidst the smoke and ruin. A group of soldiers rushed over to the rescue, shouting with worried voices. Your Highness, are you okay? She exclaimed in surprise. You all. One of them quickly replied, his voice full of confidence and reassurance. Seeing the castle collapse, we rushed. His majesty is safe. Do not worry. At this moment, Ben's disciples poured out like a horde of hungry wolves, peering in droves on the battle. He muttered cold, his eyes showing a hint of annoyance. Another obstacle. How troublesome. Below, the soldiers rushed toward the enemy with great momentum, each step echoing like thunder. A soldier raised his sword high, shouting loud, clear them out. At the same time, a powerful surge of energy erupted, shooting straight towards him like a sharp missile. Ben did not hesitate, drawing his sword from its sheath with lightning speed. Just in time to block the fierce attack, he quickly unleashed his power, loudly asked, are you trying to stop? The guy in front of him confidently replied, Court. Ben scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. Looking at you like this is no different from Daria. Your master looked at me with the same eyes in the end, continued to speak, his voice dripping with sarcasm, saying that now he was trapped between the void and dark, never to return. Hearing these words, his eyes widened in fear, his heart stunned. Caught between the void and dark, you got extremely angry, your voice booming like thunder in the chaotic space. Then let me show you a performance in place of my master. Then, you slowly took out the crown, the shimmering light reflect from every inch detail, whispering to yourself, Solomon's crown, activate. But at that moment, a blazing sword of fire surged toward you, creating a terrible explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere, enveloped in thick dust by your side. Your heart jolted as the Ragna's sword reached speed, broke the sound barrier. Looking at the scene before him, he was astonished and thought, how can someone at just 6-star level dodge this? At this moment, you were silently calculating in your mind. Flow of time was slowed down, allowing you to anticipate the attack just enough to dodge. But thoughts continued to echo in your mind. My teammates are fighting behind. If I dodge this time, everyone will get hurt. You immediately summoned many shining spears of energy behind you, your resolve igniting. The spears instantly spun into a sharp protect, creating a solid wall against the fierce fire swords charging toward you. Think I will take the hit. Ben sneered, the energy in his hands bursting forth, a raging fire, his heart filled with soft. You want to protect your teammate. Those weak emotions are the quickest path to death. Ben continued to launch attacks at the enemy, his cold voice booming with authority. Let me personally teach you this lesson, to shield those below from danger. The massive stone wall. His fierce energy continuously assaulted the rock, the sound of impact echoing like thunder, creating a swirling cloud of dust that enveloped the battle. Amidst the thick dust, you stood tall, your eyes reflecting tension, lightly coughing from the dust. From above, you frowned slightly. A voice full of amazement rang out. Can't believe it. Can someone keep up with my chant speed? He continued to raise his hand to unleash energy, his voice low and provocative. Let us see how far you've up. A stream of spiritual power burst forth from his hand like a storm, rushing straight toward the target, creating a violent explosion. A blaze of light erupted, shaking the entire battle. In the village of smoke and dust, he stood firm, coughed soft, and the guy exclaimed in surprise, still able to hold steady. Truly amazing. His gaze was fixed on the person in front of him, filled with regret. Darius had not interfered. I would have even wanted to take him as my disciple. The target bit his lip, his eyes tense, following each of the opponent's moves, filled with worry, fast and strong to a frightening degree. Even though we are both tower masters, the level is different from H-Lom. At this moment, Kate rushed to the target's side, her voice filled with panic. Target. He glanced back, breathing heavily, responding with a low call. Hey, Kate. She tightly embraced the injured target, worry etched on her face. Blaine stood above, smirk, his mocking voice ringing out. A truly tragic scene. The two of them were loved. Then I will send you both to the grave together. Suddenly, the target coughed violently, then spat blood, feeling exhausted between him and angrily shout, get lost, you scum. He raised his hand high, gathering spiritual power from everywhere, swirling like a furious waterfall, boiling around Blaine's body like bright red fire snake, making the whole space heavy and suffocating. Sen and the soldiers immediately rushed forward, blocking in front of the two of spears raised high, their expressions resolute. Your Highness, please step back. Can't hold out much longer. This moment, he was extremely surprised. Even the magical soldiers had joined the fight. He frowned, his face darkening, muttering in frustration, what a bunch of annoying. What the hell is that formula doing? She hurriedly supported the target, pulling him behind a large rock, worriedly asked, are you okay? The target slowly replied, breath, but still tried to reassure the girl beside him. Yeah. He lowered his head, biting his lip. She suppressed her pain, thinking to herself, can't hold on any longer. I need to merge. This moment, the system announced a message. Mission. Princess's treasure. The green necklace is a treasure Princess cherishes great. Collect the princess's treasure necklace for reward. The target looked up, his expression serious, quietly asking the girl beside him, can I see the necklace you are wearing? She blinked slightly, then reached up to touch the chain around her neck, prized and asked back. The target immediately pendant to examine it. The green gem glimmered soft, shining with sparkling rays. The girl continued, this is my mother's heirloom. His gaze was fixed on her, so serious it caught her off guard, his voice low, can you give me this neck? Without hesitation, she quickly took off the neck and handed it to the target, smiling gently. You must have a good reason for asking like that. The target looked at the necklace in his hand and softly said, thank you for trusting me. In just a moment, the system displayed a message. Notification. You have collected the princess's treasure necklace and completed the mission. When infused with magic power, princess's treasure necklace will reveal its truth. Right after that, the necklace instantly emitted a blinding light, making both of them open their eyes wide in shock, the blue light spreading like waves, illuminating the dark space around them. The system continued to announce the dragon scale would revert to its original shape. Do you want to absorb the dragon scale? At this moment, a wave of astonishment surged in his heart. The dragon's nothing else mattered now. He made a choice. Absorb it. From above, Blaine saw the dazzling magical power erupting from the hiding spot. The blue light seemed to want to tear apart. He was stunned, thinking to himself, how can this kid be so powerful? Seeing the scene in front of Blaine was horrified, his eyes wide open. The hell is this? At this moment, all the magical power had been absorbed, and his body was covered in a layer of dark, eerie dragon scales. As the aura radiated powerfully and majestic, everyone around was stunned, amazed. What was that form? At this moment, the system displayed a mess. Thanks to the power of the dragon scale, the body was enhanced, and the duration of the dragon fusion increased. Thanks to the power of the dragon scale, the body was enhanced, and the side effects of the dragon fusion were somewhat reduced. Jiatsu's eyes blazed with fire, flashing with determination and defiance. Thought to himself, if it is like this, I can defeat him. With the booming voice of Jia, his whole body shone bright. Streams of blue magical energy flowed along the seams of the armor, like burning veins, merging with the dragon. Bobby Yang frowned. His low, tense voice rang out. Unexpected. The information about the one with dragon blood was true. He squinted, his voice dripping with disdain, but mixed with some caution. MC Hugh. It turns out there is a reason that arrogant guy failed. VS immediately turned around to command, fall back, and take the soldiers with. Right after that, both of them simultaneously channeled their magical power. Two giant magical auras clashed in the air, cool in strength. His voice filled with frustration. This is the magical power of the dragon bloodline. It is not inferior to my magic. His eyes sparkled with interest. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile, secretly calculating, if I turn that power into my own, no master will be able to surpass me. He charged straight at the enemy like a rock, a blazing fireball in his hand, radiating intense heat. His gaze sharp in fear. Flash of calculation about magical capability crossed his mind. He had the upper hand, but in terms of physicality, I had the advantage. Relying on that, I would take him down in an instant. Visa shouted, too hot. Right after that, the fire spears swirled around the fire. The red magical power erupted violently, carrying a fierce momentum, as if it wanted to incinerate everything in its path. His voice continued to rise, and immediately 12 fiery spears ignited, whirling violently in the air, ready to pierce through everything. Launching a barrage of fiery spears towards the side, his eyes ablaze, yelling, bring it on, God of... His eyes flashed with resilience, his heart filled with determination. I can fall just because of this. Then, he rushed quickly towards the enemy, his gaze tense, internally calling, where are you? At the same time, the enemy launched a counterattack. A torrent of spiritual energy spiraled directly at him. He gasped in pain, feeling overwhelmed. Is that all you have got? What the hell is this? He gritted his teeth, not backing down, charging straight at the enemy with a blazing fireball in hand, roaring, too hot. He immediately raised his hand. A layer of energy shield appeared in front of, blocking all the incoming attack. However, Vassal's attack was too strong. Collision of two waves of energy created a shocking explosion, shaking the ground violently. Streams of powerful energy continuously surged from the fireball, pressure increasing every moment. Before long, the enemy's sturdy defense began to weaken, then shattered under that fierce force. At this moment, a wave of green energy. Vassal was caught off guard, unable to dodge, crying out in pain. He jumped back, his heels digging into the ground, leaving long trails, dust swirling around. He coldly continued, I admit. Vast cold gaze of the enemy fixated on the figure before him. A low voice echoed in the tense atmosphere. In terms of pure physical strength, you have nearly reached a superhuman level. In 10 years, not just 5 more, you will surpass me. His eyes shone bright, like two sharp blades glinting in the dark. He growled, each word gritted out. Therefore, I must kill you right here. Vassal immediately gripped the spear tight, spiritual energy erupting around his body like a whirlwind. He charged towards the enemy. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous sharp. If you can do it, then try. He silently calculated, waiting for an opening to strike. The two of them throwing moves, each attack dense like a storm, their energies colliding, creating explosive shock waves in the air. In his head, the tension was tight like a drawn string. A sweat bead trickled down his temple. Just a little more. Right after that, he let out a loud shout. His whole body erupted with intense energy, light flaring up like fire. He charged forward, the spear in his hand leaving a bright trail, slicing through the air. Next, he gripped the spear tighter, his gaze burning fiercely into his opponent. Sensing the moment, he roared. Right at that moment, his energy exploded violently, the light from the spear swirling like a tornado, completely paralyzing, leaving no time to resist. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit. He felt disoriented, his heart racing, worry rising up. The time for the dragon merge was running out. Moreover, Solomon's power had reached its limit. He gathered the last bit of strength, delivering a finishing blow, spears igniting in the air. At that moment, his whole body felt like it was burning, falling to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to believe he had failed. Thoughts spiraled in his mind. This was the final attack. The spear traced a dazzling line through the air, light flaring up, carrying the force of a storm rushing straight toward him. Stood stunned, anxiously biting his teeth, quietly chanting, threefold energy of the demonic flame. Just as he finished speaking, a dark energy erupted from his whole body, a malevolent aura swirling out, enveloping the surrounding space. That dark energy quickly rushed toward his spear. The two forces clashed violently, creating a seismic shock that shook the heavens and earth, light and darkness contending in a moment of life and death. He lay collapsed on the rock, his whole body drained as if all life force had been sucked out. In his mind only a vague thought remained, his body having no strength left, and his vision gradually faded. He struggled to open his eyes, his lashes fluttering against the dizziness. Spark of determination ignited in him, but he forced himself to sit up, his body exhausted but his eyes still burned with an indomitable will. In his mind a single thought arose. He had to protect the He continued to strike, his energy twisting into a blazing red magic circle, the words of determination ringing in his heart. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, it would be worth it. The scene before him left him horrified. He took a step back, his eyes wide, filled with panic. This is absurd. Could he have broken through a level during this battle? He smiled smugly, his eyes sharp as knives. This was the 7th round. Suddenly, a massive force descended from the sky, light blindingly tearing through the atmosphere. Before he could react, his whole body was crushed under that terrifying pressure. The voice of Hypnos echoed, facing death. How does one become enlightened? The 7th round was a mirage. Quickly landed beside him. The opposing lord criticized. You look pathetic. Seems like you have struggled quite a bit. He clutched his injured arm, angrily saying, shut your mouth before I cut out filthy tongue of yours. What are you doing arriving now? Hypnos immediately replied, the Tower Master is gone, so there are a few things to take care of. The guy took off his hat, revealing a half-mangled face full of scars. The Tower Master is sick. That damn woman broke the seal. But do not worry, I have sealed it perfectly again. Vatser crawled up from the rubble, his eyes blazing with fury, shouting, it is your fault. What have you done to my homeland? Hypnos was startled, replied calmly, Vats, it is like we are talking as if we are meeting for the first. The guy's gaze gleamed dangerous. No smirk. Looks like I am about to become the destroyer of the Vatser family. Vatser stared at him, his eyes wide with horror, his voice filled with rage. Could it be you who killed my father? Hypnos rested his chin on his hand, pretending to ponder. It is hard to say. The one who killed him was indeed me. The guy's gaze shifted to the person beside him. His low voice sounded bitter. But the one who set this game in motion is not me. Is not that right? Vatser's eyes were cold, fixed on the enemy before him, breath heavy, his whole body still bleeding, angrily questioning. It really was you. Why did you do that? The other smiled sarcastic, his voice hoarse. Before dying, I will give you one last gift. Each of his words was like old knife stabbing straight into Vatser's heart. Father died because he uncovered the plot of the great plan and the relationship between and the church. This matter only led to his demise. Vatser's whole body shook with rage, his voice full of bitterness. That fast. Suddenly, Hypno stepped forward to stand between them. Guy smirked, his eyes full of interest, watching Vatsal. I have a gift too, so why do not you step back a little? Then, Hypno slowly spread his arm. A dark vortex immediately formed at the center. A terrifying skull suddenly appeared as he chanted, casting a 7th level spell, containing all the diseases of the world. Plague of calamity. His eyes glinted with menace. His voice as cold as ice. I swear to you, even if you want to die, you won't die easily. Just at that moment, close to death, Darieth appeared with overwhelming pressure, the spiritual power swirling at the center. The sky blazed. She shouted angrily, my child, will I let those thieves take you away for the second time? Under Darieth's command, ground shook violently. Figures of the loyal army gradually emerged. Fiery eye, rise up, my loyal army. He joyfully shouted, Master, are you safe? Her gentle gaze rested on Vatsal, filled with nostalgia and affection. I have you waiting for so long. My youngest child. On the other side, the other panikedly shouted, Hip, what is going on? He could not keep calm. His eyes full of panic looking at Darieth, radiating heavenly pressure. His voice became shaky, stuttering, clearly sealed her in Tartarus. How could this be possible? The body of a mortal. The cold, sharp gaze of the woman swept over, radiating anger, and she spoke up, daring to see us as mere mundane beings. Darieth continued, his voice like, that is the biggest mistake you all have made. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of power erupted from somewhere. A swirling green force formed a magnificent column of light shooting straight up into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Nose exclaimed in surprise. Has the Tower Master escaped as well? Seeing her turn to walk away, Vatsal anxiously called out, Master. Darieth immediately gathered his power, his eyes full of determination. Save your strength. This will be over soon, my son. The power erupted fiercely in her hand. Darieth was filled with overwhelming rage. These damn traitors. I will make you pay for stirring up memories of that day. Painful memories surged back. Her heart ached in that stream of recollection, as her little son beamed and innocently said, Mother, one day I will become a great wizard like you. Darieth gently lifted the boy, bright smile blooming on his face. That is right. If you are my son, you will definitely succeed. This moment, she was filled with emotion, thinking to herself how lovable the child is. The excited child raised his hand. A small light flickered in his palm. Look, this is a magic arrow. Darieth's eyes widened in surprise. Then he burst into laughter. Oh my son is truly a genius, a real genius. She thought to herself, with a natural talent, he understands magic on his own, practicing tirelessly all day just to show it to his mother. The echoes of memories continued to resonate in Darieth's mind. That child particularly loved sweet. That night, she rushed out due to a secret order from the royal palace, and Darieth's life changed. That secret order was actually a trap set by the church to lure her away. So when Darieth returned home, it was already too late. Holding her little boy, his body charred, bloody, nestled in her arm, his little eyes slightly open, the weak whisper pierced her heart like a knife. Mommy. Darieth clutched the small body tightly in her arm. Her heart ached, tears streaming down like rain. She choked back soft. She whispered softly to, It is my son. Sleep well, and you won't feel pain anymore. You saved me when I lost the meaning of life. Thoughts echoed in Darieth's mind, mingling between pain and ironclad determination for the disciples she loved. However, in her blazing fury, her eyes glowed with a fiery red like hell. Darieth roared fiercely, You dare to cause this? Don't even dream of surviving. After her shout, red energy exploded violently. The ground shook. The surrounding earth and rocks were swept away, turning into a massive fire giant king. Darieth's voice roared like thunder, going across the battlefield. 8th level magic. Flames of Muspelheim that had never been awake were unleashed in succession. True essence magic. Fire butterfly dream. Energy exploded. Thousands of red fire butterflies rushed toward the enemy, carrying destructive power that scorched the battle. Ben and Hypnos immediately took action, quickly establishing a protective circle as the red energy storm approached. The light and fierce enough to swallow everything in an instant. A smug smile appeared on her lips, as if victory would soon be in her grasp. The swirling energy formed a massive red sphere in the air. Brett executed the technique. Darieth grasped the true essence magic, ready for action. Suddenly, he felt a strange heat behind him. He froze, panic in his eye, exclaiming, What the? In the blink of an eye, the swarm of red butterflies dove into him, merging into his flesh like poison seeping into blood. The red butterflies burst into flame, creating a fierce blaze that incinerated him in an instant. Hypnos glanced at the chart beside, his eyes glinting with malice, muttering angrily, Damn it. He immediately dashed out like a flash of light, stepped swift as the wind, his heart roaring, knowing there was no turning back now. Hypnos hurriedly ran, each step filled with urgency and gravity, his breath rapid like a beast corner. In his mind, frantic calculations spun, teaming up with the Grand Duke. First, they must overthrow the king. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power shot from behind, like an invisible string grabbing Hypnos' leg. Vatsal used all his remaining strength to try to hold the guy down, angrily shouting, trying to run away. Hypnos shouted angrily, persistent name. At that moment, a blazing red fireball shot towards him, and Hypnos hurriedly leaned aside to dodge, just as Darieth's commanding voice echoed, I told you. The spiritual power of the old lady surged like raging wave, erupting into thousands of fiery tridents floating in the air. Cold voice rang out, like a death sentence being declared. Do not even think about surviving. Darius finished speaking. Thousands of fiery tridents simultaneously descended, aiming directly at thunderous explosion sound. The light erupted, illuminating a corner of the sky. The tridents pierced through him. Hypnos' body shook violently. Fresh blood spewed from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze fading in pain. A thought echoed in his mind. Indeed, the fire of the 8th Sir, with my power, can't extinguish it. Hypnos thought. His whole body trembled. Spiritual power erupted from his palm, gritted his teeth, trying to gather all his remaining magic. Think if so, use all my magic to blow it away. But at that moment, the trident suddenly transformed into binding rope, tightly held Hypnos under Darieth's incantation. The blazing fire bound. He cried out helplessly in despair. She slowly landed in front of her. Gacy, it is all over. Hypno, if you confess everything, I will let you go without pain. He bowed down in agony, coughing violently. Hypnos laughed maniac, his eyes flashing with malice. Do not think this is where it ends. The real darkness has just begun. At this moment, his flesh suddenly melted like candle wax under the fire. His arrogant voice echoed in the air, resonating like a curse from the depths. He will drown the entire continent in blood and dark. Darius stared intently at black sludge before him, the remnants of Hypno, coldly stating, Are you really going to end your life with magic? What a stubborn fool. Inside the wall, leaning against the wall, his body covered in blood and wounds. The blood left a long dark red trail, his heart filled with regret. Completely defeated, his gaze was full of despair, silently thinking, It is my fault for believing in those foolish allies. I must first hide and regroup. He dragged his wounded body, walking slowly as if each step drained the last bit of life force. Seeing the person in front of him, he froze, eyes wide with shock, his mind racing. Alex Zemone. Every memory from the past flashed in his mind. He was astonished. Impossible. Clearly saw him die back then. At that moment, Vatsal tightened his grip on the sword, moving forward. A shadow appeared clearly in his sight, causing him to halt for a moment, surprised to see that it was his son. In an instant, instant, the blade pierced through the side. Blood splattered everywhere. His body stumbled back, his eyes wide open. In that final moment, thought echoed in his mind. Cold as a verdict. You have won after all. Alex Zemo. He sat down warily, breath, his whole body exhausted. Inside, the battle was still raging fiercely. The spiritual power swirling bright. Waves of energy burst forth, shaking the very space. This moment, under Melville's tremendous strength, the rebel army panicked. Blood pressure from his spiritual power was like a storm, shattering their will. Amidst the chaotic noise, death screams rang out. I can't break through. When will the reinforcements arrive? His face was filled with smug satisfaction. He laughed loud. How does it feel, traitor? Watching you struggle is no different from watching ants. At the same time, the infernal troops suddenly appeared, bringing with them a fierce momentum and blazing red flame. The rebel, upon seeing them, trembled, their faces pale, each one crying out in fear. The fire tower has joined the battle. Save me. At this moment, Jillian ran into the city gate, his figure like a dark tower casting a shadow over the battle. Panicked rebel soldier shouted, Jillian. Jillian had taken the city gate. Another soldier shouted in alarm, damn it, we can't retreat. Our numbers are completely overwhelming. Bismarck and a group of soldiers stood on the distant mountain, surveying the battle. His gaze was fierce, almost cursing. Damn it, how could they turn the tide right before the collapse? Bismarck, fuming, ground his teeth, losing control as he shouted, how could those monsters be released? Where are Ben and Hip? Go find them. Just as he finished speaking, two bloody heads rolled to his. Bismarck was stunned, his eyes wide open, his whole body frozen. He stepped closer, examining the two heads closely with his gun, looking bewildered, stammering, what is this? Darius has been here all along, speaking coldly, hard to recognize, but I personally brought them. In an instant, a surge of energy gathered in her hand, shining brilliant, her face lit up with satisfaction. Person, you bastard, you damn Duke. Current, Bismarck and the entire rebel army were completely surrounded. The atmosphere became suffocatingly, as if even the slightest movement could ignite the impending bloodstorm. At this moment, a fierce surge of energy erupted. Bismarck's face was grim, his eyes dark as a bottomless. Each word hissed, clenched teeth filled with resentment. Plan I have been preparing for decades. He was furious, unleashing a violent burst of energy, rushing toward them like a whirlwind, roaring in rage. Could I be brought down by you? Dariet's voice rang out with a hint of melancholy, ultimately still quite pathetic. She quickly ordered, her gaze unwavering, little brother, in this feud. Vassal did not hesitate at all, immediately unleashing his power. Fierce burst of energy swirling into a bright red firestorm charging straight at Bismarck. He shouted, fire annihilation. He was engulfed in the blazing fire. The bright red flames consumed his struggling body. Bismarck's defiant scream echoed throughout the battle, filled with pain and mad collapse. His body charred, energy in disarray, his eyes dimming with hatred, and the battle had finally come to an end. The next day, the sky was clear again. Gentle rays of sunlight peeked out, hovering the ground like whispers of peace, slowly erasing the remnants of war. In that quiet scene, Alfonso's voice rang out, followed by discussions about repairing the royal palace. He continued to speak in front of the palace, prioritizing the reconstruction of his homes. The tower master, can you handle this? Niccolo placed his hand on his chest, respectfully bowing his head to receive the orders. Yep. I will, Alfonso continued, his voice low and serious, questioning whether the words in the report were from the cultist named Hypnosru. Darius immediately bowed his head and answered firmly, Your Majesty, I have heard it clearly. He propped his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed intently on the reverse text in the report. Person will drown the entire continent in blood and dark. Alfonso silently pondered, the true beginning of dark. Moreover, person he mentioned is truly concerning. Then he issued the next order. Specifically for the Tower Master, I entrust you with full decision-making power. Establish an organization to monitor all movements of the cult. She bowed respectfully and replied firmly, I will, Your Majesty. Next, Alfonso picked up another report, his eyes scanning each line. Familiar names appeared before him, accompanied by blood, the sweat and glory from the recent battle. He calmly spoke, now it is just a matter of affirming the merit. Jillian first, Darius Buchtai, Hemingway Melville. Alfonso's eyes sparkled with delight as he read those names, secretly praising them for standing alongside the extraordinary. In Alfonso's mind, thoughts echoed continuous, not expecting that the youngest prodigy of the continent would appear in Endymion. Moreover, during our era, Lasso Raymond, at the same time, lay motionless on the bed, body covered in wounds. Two looked at him, their expressions heavy, and quietly said, It is concerning. She continued, More than 10 days have passed, and he still has not woken up. Darius gently reassured, Please do not worry, Your Highness. Lasso has just entered the extraordinary realm. He is merely integrating the initial power he has just attained. This moment, a heavy thought arose in her mind, using power recklessly without being stable. Fortunately, the initial power has not collapsed. The two of them slowly walked outside. Before leaving the room, she paused slightly and turned her head to look at Lasso lying motionless. Darius gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his voice calm yet warm. Let us leave together. Lasso will surely overcome this. As always. A moment later, Lasso's body suddenly radiated a bright red light. A voice echoed in the room filled with spiritual energy, the sound reverberating as if from a deep master. You could feel the familiar aura creeping around you. Lasso's eyes slowly opened, a strong sense of doubt rising in his heart. This aura is, seeing the petite figure hovering in the bright red light. Lasso immediately snapped to attention, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he was seeing, whispering to himself, Pep. At that moment, the system appeared, announcing that the Fire Spirit Pep, intermediate level, fully received the power of the Fire Heart. Fire Spirit Pep, intermediate level, reincarnated as the Fire Heart Spirit. Announcement. When wishing for the Fire Heart Spirit Pepper has been restored, you can summon the Fire Heart Spirit Pepper through the spirit portal below. Night had fallen, full moon shining down on the ruins of the collapsed palace. He stood still in the dark corner, quietly checking the spiritual energy. Flow of energy in his body below stable, stronger than before. In Lasso's mind, thought echoed, seventh star of the first wish. Before turning back time, I once thought I could never reach it in this lifetime. Thought to himself, yet now not only do I possess it, but I can also use this power to destroy those who killed my father. I can't stop here. There are still remnants of my faith, and the empire existing. I must become even stronger. Lasso glanced around, thinking to himself, this space should be enough. He propped his chin and thought, even though Pepper could adjust size before, that ability disappears after transformation. It would be quite troublesome. Immediately after, Lasso, without hesitation, wielded his power. He shouted loudly, summoning the spirit portal below. Spiritual energy swirled into a gigantic sphere, inside which emerged fierce glowing eyes. Lasso called out loud, Pepper, come here. In an instant, a gigantic red dragon appeared right before his eye, its body powerful like a living volcano, its large wings stretching out to cover the entire sky. Lasso was overjoyed. His eyes sparkled. He exclaimed, Pep. It was so happy it cried, its eyes glistening with emotion, letting out low rumbling sounds as if overwhelmed with joy. He squinted and smiled, reaching out to stroke Dragon, excitedly saying, long time no see. I almost did not recognize you. Look so cool now. Lasso stood still, observing the creature before him. His eyes thought. In his heart he evaluated its body body had become semi-transparent like a spirit, not to mention the size, but its form had also changed a lot. He thought further. Has its power reached level 7, matching mine? So only when I reach this level will you awake? Then he gently asked, Pep, can you shrink back to your previous size? It nodded slightly, its eyes lighting up as if understanding, letting out a familiar sound. In the blink of an eye, Pepper wielded its power. The bright red light flared dazzling, causing Lasso to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eye. For long, its gigantic body had shrunk down, letting out a familiar sound. Clapped and prayed. Great, just as I thought. Person still remembered, excitedly shouting repeatedly. With an air of arrogance, as if boasting to the mass, Lasso smiled and suggested, well then, it has been a while since we met. Let us play a match. Pepper nodded continuously, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, letting out a loud roar that echoed through the night. Quickly jumped on its back, the fiery red dragon twisting gracefully in the air, the wind whistling past your hand, carrying an overwhelming sense of excitement. Lasso could not help saying, this is amazing. To adjust the direction freely at this speed, you complimented quiet. Flying ability has been significantly upgraded. Lasso's face lit up with excitement, his hair tousled in the wind, thoughts echoing in his mind, even in spirit form. To be able to fly this flexible. Just as that thought ended, Pepper's entire body suddenly glowed. The red spiritual energy erupted violently like an explosion in the air. Lasso shouted in panic, Pepper. At this moment, Pepper's whole body began to merge with Lasso's spiritual energy. A pair of radiant golden dragon wings appeared behind him, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. Lasso joyfully exclaimed, his eyes bright. You can rid my thought. It seems like your waves of thought have become clearer too. Then, you shot up into the air, leaving behind a brilliant red trail, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Lasso shouted excited, let us move forward then. In your heart, you pause to think, although it still can compare to when flies by itself. In aerial combat, I won't lose to any extraordinary being. Then, quickly returned to its giant form, two of them twisting gracefully in the quiet night. Lasso excitedly said, Pepper,